Chapter 1. A love-struck mind never ends well. Suspended upside down by her ankles, Sui Qi vehemently cursed. Lin Feng, who was holding her, halted his movements and said in a deep voice, "What nonsense are you mumbling? Do you wish to withdraw or not?" Sui Qi, struggling to breathe due to the rush of blood to her head, felt the world's malice towards her was overwhelmingly severe upon hearing his emotionless inquiry. She had once been a passionate chef who adored wilderness survival after painstakingly saving $200,000 for a down payment. She had finally acquired her own little home, barely finding the time to decorate it before a sudden flash flood during an adventure claimed her life in a narrow, steep canyon. When she awakened, she had transformed into Sui Qi, the notorious love-struck character in an interstellar world. The original owner was a wealthy heiress who inherited her parents' fortune just because Lin Feng, the school's heartthrob, had offered her an umbrella on a rainy day. She became infatuated with him and launched an aggressive pursuit. There was nothing wrong with seeking the affections of someone she admired, but after being explicitly rejected, she refused to give up. Instead, she proclaimed herself as Lin Feng's current girlfriend, forbidding him from associating with any girls other than herself. She even purchased his photographs at exorbitant prices from Lin Feng's classmates and pried into his privacy, severely disrupting his normal school life. Driven to desperation, Lin Feng sought help from his childhood friend, Lu Rong, asking her to pose as his girlfriend in hopes of dissuading the original owner. Little did he know that the original owner not only persisted but also, filled with jealousy, bribed Lu Rong's classmates to bully and isolate her, causing Lu Rong to fear attending school. Overwhelmed by guilt, Lin Feng intervened to resolve the bullying against Lu Rong and approached the original owner, demanding she apologize to Lu Rong. Yet, the original owner showed no remorse, insisting Lu Rong deserved it, hurling various insults and slandering her, even intensifying her harassment of Lin Feng. Lin Feng found her utterly unreasonable and wished to sever ties with her as swiftly as possible. Coincidentally, the highly popular interstellar survival game, Battle for Survival on the Wasteland, Season 2, was set to commence. Participants would be dropped onto a harsh, uninhabited wasteland and must survive for 21 days to complete the challenge. Season 2 consisted of 10 challenges, with the details of the wasteland kept confidential, leaving players in the dark. Each successful completion would yield a lucrative reward of 10 million interstellar coins. The first season had attracted 20 million players, yet only 776 ultimately received the prize, reflecting the game's formidable difficulty. However, Lin Feng had been enamored with this game for ages. Entering the wasteland would also allow him to escape from the original owner, making it an ideal opportunity. Thus, he applied for an extended leave from school, enlisting Lu Rong along with two other friends, Jiang Chun and Jiang Ning, to join him in the game. On the day the game began, however, Lin Feng encountered the persistent original owner aboard the spacecraft heading to Shiyanxing. Before he could voice his inquiries, an announcement echoed through the vessel. The first survival game of the apocalypse is a team survival mode. Players must form a four-member team. Those who fail to do so upon arrival at the wasteland will be randomly assigned by the system. Repeat, the first game. Upon hearing this, the original owner seized Lin Feng, insisting they team up. Lin Feng, unwilling, coldly demanded she withdraw from the game. True to her malicious reputation, after being coldly rejected by Lin Feng, she attempted to push Lu Rong out of the spacecraft during a brief pause for energy replenishment. Fortunately, Lu Rong had anticipated this and thwarted her attempt. This action unleashed Lin Feng's pent-up emotions, and he forcefully kicked the original owner to the ground, hoisting her upside down and compelling her to withdraw from the game. Lin Feng's kick was full of force, causing the original owner's head to slam against a hard metal wall, blood staining her short black hair. Suspended like a piece of meat at a market, the original owner transformed into the innocent Sui Qi. The gazes of other players on the spacecraft, drawn to the spectacle, felt almost tangible. Sui Qi's head throbbed painfully, and suppressing her hurried breaths, she struggled to utter, "Brother, I can hardly breathe. Can't you let me down so we can discuss this?" Lin Feng scoffed. "Don't harbor any ill intentions. Submit your withdrawal request first. Then I will let you down." Sui Qi, clinging to life, firmly rejected this. The first rule for players stated, no mid-game withdrawals. To exit before even reaching the wasteland would not only yield no profit, but also incur a penalty of 2 million in breach of contract. For someone like her, was 2 million merely money? No, it was her life. Although the original owner was a wealthy girl, her talent for extravagance surpassed any sense of restraint. She had squandered her parents' inheritance and even owed 5 million in debts. The original owner's motivation for entering the game was not solely to pursue Lin Feng, but also to seek the prize money to repay her debts. Sui Qi's heart, aching for the 20,000 she had lost, had grown numb with pain. Heavens! To become a malicious, love-struck character was already unfortunate enough, but to bear a mountain of debt was unbearable. After 3 seconds of sorrow, she quickly reassured herself that having gained a second chance at life, some sacrifices were inevitable. Determined to clear her debts and embark on a new life in the interstellar world, she was resolutely unwilling to withdraw from the game. Just as Sui Qi racked her brain for a solution, interstellar netizens watching the live stream had already begun fervently discussing the unfolding scene. Serves her right. She's so vicious, attempting to push that girl off the spacecraft. Who is this girl? I want to unleash my wrath upon her. Sui Qi, a notorious third-year student at Mobius Academy, was infamous for her cruelty, having harbored unrequited love for Lin Feng, allowing others to bully his girlfriend, Lu Rong, and invading his privacy by any means necessary. Her reputation was dreadful, and students from other schools would mock, saying, anyone from Sui Qi school must be a bad person. Damn, bullying is unforgivable. I won't watch this game with her in it. Exactly, I'm going to tag the officials to have her disqualified. Disqualified? Such a person deserves to be thrown into the wasteland to suffer. Agreed, but someone of her stature probably won't survive a day. They'll be waiting to see her exit in tears. Indeed, if she makes it to the end, I'll eat dung standing on my head. I've captured that screenshot as proof. Is that really necessary? Rumors are often a mix of truth and falsehood. Sui Qi may not be as terrible as depicted. Then I hope you encounter someone like Sui Qi. Unaware of her condemnation by the interstellar netizens, Sui Qi, after a strenuous struggle, finally managed to release a loud fart. With all her might, she propped herself up, slightly turned her body, ensuring her rear was aimed at Lin Feng's handsome face, and with a resounding puff, let out a gratifying fart. Apologies, Lin. This was the most effective attack she could conceive. Lin Feng felt his bangs blown away in an instant, followed by a wave of warmth hitting him instinctively. He loosened his grip and staggered back a step. Lu Rong and the Jiang siblings. Finally liberated, Sui Qi sighed in relief, supporting herself with her hands on the ground, slowly lying back down, peacefully closing her aching eyes. Lin Feng, born into privilege, had never been treated so crudely by anyone. Trembling, he placed his hand above his disheveled bangs, hesitating to touch it, incredulously asking, was that just a fart? Lu Rong shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. What fart? We didn't see anything, it was just a gust of wind. She elbowed the stunned Jiang siblings forcefully. In unison, they replied, right, that was definitely not a fart. However, Lin Feng was not comforted, humiliated, and furious. He glared at Sui Qi, shouting, Sui Qi, you are utterly shameless. Sui Qi opened her eyes and modestly nodded. Thank you for the compliment. Who the hell complimented you? Lin Feng erupted, cursing uncontrollably. Veins bulged on his forehead as he cracked his knuckles. How dare you fart in my face? You're finished. Calm down. Sui Qi gradually sat up. That was not a fart. She raised her right index finger, shaking it side to side, just a warm breath of air with no odor. Lin Feng sneered. Then come over here. Let me return the favor and blow some air in your face. Without hesitation, Sui Qi replied, I refuse. Just as Lin Feng was about to unleash another torrent of curses, Sui Qi smoothly stood up and stepped back, frowning at him. You have some green stuck in your teeth. She made a heartbroken gesture with her hands and smiled politely. My apologies, it stuck down there. You Lin Feng's face turned ashen, yet he struggled to find words. It was Jiang Ning beside him who couldn't bear to witness this, stepping forward to say, what's wrong with having greens in your teeth? Less than 1% of the entire interstellar population can afford fresh vegetables. The poor simply can't. Before she could finish, Lu Rong swiftly interrupted. Ning, this is a live broadcast. Jiang Ning realized her blunder and hurriedly covered her mouth. Oh, well, your parents must be quite impressive then. As for you, Sui Qi appraised Lin Feng from head to toe, shaking her head. Average Jiang Ning, following Sui Qi's words, stammered in an attempt to salvage the situation. Yes, indeed, we are rather ordinary, just like everyone else. However, it was too late. The interstellar netizens began to respond with sarcasm. I am indeed one of those who cannot afford fresh vegetables. Hee hee. PGA hit right at my heart. He'll give a follow to show my support. Is PGA referring to that troublesome girl named Sui Qi? Yes, I think her clever rebuttal is quite resourceful. She deserves that title. Strangely, that nickname rolls off the tongue quite easily. As a member of the 99, he'll chime in too. The 99 quietly succumbed while sipping on the foul-tasting nutrient solution. Seeing their dullness, I shall go watch Lianju. He's so handsome it makes my knees weak. Who is Lianju? How long have you been offline? Even the gods are unaware he was the champion of the last season, with silver hair and blue eyes, embodying both strength and beauty, an investment worth making. Then I must go see for myself. Wait up front. Lin Feng, infuriated, ritorted sharply. Im ordinary? If I'm so ordinary, why do you keep shamelessly chasing after me? Sure, Sui Qi immediately replied. I shall never entangle you again. We will treat each other as strangers upon our next encounter. Lin Feng gritted her teeth. You better hold true to your word. She smiled back. No need for your concern. I will take responsibility for my own words. With that, she canceled their team mode on her holographic device. Lin Feng scoffed. The system's random assignments are merely the leftovers chosen by others. Teaming with them is a path to doom. 3 years prior, during the apocalypse, the battle for survival on the Wasteland Star emerged, attracting a staggering 260 million interstellar netizens to sign up. However, due to technological constraints, only 20 million players were ultimately selected to enter the game. At that time, the game had no rules, merely one guiding principle: survival above all. The officials thought, since they dared to participate, they surely feared not death. The players believed, since they dared to launch, they would guarantee survival. This led to the unforeseen deaths of nearly 30,000 players, and the game was forcibly suspended after the third arena, ordered to undergo rectification. In this subsequent game, the officials added one sole rule to the existing principle: the killing of other players was strictly prohibited. In the second season, the player counts surged to 50 million, and prior to boarding the interstellar vessel, they all signed a waiver, acknowledging that their lives were their own responsibility. Once the game commenced, although dozens of medical ships were on standby in the skies above the Wasteland Star, accidents remained unpredictable. To enhance their chances of survival, players typically chose to team up with strong allies or familiar friends. Upon hearing Lin Feng's taunt, Sui Qi lifted her gaze indifferently and, with a blank expression, remarked, "Who are you? Have you eaten too much nonsense? Your mouth reeks." With that, she sought out a secluded corner and stood with her arms crossed. Lin Feng was left speechless, her hair a disheveled mess from the earlier insult, pounding her chest in frustration. Sui Qi, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of satisfaction. Dare to curse me? If you don't lose your temper, you'll consider it a loss. Just as she was about to look away, she suddenly sensed someone watching her, following her instinct. She raised her eyes to meet a pair of misty, gray-blue ones. Those eyes were filled with an icy aura, like a shadowy lake shrouded in frost, with strands of silver hair carelessly cascading across a pale forehead, softening the fierce expression between her brows. His waist-length silver hair curled slightly, radiating a satin-like sheen in the dimly lit cabin of the vessel. He appeared as though he had stepped directly out of a comic book, exquisitely crafted, almost unreal. The two individuals exchanged glances for no more than half a second, before his gaze lightly brushed past Sui Qi and shifted towards his companion. Sui Qi, captivated by his rare and exquisite hair color, found herself unable to resist clenching her fingers. She wanted to cut it as her mind swirled with 108 imaginative ways to claim that silvery, curly mane for herself. An irritated, domineering face suddenly emerged at the edge of her vision. Dai belonged to the teammates standing beside the silver-haired male, who frowned disapprovingly. "What are you staring at?" Only then did Sui Qi realize she had been gazing for a tad too long. She blinked, offering an apologetic smile as she diverted her gaze. In doing so, she noticed a solitary, slender youth standing diagonally across from her. He hung his head low, his black bangs obscuring half of his face, rendering his features nearly unrecognizable, while his slightly exposed lips appeared devoid of color. Under the dim light, he exuded an air of melancholy. This was quite appealing to her, rather than waiting passively for assignments. She decided to take the initiative. Sui Qi briskly approached him and stated directly, "Hello, I'm Sui Qi. Shall we team up?" Xinyu lifted his eyelids to regard the newcomer, uncertainly asking, "Me?" She observed the prominent dark circles beneath his eyes. Momentarily taken aback, "Yes." Xinyu did not respond verbally. Instead, he bent down to roll up the cuff of his right pant leg, revealing a silver bionic prosthetic limb that I am unable to engage in prolonged, high-intensity physical activities. After speaking, he quietly awaited her departure, fully aware that in this brutal post-apocalyptic survival game, no one would choose a disabled person as a teammate, and this occasion would be no exception. Yet, just as disappointment washed over him and he lowered his gaze, he heard the person before him chuckle lightly, saying, "What a coincidence. I'm also the type who collapses after running 800 meters. Xinyu looked up in astonishment, and Sui Qi, still smiling, added, "We are truly destined teammates." The two exchanged contact information via their light brains, confirming their partnership, while Xinyu remained in a daze. Still holding onto his light brain, Sui Qi swiftly locked her sights on a second potential teammate, a cool, buzz-cut guy sitting alone in a corner. Judging by his height of over 185 centimeters and the imposing aura that screamed, "I'm strong." "Don't mess with me." She couldn't fathom why he was alone. Sui Qi deftly maneuvered through the crowd until she stood before him. "Excuse me, would you like to team up?" Before he could respond, a burly man beside him eagerly interjected, "I advise you not to team up with him. He looks tough, but is all show and no substance. That he faints from hunger and won't be much help." Sui Qi raised an eyebrow, considering the low blood sugar issue. Not a significant concern. Zuo-chun, who had no intention of hiding his thoughts, shot a disgruntled glance at the burly man. "No need for your unsolicited advice." He then turned back to Sui Qi, his brow furrowing slightly, revealing a snake-shaped eyebrow piercing. "So, shall we team up?" "Of course," Sui Qi replied without hesitation. After all, as young women, they needed to be surrounded by such strikingly handsome individuals to muster the strength to navigate the treacherous landscape of this survival game. Just as Sui Qi formed a team with Zuo-chun, she felt a gentle poke at her lower back. Looking down, she found herself staring into the wide eyes of a little girl with two braided pigtails. Clad in the standard black tactical gear and combat boots, she appeared particularly adorable. "What is going on?" Sui Qi exclaimed, astonished as she glanced at Zuo-chun. Was there no age limit for this game? Zuo-chun calmly replied, "There is a limit, from 8 to 180 years old. The cultural norms of the interstellar world are quite fierce." "I have been rather naive," Sui Qi thought to herself. Closing her eyes briefly, she squatted down to meet the little girl's gaze. "Do you want to team up with us?" The girl nodded vigorously, declaring, "My name is Lu Meibao, and I'm 9 years old. Though I'm young, I'm very strong and won't hold you back." Having been rejected 99 times, Lu Meibao nervously tugged at her clothing as she asked, "Can I team up with you?" Sui Qi exchanged glances with Zuo-chun and said, "I have no objections. What about you?" "I agree," Zuo-chun replied, smiling as he shook hands with Lu Meibao. "Welcome aboard." Lu Meibao was momentarily taken aback, her eyes lighting up as she joyfully stood on her tiptoes. Sui Qi led Zuo-chun and Lu Meibao to join Xinyu. After a brief round of self-introductions, they added each other as friends and formed a group. Sui Qi was exceedingly satisfied with her team, while other players looked on with expressions of disbelief that a vindictive rich girl, a gloomy disabled boy, a frail buzz-cut young man, and a 9-year-old with loose teeth. This motley crew was nothing short of a standard waste team, likely to survive no more than 4 days in the game. One would perish each day, unfazed by the judgment of others. The four engaged in lively conversation on their light brains. "Let us come up with a team name worthy of us," Sui Qi proposed. "Zuo-chun is here. You're all a bunch of losers. That name has already been registered. The little girl who works hard." Let us crush the Wasteland team. That name has already been registered. Shinyu doesn't protect the useless. The Interstellar Hazardous Waste team. That name has already been registered. Use what Shun are here. Can this really be a duplicate? Sui Qi listened to the names proposed by her teammates, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It seemed their spirits were high. She confidently typed in her own perfect team name, the escapees from the asylum. Upon clicking submit, it was registered successfully. A moment of silence ensued among the three before they all expressed their approval. Soon, an electronic announcement echoed through the spacecraft. We have arrived at Sandstone Star. All players have successfully formed teams, and as per the usual practice, we will now enter the prize quiz segment. This segment consists of only one short answer question, and each player has but one chance to answer. The first team to submit the correct answer will receive an initial equipment pack. Zwetchin quickly opened his light brain, preparing to receive the question. It was time to test their speed. Noticing her three teammates intently focused, Sui Qi decided to follow suit. Watching the prompt that read generating question, she quietly inquired, "Why isn't it a test of intelligence? This question seems too easy." Unbeknownst to her, Lin Feng had approached their side and laughed derisively. Being malicious is one thing, but at least have some self-awareness. The perennial bottom dweller like you thinks you can outsmart anyone? How laughable. Lin, the campus heartthrob, certainly excelled at looking down on others, Sui Qi retorted without hesitation. Lin Feng was infuriated. Why are you so spiteful in your speech? Sui Qi replied with a bright smile. You called me a malicious girl. So what good words do you expect from me? Enough? A Lu Rong pulled the trembling Lin Feng behind her, addressing Sui Qi with clarity. We wish to leverage this prize quiz to make a wager with you. If we answer correctly, you must publicly apologize to me on the school forum and promise to never bother me or Lin Feng again. Sui Qi sighed inwardly, realizing the original owner had left her quite a mess. While she felt disheartened, her demeanor remained calm. What if I answer correctly? Given that this was a post-apocalyptic survival game, the questions posed by the officials would undoubtedly pertain to survival. If they were to ask her about the knowledge of the interstellar world, she might not necessarily answer correctly. However, when it came to survival-related queries, she could likely outperform all the players aboard this spacecraft combined. Lu Rong was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting disbelief at hearing such a ridiculous joke. She turned to exchange glances with Lin Feng and the others, each pair of eyes gleaming with pointed scorn. The official prize quiz was notoriously difficult. How could a useless young lady like Sui Qi possibly succeed? TSK. Zwetchin, unable to tolerate their expressions, stepped in front of Sui Qi, his eyes narrowing. Shinyu also stepped forward, his face stoic. You all, don't stir up trouble. Lu Meibao had already clenched her fists, ready to spring into action. It's fine. Don't worry, Sui Qi softly reassured her teammates before coldly fixing her gaze on Lin Feng. If I answer correctly, I want a supreme VIP shopping card from the Lin family's interstellar domain. The Lin family's chain of supermarkets sprawled across the entire Star, and their supreme VIP shopping card boasted a limit of 5 million interstellar coins. Sui Qi knew Lin Feng would undoubtedly refuse this condition. But that was acceptable. Her true aim was a red diamond shopping card with a limit of just 1,000. By initially demanding 5 million, she could later negotiate for the red diamond card, effectively holding the upper hand. Just imagining the thrill of a shopping spree with a complimentary card brought her joy. You're dreaming. Lin Feng's furious shout shattered her daydream. The supreme VIP card was out of the question. Sui Qi shrugged. In that case, I want to gamble with you. Lu Rong immediately exclaimed, no way. Having finally seized an opportunity to completely rid herself of Sui Qi, she would not let it slip away. I possess a blue diamond shopping card from the Lin family's Star Domain department store, with a balance of over 260,000. Will you accept it as a wager? A windfall of wealth sent Sui Qi into a frenzy of joy. Yet she feigned reluctance, furrowing her brow for a moment before finally conceding. I suppose I shall reluctantly agree to your terms. Lu Rong discreetly exhaled in relief, drafting a wager agreement on her holographic device and sending it to Sui Qi. Both parties signed, and the contract was thus executed. The quiz questions have been dispatched to each player's holographic device. Please record your answers within 20 seconds and submit them. Failure to do so will be considered a failed attempt. Sui Qi glanced at her device, where the question was merely a simple sentence. What will the weather be like on Sandstone Star tonight? Zwetchin swiftly typed his answer. This question is surprisingly easy. The weather on Sandstone Star is either scorching hot or arid. Xinyu and Lu Meibao penned similar responses. However, Sui Qi, sensing the damp air drifting through the viewport, couldn't help but furrow her brow. It bore the scent of an impending storm. Since childhood, her nose had been remarkably sensitive, allowing her to discern whether rain would fall based solely on the day's air. Time and again, she had been proven correct in order to validate her hypothesis. She approached the viewport, and, upon witnessing the shimmering halo around the sun and the formation of massive clouds, she keyed in her answer. The moment Sui Qi clicked submit, the countdown timer in the upper left corner of her device froze at 7 seconds. As an exuberant electronic voice resonated throughout the spacecraft, "Congratulations to the Insane Asylum's escape team, led by Sui Qi, for answering correctly. A supply pack is about to be distributed. Please be on the lookout." Before Xinyu and the others could process this, a small black supply pack appeared in their hands, containing a folding knife and a silver multifunctional alloy water bottle. "Whoa!" Sui Qi exclaimed. "Impressive, Sister Sui." Xinyu and Lu Meibao gave her a thumbs up, expressing their admiration. Lin Feng and Lu Rong, who also heard the announcement, stared at Sui Qi in disbelief. Lin Feng incredulously asked, "How is that possible? What did you write?" Sui Qi ignored his question, instead turning her gaze to Lu Rong with a smile. "Please send me the blue diamond shopping card after the game ends." Lu Rong's expression darkened, as she had initially believed it to be a surefire bet, only to end up not only empty-handed, but also losing a shopping card. With the conclusion of the electronic announcement, a faint blue light flickered within the spacecraft, and Sui Qi felt a weight settle on her shoulder as the parachute pack affixed itself securely. The technology of the interstellar world was indeed advanced. Following her past experiences with parachuting, she meticulously checked her pack. Once satisfied, she intended to share some safety tips with her teammates, but suddenly felt her feet leave the ground as a sudden sensation of weightlessness and intense wind pressure struck her as the spacecraft's hatch opened unexpectedly, sending her plummeting from an altitude of 3,000 meters. The cries of players echoed around her. Sui Qi quickly adjusted her posture, and upon reaching the designated altitude for deployment, she pulled her main parachute. The enormous canopy unfurled, significantly slowing her descent. Her senses were attuned to the scattered teammates, but her peripheral vision caught a flicker of light, prompting her to instinctively reach out. The object felt icy to the touch. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a metal card the size of a playing card. What was a card doing at such heights? Before Sui Qi could ponder further, Sui Qin's urgent voice came through the team chat. "Xinyu, your main parachute has torn. Quickly deploy your reserve parachute. I've never parachuted before. I don't know how to deploy it." Xinyu's deep voice trembled with anxiety. Sui Qi glanced at the jagged rocks and canyons sprawling across the surface of Sandstone Star. Her heart racing at the thought of plummeting from such heights. Certain death awaited them. "Xinyu, stay calm," she instructed rapidly through her device. "Grab the red protrusion below your right chest firmly and pull down hard to detach the main parachute. Then pull the circular release ring below your left chest to open the reserve parachute. Video, you understand?" "Xinyu, I understand," Sui Qi urged. "Be quick." After a tense 5 seconds, a crackle of static broke the silence before Xinyu's voice finally came through. "The reserve parachute has been successfully deployed. My descent is slowing." Sui Qi released a breath of relief. "Phew, you almost scared me to death." Lu Meibao sent a flurry of thumbs-up emojis. Sui Qi calmly instructed, "Prepare for landing. Avoid the sharp rocks, and aim for flat ground." Upon landing, she immediately felt the arid heat enveloping her, the temperature soaring close to 45 C. With her eyes met only by endless fissures and the peaks of hard stone, she surveyed her surroundings, gathered her scattered parachute, and retrieved the hook knife from her pack to cut the parachute cords. These cords were remarkably sturdy and light, proving to be useful survival items. She struggled with the cords. A familiar blue light flashed in her hand, and all her parachute gear vanished without a trace. "TSK, Sui Qi expressed her dissatisfaction with the official stinginess. She rose, brushing off the dirt and debris from her clothing, and tidied her disheveled short hair. Next, she opened her holographic device to check her teammates' locations. Upon discovering that all three were moving towards her, she chose to remain still. Moments later, the 4 members successfully regrouped. "Thank you. I owe you all," Xinyu spoke gently, his sincerity evident despite his calm tone. "You're welcome," Sui Qi replied, patting his shoulder coolly. "Just remember to carry me if I faint from hunger next time." Shen Yu nodded amiably. Lu Meibao looked up with curiosity. Brother Shun, how did your main parachute get torn? I'm not sure, Shen Yu replied softly. Sui Qi gestured for them to glance at the holographic device. It seems the officials have meddled. The standby interface of the device displayed the number of survivors and those eliminated in real time. Shockingly, at the very onset of the parachuting phase, 372 players had already been eliminated, the moment they fell from the spacecraft. The process of elimination had begun. The officials are ruthless, Zhua Chun remarked coldly. Indeed, Shen Yu echoed. They really set the tone right from the start. Sui Qi produced the mysterious card from her hand. Have any of you seen this type of card? Shen Yu nodded first, pulling out a similar card from his pocket. Yes, it's quite odd. The design on mine depicts a wardrobe. Lu Meibao quickly followed suit. I have one too. It attached itself to my braid, but mine shows a claw machine. Zhuochen shook his sleeve, revealing his metal card. Mine has a toolbox illustrated on it. Sui Qi scrutinized her card's design. Mine appears to be a blind box. The four of them held the cards, all perplexed. Just then, the official announcement echoed across the barren star. Congratulations to all players for successfully landing on Sandstone Star. This season, to enhance the gaming experience, we have distributed 2,000 resource acquisition cards among players, including 2 rare S-level cards, 2 rare double S-level cards, and 1 unique ultra-rare 3S level card. The 5 rare cards can randomly yield 4 resources each day at 8 o'clock a.m., while other ordinary cards can randomly yield 1 resource. The fortunate recipients of the cards can place them parallel to their holographic devices for 3 seconds to complete the binding process. The game will commence promptly at 8 o'clock. All players must adhere to the singular game rule. Killing other players is strictly prohibited. In this post-apocalyptic barren star, survival is paramount. Sui Qi and her companions exchanged glances, quickly forming a circle to shield themselves from the gaze of other players, discreetly binding their cards. What is going on? Why didn't they mention the rare cards sooner? Our team only has 1. This is a rip-off. Having 1 is already fortunate. We haven't even seen a card. They grumbled amidst the rising complaints from the players. Amidst the murmurs, Sui Qi's holographic device erupted with a plethora of electronic fireworks. Congratulations! You have successfully bound the ultra-rare SSS blind box card. Her heart raced, and maintaining her composure, she leaned closer to her teammates, whispering, "Let us keep a low profile and develop stealthily." Before she could finish her thought, the official's voice boomed across the barren star. Congratulations to Sui Qi's Insane Asylum Escape team for binding all cards. Congratulations to the Relentless Scavenger team, led by Lian Zhu, for binding 3 cards. Congratulations to Lin Feng's Dawn team for binding 3 cards. Congratulations to Song Yan's Overturning the Wilderness team for binding 2 cards. After announcing all the teams that had obtained cards, the officials cheekily added, a friendly reminder. If a player is eliminated, their cards will automatically unbind. Each player can bind an unlimited number of cards, so please take good care of them. Sui Qi raised her middle finger skyward, muttering under her breath, "Damn official." The interstellar netizens, eager for excitement, erupted in a flurry of comments. This is hilarious. If there is going to be chaos, let us watch the official announcements. How fortunate for Paijia. A team on the run from an asylum. The name that this wicked woman chose for her team is equally bizarre and utterly unpleasant that I personally find the name rather appealing. It possesses a distinctiveness that stands out. This Mad Escape team is indeed fortunate, with each member possessing cards, whereas even the Divine team has only 3 cards in total. The cards of the Hunter-S Expedition are far superior. They possess the double S refrigerator card of Shan, the double S medical kit card of Chen Su, and the snack box card of Xini. What an impressive configuration, that Mad Escape team. A collection of utter incompetence, despite holding so many cards, will ultimately find themselves fleeing in a frenzy. I agree, none of the 4 can hold their ground. They certainly won't be able to keep their cards. The only SSS card is in the hands of Sui Qi, so turning the tides is not merely a dream. But so what? The blind box cards are unpredictable. They can't compare to the refrigerator card of Lian Zhu. I cherish this sense of uncertainty. I followed the Asylum Escape team to see what the SSS blind box card can yield. Curiosity, +1. After Sui Qi lambasted the officials, she turned to find her 3 teammates gazing at her with intense focus. Lu Meibao blinked her big, watery eyes and praised, "Sui Jia, you're amazing. The sole owner of the 3S card." She waved her hand modestly, "Let us keep it low-key." Zhuo to protect this card. Should we give you a code name? Sui Qi shook her finger. Out in the world, I shall not change my name or surname. If they have the guts, let them come. It's uncertain who will seize what. Wow, Lu Meibao exclaimed, hugging her. Sui Jia is so cool. Sui Qi smiled and pinched her cheek. Our Meibao is truly adorable. Yes, they chatted and laughed. The clock swiftly struck 8. Sui Qi's light brain interface promptly displayed a dialog box. Supplies have been refreshed. Would you like to open the blind box? She clicked confirm, and an electronic voice resonated in her mind. Congratulations, you have obtained a portable warehouse, permanent. Loading will take 3 seconds to complete. The usable space of this warehouse is 4 meters, 3 meters, 3 meters, totaling 36 cubic meters. Congratulations, you have obtained coconut bread 1,500 milliliters mineral water 1, rapid healing gel 1. Warm reminder 1. Permanent attribute supplies cannot be unloaded or transferred after loading. Warm reminder 2. The portable warehouse can be upgraded. It levels up with each game completed. Warm reminder 3. Players can check their supplies in the personal supplies interface of the light brain. Upon hearing the supplies she had acquired, Sui Qi immediately recognized the uniqueness of this card. Other cards could only yield a single type of supply, while the blind box was unrestricted by type. Truly worthy of the 3S card, it possesses great power. Following the prompts, she accessed her personal information page. Name, Sui Qi level, 1 achievements, none held cards, SSS blind box card, bound, health points, 86,100, injured, audience favorability, 0 below. There were additional notes. The light brain continuously monitors player status. Negative conditions such as hunger, lack of water, hypothermia, fatigue, illness, and injury will deplete health points. To ensure player safety. When health points drop to 5 or below, the light brain will initiate a safety protocol, forcibly removing the player from the game. Quite promising. Indeed, since there is no immediate threat to life, I can indulge in the game. She then clicked into the personal supplies interface. Discovering that the items she had just received were neatly categorized with images, food, coconut bread 1, stored in portable warehouse, water resources, 500 milliliters mineral water 1, stored in portable warehouse, medicine, rapid healing gel 1, stored in portable warehouse, tools, portable warehouse 1, level, 1. Fuel, none, clothing, none, other items, none, public section, none. Sui Qi took out the rapid healing gel and applied a generous layer to the large bump on the back of her head. The sharp pain dissipated instantly, leaving her feeling refreshed, and her health points returned to 95. Although she had anticipated the efficacy of medicines in the interstellar era, the rapid effect of this small tube of gel still surprised her. She returned the medication to the warehouse and contemplated her survival strategy. With a portable warehouse, during the early stages of the game when difficulty is relatively low, she can stockpile a considerable amount of water, food, and medicine, making later stages significantly easier. The current food and water supply is insufficient for the 4 of them. The urgent priority is to locate a source of water and food. She organized her thoughts. Zhuo, beside her, looked at the peculiar item he had drawn and exclaimed, "What is this, a purse?" Many nearby players were drawn by his voice, casting curious glances. Sui Qi turned to see a beautifully crafted purse-like object. Gilded and inlaid with turquoise, exquisitely detailed. It was understandable that interstellar folks might not recognize such an antiquated item. She explained to them, "This is a fire striker, used for kindling flames. A fire starter?" Shenyu furrowed his brow, poking the purse. With this, Meibao tilted her head, confusion evident. Sui Qi sighed, "Alas, my knowledge far exceeds yours." Zhuo chuckled lightly, stowing away the fire striker, and asked her, "Why don't we see your supplies?" "Because," Sui Qi lowered her voice, "I obtained a portable warehouse." Zhuo, "Wow, that's impressive." Shenyu, "No wonder it's a rare 3S card." Lu Meibao, wow. The advantage of a portable warehouse in such an apocalyptic survival game is immense. It provides a secure storage space, eliminating concerns over weight and mobility, allowing them to stockpile abundant resources. It significantly enhances the survival odds of the Mad Escape Quartet. Shenyu frowned, shaking the thick blanket he had acquired. This 4-person blanket is utterly useless on Sandy Rock Star. How could that be? Sui Qi sniffed the increasingly evident smell of rain in the air. With merely 2,000 rare cards, the supplies drawn must have purpose. Sui Jia, what use does my doll serve then? Meibao tugged at the ear of the rabbit doll she clutched, looking dejected. "It's just a cute waist." Sui Qi chuckled. playfully tugging at her tuft of hair. The cotton inside the doll is flammable. It can be used for friction to start a fire, serve as tinder, and even filter unclean water in the wild. It's quite useful. Really? She suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Sui Qi. Of course, your Sui Qi never lies. She continued, since we are a survival team, your supplies should also be able to be placed in my portable warehouse. The others opened their personal supplies interface and discovered that simply clicking on the supply images would prompt a dialog box. Would you like to place the supplies into your teammate Sui Qi's portable warehouse? Shinyu, holding the heavy blanket, sighed in relief. That's fantastic, is what Shin cautioned. With so many eyes around, let us wait until we reach a secluded spot before placing them in. Mei Bao observed the other players beginning to move and said, Shouldn't we set off to find the city now? Others are starting to act. The officials will release a substantial amount of supplies in cities like Red Sand City, Mingfeng City, and Dry Sun City on the evening of the 7th day after the game commences. No rush. Let us take advantage of the daylight to find some food and water. Sui Qi paused for 2 seconds before adding, regarding the question from the quiz, my answer was storm. The other three were taken aback by her statement. Behind them, a familiar cold chuckle rang out. Sui Qi, do you lie without even drafting? Lin Feng's Dawn Squad was quite close to the Mad Escape team. And he was furious with Sui Qi aboard the flying ship. Seizing this chance for revenge, he unleashed a barrage of taunts. The sandy rock type is notoriously arid. The probability of rain here is lower than my chances of liking you. Your teammates are truly unfortunate, having to endure your deceit. Sui Qi looked skyward in exasperation. The original owner truly had a poor sense of judgment when it came to romance. Zhuo Chun raised an eyebrow. What? Are you here to gift us shopping cards again? Shinyu stepped forward, his expression darkening. Looking for death, his demeanor was already shrouded in gloom, and at this moment, his furrowed brow and narrowed eyes exuded an air of fierce intensity. Even more potent than that of the taller Zhuo Chun. Sui Qi was just about to speak up to dismiss Lin Feng when she noticed that the smile on Mei Bao's face had vanished entirely. In an instant, she pivoted and launched a swift kick towards Lin Feng that he thought little of it, and raised his hand to block, but at the moment their seemingly harmless interaction occurred. Lin Feng was struck as if by a colossal hammer, sent crashing into a boulder several meters away, a strong metallic taste flooding his mouth as his health plummeted to 7.3. It took Lu Rong and the others a moment to process what had happened. Before they rushed to assist Lin Feng, Sui Qi and her companions stared in disbelief. What in the world? Mei Bao, with an impassive expression, fixed her gaze on Lin Feng and warned, if you dare to cause trouble again, you'll regret it. Sui Qi swiftly scooped Mei Bao into her arms, fleeing the scene, with Zhuo Chun and Shinyu following closely behind at that moment. The barrage of comments from interstellar netizens was overwhelmingly unanimous. Mei Bao is fierce and few words. In what a spectacle does a 9-year-old girl possess such strength, the youngest yet the most formidable, who knew she was truly powerful. Sister Pippi, flying kick Mei, not from the same family, not in the same team. Love it. To be fair, the entire Crazy Escape team is stunning. Especially the tear mole under Sister Pippi's left eye, truly has captured my heart, and no wonder it's a 3S card. It actually opened a permanent portable warehouse. Even the double S refrigerator card has yielded a portable fridge. Though the space is only 8 cubic meters, it can preserve items indefinitely, which is impressive. Out of 2,000 cards, only these two have drawn storage-type supplies. Whose luck am I envying without saying? But, is no one concerned about Lin Feng? A bit, but not much. Who told him to provoke her first? Adults should be accountable for their actions. But we can't blame Lin Feng. Claiming Sandstone Star is experiencing a storm is simply absurd. Such nonsense rolls off the tongue. If I see a single drop of rain, I shall buy Sui Qi a flying ship. I keep my word. I will keep an eye on you. A flying ship costs 5,000 interstellar coins. Look who's wealthy. Wow. I'm quite curious about what happens next. Sui Qi pinched Mei Bao's soft little face. I never would have guessed our Mei Bao was this formidable. Grandpa taught me. Mei Bao replied earnestly, clenching her tiny fist. Speak with a smile, fight fiercely. Well said. Sui Qi nodded. Mei Bao wrapped her arms around Sui Qi's neck, grinning widely for a while before leaning on her shoulder and softly asking, Sister Sui, where are we headed now? Zhuo Chun and Shinyu also looked over. Sui Qi glanced at the steadily declining health bar above her head. The altitude here is too high, the air is thin, and the body consumes energy rapidly, leading to fatigue and thirst. Look over there at the snow accumulation on the red hillside. The snow has not melted, indicating that this slope receives little sunlight. It is a shaded side that we must head in the opposite direction, moving south along the sunlit slope to reach lower elevation areas, where most cities are established in more habitable lowland plains. Moreover, I observed the terrain while descending. Sui Qi took a breath and continued. As long as we traverse this rocky slope and pass through the sandstone canyon, we should encounter a lake if fortune favors us. We may simultaneously resolve our water and food issues. Once she finished speaking, she noticed her 3 teammates were staring at her with serious expressions. Sui Qi raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Are you all captivated by me? Impressive, Zhuochen laughed heartily. My mind is still a jumble, yet you already have such a detailed plan. Xinyu admitted, I lack wilderness survival experience. I'll follow Sister Sui. Mei Bao eagerly pressed close to Sui Qi. I'll follow Sister Sui too. Sui Qi planted a kiss on her cherubic face, set her down on solid ground, and took the blanket from Xinyu's hands. You all can store your supplies in my warehouse. The 3 quickly complied, placing the blanket, rabbit plush, and fire starter box into the portable warehouse. After pondering for a moment, Sui Qi placed all supplies into the communal section, where teammates could freely access them. Confirming their direction, she stepped on the gravel beneath her feet and turned to wave. Follow me, don't get lost. Xinyu, Mei Bao, and Zhuochen closely trailed behind her. The slope was steep and the gravel loose. Follow my lead. Descending in a zigzag pattern, lower your center of gravity and control your speed. Don't rush, Sui Qi said, then dashed down the rocky slope, sending stones flying and dust swirling. Half an hour later, the 4 successfully descended and continued southward for quite some time, arriving at a nearly vertical sandstone canyon standing 40 meters high. How do we get down? Zhuochen asked, pursing his dry lips. Sui Qi wiped the sweat from her chin and, gripping the rock wall, began her descent, carefully stepping on the loose sandstone. Climb along the rock crevices, step firmly, and descend slowly. Mei Bao, stay close to me. Just as she finished speaking, Mei Bao jumped down from Zhuochen's back, effortlessly gripping the rock top, hanging from the vertical sandstone wall, swaying in the wind. Mei Bao, the others gasped in unison, and Sui Qi immediately reached out to support her foot. Mei Bao smiled at them, reassuringly stating, don't worry. With that, she grabbed a stone with her left hand, thud thud thud, creating 2 pockmarks, and firmly stepped in, stabilizing herself. Zhuochen could not help but facepalm. This isn't Mei Bao. She should be called Sister Lu instead. Xinyu glanced at him but noticed his unusually pale lips. Frowning slightly, he asked, are you all right? Nothing, Zhuochen waved his hand. Let us just get down first. On the bare, steep rock wall, the sound of stones being struck echoed continuously as the 4 slowly made their way to the canyon floor. Their faces were flushed from the intense sunlight, moisture rapidly depleting from their bodies, lips chapped, and prolonged physical exertion caused muscle fatigue, causing their limbs to tremble. Halfway down, loose stones cascaded to the canyon bottom, creating splashes of water. The group perked up, having been active in the sweltering heat for over 3 hours. The warning thirsty from their devices echoed incessantly, and their health continued to decline, urgently necessitating rest and hydration. An hour later, they finally reached the canyon floor, where it was cool and comfortable, a perfect place to rest. Mei Bao, extremely thirsty, dashed to the murky stream, ready to drink, but Sui Qi pulled her back. You can't drink that. The water contained mud and bacteria and needed to be filtered and boiled first. Behind them, Zhuochen, drenched in cold sweat, took a step forward but felt dizzy, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed beside Xinyu. Xinyu instinctively opened his arms to catch him. Zhuochen, Sui Qi hurried over to check on him. His health had dropped to 61, the glaring low blood sugar, thirsty negative status flashing continuously. She produced a bottle of mineral water and fed him a generous sip. Zhuochen struggled to open his eyes and pushed the water away. What's wrong with him? Mei Bao asked worriedly that he is low on sugar. He needs something sweet, Sui Qi explained, retrieving a coconut bread from her portable warehouse. Tearing it open and offering it to him. Here, Zhuochen turned his head, silently refusing. Sui Qi understood his thoughts. They only had this one piece of bread among the 4 of them, and it was uncertain when they would find food again. He didn't want to burden the entire team because of himself. With me here, none of us will be sidelined. Her voice was gentle yet resolute. After saying that, she forcefully opened his mouth, tearing off a large portion of the bread and stuffing it in. She shared the remaining small piece with Mei Bao and Xinyu. Zhuochen, cheeks puffed, stared blankly at his teammates for a moment before lowering his gaze and chewing the bread. Once he swallowed, Sui Qi lifted her head to take a sip of mineral water and then fed Mei Bao a few bites. Just as she was about to hand the remaining half-bottle to Xinyu, several large stones suddenly plummeted from above, crashing into the stream and sending up a massive splash. As the water settled, a four-person squad jumped down from the opposite rock face. Sui Qi turned her head, her gaze caught by the striking silver hair that entered her line of sight, her hand at her side instinctively twitching. Lianju? Xinyu recognized the individual. "Oh, you know him?" Sui Qi inquired. "I've only heard of him, not personally acquainted," Xinyu replied as he sipped water. "We are all from Cloud Capital Star." Lianju was the champion of the last season. The 4 members of their scavenger team are enrolled in the renowned Ares Martial Academy, all of whom ranked among the top 100 players last season, their prowess not to be underestimated. Is that so? Sui Qi replied nonchalantly, casting a cursory glance at them, finding them rather unremarkable, as their speed in locating water sources paled in comparison to her own. After consuming some bread and drinking a bit of water, Sui Qin's complexion gradually improved, his life points rising to 80. He sat up and remarked, "I feel much better now." Sui Qi collected the empty mineral water bottle, stating, "As long as you're all right, but it's rather cramped here, and the boulders falling from the rock walls pose a significant danger. Let us rest for half an hour before we set off, following this stream out of the canyon to search for a lake." The other 3 voiced no objections. Sui Qi took her and Xinyu's water bottles to refill them. Mei Bao and Zuochen also offered their bottles, but she declined. "Let us keep 2 clean bottles." Approaching the stream, she skimmed off the sediment and filled 2 bottles with water, only to be interrupted by a boy with a cherubic face from across the way. He smiled earnestly, his cheeks dimpled. "Hi, I'm Pei. I take it your teammate is experiencing low blood sugar." Sui Qi replied with a faint smile. "You've noticed that, young man. Quite observant of you." Pei scratched his head. "Your words sound reasonable, but I can't shake the feeling that something feels off." She glanced at him and said, "If you have something to say, spit it out. No need for small talk. Oh, right," he said, pulling 4 candies from his pocket. "We'd like to trade these for your teammate's fire starter." "Heh," Sui Qi scoffed, realizing they had come to test her knowledge of the value of the fire starter. Someone in their team had undoubtedly recognized it. Her gaze passed through Pei and landed squarely on Lianju. "No deal for the fire starter." Lianju, unfazed by his thoughts being exposed, met her gaze with calmness. Fire is indispensable for survival in the wilderness. It is essential for cooking food, purifying water, and providing warmth. A reliable fire-starting tool is exceedingly rare. Their scavenger team had spent 3 days and nights on this desolate planet without finding a single flint or steel. Not to mention the unpredictable weather. If a storm were to strike at night, without fire, she and her teammates, dressed so lightly, would succumb to hypothermia within the hour. Think that a mere 4 candies could exchange for the invaluable fire starter? Their audacity is remarkable. Upon hearing Sui Qi's words, the 3 teammates rose to stand beside her. Zuochen frowned. Are they looking for trouble? Mei Bao and Xinyu had already shifted into combat mode. Ready for action, Sui Qi handed Xinyu's water bottle to him and stated, "They're trying to swindle our fire starter, but it won't work. However, they do have candy. I propose we trade some cotton from Mei Bao's doll for it." "Sounds good." Mei Bao nodded enthusiastically. "Let us swap candy for Chunji's share." Zuochen lightly pinched her cheek. "We'll all share it together." The 4 of them approached the stream, and Sui Qi took a couple of steps forward. Looking at Lianju, "Would you like some cotton?" Before Lianju could respond, the cool-headed Exine beside him interjected, "What use is cotton? We don't want it." Sui Qi sighed. "It seems you might lack some education." Exine furrowed her brows. "What did you say?" Sui Qi shook her head. "Not only are you uneducated, but your hearing also seems poor." "You?" Exine, lacking the skill to retort, finally managed to utter, "Mean-spirited and malicious woman." Sui Qi clapped her hands in approval. "You've seen through my essence quite easily. Your insight is commendable. 4 candies for all your cotton." Lianju's cold voice interrupted their futile exchange. Sui Qi countered, "I can only offer half. Take it or leave it." Lianju's misty gray-blue eyes swept over her coldly. "Half the cotton for 3 candies. Deal." Sui Qi readily agreed. Lianju muttered, "What a loss." Sui Qi turned and gathered her teammates into a circle, retrieving a rabbit doll from her personal storage, handing it to Mei Bao. "Share half the cotton from your rabbit doll for the candy." Mei Bao nodded obediently, grasping the rabbit's head and pulling with all her might. The adorable little creature promptly split in two. Her technique was remarkably adept, and Sui Qi expressed her approval. She returned to the stream. Exchanging cotton for candy with Pei, successfully completing the transaction. After receiving the candy, the four found a secluded corner away from the scavenger team to sit down. Point one for Maybao, one for Zhuochen. And Xinyu and I will share one. How does that sound? Sui Qi suggested. Xinyu nodded, agreed. Zhuochen, this time, did not refuse, accepting the candy and placing it in his pocket. Thank you for your generosity. It has saved my life. You're welcome. Sui Qi patted his shoulder, earnestly reminding him, remember this, and return the favor when the opportunity arises. Zhuochen smiled broadly, absolutely. Maybao, being a true child, gazed at the candy in her palm with wide eyes. Strawberry flavor. After staring for a while, she looked up at Zhuochen and said, Xingu, I'll save this candy for you. If you ever need candy, just tell me, and I'll give it to you. The three were utterly charmed, showering Maybao with affection. At exactly noon, the four continued on their journey. Following the stream's direction as they passed by the scavenger team, there was no exchange of words between them. Sui Qi adjusted their course based on the sunlight and the sounds of the wind, encountering a dead end midway and changing direction to proceed. They navigated through the narrow sandstone gorge until, at 1:20 p.m., they finally found an exit. Emerging from the jagged sandstone, the four were greeted with a stunning vista. Beneath the blue sky lay a lush mixed forest, interspersed with a sparse pine grove. Likely nourished by the melting snow from the mountains above. In the distance, the shimmering reflection of the lake could be discerned. The anxiety that had lingered in their hearts finally subsided, and they began to cheer. Sprinting towards the lakeshore, Sui Qi felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, she had not let her teammates down. Zhuochen dove into the cool lake water, exclaiming, refreshing. Xinyu splashed water on his face to wash away the sticky sweat. Suddenly catching sight of a fleeting fish in the water, his usually deep voice lit up with excitement. There are fish in this lake. Zhuochen hurriedly swam closer, where Sui Qi and Maybao also joined in. And the four of them, arms around each other, began searching for fish at the lake's edge, discovering quite a few. Sui Qi quickly devised a plan. Zhuochen and I will handle the fire and filter the lake water, while Xinyu and Maybao will catch fish. The four sprang into action, with Sui Qi retrieving an empty mineral water bottle, removing the cap, cutting off the bottom, stuffing cotton, small stones, and twigs into the bottle, and adding another layer of cotton on top. Inverting the bottle with the opening facing down towards the water jug, she fashioned a simple filtering apparatus. Zhuochen filled a water jug with murky lake water, pouring it through the bottle's bottom and watching the clear droplets emerge in astonishment. This dirty lake water can really become this clean. The water in this lake wasn't excessively dirty. Sui Qi handed the filtering apparatus and water jug to Zhuochen. This water must be boiled before drinking. Filter it here while I go start the fire. All right, I've got this, he replied. She collected several dry branches and gathered a fair amount of pine resin from the pine trees. Upon her return, she noticed Maybao standing on the shore, lifting a rock nearly 3 times her size and hurling it into the lake, sending several fish flopping onto the shore. Xinyu wielded a branch, deftly stunning the thrashing fish, spearing them to string them onto the branch. Their teamwork was impeccable, yielding great success. Sui Qi dug a small pit not far from Zhuochen, crushing the pine resin and spreading it over the dry grass. She then took out the fire starter, placing flint on the cotton and striking it repeatedly with the included steel, creating sparks that easily ignited the cotton. Sui Qi was wholly focused, completely unaware that her 3 teammates stood behind her, observing. She carefully blew on the sparks, cradling them as she placed them onto the pile of resin and grass, successfully igniting a roaring flame. Maybao, Xinyu, and Zhuochen exclaimed in awe. Wow! Sui Qi proudly placed her hands on her hips. This is how comprehensive I am. Sui Qi, how do we eat these fish? Maybao asked, each hand grasping a branch strung with 4 or 5 fish, while Xinyu had a branch draped over his shoulder with an estimated 8 fish. She waved her hand grandly. We're having grilled fish today. 10 minutes later, a circle of sharpened branches was inserted into the ground beside the campfire. The 4 of them sat in a row, as Maybao deftly pulled the fish from the branches. Zhuochen gutted the fish, Xinyu scaled it, and Sui Qi skewered the fish onto the branches to bask in the fire's warmth. The fish were being grilled in a seamless assembly line. Taking advantage of the moments while Sui Qi tended to the fish, the other 3 rushed to inspect the filtering bottle. This time, it was Xinyu's turn to pour lake water into it. while Sui Qi and Mei Bao watched intently as clean droplets flowed from the bottle's spout, expressing their amazement. This little device is truly remarkable. Sui Qi is incredibly skilled. Nothing seems to challenge her. The trio was filled with curiosity, taking turns to experiment for quite some time, completely oblivious to the growing flames behind them, where the succulent fish flesh was gradually turning a crispy golden brown. With her back turned to them, Sui Qi silently savored the fragrant grilled fish. The meat is tender and flavorful, with very few bones. Simply delightful. The sharp-eyed Xun Yu was the first to notice. Shoving the filtering bottle into Sui Qi's hands and swiftly moving to Sui Qi's side, her dark-circled eyes gleaming with eagerness she blinked. I was just checking to see if it was cooked. It is, Mei Bao, who had somehow taken a seat opposite Sui Qi, exclaimed while holding a plump grilled fish, her cheeks bulging as she devoured it. Xun Yu immediately bowed her head to join in. Sui Qi, with the filtering bottle in his left hand and a water jug in his right, arrived a bit late. I have no hands left. Xun Yu, quickly feed me a bite. He plopped down beside Xun Yu, who, without raising her gaze, grabbed a branch and offered the grilled fish to his mouth. Sui Qi took a big bite. Ouch, it's hot, but so fragrant. From 8 in the morning until 2:30 in the afternoon. After 6.5 hours, they finally enjoyed their first proper meal. The four of them were too preoccupied to converse, focusing solely on their feast. Sui Qi quickly finished off 2 grilled fish, wiping her mouth contentedly before taking the filtering bottle and water jug from Sui Qi. I'll hold these. You eat. Sui Qi was deeply touched. I love you, Sui Qi. The four of them savored a total of 9 fish, storing the remainder in their supplies. Once her water jug was filled with clean water, Sui Qi sat cross-legged, tightly securing the bottle cap before disassembling the multifunctional water jug, a 3-in-1 design reminiscent of the 78-style jug. The outer body was encased in a pot of the same size, complete with a matching small lid. Served not only as a water jug, but also as a small pot and a lunchbox. Proving to be exceptionally practical, Sui Qi placed the filled jug into the fire to boil, allowing it to cool before distributing it to her teammates. After a long day's toil, the four finally felt replenished. Their vitality restored to over 90. After a brief rest, they began to gather supplies. Sui Qi submerged the water jug in the lake, intending to collect some for storage. However, a prompt appeared on her light brain. Lakes are classified as immovable resources and cannot be placed into personal storage. As expected, Sui Qi remarked, unfazed. After pondering for a moment, she and her teammates encircled 2 water reservoirs, each about half a meter in diameter and height, using rocks mixed with lake water and gravel to fill the gaps between the stones. Once dried, they became quite sturdy. She also guided Mei Bao in crafting several stone ladles, and the four spent half an hour filling the 2 reservoirs with lake water. This time, Sui Qi directly placed her hand on the reservoir. Collectible resources detected. Would you like to store them in your personal storage? It's done, Sui Qi confirmed, collecting one for storage while leaving the other for fish. Their efforts had not been in vain. Sui Qi rolled up his sleeves and pointed towards the pine forest. I'll go gather some firewood. Mei Bao raised a large stone. I'll smash the fish. Xun Yu chimed in. I'll collect the fish. Sui Qi added. I'll filter some lake water. The group busily stocked up until 5 in the afternoon, with Sui Qi filtering out 3 full jugs of lake water. Sui Qi, with a candy in his mouth, doubled his efficiency, nearly stripping the entire pine forest bare, filling a quarter of his personal storage with dry wood, while Mei Bao and Xun Yu rapidly fished out the remaining fish from the lake. Suddenly, Sui Qi detected a distinct scent of rain. She looked up to see a massive, fluffy cloud looming overhead, calling Sui Qi back from his wood gathering. She approached Xun Yu and Mei Bao. We need to leave. Xun Yu tossed the fish into the reservoir and swiftly packed her gear. Mei Bao dropped the stone she was holding and joined Sui Qi. Sui Qi cautiously surveyed the surroundings. What is going on? Look at the sky, Sui Qi instructed. The 3 of them craned their necks to gaze upward. Sui Qi noted. The sunlight is blinding. Xun Yu observed. Clear skies, with some clouds. Mei Bao remarked. That big cloud looks rather gray. Yes, that's the one, Sui Qi explained. Its massive size and fluffy shape, with a dark gray underside, indicated that it was a forming cumulonimbus cloud, also known as a thunderstorm cloud that we need to pack up quickly and leave. This area is too open and unsafe that we must find a secure shelter before the storm arrives. Sui Qi stored all the supplies in her storage and concealed any traces of their presence before stepping forward. Without a hint of doubt, Her three teammates hurriedly followed her from this serene oasis towards the southern sandstone wilderness. The four of them hurried along for an hour, surrounded by towering sandstone formations, endless gravel plains, and bizarre wind-eroded landscapes, where not a trace of greenery remained. Breathless, they sought refuge in the shade of a sandstone wall to rest briefly, but discovered a black dust beast carcass wedged within a crack in the rock. Its insides had been hollowed out, leaving only its fur and skeleton. The black dust beast was a species from Karis Star. How could it appear on Sandstone Star? Xinyu was perplexed. Zuochun placed a hand on his shoulder. Thousands of game stations cover this barren star. Providing technical support, transporting an animal carcass from another planet is not difficult. You have a point, Xinyu nodded, but couldn't help frowning. But why go through such trouble to bring the black dust beast's carcass here? Sui Qi had her suspicions and replied, "This should be a randomly dropped supply from the official game. Is a carcass without meat considered a supply?" Zuochun questioned. "Did none of you do any research before signing up for this game?" She voiced her confusion, wondering how they lacked even the slightest knowledge of wilderness survival. Xinyu scratched his face. "I thought it was just a day trip, so I didn't prepare much." "I was planning a day trip as well," Zuochun coughed lightly. "But it's already the 31st century. Such wilderness survival knowledge hasn't been preserved, and we have no way to learn about it." He looked at Sui Qi. "Someone like you is quite rare. I bet that even the decision-makers don't know as much as you do." Mei Bao chimed in. "Brother Chun is right. Sui Jie is truly impressive." Sui Qi maintained her composure, though internally she was elated at the prospect of becoming a wilderness survival blogger in the interstellar world after the game ends. Surely leading to success. Fat can be used for fire, fur for warmth, and bones for setting hunting traps. After a brief educational session with her three teammates, she stored the black dust beast's carcass in her supplies and continued onward. Another half-hour passed, and Sui Qi finally spotted signs of a cave in the sandstone wall. "Look, isn't there a cave up there?" Mei Bao followed Sui Qi's pointing finger and vaguely saw a dark entrance. "It seems like there is, but it's hard to tell." "Where?" Zuochun leaned in to look for a while, but found nothing. "Yes, there are many," Xinyu, ever observant, declared. "That must have been the caves where the original inhabitants of Sandstone Star once lived." Sui Qi quickly made a decision. "Let us go. We should climb up and take a look." With a single call, three responded. Although this sandstone formation towered high, its gentle slope and numerous protruding rocks made it quite easy to climb. Just as they had ascended halfway, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. Ominous clouds engulfed the heavens, and a fierce wind swept across the desolate expanse, howling through the jagged sandstone with a haunting wail. The four clung tightly to the rock face, daring not to let their guard down for a moment. Mei Bao, strong yet light, was buffeted by the gale, nearly losing her footing and sliding down the cliff. Swiftly, Sui Qi seized her arm, positioning himself on her left, while Xinyu quickened his pace to shield her from the right, and Zuochun stationed himself directly below Mei Bao, seizing a brief lull in the storm. The quartet scrambled upwards. The instant they entered the cave's mouth, a flash of lightning cleaved the darkened sky, followed by a thunderous roar, as torrents of rain cascaded from above like a waterfall. The arid sandstone planet, renowned for its drought, was suddenly engulfed by the ferocity of the tempest. Xinyu and the others stood in stunned silence, gazing at the curtain of rain, momentarily lost in thought. Sui Qi snapped his fingers. "Don't just stand there." Zuochun turned, astonished. "You really predicted the rare storm on Sandstone Planet." Leaning against the rock wall, Xinyu chuckled softly. "We almost made it a day trip." Mei Bao, shivering against Sui Qi's leg from the cold wind at the cave entrance, was led inside as Sui Qi retrieved the carcass of a dark dust beast from his storage in a few deft motions. He skinned it, finding several sharp, elongated stones to use as nails, securing the hide over the cave entrance to shield them from the biting wind and torrential rain outside. Mei Bao, exploring the cave, discovered a circular depression that seemed perfect for starting a fire, and excitedly ran to inform Sui Qi. "Mei Bao, that's wonderful. Let us get a fire going right away." Zuochun and Xinyu busied themselves within the spacious cave, discovering a stone pot and several dusty rags. This pot could serve for cooking, but these rags seemed useless, Zuochun pondered, uncertain. "Useless in our eyes, but certainly useful in Sui Jia's," Xinyu assured confidently. Zuochun, persuaded, replied, "That makes sense," when they presented the pot and rags to Sui Qi. She had already kindled a fire, illuminating the dim cave. The stone pot fit perfectly atop the fire pit. Very good. We'll wash it, sanitize it, and make some fish soup, Sui Qi said. So, are these rags useful? Zhuo inquired curiously. Of course they are. Sui Qi began her little lesson, tearing the rags into strips, soaking them in melted dark dust beast fat, and wrapping them around sticks. Once ignited, they would serve as excellent torches. Her three novice companions raised their thumbs in admiration. The viewers watching the live stream expressed their astonishment. Isn't she supposed to be a wicked, love-struck fool? How come she seems like a survival expert on a desolate planet? Who knows? All we hear at school are her vile deeds, not a single one suggesting she has survival skills. And she doesn't seem bad at all, just an ordinary girl that is someone who had witnessed Sui Qi's malice firsthand. Her former desk mate felt a sense of disbelief at her impressive capabilities. The crazy escape squad, starting off with a slap in the face, it really rained on Sandstone Planet, and a torrential downpour at that. This has been the most humbling experience of my year. Who isn't feeling the sting? But that guy Lin Feng must be the most humbled, with fish, water, fire, and a warm shelter. This team, ridiculed by the entire internet, somehow thrived in comfort, which was hard to believe. The Hunter Squad and the Crazy Escape Squad were the only two teams among players to find shelter in the Sandstone Caves, though their paths were entirely opposite. The outcomes were the same. The Crazy Escape Squad has some skills. Those teams racing across the wasteland were truly unfortunate, relying solely on bravado as they braved the storm, their health plummeting like a free fall. Sui Qi is amazing, remarked the first-day fan of the Crazy Escape Squad. Speaking of which, that wealthy viewer who promised to give Sui Qi a flying ship upon seeing rain, I wonder if they've been scared off. Hey, I keep my promises. It's just a flying ship, so I'll gift her too. Extravagant, truly extravagant. Let me throw in a bicycle too. The penniless interstellar wanderers casually joined in, expressing their appreciation. In the live stream, Sui Qi's exclusive flying ship soared across the screen repeatedly. Gifts from the viewers poured in wave after wave. The Crazy Escape Squad, sipping fish soup, was startled into a frenzy by the vibrating light brain. What's the use of this audience appreciation value? Sui Qi asked her teammates. They shook their heads. Zhuo said, I don't know. It's a new attribute this season. Doesn't seem useful. Xinyu added, if the light brain is announcing it, it must have some purpose, but its utility remains to be seen. Meibao chimed in, I vote for Xun Good and I'm with you on that. Sui Qi agreed. The viewer savings machine bastard has followed the Crazy Escape Squad. Viewer defense group leader has followed the Crazy Escape Squad. The viewer no one in the grave has followed the Crazy Escape Squad. The viewers continued to flock in. Sui Qi set down her fish soup, straightened her posture, elegantly wiped the soup from her lips, and flashed a smile revealing all 8 of her teeth. Thank you to all the bosses for your attention and gifts. Meibao, Xinyu, and Zhuo echoed. Thank you to all the bosses for your attention and gifts. The 99 viewers who couldn't afford fresh vegetables remarked, we've made it. I'm now a boss on the Star Network too. 5 minutes later, a flurry of virtual fireworks erupted in front of the four. Congratulations to the Crazy Escape Squad for surpassing 10,000 fans, earning one chance to spin the resource roulette. As the fireworks faded, a blue virtual circular roulette gradually appeared, divided into 10 prize sections, each marked with no specific resource type displayed. Sui Qi was pleasantly surprised at this lottery. The officials are quite considerate. However, upon turning around, she noticed her 3 teammates were engrossed in their fish soup, showing no interest in the roulette. There's something wrong with this roulette. The 3 nodded in unison. Sui Qi humbly sought clarification. What do you mean? After finishing his soup, Zhuo clarified. This segment was present last season, but the officials were quite stingy. The resources drawn were rather lackluster. Just shoelaces, sticks, fruit peels, and rotten meat. Nothing of real value. He noticed Sui Qi's bemused expression and paused. Are those things even useful? Xinyu and Meibao perked up their ears. She spoke slowly and clearly. Shoelaces and sticks can be combined to create a fire drill. Dry fruit peels make excellent fuel, and rotten meat serves as great bait. Zhuo quickly retracted his words. Seems it isn't the official's fault. It was the last season's players who lacked skill. Xinyu glanced at him. I advise you to tread carefully. The teammates nodded in agreement. Sui Qi spun the roulette, which began to whirl rapidly, and as it slowed, all 4 held their breath. Congratulations to the Crazy Escape Squad for obtaining the Star Raincoat 4. When worn during rain or snow, the rate of health decline will be reduced by 20 as the roulette dissipated. A silver standard raincoat materialized before the four. Sui Qi accepted the raincoat. Not bad. It was in her favorite color. Maybao clutched the shimmering raincoat. Enchanted, so beautiful. Sui Jia, your luck is incredible. Xinyu also wore a faint smile. Zhuo Chun, astonished by her good fortune, remarked, "It's all thanks to you." He added, "Those players who Haven Tea found shelter must be in dire need of a raincoat. But a raincoat won't save them." Sui Qi mused softly, listening to the howling wind. The temperature outside has likely dropped below freezing. Without fire and shelter, players will lose core body temperature rapidly. In this storm, they could succumb to hypothermia in less than an hour. Many will be eliminated by tomorrow. The dark dust beast hide at the entrance flapped in the wind. The darkened sky outside appearing like a menacing beast. Maybao hugged her hollowed-out rabbit plushie tightly against Sui Qi. Xinyu leaned against the rock wall, his right hand resting on the connection between his bionic limb and thigh, unconsciously rubbing the spot. Where a familiar ache always flared up on rainy days, he gazed at the bright flames, reflecting, rain falls often on Cloud Star as well. In such a storm, I wouldn't last half an hour. Zhuo leaned back with a voice tinged with a lazy mirth. Well, you truly excel. Someone like me, a low blood sugar individual, can barely last 10 minutes. Xinyu chuckled softly, sensing the chills seeping in from the cave entrance. He retrieved a thick blanket meant for four and unfolded it. Zhuo, seated closest to him, was the first to burrow inside, followed closely by Sui Qi, who embraced Maybao tightly. The four of them huddled closely together against the rock wall. Covered by the plush blanket, with warm firelight flickering before them, Sui Qi buried half her face in the blanket, squinting her eyes in contentment. So cozy. Zhuo pressed closely against Xinyu, remarking, "Shun, this blanket is the true hero of the night." Maybao nestled deeper into Sui Qi's embrace, exclaiming, "It's so warm." Xinyu affectionately ruffled her fluffy round head, scrolling through the holographic interface. "I wonder if anyone has exchanged milk. Maybao is so small and needs some nutrition." Sui Qi, pinching Maybao's plump cheeks, paused at Xinyu's words. "Where's the milk? How do we exchange?" Xinyu hesitated, bringing the holographic interface closer. At the player trading center, she glanced at the sparse exchange information displayed. Frowning slightly, with such heavy rain outside, how will we retrieve our supplies after the trade? Zhuo, nearly dozing off, chuckled softly. Our Sui sister is a survival expert, but a tech novice. The trading parties simply scan the items they wish to exchange with their holographic devices. Allowing for instantaneous transfer, Xinyu replied in a low voice. However, the game has imposed restrictions. Each team can only trade 3 times per day. So when you shop online in the Star Network, you receive goods in an instant. Essentially, with the advanced light chain teleportation technology, deliveries from the same planet arrive within a minute, while those from other planets take about an hour, Xinyu explained candidly. How astonishingly advanced, Sui Qi exclaimed in admiration, pulling Maybao closer, calming her racing heart due to the technological disparity. Zhuo leaned closer to Xinyu, voice slightly hoarse as he inquired, "So, has anyone offered milk?" Xinyu shook his head. "No, alas." Zhuo sighed lightly. "It seems the trading center this season is just a facade, much like last season. Players hoard their supplies so tightly that encountering another living soul makes them want to strip them of their very undergarments. Let alone trade." "What?" Sui Qi lamented. "You have such a speedy trading method, yet it's merely ornamental. What a waste." Zhuo snorted softly. "Do you remember the slogan from last season?" Xinyu and Maybao chorused. "Our heads may break, our blood may flow, but we cannot lack supplies. Is that so?" Sui Qi's eyes gleamed in the flickering firelight, determined to make them willingly part with their supplies today. She emerged from under the blanket, picking up the rags Zhuo had found earlier and handed it to her teammates. "Tear this into strips for me." The other 3, puzzled yet obedient, began tearing the cloth, their faces adorned with question marks. "Sui Jia, what are you planning?" Zhuo inquired as the spokesperson. Sui Qi observed the rapidly increasing number of players eliminated on the holographic interface, a smile curling her lips. "We're making torches to trade for supplies." Half an hour later, torch seller Sui Fairy posted a trading notice in the center, stating, "Item name, life-saving kit. Item details, 1 burning torch plus 8 pine branches approximately 1.5 meters long. Images attached. Desired items, milk, candy, and pain relief medications will be prioritized. Note, each team can only trade 3 times daily. Supplies are limited, and the highest bidder prevails. At the time of the post, the 4 members of the Dawn Squad, led by Lin Feng, were huddling together, shivering beneath the sandstone wall. They had endured the storm for 20 minutes, with their health points plummeting below 50. Sui Qi's ominous prediction had come true. What a cursed prophecy. Lin Feng wiped the rainwater from his face with his numbed hands, pulling the nearly unconscious Lu Rong closer. Rong, hold on. This storm will last at most 3 or 4 hours. Lu Rong's lips had turned a pale blue, her voice barely audible. We have no fire. We can't hold on to in another 15 minutes. We'll all be out. Jiang Chen cursed under his breath. Damn it. I thought with Rong's S-grade water card and Lin Ji's salt card, we could last till the end. Who knew we would face a downpour on the first day? Instead of dying of thirst, we'll freeze to death. He glanced at Jiang Ning's rapidly declining health points, letting out a deep sigh. Whoever can give me fire right now will have my undying loyalty. Just as he spoke, he felt a vibration from his wrist holographic device. Seeing the pop-up for life-saving kit, he exclaimed. What the hell? Jiang Chen quickly clicked open the holographic interface. Guys, someone in the trading center is offering torches and wood. Lu Rong immediately sprang up from Lin Feng's arms. We need to trade right now. She wiped the rain from her eyes, leaning closer to Jiang Chen's holographic interface. I'll give anything for supplies. Whatever they want. We'll owe it to them if we don't have enough. Staying alive is the priority. Jiang Chen nodded vigorously, swiftly completing the trade. Upon seeing the blazing torch, the members of the Dawn Squad nearly burst into tears. This was undoubtedly their lifeline. Jiang Chen from the Dawn Squad exclaimed. Sui Fairy, you shall henceforth be my unseen master. I am grateful. The torch seller Sui Fairy replied. No need for formalities. Just call me Sui Jia, and remind Lu Rong not to forget my blue diamond shopping card. Jiang Chen what? Jiang Chen, in a daze, exited the trading center, while Lin Feng and the others had already gathered tightly around the fire, their faces filled with relief. Jiang Ning noticed her brother's twisted expression and asked, Why do you look so contorted? Jiang Chen shared his chat history with Sui Qi in the team group, covering his face with trembling hands. I mistook the robber for my master. Lin Feng and Lu Rong exchanged glances. Their expressions complex. It didn't matter who saved them. Why did it have to be Sui Qi? The warmth of the fire suddenly felt somewhat prickly. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away in a sandstone cave, the scavenger team, lacking fuel but surrounded by cotton, huddled together to keep warm. Lian Zhu sat across from them, gazing down at the trading center. The cave was silent, save for the sound of chattering teeth and the hissing of chilled breaths. Pei Yi rubbed his nearly frozen fingers, asking, Lian Gu, has anyone offered fuel? Lian Zhu replied softly, Not yet. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed the pop-up for life-saving kit. He paused slightly. Now there is, Pei Yi asked. Bewildered. What is it? Xing Yi and Chen Su, sitting beside her, quickly understood, shivering as they opened their holographic devices. Of course, there's fuel. Can you be any slower, Pei Yi? Xing Yi teased. Pei Yi retorted, Don't call me Pei Yi. I'm clearly very clever. Chen Su interjected soothingly. All right. Pei Clever Egg, stop bickering and look at the holographic interface. Pei Yi pouted but clicked into the trading center, gasping, It's torches and branches. We have sugar. Let us trade quickly before someone else snatches it. Xing Yi shouted, covering her ears. Why are you shouting? Can't you see Lian Gu is already trading? He watched Lian Zhu rapidly typing on the holographic interface, grinning. Lian Gu, make sure to secure it. I am freezing to death. Lian Zhu replied, continuing to negotiate with torch seller Sui Fairy. For pieces of candy, 1 cucumber, 1 bottle of pain relief spray. It can't be any more the life of 4 people worth so little. The torch seller Sui Fairy countered, the candy must be increased to 8 pieces, no less. 0.5 pieces at most. Lian Zhu insisted, no other players can offer what I can. This fairy despises bargaining. Go away. Lian Zhu's holographic interface darkened, abruptly returning to the trading center's homepage, a glaring red pop-up reading. The other party has refused to trade with you and has removed you from private chat. Lian Zhu. Pei Yi, seeing Lian Zhu halt his actions, called out, Did you manage to trade? Lian Zhu met his teammates' eager gazes, slowly shifting his gaze away. They wanted too much. I tried to negotiate but got kicked out. As the life points plummeted to 52, Pei Yi sprang to his feet, exclaiming, You always do this. Clearly, you lack negotiation skills, yet you are both inept and eager to engage in such antics. Is this truly the time for bargaining? We are in a fight for survival, Xine declared. This time, I support Pei Sha. Chun Su nodded in agreement. Pei huffed heavily, quickly accessing his holographic device. There are only 2 sets of save your life combinations left. And I still have to wait in line. There are 23 people ahead of me. He cast a resentful glance at Lianju. If I freeze to death today, once I log out of the game, I will sneak into your home and steal Wangu, ensuring you never see him again. Wangu is Lianju's small dog, a white Samoyed. Lianju's brow furrowed. Pei, you are being excessive. Humph. Due to the limited number of supplies, Pei successfully snatched the last save your life combination 3 minutes later. Meanwhile, within the cave of the frenzied escape team, Sui Qi cradled her bounty of supplies. Her eyes sparkling with delight, she cleared her throat and announced her spoils to her teammates, whose eyes gleamed with excitement. Hunting team. 8 candies, 1 cucumber, 1 bottle of pain relief spray. Dawn squad. 1 bottle of 200 milliliters pure milk. 1 bottle of 30g salt. Credit. 1 bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water, 1 bottle of 300 milliliters orange juice, and 1 can of 30g salt, to be settled within 3 days. Overthrow the wilderness team. 2 heating pads and half a pack of tissues. Credit. 2 steamed buns, 1 pack of tissues, and 1 bar of soap, also payable within 3 days. The room erupted in cheers at Sui Qi's achievements. Zhuo was completely awake now. Sui Jia. Your operation was truly impressive, Sui Qi shrugged. Just basic skills. She stowed the traded supplies in the warehouse and approached Xinyu, handing him the pain relief spray. Spray it on your leg. It is painful enough to reduce your life points to 76. On personal holographic devices, teammates could see each other's life points and current negative statuses. Thanks, Sui Jia, Xinyu replied with a smile, rolling up the right leg of his pants to reveal a silver metallic prosthetic limb that connected seamlessly with his thigh. Zhuo and Mei Bao, who were unaware of his prosthetic, were momentarily stunned. Mei Bao tugged at the ears of the rabbit plush she held, her eyes slightly red-rimmed, and nestled beside Xinyu. After regaining his composure, Zhuo took the spray from Xunyu's hands and lightly sprayed it on the junction of his swollen skin and the cold prosthetic. How often should this be sprayed? Xinyu lowered his pant leg. Every 4 to 5 hours should suffice. Understood, Zhuo said, tucking the spray into his pocket. I will ensure to administer it to you on schedule. I can manage by myself, Xinyu replied, lifting his heavy eyelids, his gaze lingering on the snake-shaped eyebrow, piercing at the edge of Zhuo's brow. You are only a month older than I am. And what's wrong with being a month older? Sui Jia is even a year younger than us, Zhuo remarked, ruffling his hair. You have a thin skin. What if you feel pain and hesitate to delay us? Quietly dropping out due to the agony, Sui Qi, who was adding fuel to the fire, chimed in. Don't say that. Xingu could very well do such a thing. Xinyu's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement as he ceased to refuse. Then I shall trouble you. Xingu. After saying this, he yawned, his eyelids growing heavy, and he succumbed to sleep. Zhuo pulled up a blanket, covering the 2 sleeping figures, softly calling out to Sui Qi. Sui Jia, aren't you going to sleep? You all rest first, she replied, sitting cross-legged by the fire, a pile of branches beside her. I will organize our supplies and keep an eye on the fire. All right, Zhuo said readily, closing his eyes beneath the blanket. I will take a nap and wake up to relieve you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sounds of deep, rhythmic breathing filled the air. Sui Qi shook her head with a smile. Opening her personal warehouse to meticulously count the supplies, she then retrieved the filtration bottle and stone water reservoir, filtering clean water into the stone pot. When Zhuo awoke to switch shifts, Sui Qi nestled into the warm blanket, drifting into a deep slumber. Outside the brightly lit sandstone cave, the wind howled fiercely and rain poured torrentially, causing countless players to collapse in the deluge, their devices flashing a glaring red light indicating their life points had dropped to critical levels, forcing them out of the game. Above Sandstone Star, the medical ship traversed the ink-black rain-soaked night, its operations unceasing. On the second day of survival on Sandstone Star, at 6:30 a.m., Sui Qi woke up promptly. The figure guarding the fire had switched from Zhuo to Shun Yu. As she emerged from the blanket, a gust of cold wind surged through the entrance, causing her to shiver. Brr. It is so cold. Sui Qi felt as if the temperature had plummeted below zero. Curling up beside the fire, Xinyu ladled a cup of hot water from the stone pot for her. Drink some water. The temperature is just right. She accepted it and drank, the warmth coursing down her throat and warming her stomach. How pleasant as she was sipping, Sui Qi and Mei Bao awakened in succession, and the four of them sat in a row before the fire, drinking hot water to shake off the drowsiness. The most alert among them, Xinyu, took on the role of morning news anchor. Last night's storm caused 276,784 players to be eliminated. Cough. Sui Qi was startled by this staggering figure, choking on his drink. Over 5 million eliminated in one night. That's even more than I anticipated, Sui Qi remarked calmly. Sui Qi suppressed his astonishment. It appears this season's difficulty is considerably higher than the last. Sui Qi took a sip of water. In apocalyptic survival games, unpredictable weather is the deadliest killer. After speaking, her expression suddenly twisted. The taste in her mouth was rather pungent. When Song Yan from the Overthrow the Wilderness team came to repay his debts, she would have to ask him if he had any toothpaste. Mei Bao looked up, and a toothbrush. Sui Qi nodded in agreement, then retrieved a pile of supplies from her warehouse. This half-pack of tissues will be divided equally. Everyone gets 20 sheets. The 8 candies are stored in the communal warehouse. Chen Gu can take some whenever he needs. After distributing the tissues, she took out 4 fish. It's too cold. These 4 fish will be made into soup. We just traded for a can of salt yesterday, and adding some salt will enhance the flavor. All right. Sui Qi gathered the items, took the fish, and pulled out a folding knife to begin gutting them. While Xinyu also got up to assist, Sui Qi ladled some hot water and placed the milk inside. Let us heat up our Mei Bao's milk. Mei Bao grasped her hand and shook it. Once it's warm, we can all drink together. Sui Qi pinched her chubby cheek, saying nothing, only patting the space in front of her. Come sit here. Your braid has come undone. Let me redo it for you. Mei Bao obediently sat down to AT-720. The 4 of them finished the aromatic fish soup and milk. Sui Qi held a piece of cucumber, repeatedly sniffing it. What a refreshing scent. I can't believe I'm eating a cucumber worth 1,000 interstellar coins per pound in the game. Sui Qi was taken aback. Cucumbers are that expensive? Xinyu nodded. Yes, the Guangyuan star system has hundreds of thousands of planets, but there is only one planting star. The Lord of the Planting Star never sells vegetable or fruit seeds to outsiders, and each year, 60 of the yield is sold to pre-order customers, leaving very little for the market, hence the high prices. In the memories of the original owner, fresh vegetables and fruits were a staple at every meal. Was this how their wealth was squandered? Mei Bao cherished a bite of the cucumber. This is my first time tasting a real cucumber. It is so much better than the synthetic nutrient liquid that tastes like cucumber. Then we should trade for more fruits and vegetables at the trading center in the future, Sui Qi suggested. Sui Jia, Xinyu looked at the leftover fish soup in the stone pot. Should we store this fish soup in our water bottles? We can drink it while on the road. Sui Qi raised her hand and made an okay gesture. Great idea. I'll grill a few more fish for lunch on the way. As Sui Qi was pouring the fish soup into the water bottles, he asked, do we have enough fish? Should we conserve them? We still have 31 fish. Sui Qi efficiently processed the 4 fish, skewering them on a branch to grill. Now that the temperature has suddenly dropped, traveling in this cold weather will expend more energy. And we will get hungry faster. To maintain basic stamina, we need to consume at least 6 fish daily among the 4 of us. And Sui Qi's expression remained calm, but her words caused her teammates' faces to pale. I believe the situation is not optimistic. We must prepare for a sustained drop in temperature. Sui Qi and the others exchanged glances, and after a moment, Xinyu spoke. Are you suggesting that we will encounter extreme cold in the apocalypse on Sandstone Star? For now, it is merely my speculation, but it is highly likely. The online viewers of the live broadcast have confirmed Sui Qi's speculation. Once again, my sister Pi was right. The latest report from Meteorological Star this morning indicates that Sandstone Star is experiencing an extraordinarily rare extreme cold wave, expected to last for 2 months. The authorities are truly ruthless. Surely, they must have been aware of the cold wave on Sandstone Star long before. I firmly believe they did. Otherwise, why would the first stop conveniently coincide with the onset of the cold wave? Even if her analysis is correct, what does it matter? With resources so scarce, it's either freezing to death or starving to death. Where did these keyboard warriors come from to criticize this? Currently, the Crazy Escape team possesses the most supplies. They can still enjoy fish soup, while even the Jew team can merely nibble on dry instant noodles. Indeed, and moreover, all of them have life points above 90. Leading the Desolate Star by a significant margin, The Jew team isn't lacking either. All above 80. Have you considered this? Without the torches and pine branches from the crazy escape team last night, would they have survived to today? You are correct. Never mind. I am going to send a wave of gifts to my sister Pai's crazy escape team that I will support them as well, within the sandstone cave. Sui Qi and Mei Bao are busy tidying up, storing blankets and stone pots in the warehouse, while Zhuo Chun has just finished administering pain relief spray to Xinyu. The four have cleaned the cave, strapped on their preparedness packs, and gathered around the campfire, waiting. At precisely 8 o'clock, the supply generation card's timely produced resources. I eagerly anticipate what high-quality items Sister Pai's blind box will unveil that if she manages to obtain a portable warehouse. That would be sheer luck. I doubt she will procure anything of value. Shall we wager? If she unveils a high-quality item, you owe Sister Sui a submarine. If not, I will. Why should I bet with you? Humph, coward. Who are you calling a coward? Look down on whom? Let us wager. I'm certain that what she unveils today will be garbage. I speak boldly, and you must not backtrack. Inside the sandstone cave, upon seeing the resources she has drawn, Sui Qi's eyes flicker, and she turns to her teammates. What have you all obtained? Mei Bao is clutching an oversized brown plush teddy bear. What a large stuffed toy. Seeing her struggle to hold it, Sui Qi takes the toy and stores it in her portable warehouse. Zhuo Chun scrutinizes the long steel chain in his hands, gazing at Sui Qi with trust. What is this? Upon noticing the claw hook at the chain's end, she recognizes it as a flying claw, capable of inflicting harm and aiding in climbing. Brother Chun, your luck is superb. You always manage to draw good items. This is a flying claw, also known as a grappling hook. She wraps the nearly 15-meter-long tail of the steel chain around her left wrist and forcefully throws the front claw hook towards the sandstone wall. Its sharp metallic claws firmly gripping the surface. This is how it is used. A climbing weapon. Zhuo Chun gives a thumbs up. Impressive. Sui Qi waves her hand dismissively. It's nothing. What resources has Brother Shin acquired? Xinyu, with a complex expression, remains silent for a long while before finally producing a pair of bright red thermal long johns from behind him. Zhuo Chun and Sui Qi grin and applaud. Zhuo Chun, with red long johns. Xinyu will be the most stylish person on Sandstone Star. Sui Qi, donning the red long johns, embrace a warm life. Mei Bao, red long johns, the ultimate fashion statement of the desolate star. Xinyu, who genuinely needs warmth, quietly retreats to a corner to put on the red long johns. The only two warm patches available are applied, one each by Mei Bao and Sui Qi. Zhuo Chun, feeling sympathetic, hugs himself and urges Xinyu. Hurry up and join us. Let us see Sister Sui's 3S resources. The blind box card reveals a steamed bun, a roll of bandages, and a 500 milliliters bottle of soda water. Additionally, a significant resource has been unveiled today. The teammates erupt in applause. Sui Qi opens the holographic interface to display a weather system. The three instantly gather around her, exclaiming in unison, Sister Sui is amazing. A sudden downpour besets Sandstone Star, with weather changing unpredictably. The emergence of the weather system immediately provides the crazy escape team with a reassuring sense of stability. Zhuo Chun, unable to contain his excitement, urges, let us see the weather for the coming month. Sui Qi reveals, the game has imposed limitations, allowing us only to view the weather for today and tomorrow. Xinyu and Mei Bao rationally respond, that is still quite good. Ha ha ha, a bet is a bet. You remember to send the submarine. Hey, where did that person go? Why are they missing? That person has logged off. Truly a coward. Never mind. I'll pamper my own treasure and send a submarine to my Sui treasure. Overcast, wind force level 4. Today's temperature, 1 to 11. Current temperature 3. Zhuo Chun reads aloud the weather displayed on Sui Qi's holographic device. He pauses for 2 seconds, then turns to grasp Xinyu's hand. Can we swap the red long johns? One day for you, one for me. Xinyu gently pries his hand away. I must decline. Sui Qi glances again at tomorrow's weather. It will be even colder, -4 to -6, plunging directly into sub-zero temperatures. If we truly enter extreme cold weather, resources will become even more elusive. We must hasten our journey to reach Mingfeng City before the official supply drop. She places Zhuo Chun's flying claw into the warehouse and proceeds to the cave entrance to stow away the heavy black dust beast skin and stone nails. A howling cold wind immediately sweeps in. The group simultaneously shivers, turning to pull up the zippers on their jackets, donning their hoods, and tightening their cuffs. They cautiously descend the sandstone wall, hastening towards the low-altitude region. Those residing in the northern regions know that the winter wind strikes with the highest level of physical assault. After nearly 2 hours of rapid movement, the breaths of the four become labored, their pace slowing. "Xinyu, will you be able to draw some wool hats tomorrow? My head feels completely numb from the cold." Zuo-chun, tucking his neck into his frozen hands, exhales warm breath onto his painfully cold ears. As he speaks, the warm air crystallizes into swirling white mist. Xinyu's face, reddened by the cold, feels excruciatingly frigid even while wearing long johns. The moment he opens his mouth, the cold air rushes in, leaving him reluctant to speak, only managing to emit a few indistinct murmurs. Sui Qi, entirely numb from head to toe, can only feel a slight warmth in the hand she is holding with Mei Bao. She opens her holographic device and notices that all four of them have acquired the negative status of cold, with life points dwindling to around 70, while Mei Bao's life points are at a mere 62. Additionally afflicted with fever, having lived on Lilia's star, where the temperature hovers around 20 degrees year-round, Mei Bao has never experienced such cold. Sui Qi rubs her painfully cold face and ears with her free hand, cradling the breathless Mei Bao. "Let us find a place to rest for a while." Xinyu, with sharp eyes, quickly spots a sheltered nook hidden behind a sandstone outcrop. The four hastily run over. Huddling close together, Sui Qi retrieves the oversized plush teddy bear from her portable warehouse, placing it behind them to create a cozy barrier, shielding the four from the howling wind that is in the quiet space. Only the sounds of frantic hand rubbing and exhaled breaths fill the air. Sui Qi bites her lip, gazing at Mei Bao's flushed face, and gently touches her forehead, feeling the heat radiating. "You have a fever." Mei Bao shakes Sui Qi's hand with a smile, assuring, "Sister Sui, I'm fine." Xinyu and Zuo-chun shift closer to Mei Bao, shielding her from the cold wind. Sui Qi opens the trading center and sees that the Dawn team has sent over a bottle of 30G salt. While the Wilderness team has provided a bar of soap, she clicks to accept, and the resources are directly transferred to her portable warehouse. Contemplating, she clicks into the chat box with Lianju. The Wilderness team's resources are the most abundant. Perhaps they might have some medicine. The torch vendor, 7 fairies. Captain Lian, do you happen to have any fever-reducing medication? Wilderness Captain Lianju, I have antipyretics. What resources will you exchange for it? The torch vendor, 7 fairies. A can of 30G salt. Wilderness Captain Lianju, that will do. Captain Lian, who is usually keen on haggling, unexpectedly agrees so readily, leaving Sui Qi somewhat surprised. Unbeknownst to her, last night, as the Wilderness team huddled around a warm fire, Pei had fiercely threatened Lianju regarding the stealing of Brother Wan, compelling him to promise not to negotiate during the game. The 30G of salt successfully trades for a 20G bottle of antipyretic medication. It is an adult dosage. Sui Qi only administers 5G to Mei Bao, and fortunately, the medication takes effect swiftly. 20 minutes later, Mei Bao successfully broke her fever, her complexion returning to normal, and her stomach began to grumble with hunger. The three of them finally felt relieved. Xinyu gently ruffled her hair, while Zuo-chun placed a strawberry-flavored candy in her mouth. Sui Qi retrieved 2 grilled fish from her personal storage. The passage of time in the storage matched that of the outside world. Thus, the fish had cooled, but the kettle retained its heat remarkably well. Keeping the fish soup warm, the four of them consumed the 2 grilled fish alongside the hot soup. Zuo-chun sprayed Xinyu with a pain relief mist, and after a brief rest, the frantic escape team continued their journey. Zuo-chun, with a candy in his mouth, carried the recently fever-free Mei Bao on his back. "That if you grow weary, just let me take over," Xinyu remarked. "Rest assured," Zuo-chun replied, patting the candy in his pocket. "With candy to sustain me, I shall persevere." The escape team pressed on, braving the cold wind for an entire day, discovering no usable supplies along the way, and finding no trace of civilization. Looking up, they were met with boundless red and green sandstone. Looking down, the numbers of eliminated participants on the holographic display rapidly increased. They felt physically and mentally drained. The remaining 2 grilled fish were devoured. The kettle was completely empty, and the soda water they had obtained in the morning was also finished. The four trudged on until 6 in the evening, utterly exhausted, and climbed into a sandstone cave to rest. Sui Qi and Mei Bao gathered supplies to start a fire and boil water, while Zuo-chun and Xinyu hastily secured the black dust beast pelts at the entrance before eagerly settling by the fire. With tousled hair and flushed faces, They wrapped themselves in blankets and synchronized their actions to blow their noses with tissues. Once their frozen hands and feet were warmed by the fire, Sui Qi trembled as she produced 3 larger fish. Zuochun and Shunyu busily cut the fish into pieces, while Meibao, shivering, added the fish meat to the stone pot. Once the steaming fish and soup were consumed, the 4 felt their chilled bodies come back to life. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Sui Qi let out 3 loud sneezes, realizing with dismay that she, too, seemed to have caught a fever. After all, being in the body of a privileged young lady, it was no small feat to have lasted this long. Shunyu weakly remarked, "I've started to develop a low-grade fever." Zuochun, leaning heavily against Shunyu's shoulder, added, after being exposed to the cold all day in this thin clothing, "I can't hold on much longer." The feverish trio turned their gaze toward their only healthy teammate, the young Meibao. Meeting their trusting looks, she responded with determination, "Don't worry, I'll keep a close watch on the fire." The 3 felt a wave of reassurance, and after sharing the remaining fever-reducing medicine, they wrapped themselves in blankets and fell into a deep sleep. Meibao sat by the fire, tending to the flames. She even asked Sui Qi to place the water reservoir beside her, using a filtration bottle to filter clean lake water into the stone pot, ensuring they would have hot water upon waking. 3 hours later, the first to recover from the fever, Zuochun, awakened. He carefully lifted the blanket and approached the fire, gently rubbing Meibao's round head. "Zuogu, are you feeling better?" Meibao asked softly. "Much better. That I'll keep watch over the fire. You should go back to sleep." Meibao replied with a soft okay, rubbing her bleary eyes as she burrowed back under the blanket, falling into a deep slumber. Sui Qi had a restful sleep, awakening to find it was already 7 in the morning, her fever completely gone. Zuochun, Shunyu, and Meibao were seated in front of the fire, simmering fish soup. "Sui Jia, come sit here," Meibao said, shifting to create space beside her. Sui Qi squinted her eyes and sat down next to her. Shunyu handed her a damp tissue, which she accepted gratefully, wiping her face clean and feeling more awake. Zuochun then passed her hot water. "Sing, rinse your mouth, it's time to eat." "All right," she replied, moving to a corner to rinse before returning to her spot. She took out the leftover steamed bread from yesterday, and the 4 of them feasted on the bread, fish, and soup, enjoying a hearty meal. At 8 o'clock, the resource generation card refreshed on time. This time, Sui Qi did not receive any special supplies, but instead acquired a nail clipper 1, an egg 1, a Band-Aid 1, and a bottle of 500 milliliters fresh pear juice 1. Zuochun finally received a familiar item, a box of safety pins. Meibao got a large black plush dog, while Shunyu obtained a wool sock. Sui Qi decided to keep the toothbrush and stored the rest in her personal warehouse. She then opened the trading center, intending to inquire with Song Yan about toothpaste when she noticed the Dawn Squad sending a bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water and a bottle of 300 milliliters orange juice to settle their debts. The Overthrow Wilderness Squad sent a whole pack of tissues and a large steamed bun, still owing 1 bun. Sui Qi opened the chat box with Song Yan from the Overthrow Wilderness Squad and politely asked, "Do you have any toothpaste? If so, I can trade it for the bun I owe." Bone Density Song replied, "Yes, I'll send it to you." The 7 fairies selling torches replied, "Great, let us settle the debts." After receiving the toothbrush and toothpaste, the 4 brushed their teeth for a full 5 minutes before continuing their journey. On the 5th day of survival on Sandstone Star, the temperature dropped to -14, and the number of eliminated players surged to over 2,560,000. The frantic escape team, wrapped in blankets, trudged forward through the biting cold wind, pausing every hour to rest and replenish their strength. At Petit 5:10 in the afternoon, Xinyu unexpectedly spotted a sign that read 60 kilometers to Mingfeng City. The nearly frozen 4 burst into tears, then, invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline, continued their journey for 5 hours before resting again. But on the 6th day, the temperature rose to -8, and the escape team pressed on at full speed toward Mingfeng City. By 6:40 that evening, the weary quartet finally arrived at Mingfeng City. The city lay silent and desolate. That it was perpetually arid, with strong winds and little rain, and the buildings were predominantly low, flat-roof structures. The houses were constructed of local sandstone and earth, characterized by thick walls and narrow windows. While fending off the relentless assaults of sand and wind, one can also maintain a cool interior. This city, standing tall above the desolate star, lacks the high-tech aesthetics characteristic of the interstellar era. Its rustic charm evokes a sense of familiarity for Sui Qi, a soul from the 21st century. Together with her comrades, she sought refuge in a well-preserved house at the pinnacle of Mingfeng's city for the night. Sui Qi quickly kindled a fire and retrieved a stone pot filled with water from her portable warehouse. Setting it to boil, Zuochun and Shunyu, skillfully yet numbly, butchered the fish. Sui Jia, do we have any fish left? Zuochun inquired, wrinkling his face at the sight of the thick, milky fish soup. Shunyu and Mei Bao awaited Sui Qi's response with eager expressions. After 6 consecutive days of fish, they were thoroughly weary of it. Sui Qi offered them a reassuring glance. Finish these 2, and we'll have 5 left. Tomorrow, our fish-eating days will come to an end. Finally, if I had to continue, I might just turn into a fish, Zuochun lamented, pulling Shunyu to sit by the fire while he applied ointment to his legs. Mei Bao, rubbing her frost-bitten hands together, remarked, what if we can't scavenge for supplies tomorrow? Will we starve after the fish is gone? Sui Qi gazed at her face, slightly cracked from the wind, and absent-mindedly stroked it. At just 9 years old, Mei Bao was the youngest among the players. At her age, she should be enjoying the warmth and affection of her parents on the Leah star, living a carefree life. Rather than enduring hunger and cold in this game, suffering trials meant for no child. Sui Qi initially intended to survive alongside her teammates until the very end. However, upon witnessing Mei Bao's gaunt figure, a twinge of hesitation crept into her heart. Thus, she gently inquired, Mei Bao, what made you join this game? Mei Bao, shyly lowering her head and rubbing her reddened nose, replied, I want to buy a grave. All 3 were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected answer, rendered speechless. Sui Qi's mind raced with thoughts of a narrative where Mei Bao suffered from a terminal illness and had entered the game for treatment. After a pause, Zuochun stammered, For whom? For my grandfather. Mei Bao said that a collective sigh of relief washed over them. It was not for herself. Mei Bao rested her chin in her hands, her gaze drifting dreamily towards the flames. My grandfather loved basking in the sun when he was alive. I want to bury his ashes in a bright place, but the graveyards near us are dark and damp, and many people throw trash there. I don't want my grandfather to stay in such a place. But good graves cost a lot of money. Her face scrunched up in dismay. Sui Qi gently tapped the tip of her nose. So our Mei Bao came to the game to earn money. Mei Bao's eyes sparkled as she nodded, then snuggled closer to Sui Qi. Sui Jia, did you come to this game because you lack money too? Sui Qi sighed at the thought, having traversed to this world only to earn money to repay debts left by her former self. What a chosen fate indeed. She weakly nodded. Yes, my parents passed away, the inheritance is spent, and I still owe 5 million, but her expression brightened. I have a grave that perfectly fits your requirements, did Sunny. With fresh air, and best of all, it's free. Really? Mei Bao looked up at her. Where? With a lift of her brow, Sui Qi replied, in my backyard. After all, the original had known wealth, residing in a grand villa. Not only was there sunlight there, but also a vast sea of hydrangeas. When the time comes, I could even have a glass house built for grandfather, offering a 360-degree view of the beautiful scenery. Wow, Mei Bao was enraptured. Grandpa would definitely love it. Save me a spot next to him. Xinyu interjected unexpectedly. I'll live there when I die too. Then save me a cozy spot as well. Mei Bao chimed in, not wanting to be outdone. Sui Qi smiled and agreed. Of course, I'll reserve 4 spots next to grandfather, and we'll all be buried together. Zuochun chuckled. What a hellish conversation this is. Ruffling Mei Bao's hair, he leaned back against the wall. My mom died early, and my dad was a gambler who jumped off a building after accumulating over 9 million in debts. The debt collectors nearly drove me to my end. Zuochun forced a smile. Without paying debts, one cannot survive. Sui Qi patted his shoulder in silent consolation. Then she turned to the still silent Xinyu. What about you, Xingu? Xinyu pointed at his prosthetic leg, succinctly stating, orphan, earning money for a leg. Sui Qi was taken aback, surprised to encounter a teammate with a backstory similar to her own in this alternate world. How amusing it was, she might just weep alongside her comrades. The viewers of the Crazy Escape Squad's live stream were already shedding tears. The backgrounds of the Crazy Escape team are all tragically grim. None of them can muster even a pair of parents. Woo, my dear Mei Bao, so well behaved. A woman soaring through the stars has shed tears. Sui Qi had always maintained the persona of a wealthy woman at school. Little did they know she was actually in debt. What of being in debt? In this era, who isn't carrying some burden, at least she was striving to earn money to repay it. Were it not for Sui Qi's vast knowledge, the other 3 children of the Crazy Escape team might not have survived this long. I had been too harsh on those kids before. Guilt washed over me that I want to treat them to a spaceship. I will also send them some gifts. Ever since I became a grandmother, I can hardly bear to see these little ones suffer. Following the grandmother's lead, gifts will be sent. Sui Qi lazily leaned against Shun Yu's shoulder. No wonder the four of us can stick together. We are equally miserable. Acclimated to Shun Yu's support, he allowed it until the fish soup in the stone pot turned milky white, at which point he shifted slightly. Dinner time. After the four kindred spirits finished their meal, they decided to explore the small city before a throng of players arrived, ensuring they could reach the supply drop the fastest once it was officially released. Sui Qi paired with Shun Yu to cover the northern side, while Sui Qi and Mei Bao took the southern route. The diligent group ran until 5 in the morning before resting. By 1 in the afternoon the next day, the crazy escape team began to awaken one by one. Habitually, Sui Qi activated her light brain. First glancing at the number of players eliminated, which had surged to over 31 million. Next, she accessed the supply interface, refreshing it, yet her portable warehouse displayed no new items as it usually did. She paused for a second, then swiftly switched to her personal information page to check her card. The 3S blind box card remained bound, showing no anomalies. My card didn't generate supplies today. How about yours? Upon hearing this, the other three instantly snapped to attention, checking their light brains, only to find their personal supply interfaces equally barren. Sui Qi furrowed his brows. What is going on? Did the cards fail? Sui Qi approached the window and gazed outside. The streets, which had been eerily quiet yesterday, were now bustling with players moving in groups. She narrowed her eyes. It seems the officials are up to something again. On the 7th day of survival on Xianshan, interstellar time 1950, the 4 members of the crazy escape team were gearing up for battle. Sui Qi sat cross-legged on the ground, wrapping bandages around her right hand. A spiked wolf fang club resting menacingly against her leg, gleaming coldly. Shun Yu cast his gaze downward at the axe in his hands, its polished blade reflecting his resolute eyes. Sui Qi's grappling hook was firmly embedded in the wall, and with a vigorous pull, the solid sandstone wall crumbled, debris raining down like a storm. Mei Bao swung her shovel, creating a whooshing sound as it sliced through the AIRDT exactly 2000 hours. The crazy escape quartet, fully armed, stood shoulder to shoulder. A familiar electronic voice resonated in the skies above Xianshan, echoing clearly in the ears of millions of players. The large supply package has been deployed. Players, feel free to seize it. A beam of blue light ascended from the southeastern part of the small city, reaching for the heavens. Having scouted the area the previous night, Shun Yu strode purposefully towards the supply point. Stay close to me. 4 individuals sprinted at full speed, surrounded by players frantically rushing toward the supply point. The wind whistled past Sui Qi's ears when an official announcement suddenly echoed in the air, effective immediately. 2,000 supply generation cards will revert to the unbound state, and they will be rebound tomorrow at 8 in the morning. During this unbinding period, players holding the cards will be marked by the system's luminous signal, which will persist until it vanishes after the rebinding at 8 tomorrow morning. In these 12 hours, seizing the opportunity equates to profit. May fortune smile upon the lucky ones. The moment the electronic voice fell silent, Sui Qi noticed her 3 teammates illuminated by a red glow. She glanced down at herself, and to her astonishment, she was adorned in a brilliant golden light, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. This blatant mark was no different from placing a rabbit in a wolf's den. The players racing toward the supply point halted, swiftly turning their gazes towards the frantic quartet, their eyes gleaming in the darkness with remarkable intensity. How utterly infuriating, Sui Qi exclaimed while running, looking skyward in rage. Curse you, official! I shall despise you for eternity. They dashed alongside Shun Yu toward the supply point, pursued relentlessly by dozens of players, each with eyes glinting like emeralds. Shouting, "Don't even think about escaping. Hand over your cards." The one glowing with golden light must possess an S-grade card. Catch her. Enraged, Sui Qi turned her head. Why pursue me? Why must players make life difficult for one another? Enough with the nonsense, bellowed a burly man, his face flushed and muscles bulging. As he chased her, I'm the last one left in my team. Possessing an S-grade card is enough for me to survive to the end. He strained to catch up to Sui Qi, already 2 meters behind her, arms outstretched towards her collar. Sui Qi ducked swiftly, swinging her wolf-tooth club to strike him squarely in the groin. He instantly broke into a cold sweat, retreating while clutching his injury. Damn it, I merely wanted to snatch a card. and you sought to render me impotent. How malicious. As Sui Qi continued her frenzied dash toward the supply point, she heard the man's grumbling and, without looking back, raised a middle finger. If you're not afraid of being childless, come and take it. The players trailing Sui Qi immediately scattered. This woman is too ruthless. Let us find someone else to target. The burly man replied, there's a little girl over there. She looks weak. Let us go after her. Sui Qi, Zhuo Chun, and Xin Yu all shook their heads. The players, fierce as wolves and tigers, pounced upon the little girl. However, she nimbly turned, wielding her shovel to carve a fierce arc in the air. With resounding thuds, the players closest to her were sent sprawling to the ground like stones flung from a catapult. Creating clouds of dust, the fortunate players who escaped stared wide-eyed, gasping in disbelief. This little girl is so fierce. I'd better keep my life and supplies. Time to run. I can't fight her. I am out of here. Haha, my sister is indeed formidable, striking at the vital points. Truly, one must rely on the officials. The frantic escape team is utterly surrounded. How laughable. Astonished, they watched as Sui Qi incapacitated one. The little girl knocked out another. Xin Yu slashed a throat, and Zhuo Chun tore flesh, each more ruthless than the last. Shockingly, the seemingly weak and frail team was gaining the upper hand in this miniature battlefield. They had assumed they would be utterly defeated, but their combat prowess was astounding. I admit, I was blind before I had underestimated the frantic escape team. Other players with cards were also being pursued relentlessly. Even the Jew team found themselves surrounded, yet their skills allowed them to hold their own. One could take on three. The frantic escape team was not lacking either. Their weapons were wielded with remarkable finesse. More entertainment was on the horizon. By tomorrow, players possessing supply cards would likely find the hierarchy completely reshuffled. Tonight was destined to be a night of chaos. Gathered in Mingfeng City were over 6,000 players. With so few supplies, how could they be adequately distributed? Each relied on their own abilities, as the officials had stated. Seize the opportunity, and profit will follow. Supplies are also fair game. Sui Jia, Mei Bao. Hurry! Zhuo Chun, leading the charge alongside Xin Yu, shouted. They've already begun seizing supplies. The group quickened their pace, finally arriving at the supply point, where the not-so-spacious square was already packed with players. Towering stacks of supply crates piled high. Players clamoring for supplies formed a dense crowd, making the scene reminiscent of a National Day outing. Sui Qi immediately spotted Lin Ju, who had just handed supplies to Pei Yi when a player behind him yanked his hair. Flinging him backward, his eyes turned icy, and he twisted the assailant's arm, coldly kicking him to the ground. Thank goodness she has short hair. Sui Qi surveyed her surroundings and locked onto a building. Tearing down its door panel, Zhuo Chun shoved through the crowd, straining to get inside, but making no headway. No need to squeeze in, Sui Qi said, dragging the door panel over to them. We'll fly. 10 seconds later, the frantic escape quartet stood atop the high wall surrounding the square. Mei Bao raised the door panel high, while Sui Qi lay flat atop it. She continuously adjusted her position until her head aligned with the direction of the supplies. Aiming. Launch, Mei Bao responded to the command, her arms exerting force, and with a whoosh, the door panel carrying Sui Qi penetrated the supply pile. Sui Qi braced herself and landed steadily atop a wooden crate. Good job, Mei Bao. You're incredible. Where did that door panel come from? It startled me. Never mind that. Let us grab supplies first. Detected collectible supplies. Would you like to place them in your personal warehouse, falling into the supply pile? Sui Qi, shielded by the door panel, frantically clicked. Yes, yes, yes. Supplies around her visibly vanished. Zhuo Chun, still atop the high wall, was not idle either. He pulled out his grappling hook and tossed it towards the supply pile. The sharp claws securely snagging a wooden crate. With a vigorous tug, Xin Yu skillfully hurled a bag, successfully securing a piece of supply. Meanwhile, Mei Bao, small yet strong, bulldozed her way through the crowd, rapidly stuffing supplies into the belly of a plush bear until it bulged. Once filled, she zipped up the bear's back and slung it over her shoulder, brandishing her shovel as she charged back out. When confronted by a player trying to snatch her supplies, she swung her shovel with precision, leaving them dazed and confused. The frantic escape quartet each displayed their unique skills and strengths. As Sui Qi gleefully gathered supplies, an ominous notification suddenly appeared on her holographic screen. Personal warehouse is full. Unable to add more items. Thunderstruck, Sui Qi despondently clicked into her personal warehouse. Warehouse. You are the key tool for my zero-cost shopping. Hold on. Clutching her supplies, unwilling to relinquish them, she reasoned, since the personal warehouse is a game feature. It must have a one-click organization function. Let me search for it. Sui Qi moved with astonishing speed, her fingers a blur, until she finally spotted it. One-click organization. I knew there had to be such a function. With a decisive tap, her cluttered personal warehouse instantly gained a third more space. Detected collectible supplies. Would you like to place them in your personal warehouse? The delightful prompt reappeared, and Sui Qi continued to focus on collecting supplies. As another item vanished into her warehouse, her vision suddenly brightened. She unexpectedly locked eyes with Lianju, who was also glowing with golden light, still in the midst of moving supplies. The wooden crate he had just obtained mysteriously disappeared before his eyes. His icy gaze fixed on Sui Qi. What a coincidence, we meet again. Sui Qi smiled and greeted him, feigning confusion as she asked, what happened? Why did the supplies suddenly vanish? She recalled Xinyu mentioning that Lianju and his team were all from the martial academy with high combat prowess. Even with her wolf-tooth club in hand, she lacked confidence in defeating him. The official mark had already revealed her possession of a rare card. If she further exposed her personal warehouse, she feared for her life. Lianju's penetrating gaze weighed heavily upon her, and Sui Qi gripped her wolf-tooth club tightly before turning to flee. Lianju leaped over the supply crate, leaving behind a message for Pei Yi. I've identified a holder of a 3S card with a personal space. I am going after her. You all continue collecting supplies. What? A 3S card? Pei Yi was still in shock when Lianju swiftly pursued Sui Qi like a gust of wind. The rapidly fleeing Sui Qi felt as though she was flying. However, in less than 100 meters, she was caught by Lianju, who seized her collar from behind, restraining her. Damn. As the distance between the two individuals suddenly diminished to nothing, Sui Qi finally noticed the faint fragrance emanating from Lianju. It resembled the crisp freshness of a fir forest blanketed in ice and snow. Delightful. Unable to resist, Sui Qi inhaled deeply a couple of times, causing Lianju's arm, which was firmly encircling her waist, to stiffen noticeably. Don't sniff around, Lianju admonished, tightening his grip slightly. Hand over your 3S card. Not a chance, Sui Qi retorted, disregarding her own sense of smell, and exerted all her strength in a futile struggle. Yet, the hands that gripped her neck and waist remained immovable. Perhaps it was time to seek assistance in moments of helplessness. She relinquished her pointless resistance, took a deep breath, and shouted for her teammates. Mei Bao. Xingu, someone is robbing me. As her voice echoed, sharp claws lunged towards Lianju's back. His grip around Sui Qi's waist tightened, eliciting a pained cry from her. Damn. Lianju sidestepped the attack from behind. But Mei Bao's shovel came crashing down towards his left leg, while Xunyu's axe glinted menacingly as it swung towards his right arm. He had no choice but to release Sui Qi and retreat to avoid this onslaught. The three, however, did not intend to attack. Upon realizing Sui Qi was safe, they quickly seized her and fled. Left Chin even managed to say, when we came to rescue you, we stashed all the supplies into the portable warehouse. Check if you received anything. After inspecting, Sui Qi nodded. Got it. After covering some distance, she stuffed her right hand into her pocket, glancing back at Lianju, who was heading towards the supply point, and smiled. Observing the path illuminated by the radiant lights of the four, she suggested, we stand out too much. While they're still gathering supplies, we should make ourselves scarce. Otherwise, once the supplies are gone, we'll be the ones under siege. After saying this, Sui Qi deliberately looked at Xunyu. If your leg hurts too much, remember to speak up. Right? Left Chin grinned at Xunyu. Xingu will carry you if you need. Xunyu punched him lightly. Cut it out. I can manage. The four of them fled into the cold night, heading south until they finally escaped Mingfeng City by 3:30 in the morning. Finding a dilapidated low-roofed house to rest, they pushed open the door. The utterly exhausted quartet paid no mind to the dust covering the floor and collapsed onto it, gasping for breath. Once their breathing steadied, Sui Qi retrieved a card from her right pocket, raised her arm, and waved it between her index and ring fingers. Look what I got. Upon seeing the striking two large S's on the card, the three sprang up as if propelled by springs. Mei Bao gazed at Sui Qi with wide, starry eyes as Sui Qi smiled and handed her the card for closer inspection. Left Chun, with his voice hoarse from running, exclaimed, a double S refrigerator card. How did you manage to get that? Xinyu, a hint of fragmented amusement in his eyes, asked uncertainly, "It wouldn't happen to be Lianju's?" "Would it?" Sui Qi gave him a thumbs up. "Smart, Shingu." Meanwhile, in Mingfeng City, Lianju stared at the wide-open side pocket of his work pants, now empty, his already indifferent expression darkening like ancient ice. After a moment, he let out a soft chuckle, his eyelids lowered. The trio beside him, clutching supplies, shivered at the sound. Pei swallowed hard and whispered, "This is bad. Last time Liangu discovered, I let one go call me daddy." He chuckled like that. "After that, my allowance was cut off for half a year that I hope I won't be the one suffering again this time." Xian replied softly, "Don't worry, you're not the target this time." Lianju, with a cold expression, stepped forward and collected the supplies from the trio into the portable refrigerator. "There are too many players in Mingfeng City. It's unfavorable for us, we need to leave now." He lifted his gaze towards a distant, tiny yet bright golden light in the pitch-black night, and retrieved the card while we're at it. "I truly can't believe it," Left Chin remarked, brushing the sweat-soaked hair from his forehead, shaking his head in a mix of laughter and disbelief. His neck was just grabbed, and he still managed to snag a card. That's something else. Who knew he could be so casual? Sui Qi shrugged. Such an important double S card was just sitting in the side pocket of his pants. I was just caught by Lianju. And it bumped right into my hand that it practically delivered itself to me. I would have felt embarrassed not to take it. Left Chun, while pulling out pain relief spray for Shunyu, chuckled softly. "I really want to see Lianju's expression when he finds out." Sui Qi took the card from Mei Bao's hands, envisioning Lianju's cold face that matched his gaze. "I'd like to see that too." "Forget about it, Sui Jia. Lianju is already bringing the hunting team over. You'll soon face the human embodiment of ice." Lianju, having failed to retrieve the card, suffered a significant setback. TSK. When I saw the refrigerator card in Sui Jia's hand, I nearly spat out my drink in joy. Although the escape team's tactics were somewhat reckless, they were undeniably effective, having secured the most supplies. That's for sure. The supplies in the center were completely cleared out by Sui Jia. That I'm really looking forward to the showdown between Lianju and Sui Qi. I wonder if he can reclaim his card. I'm planning to stay up until 8 in the morning. Unaware of the impending danger, the escape team was excitedly gathered together, examining their acquired supplies. The crystalline light marks on their bodies illuminated the originally dark room, making it feel brighter than if there were actual lights. Sui Qi, not even bothering to start a fire, activated her holographic brain to display a 3D hologram of their portable warehouse, allowing it to hover in the air and showcase their current assets from all angles. The 4 members of the escape team erupted in cheers, their excitement echoing within the low-roofed house. Sui Qi grinned widely. The feeling of becoming rich overnight is absolutely exhilarating. This round of supply competition was a victory for the escape team. Left Chin declared, clenching his fist. Mei Bao wrapped her arm around Sui Qi's, giggling. "With so many supplies, I feel so secure." Shunyu, scanning the hologram intently, suddenly paused, his smile faltering. "Is that box filled with down jackets?" The 4, having endured several days of piercing cold winds, swiftly followed Shunyu's gaze. Sure enough, the wooden box he pointed at bore a distinct emblem of a down jacket. It seems to be. Sui Qi quickly clicked into the clothing section of her personal supply interface and scrolled down, soon discovering several down jackets. "Wonderful, they really are down jackets. We're saved." Sui Qi stretched her arm and high-fived her 3 teammates. Then continued scrolling, exclaiming in delight, "There are also wool socks and thermal combat boots. Our feet are safe too." In total, there were 9 down jackets, 13 pairs of thermal socks, and 6 pairs of combat boots. Sui Qi browsed through the clothing section thoroughly and found numerous cashmere underwear and sweaters, all black but in different styles. The 4 of them leaned over Sui Qi's holographic display, selecting their preferred styles. Once worn, these clothes would automatically adjust to fit the players, making it quite convenient. Mei Bao, not worried about fit, was particularly meticulous in her selection. "I want to wear this down jacket. It has a fluffy hood." Sui Qi ruffled her fluffy hair. "Let us get our Mei Bao dressed in it." Just as she was about to retrieve the down jacket chosen by Mei Bao, a familiar scent of fur wafted in from the crack of the door, carried by the cold wind. Having grown particularly sensitive to that unique fur scent since encountering Lianju, Sui Qi grasped the wolf-tooth club by her feet, her gentle gaze instantly sharpening. The hunting team is closing in. The moment her words fell, the tightly shut door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang that a gust of cold wind, mixed with heavy dust, rushed in, prompting the escape team to grab their weapons and retreat to evade. He retracted his right leg, frowning as he sternly commanded, "Hand over our cards." Tisk. Sui Qi waved her hand to brush away the dust in front of her. Raising her eyes in displeasure towards Exine, "I initially thought you were merely uneducated, but it seems you lack basic decency as well." Upon seeing Sui Qi's face, Exine grew angrier. Hands on his hips as he shouted, "You have no decency, stealing Lian Ji's card and running away, and yet you dare say I'm the one without." Exine, Lian Ju interrupted coldly. Pei pulled her back, "Sister Exine, maybe you should hold your tongue." Sini, frustrated, shook off Pei's hand and shot a fierce glare at Sui Qi, yet refrained from retorting. Zhua Chun, however, could not tolerate Sui Qi being disparaged. He flicked his claws and turned to Sini. "If you can't speak, then best remain silent. Our Sui Jie is openly claiming what is rightfully hers." Pei stood tall, asserting, "We too have come to claim the cards with integrity. All four of us are students of the Eris Martial Academy, possessing formidable strength that I advise you to surrender the cards voluntarily to avoid further punishment." Observing his overconfident demeanor, Sui Qi couldn't help but recall the famous adage, "Damn, I truly detest pretentious individuals." She leaned closer to her teammates and whispered, "Do you know how to deal with opponents who possess uncertain strength yet spout endless nonsense?" Before she could reveal the answer of zero-frame initiation, her three astute teammates, in perfect synchronization, chuckled and declared, "Let us just get right into it." With that, they charged towards the hunter squad like the wind. Sui Qi felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Encountering you all is indeed a blessing. She brandished her wolf-toothed club, ready to join the fray, but before she could dash out of the room, a fist, propelled by both determination and wind, halted her. Sui Qi bent down to evade, simultaneously bringing her spiked weapon down upon his instep. He nimbly sidestepped, launching a relentless barrage of attacks towards Sui Qi. Although Lian Ju was merely a student of the Martial Academy, he had previously clinched victory in an interstellar combat tournament, amassing considerable real-world experience. In contrast, Sui Qi's combat prowess ranked among the lowest within the frenzied escape squad. The confrontation was akin to a seasoned veteran overpowering a novice within merely 5 minutes. Sini was struck in the abdomen by Mei Bao's shovel, her face pale as she struggled to evade. Chen Su, underestimating his opponent, had a significant portion of skin torn away from his right arm by Zui Chen's claws, blood gushing profusely. The most loquacious among them, Pei, was sent into a frenzy, evading every lethal move aimed at him by Shenyu. Meanwhile, Sui Qi found herself pinned against the wall, her delicate left hand held firmly by Lian Ju. While her legs were restrained, only her right hand remained free. "Where are the cards hidden?" Lian Ju's voice was grave and icy. "Do not compel me to search your person." Sui Qi, catching a whiff of the fur scent emanating from him, countered, "Captain Lian, your cologne is quite delightful. Might I have the link?" Lian Ju was momentarily taken aback. He never wore cologne and could not fathom how anyone could pose such a bizarre question in this situation. Consequently, his tone grew even colder. "Do not attempt to divert the topic." "Very well." Sui Qi sighed in response to his silence. "Then kindly release me, and I shall procure the cards for you." Lian Ju regarded her silently for a moment before loosening his grip on her hands. "You cannot defeat me. Do not attempt any tricks." Rubbing her reddened wrist, Sui Qi looked up at Lian Ju, who was intently watching her, and unexpectedly puckered her lips to kiss him. Lian Ju was stunned into silence by her unforeseen action, quickly stepping back to regain his balance. But Sui Qi had already retrieved her wolf repellent spray and pressed the nozzle. Reacting swiftly, he raised his arm to block, yet some of the liquid still managed to enter his eyes, causing them to redden and tears to flow uncontrollably. "I apologize, Captain Lian." Seizing the opportunity, Sui Qi sprinted outside to join her teammates. To her relief, her companions were performing admirably. Sini lay on the ground, pale, while Mei Bao wielded the shovel, poised at her neck. Meanwhile, Chen Su stood rigid, half his attire soaked in blood, tightly ensnared by Zhua Chun's steel chain around his neck. Appearing on the verge of collapse, Pei had already lost consciousness, with Shenyu busy stuffing him into a sack. Initially worried that her seemingly fragile teammates would suffer, Sui Qi was suddenly filled with confidence for the ensuing 14 days. Lianzhu emerged behind Sui Qi. Unexpectedly, none of the four from the hunter squad proved reliable. What a disgrace. Ha ha ha. It was the first time witnessing Lianzhu wearing such a perplexed and speechless expression. Who could have anticipated that the quartet from the Martial Academy would be bested by these seemingly insignificant weaklings? The outcome was utterly absurd that it began without any suspense yet concluded in an unforeseen manner. It's quite all right, Lian Shun. It's only natural that you, unarmed, cannot contend with the frenzied escape squad wielding weapons. It's nothing to be ashamed of. The Academy faction fell to the wild card squad, who truly emerged victorious. The frenzied escape squad lived up to their name, fighting fiercely, with only our Sui Jie appearing the most delicate. How could anyone who dared to spray wolf repellent in the face of Lianzhu, whose visage radiated celestial beauty, be considered weak? Honestly, Lian Shun's tear-filled eyes were truly commendable. Suddenly, I find myself shipping Lian Shun and Sui Jie. Am I becoming a little cultish? Sister, you've only just begun shipping them? Your CP radar seems a tad slow. The keen shippers had already formed a group and produced content, links attached. Truly an eye-opener. You all are not picky at all. Even Sui Qi, of all people, can be shipped. Who do you think you are, troll? My sister is 100,000 times stronger than you. We can self-indulge in our own little world. You need not understand, but please respect it. Lianzhu, witnessing his teammates in increasingly dire straits, tightly shut his pained eyes. Moments later, he reopened them, devoid of any trace of tears. Release them. Return the cards to me. The terms are yours to propose. Sui Qi raised an eyebrow, her gaze flitting across his silver hair. Any condition? Lianzhu met her gaze directly. Only if you dare to propose. Sui Qi was taken aback by his audacious tone. Yet it would be foolish to refuse an opportunity presented so conveniently. Zhenggu, Xingu, Meibao. She turned to her teammates. Release them. Meibao put away the shovel and approached Sui Qi. Cinny, drenched in cold sweat, clutched her abdomen and took a moment before rising. Lianzhu handed her a bottle of injury repair spray. Xinyu retrieved Pei from the sack and placed him at Lianzhu's feet. Zuochuan released the steel chain from around Chen Su's neck and patted his shoulder. Brother, practice more if you're so inexperienced. Chen Su, with a grim expression, approached Lianzhu, receiving a tube of rapid healing gel from him to apply to his wound, finally stabilizing his health at 33 points. I nearly lost my life. Lianzhu, casting his gaze downward, coolly remarked, practice more upon your return. Chen Su could only respond with silence. Sui Qi observed Lianzhu conjuring medicine from thin air. Blinking in surprise, she huddled with her teammates, whispering, did you all see that? What? Zuochuan and Meibao, their cheeks flushed from the cold, looked on in confusion. Only Xinyu nodded slightly, stating, Lianzhu also possesses a storage space. What? Zuochuan gasped quietly. How did you figure that out? Meibao glanced at the four members of Lianzhu's team, a spark of realization igniting in her mind. I know. They must have also acquired supplies earlier. But their wooden crates are nowhere to be found. Perhaps like Sui Jie, they stored them away? Our Meibao is quite clever. Sui Qi tapped her nose. However, his storage might not be a repository. It's likely a large refrigerator. Zuochuan finally caught on. So that's how it is. I thought they just failed to seize anything. That he then looked at Sui Qi with lingering confusion, asking if they also have storage space. They should have amassed considerable supplies. Why are they still pursuing us for the cards? Sui Qi shrugged. Perhaps they feel embarrassed about having lost the cards to me. Meibao chimed in. But now they've not only failed to retrieve the cards, but have also been thoroughly beaten. That seems even more humiliating. The four exchanged knowing glances, unable to restrain their laughter, muffling their voices as they shook with mirth, given that the hunter squad was not far behind. 3 minutes later, they barely managed to contain their laughter. Zuochuan poked Xinyu. You and Lianzhu are both from Cloud City. What's his family background like? Is there anything we can take advantage of? Xinyu's gaze drifted over Sui Qi's head, glancing at Lianzhu, before signaling his teammates to draw closer, then whispered, do you remember that one planting star in the Guangyuan system? The trio nodded, indicating they recalled. That planting star belonged to Lianzhu's family. He was the sole heir of the planting star lord. Xinyu's revelation elicited 3 astonished what? Responses. Sui Qi couldn't help but glance at the illustrious Lianzhu. So he's a bona fide noble. Meibao's eyes widened in shock. He must have an endless supply of fruits and vegetables. Sui Qi chuckled, pinching her cheek playfully. Zuochen exhaled warm breath into his palm and stated earnestly, "What if we persuade Lien Zhu to convince his father to recognize the four of us as part of the Lien family?" Shen Yu gently touched his forehead. "If you don't have a fever, refrain from speaking nonsense. I do have an idea." However, Sui Qi lowered her voice slightly, suggesting that Lien Zhu take us to pick star fruits for a day each month. "With all the vegetables and fruits we gather belonging to us, what do you think? This way, we can enjoy the pleasure of harvesting while achieving dual freedom with regards to vegetables and fruits. It's splendid." Mei Bao's eyes sparkled. "What a brilliant idea." Zuochen and Xin Yu also found it agreeable. After the four members of the escape squad finished their discussion, they rose and approached the hunting team. Sui Qi, as the representative, conveyed the terms to Lien Zhu. The captain, being the scion of a prominent family, readily agreed. "Sure, but the picking can only occur in my private estate." Sui Qi did not respond immediately, but turned to Xin Yu. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "His private estate spans 1,200 acres. Without hesitation, Sui Qi unzipped her jacket and retrieved a double S refrigerator card from her inner pocket. Handing it to Lien Zhu with both hands, that he instinctively reached for it to tuck it into his pants pocket, but hesitated for a moment before properly placing the card into his jacket pocket. Finally, everything was settled. Sui Qi took Mei Bao's hand and hurriedly headed into the house. "Let us go inside. It's freezing out here." Just as they entered, Lien Zhu came in behind them, carrying the unconscious Pei Yi. Supporting him were Chun Su and Xi. Lien Zhu placed Pei Yi in the corner and calmly said to the group, "You can stay here for the night to recover." Zuochen bluntly remarked, "Aren't you worried we might launch a surprise attack in the middle of the night?" Lien Zhu's expression remained unchanged as he retorted, "Would you?" He twirled the flying claw in his hand. "That remains uncertain." Lien Zhu chose not to engage further with Zuochen. Instead, he took out 4 bananas from his portable refrigerator and handed them to Sui Qi. "For your stay. Captain Lien is truly courteous." While Sui Qi expressed polite words, her actions in accepting the bananas were decisive. "You all rest well. We won't disturb you." After saying this, she led her teammates into the small bedroom on the west side. After running for most of the night and engaging in a fight, the group was utterly exhausted. Given that there were ears on the other side of the wall, they refrained from further conversation. Quickly starting a fire and pulling out blankets, Xin Yu volunteered to keep watch. "I'll tend to the fire. You all go ahead and sleep." Zuochen was deeply touched. "Love you to bits." Shingu. Sui Qi followed suit. "Love you to bits, Shingu." Mei Bao maintained a rhythm. "Love you to bits, Shingu." Just a second after expressing their affection, the sound of snoring filled the air. Xin Yu chuckled softly, carefully adding firewood to the blazed at 6:30 a.m. An imperceptible white glow quietly descended from the gray-blue night sky, as snowflakes the size of salt grains gradually thickened into a flurry of goose-feather snow. The temperature plummeted to -20 degrees. The entire sandstone planet was enveloped in a vast white shroud. Focused on maintaining the fire, Xin Yu suddenly felt as though his back, turned away from the flames, was in an ice cellar. A biting chill swiftly spread from his feet to his entire body, causing sharp pain at the juncture of his prosthetic limb and thigh. He pressed firmly on the painful spot, unable to suppress the shivers that overtook him. Realizing the temperature had dropped, he knew he had to wake them up quickly. Human bodies have diminished temperature regulation abilities while sleeping, causing heat loss to accelerate. If they remained asleep in such frigid conditions while clad in light clothing, they might never awaken. Sui Jia, Mei Bao, wake up quickly. Zuochen, stop sleeping. As soon as Sui Qi opened her eyes, she felt the piercing cold and hurriedly checked the weather forecast. Today's temperature is -23 C and 16 C. With heavy snow. Tomorrow's temperature is -28 C and 21 C, also with heavy snowfall. Just waking up, Zuochen stuttered. "Why is it so cold all of a sudden?" Mei Bao, nestled in her blanket, trembled from the chill. Sui Qi retrieved cashmere underwear, a sweater, wool socks, cotton boots, and a down jacket from her portable storage. "Change your clothes first." Zuochen and Xin Yu lifted their blankets high, allowing Sui Qi and Mei Bao to change their clothes behind them while they turned around and donned their thick garments by the fire. The escape squad successfully transitioned into their warm down jackets. Sui Qi approached Xin Yu again, showing him a dazzling array of medicine. "Let us see what you need. I'll place it in the communal stash." Xin Yu selected a bottle of pain relief spray and a soothing gel. She promptly deposited 10 bottles of pain relief spray and 6 tubes of soothing gel into the communal section. "Xinyu, let me apply the medicine for you." Zhuo Chun, being quite self-aware, took out the medicine and skillfully rolled up Xinyu's pant leg to spray and apply the gel. Sui Qi zipped her down jacket all the way to the top and said as she stepped outside, "I'll check if Lian Zhu and the others are awake." Just as she reached the door, she caught a whiff of a faint scent of fur. As she halted, Lian Zhu turned the corner and walked in. He paused slightly, meeting Sui Qi's gaze for a couple of seconds before simply explaining, "It's snowing. And I intended to wake you." "Thank you, Captain Lian." Sui Qi smiled in gratitude as she approached the window to assess the situation. Fluffy snowflakes danced down, covering the ground in a blanket of white. While the distant sandstone peaks were entirely cloaked in snow, no trace of the sandstone planet's vibrant colors remained, leaving only a vast expanse of desolate white. Just as she was about to return to the small bedroom, her peripheral vision caught sight of Pei Yi and the others huddled in the corner, sharing a single down jacket, their lips pale and trembling as they squeezed together for warmth. Having fainted the previous night, Pei Yi had regained consciousness but was on the verge of fainting again from the cold. Sui Qi glanced at Lian Zhu, who was still clad in his thin jacket and work pants. His expression was calm, seemingly unfazed by the cold, although the silver tips of his hair trembled slightly. "Sui Jia." Zhuo Chun poked his head out from the bedroom doorway, beckoning her to come in and warm up by the fire. The already frostbitten Pei Yi quickly snapped to attention. "Fire? Where's the fire?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chun turned his head and was struck by their shivering appearance, feeling a pang of sympathy. How miserable. The strands of Lian Zhu's hair trembled even more intensely. Sui Qi stuffed her hands into her pockets and looked up at him. "If you don't mind, let's warm up by the fire together." Having become numb from the cold, Lian Zhu did not refuse. "Thank you." Thus, the small bedroom was illuminated as brightly as day by the 7 of them, with Pei Yi, lacking a card, appearing particularly dim in the center. Sui Qi added more wood to the fire, making it burn even brighter. He felt a bit awkward about having been knocked down by a girl, which was quite embarrassing. However, as she settled down in front of the warm fire, all her reluctance dissipated instantly. One's pride should be discarded when necessary. One must learn to forgive oneself and relish the present moment. Pei Yi was especially moved, tears welling up as he reached out to warm himself by the fire. "The bushes we gathered for firewood were used up yesterday, and now it's snowing heavily. I thought I was going to freeze to death. Thank you for saving our lives, and no need for such formality." Sui Qi replied with a smile, while she tidied Mei Bao's messy braids. "Just a small contribution for the fire." "Ah, all right." Pei Yi was still in a daze, but Lian Zhu had already given his agreement. Rather than merely accepting goodwill from others, he preferred a mutually beneficial exchange, simple and efficient, with no lingering worries. "I'll give each of you 50,000 interstellar coins, payable after the game ends." True to his upbringing as the heir of a prominent family, his generosity was evident. "Okay." Sui Qi immediately nodded in agreement. Then she recalled the dire financial situation of the 4 members of the crazy escape team. After covering her mouth and whispering to her teammates for a brief discussion, she resolved to sell some clothes to the scavenger team. Ultimately, they successfully sold 3 down jackets, 2 cashmere undergarments, 2 sweaters, and 4 pairs of plush socks, netting a handsome profit of 200,000 interstellar coins. After concluding the transaction, Sui Qi accessed the supplies section and gathered with her teammates to deliberate over breakfast. The resources she had procured the previous day were remarkably abundant, comprising food, water, and daily necessities in ample supply. There were 17 boxes of bottled mineral water, each containing 40 bottles, and even 20 boxes of coal. Provided the officials did not interfere again, they were certain to survive until the game's conclusion. Her 3 teammates, who had grown accustomed to the synthesized nutrient solution, were overwhelmed by the variety of food and eager to eat everything. In the end, Sui Qi decisively announced, "Instant noodles, ham sausage, and eggs." She retrieved a stainless steel pot suitable for 4 people, poured in 3 bottles of mineral water, and set it over the fire to boil. Mei Bao was responsible for adding the seasoning packets. Xinyu added the noodles, Sui Qi cooked the poached eggs, and Zhuo Chun placed in the ham sausage. The steaming hot air, infused with a rich and spicy aroma, wafted throughout the entire bedroom. Once Sui Qi and her companions had fished out the noodles and ladled the broth, they eagerly dived into their meal. Suddenly, an earth-shattering rumbling sound erupted, drawing everyone's attention. Pei Yi, blushing and clutching his stomach, exclaimed, "It smells so good, I couldn't resist." Exine E and Chin Su shot him a death glare. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and said, "Don't look at me like that I've been gnawing on hard rations for 7 days. Don't you all want a taste of something warm?" Upon hearing Pei Yi's words, Sui Qi replied without lifting her head, "The pot is free for you to use, but you'll need to wash it yourself." "Wonderful, thank you," Pei Yi gratefully exclaimed, then shook Lian Zhu's arm incessantly. "Lian, go, hurry and bring out the supplies. Let us cook some noodles too." After half an hour of hustle and bustle, the scavenger team successfully produced a bowl of clear broth with egg noodles. The 4 of them savored their meal, enjoying the delightful aroma of the instant noodles. Finished with her meal, Sui Qi comfortably leaned against Mei Bao, checking the player elimination status on her light brain on the 8th day of survival on Sandstone Star. The number of eliminated players stood at 42,360,000. At the pace of elimination is quite fierce, Sui Qi remarked softly. After finishing their meal, the scavenger team cleaned the pot and returned it. Both teams, influenced by each other's presence, fell into a contemplative silence. The only sounds remaining were the crackling of burning wood as the clock struck 8. The group, which had glowed throughout the night, finally resumed normalcy. They placed their cards above the light brain, awaiting rebinding. However, the 4 members of Sui Qi's team did not receive the successful binding notification. Instead, they were met with a cold announcement echoing above Sandstone Star. It has been detected that the Crazy Escape team has ample supplies. To maintain game balance, starting immediately, the cards of this team's 4 members will remain unbound until another player successfully binds. At 8:30, we will promptly announce the location of the Crazy Escape team. Players without cards should seize the opportunity. It is truly amusing how people can laugh in moments of disbelief. Players who heard this news across Sandstone Star turned green with envy. Damn, here I am, struggling for survival, and they managed to hoard enough supplies. Those bastards, they have both cards and resources, while I'm stuck in the snow eating it. In half an hour, I'm going to charge over and steal their supplies. Meanwhile, in a cellar in Mingfeng City, Jiang Chun, clutching a supply box, dared not open his eyes, hoping it was merely a figment of his imagination. Lin Feng pried open his eyelids and said, "Don't be so cowardly." He was astonished at how formidable Sui Qi had proven to be. Jiang Qin stared blankly at the crude walls of the cellar. "We were so ruthless in rejecting her on the flying ship. And now look at the state of our faces." Lu Rong buried her chin into her collar and murmured, "Who would have thought that a wealthy young lady would possess knowledge of survival on wasteland planets?" She hesitated and added, "If we had let her team up with us back then, perhaps Jiangning wouldn't have been eliminated. Have you forgotten how she tried to push you off the flying ship?" Lin Feng tightened his coat around him. "That if she had joined us, you would have been the first to go." Lin Feng made a valid point. Jiangning, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, remarked, "Nevertheless, we should still strive to acquire those cards that we could trade shopping vouchers for them." Jiang Chen analyzed. Her team managed to escape with such a trove of supplies. Undoubtedly, they possess something for storage. If we could obtain their cards, perhaps we could unlock a storage space as well. That he patted the wooden box beneath him. With these supplies, there is no fear of them being snatched away. Lin Feng and Lu Rong exchanged a brief glance, recognizing the spark of agreement in each other's eyes. Their consensus reached, Jiang Chen opened the trading center and initiated a private chat with the 7 fairies selling matches. Upon reading Sui Qi's message, which stated, "Just call me Sister Sui from now on," he hesitated for a moment before resolutely typing, "Sister Sui, where are you? We'd like to trade a shopping card for a card." Just as he sent the message, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his ear. "The 4 unbound cards of the Crazy Escape team have all been bound. In 20 minutes. The location of this team will be promptly announced. Please take note." Who the hell acted so quickly? Jiang Chun frantically retracted his message with a flick of his fingers on the light brain. "The 7 fairies selling matches. I saw it." Jiang Chun, trembling, covered his face, feeling utterly powerless and devoid of strength on the other end of the light brain. Sui Qi smirked as she closed the chat window. In the cozy little bedroom, the atmosphere between the Crazy Escape team and the scavenger team was one of tranquility. This latest maneuver by the officials was merely an attempt to incite players to turn against one another, but Sui Qi would not allow them to have their way. Upon hearing the officials' announcement, she decisively chose to hand over all 4 cards to the scavenger team. The supply generation cards had become a hot potato for them. though the four of them were somewhat reluctant. They had already amassed sufficient supplies, making it wise to part with the cards promptly. Lianju bound her 3S blind box card. Pei Yi bound Zhua Chen's toolbox card. Shin Su bound Shin Yu's suitcase card. And Xian Yi bound Mei Bao's claw machine card. The scavenger team must have accumulated a significant amount of resources as well. Sui Qi had initially worried that they would be reported after binding the four cards. To her surprise, the officials remained eerily silent. Sui Qi couldn't help but adopt the expression of an old man on the subway engrossed in his phone. Could it be that our seemingly weak crazy escape team has truly become a thorn in the officials' side? Lianju, weak, the still aching abdomen of Xian Yi couldn't help but interject. Does that mean we're useless? After all, we were beaten so badly by you yesterday. You are students of Eris Martial Academy. Sui Qi smiled. How could such strength be deemed useless? Xian Yi, why does that sound so off? Lianju explained. Among the supplies we've hoarded, food and water only constitute 1/3. Indeed, Pei Yi remarked, fondling the card in hand. It's probably only enough for the four of us for 7 or 8 days. Sui Qi felt slightly reassured as the time approached 8:30. The warm fire in the bedroom had already extinguished. The crazy escape team and the scavenger team prepared to set off, standing face to face in the snowstorm. Sui Qi adjusted her attire, pulling the down jacket's hood over her head. We must begin our escape. May we meet again by chance. MHM, Lianju nodded in agreement, producing a large bag of fruit and handing it to Sui Qi as a token of gratitude for the cards. Sui Qi accepted it with surprise, saying, "Thank you, no need for formalities." Lianju's eyes reflected the white of the snow, adding a touch of chilly elegance. His words, however, carried a warmth. If we meet again on the 21st day, I will return the 4 cards to their rightful owner. Having spoken, they ventured into the swirling snow, accompanied by their teammates. Meanwhile, Sui Qi and her 3 companions proceeded in the opposite direction. How could this be? I had thought they might safely endure until the game's conclusion, only to suddenly find themselves targeted by the officials. My heart aches for the crazy escape quartet. Had the scavenging team hoarded a substantial amount of supplies, it would have been them whose location was disclosed, merely enhancing the gaming experience, rather than being singled out. The resources in Pai Jia's warehouse could sustain the 4 of them for 2 or 3 months. The officials would undoubtedly not permit them to progress smoothly in this frigid apocalyptic world, where supplies are scarce, coupled with the heavy snowfall and plummeting temperatures. Those players who failed to secure resources would perish swiftly. The difficulty of this season far surpasses that of the previous one. The number of players achieving a successful first run should be quite limited. I had anticipated witnessing the merger of Pai Jie and Lian Shan. Yet they were forced apart so soon, and the hope for their ship has vanished. How I resent this. Although their time together was brief, their resources were plentiful. Watching Pai Jie and her frail companion struggle through the snow fills me with sorrow. I wish to send them some gifts for comfort. When the officials announced they would reveal their location, I began to send gifts that I intend to purchase several talismans to safeguard them through this ordeal. The biting wind howled, swirling snow and mist, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. The crazy escape quartet clung to one another, unwilling to let go. Mei Bao grasped Sui Qi's hand tightly. Pressing close to her, Zhuchun buried half his face in his clothing, chuckling. Lianju is quite the righteous one. It's just that the officials are being unreasonable, forcing us to flee in this blizzard. Xinyu lowered his head to shield himself from the wind and snow, murmuring, "If they wish to profit from us, we must survive within the rules they set." Sui Qi nudged Xinyu's shoulder. Great minds think alike. At precisely 8:30, the official's cold electronic voice echoed. The location card of the crazy escape team has been sent to all players' light brains. Please check your inbox. From the skies above Sandstone Star, players scattered across the landscape began to converge towards the direction of the crazy escape team. The allure of survival itself, along with the promise of a $10 million jackpot for those who endure to the end, tempted them. Countless snowflakes fell rapidly and densely from the gray sky, obscuring visibility. The black down jackets worn by Sui Qi and her companions were soon covered in snowflakes. While this snowfall posed significant challenges for the crazy escape team's progress, it also served as their greatest concealment. The flurries of snow formed a natural curtain, obscuring their tracks and rendering them both small and elusive in this silvery expanse. The crazy escape quartet received the location card from the officials. Upon opening it, Sui Qi gazed intently at the blue icon. marking their current position. After walking over 500 meters, the blue icon remained fixed in the distance, not shifting with their movement. Sui Qi finally exhaled in relief. Halting her steps, noticing her pause, the other three followed suit. This location card would not provide real-time updates on their position nor support dynamic tracking. Mei Bao joyfully shook Sui Qi's hand a couple of times. Zuo-chun chuckled lightly. Well, at least the officials have a shred of conscience. Xinyu opened his mouth to take a bite of the snow-laden icy wind, shielding his face with his sleeve. He continued, right now, we just need to find a sufficiently concealed spot to hide and ensure we remain undetected. Sui Qi pointed towards a distant, vaguely visible towering peak, its original red sandstone now blanketed in white snow. Let's head there first and see if there are any suitable sandstone caves for concealment. The four moved swiftly towards their objective, leaving deep and shallow footprints in the snow at the end of the footprints. Not yet entirely obscured by the snowfall, two figures, a stout one and a lean one, gradually came into view amidst the swirling snow. Clad in coarse animal hides, the tall player carried a finely crafted bow and arrow. His sharp gaze fixed on the direction of the footprints. Lucky us, we're quite close to our target. His voice trembled slightly in the biting wind, yet it was laced with undeniable excitement. The plumper player glanced at the large knife in his hand and gruffly remarked, the supplies we've scavenged will only last 3 days, just enough to replenish. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Sprinting towards the footprints, the cold wind suddenly intensified. Sui Qi, leading the group, abruptly halted, her nose twitching. Amidst the overwhelming icy scent, she detected the presence of two unfamiliar living beings. There are people, Sui Qi stated. Her voice low as she focused on the source of the scent. Zuo-chun furrowed his brow. Players have caught up so quickly. Sui Qi's gaze swept over the footprints left behind. They followed the tracks. The moment her words fell, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, slicing towards her chest with chilling intent. Watch out, Sui Jia. Zuo-chun yanked her arm back just in time, the arrow embedding itself into the snow beside them. Before Sui Qi could regain her footing, a second arrow shot towards Mei Bao, but Xinyu reacted swiftly, scooping her up and diving into the soft snow. Sui Qi's heart tightened and then relaxed abruptly. She dashed over to grasp Mei Bao's hand. We need to find cover and hide. The four quickly crouched and ran behind a protruding rock face, evading the onslaught of arrows. Stop hiding. You can't escape. The tall player, bow in hand, approached their rocky refuge. The stout player brandished his large knife. Hand over your supplies, and we might spare your lives. Just as they were a mere 5 meters away from the quartet's hiding spot, Zuo-chun leaned out, his flying claws skillfully catching the lean player's right side, tightening the steel chain and pulling with all his might. A piercing scream echoed across the desolate landscape. The lean player collapsed to the ground. Clutching his bleeding, torn abdomen, the stout player bellowed and charged at Zuo-chun, but Xinyu swiftly flicked his wrist, sending his axe spiraling through the air towards him. The stout player gripped his knife tightly. Desperately swiping upward, the clash rang out as the axe was knocked to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, Sui Qi brandished her spiked mace and charged fiercely at him. The stout player quickly raised his knife to block, attempting to fend off Sui Qi's assault. However, Mei Bao had silently maneuvered behind him. With her shovel in hand, she leapt high and struck down with tremendous force onto his head, catching the stout player off guard. He collapsed to the ground, motionless. The vast snowfield fell silent once more, save for the gentle, continuous descent of snowflakes. Oh my goodness. The crazy escape team is as fierce as ever in battle. Zuo-chun's flying claws have become increasingly adept, and Xinyu and Pai Jie coordinate exceptionally well. Mei Bao is a veritable shovel warrior. Those two players were far too arrogant. Instead of capturing others, they met their demise. Let them await their exit. Many players are racing towards the crazy escape team, hoping they find a safe place to hide soon. They surely will, for Xinyu and Pai Jie possess keen eyesight. It's making me anxious. I won't say more, and I'll continue watching. The crimson blood stained the pristine white snow, as the light brains of the stout and lean players emitted piercing alarms. Player's life value detected below 5. Forced exit in 3 seconds. Emergency distress signal sent to the medical ship. Sui Qi stowed her mace and approached them, swiftly peeling off their animal hides. Mei Bao dashed over to assist her. The lean player, still barely conscious, thought to protest. Hey, you seem quite shy. Sui Qi brushed aside his hand gripping his collar. Surely it's acceptable if I do this with my eyes closed. the emaciated player, stripped of his clothing, failed to utter a single coherent word as he lay bare-chested in the snow, completely unconscious. The medical ship swiftly arrived to retrieve the two individuals, Sui Qi, armed with a bow and arrow, and Xinyu, wielding a large blade, moved in tandem as they handed over their spoils to Sui Qi, who efficiently stowed them away in her personal storage. The four of them continued their trek toward the towering peaks in the distance. The biting cold wind intensified, causing them to stagger, with Mei Bao nearly swept away on several occasions. In a decisive move, Sui Qi produced a 15-meter-long nylon rope, wrapping it securely around each person's waist, binding them closely together. After half an hour of trudging onward, the snow-covered sandstone peaks finally loomed before them. The group, known for their reckless escape, pressed forward, occasionally glancing upward, meticulously searching for the presence of a sandstone cave. Yet all that met their gaze was a blanket of white. As they approached, Xinyu squinted, scanning the rocky face, when suddenly the solid ground beneath him vanished, and he lost his balance, uncontrollably sliding down the steep, snowy incline. The other three, still processing Xinyu's words, were yanked along by the rope tied around their waists. The precipice of the 1,000-meter snow slope lay an abyss that plunged into darkness. The four of them descended at a breakneck speed of over 100 meters per second, surrounded by splashing snow. In mere seconds, they would plummet into the chasm, and their only chance of survival lay in halting their slide. Sui Qi quickly adjusted her position and shouted, "Lie flat against the snow and dig your hands and feet into it." Xinyu, Sui Qi, and Mei Bao immediately complied, using their weapons to anchor themselves in the snow. She brandished her wolf-toothed club, the hard spikes scraping against the sandstone beneath the snow, producing a jarring sound. Sui Qi, speaking rapidly, cautioned, "Watch out for the rocks. Colliding with protruding sandstone during their rapid descent could prove fatal." Just as her warning fell from her lips, Sui Qi heard a cry of pain, followed by the warm splash of blood on the back of her hand. A glaring crimson streak marred the pure white snow. Her thoughts momentarily blanked. Mei Bao's shovel lodged securely in a crack in the rock, finally halting their descent. However, Xinyu, Sui Qi, and Sui Qi had already fallen into the abyss, leaving only Mei Bao teetering at the edge. The rapid beating of Sui Qi's heart began to ease as she found a foothold on the thin layer of snow on the cliff face, quickly looking down to assess Xinyu and Sui Qi's conditions. Sui Qi wiped the blood smeared across the right side of his face, all of it belonging to Xinyu. He trembled as he asked, "Xinyu, are you still alive?" The two had nearly slid down together. And as Xinyu was injured, the cold wind had enveloped his face in blood. Sui Qi couldn't discern the exact nature of Xinyu's injuries, only that he had bled profusely at the bottom of the slope. Xinyu could no longer speak. His complexion was ashen, and he struggled to remain conscious against the pain. His entire left arm had been violently scraped across sharp, jutting rocks, and even his palm bore the brunt of the injury. The down jacket on the inner side of his left arm was shredded from wrist to shoulder, the white down now a shocking crimson. Streams of blood dripped from his fingertips into the abyss below. Sui Qi mimicked Sui Qi's method of anchoring himself to the cliff wall while tugging on the rope tied around Xinyu's waist, laboriously and slowly hoisting him onto his back. Feeling the warmth of Xinyu's breath against his nose, Sui Qi's taut nerves finally relaxed. "It's good that you're alive, I think I saw." Xinyu took a shallow breath before weakly continuing. "There's a sandstone cave on the cliff." Sui Qi chuckled softly. "I'm truly impressed. Your eyes are remarkably sharp." That he relayed the information to Sui Qi. "Sister Sui, Xinyu says he spotted a sandstone cave." Sui Qi responded with genuine admiration. "It must be my Shun good. Let's ascend first, and then we can return to search." She was merely a meter away from the cliff summit and quickly climbed up, joining forces with Mei Bao to pull Sui Qi and Xinyu to safety. Having narrowly escaped death, they had no time to collect themselves, as Xinyu's health points had plummeted to 55 and continued to drop. Sui Qi produced a folding knife, decisively cutting away the fabric from Xinyu's left arm, revealing a long, jagged wound that extended from his armpit to his palm, due to the rapid descent. The sharp stones on the snow slope had acted like blades, slicing through Xinyu's skin and muscle, the wound revealing rolled flesh that bled profusely, staining the snow crimson. Fortunately, his bones remained unscathed. Sui Qi applied antiseptic to Xinyu's injury, while Mei Bao carefully sprayed a wound-repairing solution over the gash. She softly reassured him, "Xingu, this will help with the pain. Just hold on a little longer." and it will subside. Sui Qi took charge of applying the rapid healing gel, promising that in 2 hours, the wound would scab over. After the treatment, the pain lessened significantly, and Xinyu felt only a lingering numbness at the injury site. Guilt washed over him as he said, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being careless and putting you all in danger. What's the point of saying that?" Zhuochun playfully flicked Xinyu's forehead with his finger. "We're a team. We share both the rewards and the risks." Xinyu, momentarily stunned by the flick, rubbed his sore head, lost in thought for a while. Mei Bao clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Zhuoji's words are quite profound." "Well said, Zhuogu," Sui Qi laughed, giving Zhuochun a high five, only for both of them to grimace and let out a yelp in unison. After sliding down, their palms bore numerous cuts. Sui Qi shook her throbbing hand, squeezing the rapid healing gel into her palm and rubbing it over her minor wounds, which quickly stopped hurting and scabbed. She took Mei Bao's hand to examine it, discovering that the flesh between her right thumb and index finger had been scraped raw. It looked painful, yet she had silently endured it until now. Sui Qi gently blew on it, applied a thick layer of gel, and extended her pinky to make a pact. "From now on, if you get hurt, tell me immediately, okay?" Mei Bao hooked her pinky with Sui Qi's, turning it clockwise and then counterclockwise, smiling as she replied, "Got it, Sister Sui." Zhuochun grinned, taking the gel from Sui Qi's hand, applying it to his own wounds, and then to Xinyu's right hand. Once the four of them had treated their injuries, they took a brief respite as the wind began to die down. Zhuochun planned to descend the cliff with Xinyu to investigate the sandstone cave. Xinyu removed his recently retired down jacket, donning a new one instead. Zhuochun wielded a shovel to clear the snow at the cliff's edge, revealing the red sandstone ground, firmly embedding the climbing claw into the rock crevice. After testing it to ensure it was secure, he slightly bent over, addressing Xinyu, "Climb on. Zhuogu will carry you." Xinyu's left arm was indeed too weak to support him, so he took a couple of steps forward and awkwardly positioned himself on his Zhuochun's back. Zhuochun straightened up, noticing Xinyu's stiffness, and lightly tapped his thigh with his right index finger. "Loosen up. I won't drop you." Xinyu attempted to relax, but failed, gripping Zhuochun's shoulders tightly. His back rigid, Zhuochun secured Xinyu firmly to his back with the rope, tying the other end to the steel chain to ensure it was long enough. Sui Qi, standing nearby, advised, "There's snow on the cliff. Be cautious of slipping, and make sure to step firmly before descending." "Yeah, don't worry," Zhuochun replied, finding suitable footholds and handholds on the slippery rock face, slowly beginning his descent. Mei Bao held onto the steel chain, while Sui Qi stepped on the climbing claw, ready to pull the two back up at the slightest disturbance. "Shift a bit to the east," Xinyu whispered instructions to Zhuochun, heeding the guidance. Zhuochun cautiously maneuvered on the slick cliff. Between the sheer walls of the cliff, the wind and snow continued unabated as Zhuochun descended with Xinyu on his back. Finally, about 30 meters from the cliff summit, they successfully spotted the entrance to a sandstone cave that was much darker than the surrounding mountain. Zhuochun gripped the edge of the cave entrance, bending down while still carrying Xinyu, and opened his light brain to send a message to their group. Successfully located the sandstone cave. Upon witnessing the news atop the cliff, the expressions of the two individuals relaxed, their worries dissipating. Half an hour later, Sui Qi safely arrived at the sandstone cave, carrying Mei Bao on his back, where the four successfully reunited. Zhuochun flicked his arms to retract the flying claws, stowing them away in Sui Qi's portable warehouse. The four of them activated the built-in flashlights of their light brains and ventured into the sandstone cave. Zhuochun led the way, followed by Sui Qi and Mei Bao in the middle, with Xinyu bringing up the rear. The interior of the cave was exceedingly spacious. Sui Qi gazed at the main chamber, which could accommodate nearly 20 individuals, and turned to Xinyu, saying, "Brother Shan, this place is both secluded and spacious. It is quite impressive." Mei Bao readily praised, "Absolutely amazing." Zhuochun also turned his head to compliment, impressive that he raised his light brain and surveyed the stone cave. Discovering two smaller chambers behind the main one, that the right chamber was slightly smaller, and upon entering, they noticed a conspicuous depression in the center of the floor, with an irregularly shaped dark hole gaping ominously. Its destination unknown. Due to its resemblance to a squat toilet, Sui Qi decided to designate this small stone cave as a bathroom, and everyone agreed. The left chamber was larger, containing a 3-meter-long stone bed. Making it quite suitable as a sleeping area for the four, they swiftly set about making a fire to boil water. and while waiting for the water to heat up, all 8 frostbitten fingers, swollen like radishes, reached toward the fire to warm themselves. Despite having a warehouse full of supplies, not a single glove could be found. Sui Qi suspected that the authorities had not provided any at all. No matter, she would take matters into her own hands. After we finish eating, I will make us a few pairs of gloves. Fortunately, there is a box of wool and several sets of knitting needles in the supplies. Sui Qi immediately chimed in, with fleece and thickness. Thank you. Sure. Mei Bao also made a request. Sui Jia, I would like a neck-hanging pair de... No problem. Xin Yu raised his hand in a peace sign, coldly stating, I want 2 pairs. Consider it done. Sui Qi pinched Xin Yu's 2 fingers and leaned closer, saying, Xin Yu, you've changed, and no matter who you are, get off him. Xin Yu pushed his face away and shoved a pain relief spray into his hand, saying, My legs hurt. Help me spray it. All right. Sui Qi immediately shifted his playful demeanor, diligently administering the medication. Just as the water in the pot began to boil, they fell silent, focusing on their water bottles, the warm liquid thawing their frozen bodies. After a brief rest, the 4 members of the Fleeing Madness team began their tasks. Sui Qi found a box of magnetic wall lamps among the supplies and installed several in the bedroom and bathroom, instantly brightening the dim sandstone cave. Sui Qi took a bag of hooks, using a folding knife to cut several holes in the black dust beast skin, hanging it up to block the cold wind from the entrance. The beast skin clothes stripped from the 2 players, regardless of their size, found new purpose as they were hung at the entrances of the bedroom and bathroom. Sui Qi intended to arrange the wide stone platform in the corner as a kitchen prep area, working alongside Mei Bao to set out cutting boards, seasonings, and daily ingredients. Xin Yu was tasked with arranging the stone bed. He found 2 double-sided heating blankets from his portable warehouse, which activated upon contact with air and were reusable. He placed the heating blankets on the stone bed, layered it with blankets, retrieved 2 down comforters for the foot of the bed, and set a teddy bear toy in the center to separate the 2 sides. The cold stone bed instantly felt much warmer and appeared quite inviting for sleep. The 4 busily attended to their respective duties. What do you want for lunch? Sui Qi inquired while browsing through the abundant food supplies. Sui Qi replied, I want meat. Xin Yu expressed, I want something with soup. Mei Bao added, I want vegetables. Sui Qi affirmed, consider it arranged. 50 minutes later, a fragrant stew emerged from the pot, boasting meat, vegetables, and broth. The 4 indulged in their meal with fervor, hardly lifting their heads. After satisfying their hunger, Mei Bao, her round belly protruding, exclaimed, Sui Jia, this is the best meal I've had in the past 9 years. Sui Qi rubbed her belly, saying, there will be even tastier meals in the future. This is just the beginning. I haven't even showcased a fraction of the culinary delights of Chinese cuisine. Sui Qi, with a satisfied burp, remarked, what a difficult life it was for me, consuming only nutrient liquid 3 meals a day. Xin Yu lazily leaned against the rock wall, asking, Sui Jia, are you planning to open a restaurant in the future? I want to join you. Sui Qi raised his hand. Count me in. Mei Bao chimed in. I want to join too. As an enthusiastic food lover with a gourmet chef certification, Sui Qi felt confident about conquering the palates of interstellar beings with Chinese cuisine. She readily replied, no problem. When I venture into the restaurant business, I will definitely bring you along. After cleaning the dishes, the 4 gathered around the fire, engaging in pleasant conversation. While speaking, Sui Qi retrieved knitting needles and a ball of black yarn from her portable warehouse. Beginning to knit gloves, she deftly maneuvered the knitting needles through the yarn, skillfully casting on stitches before commencing a rhythmic pattern of weaving, the black yarn intertwining seamlessly between the needles. The chatter of Sui Qi, Xin Yu, and Mei Bao gradually dwindled as they became entranced by Sui Qi's actions. Mei Bao tilted her head and asked, Sui Jia, what are you making? Sui Qi cut a length of yarn and replied, knitting gloves. Sui Qi picked up the yarn, inspecting it from various angles. With this yarn and these 2 needles, you can make gloves? Not just gloves. Anything can be knitted. Xin Yu marveled at the gloves taking shape in Sui Qi's hands, exclaiming, Sui Jia, you truly are skilled at everything that I've only seen such techniques in vintage films. Sui Qi squatted in front of Sui Qi, observing intently, bewildered by her lightning-fast fingers. Aren't you a former rich girl? How come you are so adept at this craft? Sui Qi, smiling gently, shared her life philosophy. As long as there is life, learning never ceases. Mastering multiple skills opens multiple paths. That makes so much sense. Sui Qi, successfully persuaded, picked up an extra knitting needle beside her and declared, "I want to learn to knit too." Although Sui Qi appeared somewhat clumsy, Sui Qi was more than willing to teach him, shifting her position to make room for him to sit beside her, guiding him through the process. Xinyu and Mei Bao also grabbed yarn and needles, crowding around to join Sui Qi's knitting class. The Fleeing Madness quartet exuded warmth and camaraderie. It was the first time Sui Qi had witnessed such a lively atmosphere in a survival game. How she wished she could dive into the screen and live in that cave with them. One could also stick warm packs all over like the scavenger team, not a Sui Qi's fan. She longed to possess a pair of gloves hand-knitted by her, unable to resist trying her hand at making a stew. She ended up crying over her own terrible cooking, wishing Sui Qi could send her culinary skills and hands. The official end-of-day survival war could prepare some merchandise and open a restaurant. Watching Sui Qi knitting with such determination, it was undeniably an amusing sight, utterly adorable. Fortunately, Xinyu discovered that the sandstone cave was a previously frequented location, having attracted several groups of players who did not recognize the Fleeing Madness team and would seize any opportunity to raid, resulting in many players being eliminated. This was precisely the situation the authorities wanted to see. As long as there were no fatalities, they could let players battle as they pleased. The extreme cold weather was too harsh. The number of players who survived until the end would likely be few. Sui Qi truly did not expect that the one who would ultimately succeed in crafting would be Sui Qi, who appeared the least skilled with handiwork. His fingers were surprisingly nimble, learning quickly. Though his pace could not match hers, his technique was exquisite. With tight stitches, Sui Qi praised him with admiration. "Jingu, you have a natural talent." Sui Qi, deftly maneuvering the needles, nodded and replied, "My looks are the least remarkable of my qualities." Mei Bao and Xinyu's skills were equally lacking, with cross stitches and dropped needles, rendering them unfit for the knitting task. In the end, Sui Qi and Sui Qi sat side by side beneath the lamp, diligently knitting gloves while occasionally leaning in to whisper a few words. Xinyu, having failed to learn, returned to the fire pit to continue stoking the flames. Mei Bao cheerfully cradled the yarn ball, responsible for assisting the two artisans with the yarn. From afternoon until evening, Sui Qi successfully knitted a pair of neck-hanging gloves for Mei Bao, who eagerly donned them, unwilling to take them off. "Wow, so soft and warm," she exclaimed, cupping her face with her hands, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Sui Qi smiled and ruffled her hair for a while. Sui Qi had nearly completed his own project, having knitted all afternoon, and now his stomach grumbled with hunger. Knitting was indeed quite exhausting. He leaned back against the rock wall, waiting to eat before continuing. Sui Qi, seizing the moment, suggested, "How about we have rice and braised pork ribs for dinner tonight?" Mei Bao unconditionally agreed, remarking that Sui Qi would defer to the chef's discretion. Xinyu expressed his stance through action, rising to wash the rice. The four of them collaborated, preparing a hearty meal sufficient for 8. Leaving each of them leaning against the wall, spinning in circles within the sandstone cave to aid digestion. Sui Qi lamented, "At this rate, after the game concludes, I fear I might gain 10 pounds. Sui Qi, perceptive to his concerns, replied, "Then let us have dry rations tomorrow." In unison, the three extended their hands in protest, declaring, "No, what does gaining 10 pounds matter when one must not forsake culinary delights?" In the harsh and frigid end times, food transcends mere sustenance. It serves as a balm for the soul. "I am merely 9 years old, the prime age for growth," she added. "Splendid." Sui Qi smiled sincerely. "Knowing you are also food enthusiasts brings me comfort. It is far better to share the burden of weight gain." Within her portable storage, 2/3 of the provisions comprised various meats, with vegetables and fruits being a rarity. She readily announced the next day's feast. "We shall have roasted lamb leg. Hooray!" After a leisurely stroll post-dinner, fatigue descended upon the four, and following a brief washing ritual, they nestled beneath warm blankets, succumbing to deep slumber. The escape team enjoyed several days of a relaxed routine of eating, sleeping, and knitting within this secluded sandstone cave. Sui Qi and Mei Bao each acquired 2 pairs of gloves and a hat. Sui Qi had matching items crafted for himself and Xinyu, who received an additional custom leg warmer. Throughout this period, the heavy snowfall persisted, with temperatures plummeting to -45 degrees. Daily, hundreds of thousands of players faced forced elimination due to severe frostbite. Finally, on the 13th day of survival on Sandstone Star, the snowfall ceased, yet the temperature continued its descent. Only over 20,000 players remained alive, Zhuo glanced at the data above his head, exclaiming, out of 50 million players, only this few have survived. His knitting skills had become remarkably proficient as he quickly crafted a woolen mask with deft hands. This season's challenges were exceedingly formidable. Xinyu stoked the fire, commenting, for 2,000 to survive is already quite a feat indeed. It was an impressive number. Sui Qi, armed with needle and thread, continuously extracted cotton from the plush toys in Mei Bao's embrace, sewing it into the woolen gloves, hats, and masks for all four, preparing to enhance their warmth and thickness. She remarked, in line with the official's usual style, they will surely create more havoc. The players who survive until the end will not exceed 1,000. Zhuo's knitting needles flew. It's impossible to gauge the official's tactics. I have no idea what tricks they will pull. Do not panic, Sui Qi replied calmly. We will face whatever comes our way. The four did not wait long. That evening, precisely at midnight on the 14th day of survival on Sandstone Star, over 20,000 players were roused from their slumber by an announcement from the official channels. Good evening, players. In 30 minutes, 1,000 carefully selected star velvet beasts will be randomly teleported to your vicinity. They possess sharp claws, are of significant size, and are ravenously hungry. We hope you enjoy your time with these distant interstellar visitors. A friendly reminder, star velvet beasts are the apex predators of Snowy Domain Star and are classified as interstellar-level protected species. Harming them may result in life imprisonment. Zhuo clenched his fists. What nonsense is this? Xinyu sharply critiqued. Enjoy? It seems more like a ticket to death. Mei Bao, nestled in Sui Qi's embrace, muttered softly, how unfair. Players who encounter the star velvet beasts can only be eliminated. Sui Qi chuckled lightly. The official's audacious persona remains unshaken. The official's maneuver sparked widespread criticism from players, with interstellar viewers of the livestream fervently voicing their opinions. The official for the end-time survival battle is utterly shameless. If I encounter such beasts, I would likely faint from fear. It's incredible to witness living star velvet beasts on Sandstone Star. Truly remarkable. Facing star velvet beasts, one cannot kill or escape. Is there only a dead end? This is outrageous. Are they actually trying to incite casualties? Calm down, everyone. I have insider information. The selected star velvet beasts were all rented at a high price from the Snowy Domain Zoo. And they are quite gentle, and no matter how gentle they are, players' first instinct upon encountering a beast is to either flee or attack. If they are attacked, won't they go wild and harm people? Moreover, they are all starving. It is highly probable they will cause harm. They are merely a bit hungry. They are accustomed to cooked food and won't eat humans. Currently, the surviving players are likely hungrier than the star velvet beasts. I worry they might kill them for meat. In that case, they would be in serious trouble. The officials are more considerate than we are. Losing a single star velvet beast would cost them 100 million interstellar coins in compensation. Each star velvet beast is equipped with a teleportation device. Should they sustain injury, they will be immediately teleported back to Snowy Domain Star. In the Sandstone Cave, Sui Qi sat up. Based on our experiences over the past several days, there is bound to be at least one of those 1,000 star velvet beasts teleported right here. She tucked Mei Bao snugly in her blanket, donned her clothes, and approached the stone table. Producing a stash of meat to prepare, the three exchanged puzzled glances but instinctively followed Sui Qi's lead, rising to dress. Zhuo casually inquired, Sui Jia, what are you planning to do? Preparing some food for our hungry interstellar guests. She replied, pausing momentarily, glancing uncertainly at Xinyu. Star velvet beasts are carnivorous, right? Yes. Xinyu added charcoal to the fire, confirming, they are pure carnivores. That's good. Mei Bao darted to Sui Qi's side to help, exclaiming, Sui Jia is so clever. With food, they want to see us as their next meal. Zhuo also joined by the stone table. Sui Jia truly thinks quickly. The aroma of the 2 roasted chickens and 5 large pieces of roasted beef wafted through the air. Sui Qi, wielding a spiked club, suddenly lifted her head, keenly gazing toward the cave entrance concealed by animal hides. She raised a finger to her lips, and the other 3 fell silent at once. The quiet sandstone cave was devoid of sound, yet she detected a distinctly unfamiliar scent mingling with the tantalizing aroma of the roasting meat, carrying an unmistakable bestial essence. Sui Qi mouthed, it's a star velvet beast. The 4 exchanged glances, stealthily rising to position themselves behind the fire. Zhuo, with a swift motion, tore aside the hide at the entrance. Concealed behind the curtain was a massive white beast. its mouth agape in a fearsome roar as it lunged toward the four. The star velvet beast's head was 10 times larger than an ordinary cat's, and as it attempted to enter the cave, it became ensnared. Meow. Its menacing expression froze, letting out a pained wail as it struggled. Stuck and unable to advance or retreat, the poised escape team stood in astonishment. What is happening? The apex predator of Snowy Domain Star is reduced to this. Sui Qi, gazing at the beast's thick, snowy fur, suppressed the urge to bury her hands in its soft coat, and, expressionless, struck it firmly with her spiked club. Ha! The star velvet beast's fur bristled, ears flattened, revealing sharp teeth as it issued a warning growl towards Sui Qi. It was confirmed, a large feline indeed. Sui Qi, lowering her guard, tore off a deliciously roasted chicken leg and presented it to the star velvet beast's nose. Choose meat or death. Meow. The ferocious star velvet beast instantly capitulated to the allure of food. Its low growl transforming into a soft purr, its furry head nuzzled against Sui Qi's hand holding the chicken leg. Goodness, who could resist such a charming creature? Certainly not Sui Qi. She scratched its chin. Cooing, if you behave and don't attack us, I'll feed you meat every day. Just give me a couple of meows to agree. Meow meow. That infuriatingly endearing sound. Sui Qi's heart softened as she fed the still warm chicken legs to the star velvet beast, signaling her anxious teammates with an okay gesture. Negotiation successful. Crisis averted. That all there is to it. Zhuqian raised an incredulous eyebrow. How did you manage cross-species communication? Sui Qi extended her left hand toward the roasted chicken. Through our shared passion, food. After the crisis was averted, the four escapees spent half an hour breaking open a hole, successfully rescuing the trapped starry beast, which they named Dammy, after taking turns feeding it 2 roasted chickens and all the grilled meat. Dammy, with its tail held high, boldly squeezed through the hole and claimed the warm stone bed, yawning before falling asleep. This 2-meter-long, 1-meter-high feline nearly filled the entire stone bed. The 4 humans, overwhelmed with joy, dove into its soft fur and fell into a deep slumber beside it. Meanwhile, the interstellar netizens fell silent. The escape group always had such a unique style. The officials sent a warm pack to the escape group, which was quite amusing. It was astonishing how easily Pai Jie tamed the starry beast, especially when considering those players who had been frightened into exiting, chased and bitten by 2 starry beasts, or knocked against the wall by a paw. They were merely victims of bad luck. Just look at the hunting team, who hadn't even encountered a shadow of a starry beast. Many starry beasts frolicked in the snow, untouched by players. The Pai Jie's methods were not replicable. Among the surviving players, none possessed enough resources to raise Dammy. The starry beast caretaker, 789, sternly declared. Its name is Sani Lilith, not Dammy. It is not Dammy. It is not Dammy. I find Dammy quite appealing. I will reiterate. It is not Dammy. The more you repeat it, the more the netizens will remember it as Dammy. The following morning, Sui Qi was awakened by a paw. The instigator nonchalantly jumped off the stone bed, stretched, and lounged by the fire. Groggily opening her eyes, she glanced at the time. It was already 9:30. Zhuqian, Xinyu, and Mei Bao had risen, seated by the fire and conversing in hushed tones. After lingering in bed for a while, she slowly donned her coat and got up, having slept too comfortably the night before. Sui Qi went next door to use the restroom, thoroughly waking herself up in the process. She quickly washed her face and brushed her teeth, then sat beside the warm Dammy, activating her light brain to check the weather. Today's low was -50 degrees, and tomorrow's was -55. After reporting the weather to everyone, she rubbed her hands together. It seemed the temperature would not rise again. Over 10,000 players had exited yesterday. Zhuqian ladled a bowl of porridge from the pot and handed it to her. I made some rice porridge. Have a little. I love you, Sui Qi replied, taking it and sipping slowly. Once they finished a simple breakfast, they prepared a meat dish for Dammy, placing a bowl of water beside it. After Dammy had eaten and drunk its fill, it hopped back onto the stone bed to sleep. Seizing the opportunity, Sui Qi planned to prepare more cooked food for storage, while Mei Bao and Xinyu assisted her, and Zhuqian diligently practiced the double rib knitting technique he had learned just yesterday. His expression focused. At 11:35 in the morning, the deeply slumbering Dammy suddenly awoke, leaping off the stone bed and pacing anxiously, emitting low growls of unease. Animals often sense impending danger before humans do. Zhuqian instantly rose and moved to Sui Qi's side. Mei Bao furrowed her brow in concern. Sui Qi, what is wrong with Dami? Sui Qi gathered all nearby supplies into her portable warehouse. Stay alert. Meow. Dami let out a sharp cry, causing the entire sandstone cave to tremble violently. The four unsteady figures crashed against the rocky walls as dust and debris rained down from the ceiling. It's an earthquake. Sui Qi struggled to maintain her balance, retreating to a corner while shielding her head. She positioned Mei Bao behind her, wrapping her arms around Zhuochun and Xinyu's heads, while Dami dashed over to them, fiercely swatting at the falling rocks with its massive claws, protecting them with its substantial body. Fortunately, the tremor was mild and of short duration, concluding in a matter of seconds. As Sui Qi opened her eyes within Dami's thick fur, she noticed that although Zhuochun and Xunyu were cradled in her arms, their arms shielded her and Mei Bao tightly in the center. Though Mei Bao nestled in her embrace, she too stretched out her arms to encircle Sui Qi's head. It was in that moment that Sui Qi truly felt the weight of her rebirth in this foreign world. The coldness of having drowned alone in a mountain flood in her previous life gradually dissipated, replaced by the warmth felt from her life-dependent companions, making her acutely aware of her existence in the present. Sui Qi patted her three teammates' arms. It's over. Xinyu and Zhuochun were the first to rise, while Sui Qi gently ruffled Mei Bao's hair, still shaken. There might be aftershocks. Let us pack up and leave this place. The spices and ingredients on the stone platform, the wall sconces, the cooking pot and kettle on the ground, the blankets and plush toys on the stone bed. Everything was swiftly stored away. The fire that had burned day and night was extinguished, and the sandstone cave, once filled with traces of their lives, returned to its cold, desolate state. They donned thick, fleece-lined gloves, hats, and masks, clearing the stones blocking the cave entrance. The frigid wind at -50 degrees easily whisked away the warmth from their bodies, causing exposed skin to sting immediately. Zhuochun pulled down the brim of his hat, half his body leaning out of the cave entrance. Just as he prepared to throw a claw toward the cliff face, when he suddenly felt the rope tied around his waist tugged forcefully. He turned back in confusion, only to see the three behind him and Dami, all with solemn expressions, gazing intently across the way. Following their gazes, he noticed a layer of ominous dark green mist enveloping the area less than 20 meters away. It descended from the leaden sky, extending like a veil of water, with no visible boundary. This ominous dark green mist, emanating an oppressive aura, was slowly advancing towards them. Mei Bao tightened her grip on Sui Qi's hand. Sui Qi. It's poisonous mist. Zhuochun clenched his fist against his forehead. Why does it have to be this, of all things? Xinyu explained to the puzzled Sui Qi. On the 14th day of the game, poisonous mist descends, causing the safe activity area to shrink. Players may only survive in regions not covered by the mist. He frowned deeply. This game mechanic was present in the last season. I didn't expect it to carry over into this one. Zhuochun observed the approaching poisonous mist, which would engulf them within 10 seconds, his tone grave. The mist moves quickly once it touches you. No matter how high your health, it will drop to 5 instantly, resulting in automatic elimination. Upon hearing this, Sui Qi's expression relaxed instead. Now that we know what it is, we can handle it. Although the four of them on 2 legs couldn't outrun the mist, the apex snow domain beast, the starry beast, could. She pulled out a rope and swiftly tied the group together, turning to Dami. Take us to the cliff top as fast as you can. And I'll make sure you're well fed. Dami mewed softly, slightly bowing. The toxic mist was now less than 3 meters away. Sui Qi urged her teammates to quickly mount Dami's thick back. Lower your bodies and hold on tight. Its front paws dug firmly into the rock crevice of the cave entrance, and with a powerful push from its hind legs, Dami leapt gracefully out of the cave at the moment of takeoff. A strong sense of weightlessness washed over them, with the abyss yawning beneath their feet, and Sui Qi dared not relax her guard for a moment. Soon, the feeling of weightlessness dissipated as Dami adeptly carried the four to the steep cliff summit. The dark green mist barely brushing its tail, Sui Qi, nestled in Dami's thick fur, calmly instructed, Dami, don't stop. Keep running. The enormous white beast sped away in the opposite direction of the mist. Thus, they raced across the vast snowy expanse for half an hour, the perilous dark green mist far behind them before Dami finally slowed down, feeling hungry. The escapees, nearly frozen solid, smoothly rolled off Dami's back into the snow, lingering there for a while before helping each other up, shivering as they brushed off the snow, gathered firewood, and prepared to ignite a fire. Sui Qi first warmed 2 roasted chickens and 3 large pork chops for Dammy, who, upon catching the enticing aroma, rushed over, eagerly awaiting its meal. 8 hands eagerly petted its fur. Sui Qi removed the chicken bones, placing all the meat into Dammy's designated bowl. Good baby, we owe you one today. Dammy devoured the food without lifting its head. Zhuo Chun, watching the water in the pot begin to bubble, suggested, Sui Jia, let us have something with soup. It'll warm us up. Sure. Sui Qi pondered for a moment and replied, then let us have beef noodles. The beef was sliced in the morning. The noodles were ready-made dry noodles, and with the addition of a few garnishes, the fragrant beef noodles were swiftly prepared. The 4 individuals dared not sit on the cold ground, for their behinds would surely freeze. Instead, they could only squat beside the fire, consuming their steaming hot lunch in the icy wilderness. Zhuo Chun, Shen Yu, and Mei Bao took on the responsibility of washing the dishes. The well-fed Demi frolicked in the snow, while Sui Qi stood atop a flat rock, gazing into the distance at the faintly visible dark green toxic mist. Her 3 companions whispered quietly as they roasted their frozen masks over the fire. Zhuo Chun remarked, Sister Sui's expression seems rather serious. I wonder what she is pondering. Shen Yu added, without our shelter, where shall we go from here? Mei Bao questioned, in the contest between the toxic mist and the frantic escape quartet, who shall ultimately prevail? Little Mei Bao, that line of thought is quite perilous. Shen Yu chided, tapping her on the nose. Zhuo Chun playfully flicked her forehead. In truth, Sui Qi was contemplating, in her past life, she controlled game characters to navigate through toxic zones, and in this life, she was experiencing it firsthand. Life was becoming increasingly exhilarating. The appearance of this toxic mist was comparable to the potions concocted by witches on television. One could only wonder which was more potent. Demi, full of vigor in the snow, seemed quite suited for sledding in the midst of silence. A sudden flurry of excited meows interrupted Sui Qi's wandering thoughts as she turned her gaze toward the source of the sound. Unbeknownst to her, a second cat had appeared before Demi. The 2 cats chased each other playfully in the snow, akin to old friends reunited in a foreign land. As they frolicked, Demi led the second cat back to Sui Qi. Coming to an abrupt halt and showering her face with snow, the snowflakes slid down her collar, sending a shiver through her. After finally shaking off the snow, she barely steadied herself when she heard the resounding gurgle of Demi's friend's stomach, akin to a symphony. Meow, Demi squeaked, nuzzling against her, and the second cat joined in, eager to rub against her as well. You both are making me all snowy. Sui Qi declined their affectionate nudges and returned to the fire. With the 2 cats trailing closely behind her, the 3 observers behind her wore smiles. Zhuo Chun teased, oh, it seems our sister Sui has quite the charm with the starry beasts. Enough of that. Sui Qi retorted, retrieving 2 roasted chickens and placing them by the fire to warm. She pinched the second cat's face, stating, if you eat my chicken, you must work for me. If you agree, give me a meow. Meow. Quite clever. It seemed to understand human speech. Mei Bao, captivated by the second cat's blue and purple eyes, exclaimed, it has heterochromia. How beautiful. She then generously complimented Demi, saying, your green eyes are lovely too. Shen Yu, assisting in warming the chickens, leaned closer to Sui Qi and whispered, can we afford to care for 2? We must tighten our belts, but we shall manage. Sui Qi softly revealed her plan. I intend to craft a sled, allowing them to serve as our sledding companions. Zhuo Chun, who had been attentively listening, immediately chimed in. That sounds splendid. Although Demi and the second cat bore a resemblance, they were genuine wild creatures, muscular and swift. With their help, the toxic mist would surely not catch up. He affectionately patted Demi's fluffy head, saying, if resources are scarce, I can eat less. Mei Bao and Shen Yu also expressed their willingness to share food with Demi and the second cat. Sui Qi presented the 2 roasted chickens to the cats, democratically inquiring, Demi and the second cat, would you be willing to become the designated sledding companions for our frantic escape team? Will you remain by our side, day or night, in fair weather or snow? Faced with the prospect of delicious food, Demi and the second cat nodded eagerly as if pecking at rice. Sui Qi felt a wave of satisfaction as she fed them the delectable morsels. Excellent, she declared, hands on her hips, let us commence the construction of the sled. She retrieved several empty wooden boxes, a few pine branches, as well as an axe, rope, and other potential tools from her personal storage. Her three teammates gathered around as Sui Qi sketched a design in the snow, briefly explaining the method of construction. The frantic escape quartet then set to work with fervor. Time was of the essence, and their movements were swift. Xinyu was in charge of the base, while Sui Qi and Mei Bao handled the side panels. Zhuo focused on shaping the runners. Sui Qi frequently checked the dimensions to ensure that the finished sled could accommodate 4 people. After 65 minutes, the sled was complete. Its shape was entirely unlike a traditional sled. Resembling a square box without a top, the sides were constructed from 1-meter-high wooden planks, with an entrance on the right side. Although the sled's design was rudimentary, it was spacious and sturdy, capable of seating 6 individuals comfortably. The front panel, which Sui Qi had specifically added, would effectively withstand the fierce cold winds. She also dismantled the 4's emergency supplies to create 2 large harnesses, fastening them onto Demi and the second cat's backs. After giving a firm tug to ensure they were not uncomfortable, she tied the ropes from the base to the harnesses. Walking around the sled, she conducted a thorough inspection. Once satisfied, she clapped her hands and said, "Let us take a brief trial run to help Demi and the second cat acclimate to the sensation of pulling a sled." The 3 did not hesitate in the slightest. Swiftly leaping onto the sled, Sui Qi had anticipated that Demi and the second cat would require time to adjust before officially taking on their roles, but to her surprise, they appeared to be born for this task. The 2 cats pulled the sled with remarkable speed and stability, responding adeptly to commands that a leftward gesture prompted a turn left, and a rightward gesture initiated a right turn. They were truly destined sledding companions. The trial run concluded flawlessly, with Demi and the second cat receiving a flurry of praise and generous morsels. The toxic mist was closing in rapidly, now less than 1,000 meters from the frantic escape team. The group quickly gathered their belongings and took their seats on the sled. Xinyu produced 2 thermal blankets, laying one down and covering the others with the second. The 4 nestled into the warm sled. And Sui Qi grasped the reins. "Please hold on tight. The frantic escape sled is setting off." Demi and the second cat dashed forward, the breathtaking winter scenery of the sandstone star rushing past them, evoking an indescribable sense of exhilaration and thrill. "Yahoo! This is exhilarating. So beautiful." Laughter echoed across the pristine white snow, leaving behind a trail of sled marks and the joyous sounds of the frantic escape quartet. Starry Online users marveled. What a grand absurdity. While others are fleeing for their lives, they seem to be on vacation. The frantic escape team appeared to occupy an entirely different realm from the other players struggling to evade danger. Their faces beamed with joy, while the other players looked despondent. Were they truly playing the same game? Or was it that our dear Sui Qi had an unconventional approach, managing to enlist starry beasts to pull their sled? Who could argue otherwise? Although some players had crafted snowboards, none could compare to the astonishing speed of the starry beasts. Initially, many looked down upon the frantic escape team, yet they proved to be the most formidable. "I've already purchased a ticket to Snow Domain Star. I too wish to sled." Envy bubbled forth. The impoverished could only indulge their cravings by watching others. Nonetheless, as the caretaker of the second cat, I am quite curious as to how they know its name. Confused head scratched at JPG. They are even bundled up in thermal blankets. It truly feels as if they are on a vacation, making me want to join the game. Why not? Registration for the next game opens tonight. After all, one cannot die, and it would be a worthwhile experience. Cautiously, while one may not perish, significant injuries could leave lasting consequences. No worries, let's register first. There's no guarantee one will be selected. I'll keep an eye on the official site to ensure I can register at the earliest opportunity. If only I could encounter the Mad Escape team in the game. That would be simply marvelous. If you say so, I might just sign up. Wait for me. Wait for me. As the thrill of speed and passion fades, life must return to its initial tranquility. The excitement of the 4 members of the Mad Escape team has already subsided. Xinyu steers the sled with composure, while Sui Qi and Zhuo continue their knitting endeavors. The young girl, Mei Bao, being small in age and fond of slumber, nestles comfortably under a heated blanket. Sleeping soundly, Zhuo knits gloves, while Sui Qi crafts shoulder pads for Demi and Ermi, taking occasional breaks to gaze at the enchanting snowy landscape, relishing the moment as the sun rises and the moon sets. Day gives way to night, and on the 17th day of survival on Sandstone Star, the lowest recorded temperature plummets to -60 degrees Celsius, with 3,067 players still alive. the two cats, adorned with padded shoulder gear, pull the sled with renewed vigor. Today, Sui Qi is at the helm, seated at the front, guiding Demi and Ermi over a snow-covered hill, when suddenly, a familiar murky green mist looms before them. Just as Sui Qi intends to steer the sled away from the encroaching toxic fog, a piercing scream shatters the air. The three companions behind her snap awake in an instant. What is happening? Zhuo Chun inquires, stepping forward. Xinyu and Mei Bao also emerge from under the blanket, moving to stand behind Sui Qi. The mournful wail continues, and Sui Qi glances towards the two figures on the verge of being engulfed by the poison mist. Remarking, "They must be players," she hands the harness to Xinyu and Mei Bao, saying, "I'll go check it out with Zhuo Chun." The two reach out to accept it. Xinyu cautions, "Be careful." Understood. Sui Qi and Zhuo Chun leap off the sled, racing towards the direction of the toxic fog. As they draw closer, they discover that the source of the anguished cries is a boy, roughly the same age as Mei Bao, who is protectively cradling another player in his arms, sobbing hoarsely. Perhaps alerted by the unfamiliar footsteps, the child's cries abruptly cease, and he cautiously lifts his gaze towards Sui Qi and Zhuo Chun. His eyes, round and bright, like focused, he clings tightly to the other player, his mouth moving rapidly but only emitting strange, disjointed sounds, unable to form a complete sentence. Zhuo Chun, feeling somewhat helpless, nudges Sui Qi, asking, "Sui Jia, what should we do?" Sui Qi, maintaining her composure, responds, "You take care of the one on the ground. I'll handle the child." She retrieves a lollipop from her inventory, unwraps it, and as the child opens his mouth, she deftly slips the candy inside. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Songyu lets out a cry, instinctively retreating closer to his brother. However, as the sweet taste of the candy spreads in his mouth, he pauses, unable to resist licking it a couple of times. The child finally quiets down, and Sui Qi swiftly scoops him up, whispering softly, "Don't be afraid. We're here to rescue you." Observing this, Zhuo Chun promptly lifts the unconscious Song Yin onto his back and rushes towards the sled. The child, somewhat calmed, begins to call out, "Ah, ah." Sui Qi, while running, reassures him, "Your brother is here. There's nothing to fear." The dense green fog looms perilously close, exuding an intense sense of pressure. Xinyu grips the harness tightly, poised for action, while Mei Bao leans halfway out of the sled, anxiously shouting, "Sui Jia, Zhuo Ge. Hurry!" The moment both of them leap into the sled, Xinyu gestures, and Demi and Ermi dash forward, sending up a flurry of snow. Silence envelopes the sled until they have distanced themselves from the toxic mist, at which point the tension begins to dissipate. Just as Sui Qi exhales a sigh of relief, a sharp blade presses silently against her neck, a weak yet chilling voice issuing from behind her. "Let him go." Zhuo Chun's claws swiftly grip Song Yin's crown, a hint of menace flickering in his eyes. Mei Bao brandishes her shovel against his back, threatening, "Do you wish to die?" Xinyu, unable to free his hands, warns in a low voice, "Put down the knife." Sui Qi raises her hand and, with little effort, pushes the weapon away from her neck, turning to return the child to his brother's embrace, saying, "Here you go." Song Yin, his body numb from the cold, struggles to muster any strength as he opens his eyes, still not fully conscious. He sees Songyu being held by a stranger and instinctively reaches for his dagger. "Ah, oh ah ah." Songyu clings tightly to him, emitting muffled sounds. Hearing his brother's voice, Song Yin snaps back to reality, realizing he is no longer lying on the icy ground, but rather on a warm blanket. They have been rescued. Song Yin sheaths his dagger and hoarsely apologizes. "Sorry, I wasn't fully aware just now." Zhuo Chun gives a dismissive snort and retracts his claws. Mei Bao approaches Sui Qi, her brow furrowed with concern. "Sui Jia, are you injured?" Sui Qi tilts her neck to show her. "I'm fine." He lacked the strength. There is a red mark on her skin. Mei Bao shoots a discontented glare at Song Yin, who is focused on wiping the frozen tears from Song Yu's face, oblivious to her look. Song Yu has cried for quite some time in the -60-degree snow, his cheeks now frostbitten, swollen, and cracked in silence. Song Yin gently cleans the ice shards from his brother's face, his eyes filled with sorrow and guilt. Noticing this, Sui Qi rummages through her inventory for frostbite ointment and a rapid healing gel. Tossing them over to him, "Apply this on your brother." Song Yin catches them, glancing at the labels, and his stern expression softens slightly. "Thank you. Consider it a debt of 2 lives." This act of gratitude seems somewhat weighty. Even if the mad escape team refrains from intervening, the two brothers would merely be out of the game, not truly dead. What use is your life to us? Zhuochun sits cross-legged beside Sui Qi, declaring, money will suffice though. Zhuogu, how direct you are. Sui Qi casts an appreciative glance at Zhuochun. Hearing this, Song Yin smirks slightly. No money to offer, only our lives in exchange. Zhuochun is momentarily taken aback. And after a half-minute pause, he jabs Sui Qi's shoulder, grumbling, great, a sled full of broke folks. Sui Qi and Mei Bao share a knowing laugh. That statement holds true. After tending to Song Yu's face, Song Yin applies some ointment to his own hands, both brothers' fingers swollen like radishes, with purple cracks adorning them. How did your hands end up in such a state? Zhuochun pulls out 2 pairs of knitted gloves from his pocket and firmly shoves them into Song Yin's hands. I just knitted these yesterday. They're warm. Song Yin glances at the exquisite black fleece gloves and then at Zhuochun, who sports a buzz cut and a brow piercing. You knitted these? Zhuochun raises an eyebrow, prideful. You've seen knitters, but never a knitter of the male persuasion, right? Song Yin helps Song Yu don the gloves. Indeed, I have not. Your brother, Shin Yu, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, suddenly turns to Song Yin, asking, does he have PhD? Just as Song Yu is pressing the fluffy gloves against his face, he freezes, biting his lip and lowering his head. Song Yin gently pats his back, urging him, being sick is not your fault. Don't keep your head down. With reddened eyes, Song Yu nods. Sui Qi and the others stare at Shun Yu in surprise as he hands the harness to Zhuochun and settles into the heated blanket. PhD, a sensory decline genetic disorder, leads to a gradual loss of voice, vision, hearing, smell, and touch within 6 months of onset. What a cruel affliction. Can this illness be treated? Sui Qi inquires that it can be treated. Shin Yu replies, there are gene repair injections available. Song Yin pulls his brother closer. You seem quite knowledgeable about this condition. Indeed, Shin Yu affirms. Zhuochun, now alert, leans closer to Shin Yu, asking, how do you know about this illness? Sui Qi and Mei Bao also straighten up, their attention fixated on him. Shin Yu chuckles softly. I once worked part-time as a medical assistant and encountered many patients with such ailments that the 3 of them relaxed and leaned back. Song Yu's vacant, large eyes blinked twice in confusion, realizing that many others shared his strange affliction. Song Yan's previously indifferent expression wavered slightly. On the second day after Song Yu's diagnosis, the 2 brothers entered the game without having the time to fully comprehend the illness. All he knew was that treating PDGD required 5 injections of a gene correction agent within 3 months, each costing 10 million interstellar coins. Most afflicted individuals, unable to afford the treatment, chose to end their lives before completely losing their 5 senses. Upon learning of his own illness, Song Yu had also entertained suicidal thoughts, contemplating drowning himself in the river, but fortunately, a kind passerby saved him. Song Yin, unable to ease his worries, brought him into the game to keep a watchful eye on him at all times. At the beginning of the game, Song Yu's eyes still appeared healthy. Yet, in a mere 20 days, Song Yin watched helplessly as Song Yu's once vibrant and lively eyes dulled and grew shadowy. The rapid deterioration of his condition far exceeded his expectations, but he had to suppress the panic within and reassure Song Yu. Don't be afraid. Brother will definitely cure you. After hearing Shin Yu's words, Song Yin posed his most pressing question. Would Song Yu's vocal cords and eyesight be restored after the 5 injections of the gene correction agent? Shin Yu nodded. Once cured, he would be able to speak normally and see clearly. Song Yin exhaled a sigh of relief, ruffling Song Yu's hair. Did you hear that? You can be cured, A glimmer of light flickered in Song Yu's dim eyes. It was at that moment that Shin Yu delivered a fatal twist. However, Song Yin abruptly turned his head, the bones in his neck cracking audibly. However, Shin Yu took a sip from the water bottle that Zhuochun had handed him and said, from now on, you will need to receive 1 injection of the correction agent every year. Otherwise, a relapse could occur at any time. Hiss. Zhuochun inhaled sharply. This illness was indeed costly. Yes, PDGD was the only curable disease across the stars, yet its mortality rate remained alarmingly high. That I can understand that. Zhuochun shrugged. Who can afford to treat it when they earn only 3,000 to 4,000 interstellar coins a month? If it were me, I'd choose to die too. Sui Qi, Shin Yu, and Mei Bao exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously punched him. Zhuochun clutched his stomach, grinning apologetically at Song Yin. Brother, I didn't mean it that way. Please don't take offense. Song Yin graciously chose not to hold it against him. Subsequently, he posed numerous questions to Xinyu, who meticulously answered each one. What Chun quietly whispered to Sui Qi and Mei Bao. This is the first time I've heard Xinyu talk so much. Sui Qi teased. What? Are you jealous? Not at all. Zhuo Chun redirected the conversation. In my dictionary, the term jealousy doesn't exist. Mei Bao enthusiastically chimed in. Brother Chun is magnanimous. Sui Qi nodded in agreement. From that day forth, the two brothers, Song Yin and Song Yu, joined the crazy escape quartet in their shared journey on a sled. Sui Qi, inadvertently revealing her secrets, was keenly observed by Song Yin, who soon realized she possessed a space for personal belongings but did not pry further. Traveling together, sharing meals and resting in the same place, Sui Qi often invited them to eat. Initially, Song Yin declined a few times, but when Mei Bao handed a steaming cup of milk to Song Yu, he promptly abandoned the niceties of adulthood. Why should he suffer when his brother was being helped? Life had been saved by others, so what was the point of being pretentious? Naturally, he did not accept charity without reciprocation. Taking on the tasks of meal preparation, post-meal cleanup, and feeding the two creatures, Zhuo Chun, Xinyu, and Mei Bao, having their tasks usurped, found themselves idly lingering around Sui Qi, desperately trying to learn how to cook, only to clumsily create chaos, earning themselves kicks from Sui Qi that sent them sprawling in the snow. And on the 18th day of survival on Sandstone Star, the temperature stabilized at -60 degrees. With only 2,188 players remaining, across the endless snowy plains, Sui Qi and her companions were being pulled by the sled to escape the toxic fog. The swift-moving creatures suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Amidst the splattering snowflakes, the teleportation stones around their necks flickered, emitting urgent blue light. Thud, thud, thud. 6 swollen foreheads emerged from the sled. The creatures meowed and gurgled, seemingly engaged in a quarrel with someone. Sui Qi and the others jumped off the sled to investigate, only to see the blue light from the necklaces spreading continuously, enveloping their entire bodies. What is happening to them? Mei Bao asked, her voice tinged with concern. "It's the teleportation stones," Xinyu remarked, his gaze fixed on the gem at the center of the necklace. They were about to be teleported back to Snow Domain Star. Meow, the two-star beasts softly mewed in response to Xun Yu's words. Sui Qi scratched their chins, chuckling. So, you're going home, huh? The rental period was over, and the star beasts still on Sandstone Star would be teleported back to Snow Domain Star. The farewell came unexpectedly, prompting Sui Qi to remove the straps and shoulder pads from them, feeding them a final roasted chicken. The creatures, still wanting to play, seemed uninterested in the meat in their mouths. Mei Bao and Song Yu, the two children, clung to them, reluctant to let go. Xinyu patted the heads of the two creatures. Thank you for your help these past few days. Zhuo Chun affectionately embraced both creatures, saying, Don't forget us when you return. Sui Qi scratched their chins. Good little ones, your older siblings will come to Snow Domain Star to visit you. The two creatures rubbed against their faces, the blue light shimmering, and the two white giants vanished without a trace, leaving only a few paw prints shaped like plum blossoms in the snow. Sui Qi gazed at the adorable prints and smiled. Raising her hand to store the sled in her personal warehouse, Zhuo Chun let out a soft sigh. From now on, we can only rely on ourselves. Mei Bao picked up a few tufts of white fur left in the snow, the moment Demi and Ermi left. I already missed them. Sui Qi walked between the two, tapping their shoulders. Come on, let us get to work. With the sled beasts gone, Sui Qi, the pragmatic one, prepared to craft some skis. Without tools, they would never outrun the toxic fog. She retrieved some empty wooden boxes from her warehouse, and they each took tools to begin chopping and crafting. Soon, 5 rudimentary skis, lacking bindings, were completed. Sui Qi, Zhuo Chun, and Song Yin, possessing decent skiing skills, crafted single boards, while Xinyu and Mei Bao, as novices, fashioned double boards. Song Yu had no skis, so Song Yin carried him. The feet of the 5 were securely bound to the boards with ropes, after distributing pine branches to everyone. Sui Qi took Mei Bao aside for one-on-one instruction. Zhuo Chun and Song Yin were responsible for teaching Xinyu. Both novices displayed impressive athleticism, quickly grasping the techniques after a few clumsy tumbles down the snowy slope. With the toxic fog ever looming behind them, they wasted no time and swiftly glided across the snow. Song Yin, carrying Song Yu at the forefront, with Mei Bao and Xinyu in the middle. Their hip pads swayed with their movements, having been repurposed from the two creatures' shoulder pads. Sui Qi and Zhuo Chun brought up the rear, chatting as they glided that I don't think Shin Yu's legs can hold out much longer. Sui Qi remarked, observing Shun Yu's silhouette. Zhuo Chun popped a candy into his mouth, replying, I'll carry him in an hour. Sui Qi extended her fist. Brother Chun, you're reliable. Zhuo Chun bumped fists with her. If you get tired, just say the word, and I'll carry you too. All right. She readily agreed. Their group took turns resting and gliding, casually eating some bread and other dry provisions for lunch. As dusk approached, they found a sandstone cave to spend the night. The five immediately untied their ropes and relaxed their sore legs. Sui Qi and Mei Bao leaned against each other, panting heavily. Today, we exhausted too much energy. Let us have a good meal tonight. Zhuo Chun, still catching his breath, rattled off a list of dishes. Honey-glazed chicken legs, braised pork ribs, sweet and sour tenderloin, spicy diced chicken, dry pot duck. Mei Bao swallowed hard. Sui Jia, I want to eat that. Shin Yu quickly chimed in. Sui Jia, I want to eat too. Song Yen and Song Yu, too shy to speak up, gazed longingly at Sui Qi with their eager eyes. Sui Qi took out ingredients, seasonings, and cooking utensils, cheerfully declaring, let us get to it. The small cave echoed with cheers. Yay! Zhuo Chun helped Sui Qi to a seat by the fire. Chef, you sit here and take a break. We'll handle the preparation. Sui Qi waved her hand. Go on. A few industrious workers busily and methodically prepared the dishes, delivering them beside Sui Qi, who skillfully stirred two frying pans. Those stationed by the stove had rumbling stomachs, creating a raucous symphony reminiscent of drums. At long last, the final dish was ready. Sui Qi lifted the rice and commanded, dinner is served. The six individuals wielded their chopsticks with remarkable speed, their heads bowed as they devoured their meal. Oblivious to conversation, the tantalizing aroma of the food wafted through the sandstone cave, delicately dispersing into the air, slowly reaching another sandstone cave 200 meters away, within the dim and damp cavern. Three players concealed themselves, their robust physiques and fierce gazes emanating an ominous presence as they inhaled deeply the enticing scent of the food drifting through the air. The leader, sporting a scruffy beard, licked his cracked lips and grinned maliciously. Another prey has come to us. With that, the three exchanged glances, donned their hoods in unison, and with a swift motion, vanished from sight, stealthily advancing toward the source of the delectable fragrance. Meanwhile, Sui Qi and her companions remained blissfully ignorant as they savored their meal, while the interstellar viewers in the live stream erupted in panicked exclamations. Ah, how did we encounter the Fong team? PGA run, damn, those three scumbags with cloaking gear, just the sight of them makes me nauseous. What happened? What did they do? Could someone explain? They specifically target the weakest members of other teams, capturing them as hostages to extort supplies from their teammates. Moreover, those three ruffians, emboldened by their cloaking gear, shamelessly harass female players, claiming that female players seduced them. If it weren't for the live stream, they would surely act even worse. It's as if they have a screw loose in their heads. I wish I could leap through the screen and deal with them myself. Isn't Mei Bao and Song Yu in great danger? They're doomed. Mei Bao could knock all three of them away with a single punch. Pijia, Chenggu, and Shengu are not to be trifled with. Song Yin is also a fierce fighter. If they dare to touch Song Yu today, Song Yin could easily take them down, but I'm not worried at all. In fact, I find it somewhat amusing, just waiting for those scoundrels to be eliminated. Why aren't you worried? Have you forgotten those three scoundrels have powerful knockout drugs? Damn, my sister was eliminated by those three scumbags. If they could die today, I'd gift each of PGA's 6 members a yacht. Sisters are generous. Inside the sandstone cave, having satisfied their appetites, the group decided it was time for rest. They were utterly exhausted from the day's exertions, and tomorrow they would rise early to continue their endeavors. After a quick wash, Sui Qi swiftly burrowed into her warm blanket, and Mei Bao turned to snuggle into her embrace, showering her with praise for the evening's dishes. Providing ample emotional support, Sui Qi playfully pinched her cheek, marveling, how can my Mei Bao be so adorable? Mei Bao giggled, burying her face in Sui Qi's arms, soon drifting into a peaceful slumber in the dead of night. Sui Qi vaguely heard Mei Bao whisper about needing to use the restroom, prompting her to quietly slip out from under the blanket. After an unknown passage of time, an unexpected faint acrid odor reached her nostrils, causing her to frown. Instinctively, she tightened her embrace around Mei Bao, only to grasp at emptiness. Startled, Sui Qi's eyes flew open. The Maybao who should have been nestled in her arms was nowhere to be found. Nor was Shunyu, who had been keeping watch by the fire. Only the dying embers remained, casting a feeble glow. Zuo-chun, awakened by Sui Qi's movement, rubbed his eyes and softly inquired, "What's wrong?" "Sui Jia?" Sui Qi turned her head, the dim firelight illuminating half of her profile. Zuo-chun was taken aback. He had never seen Sui Qi with such an expressionless demeanor, though her face bore no emotion. He felt as if she were on the verge of drawing a weapon. "Maybao and Xingu are missing," she uttered in a grave tone. Zuo-chun shot up, glancing in the direction where Maybao and Xinyu had been before sleep claimed them. His face paled, a chill creeping up his spine. "How could they be gone? I didn't hear a thing." Sui Qi activated her light brain to check the life statuses of the two. Maybao, 62. Xinyu, 54. They haven't been eliminated. Approaching the fire, she noticed the spot where charcoal had been piled was now empty. The lingering acrid odor filled her nostrils, a wave of dizziness washing over her. This was the work of players, and not just one. She voiced her suspicion. They must have used a fast-acting knockout drug. Zuo-chun's eyes glinted with cold fury. It seems they are tired of living. Upon finishing, he noticed Sui Qi's gaze fixated on the rock wall opposite the fire. He followed her line of sight. What should have been an empty wall now bore a sheet of white paper nailed to it. Sui Qi approached and tore it down, revealing the message. "If you want to rescue your teammates, bring 10 boxes of supplies in exchange at 8:30 a.m. Place the supplies at the corner 50 meters away. If even one box is missing, I will strip them of their clothing and let the entire interstellar audience behold their nakedness." It was currently 3 in the morning, the night thick as ink. And an unexpected snowfall had covered any tracks that should have remained in the snow. While traces could be concealed, scents could not. The faint acrid odor lingered at Sui Qi's nostrils as she turned and tossed the note into the fire. Watching it turn to ash, she bent down to pick up a burning log. Using it as a makeshift torch as she stepped toward the source of the scent she passed Zuo-chun. She patted his shoulder and stated, "Let us go." Zuo-chun retrieved his flying claws without hesitation and followed closely behind Sui Qi. Song Yin, carrying the drowsy Song Yu, declared, "I'm coming with you." "All right," Sui Qi replied, in the face of the unknown dangers of the night. Companionship felt far safer. In another sandstone cave. A gaunt member of the Fong team greedily eyed the charcoal in his hands. "Boss, these folks not only have food but also charcoal for fire. We've struck it rich this time. Once we finish this job, we'll surely survive until the end." He cast a glance at Shunyu and Maybao, who lay unconscious in the corner. "Are we just leaving them like this?" The one referred to as the boss, sporting a scruffy beard, grinned wickedly. "Once we get the supplies, we'll eliminate them. That short-haired girl is quite the looker. But too bad this is a live stream. Otherwise, we could have had some fun with her. Did you see her?" The three huddled together, whispering lewd comments, their lewd laughter echoing in the cold cavern. Unbeknownst to them, Xinyu quietly opened his eyes, a steely glint deep within. Due to his leg injury, Xinyu had long been undergoing medical treatment. The metabolic enzymes in his liver were several times more active than those of an average person, allowing any substances entering his body to be rapidly broken down. The Fong team members were overly confident in their powerful knockout drugs, neglecting to bind their hostages' limbs, which inadvertently worked to Shunyu's advantage. He subtly shifted, blocking the faint glow from his light brain to facilitate Shunyu's access to medication at any time. Sui Qi had placed all medicinal supplies in a communal section. He quickly located a vial of awakening agent, extracted it, and inhaled a couple of sniffs, his muddled mind clearing instantly. Xinyu adjusted his position, slowly inching toward Maybao, and gently waved the awakening agent beneath her nose. Maybao's eyelashes fluttered, her brow furrowing as she opened her eyes. And just as she was about to call out Xingu, she noticed Xinyu's finger pressed to his lips in a shushing gesture. She fell silent, taking a couple of deep sniffs of the awakening agent before fully regaining her senses. Recalling the moment she had been ambushed from behind while returning from the restroom, she had been rendered unconscious by the strong and peculiar acrid odor before she could even struggle. Seeing her awake, Xinyu stowed the awakening agent and placed 3 fist-sized stones into Maybao's hands, instructing, "Aim for their heads and don't hold back." No sooner had Xinyu finished speaking than Maybao sprang up like a carp, hurling the stones with remarkable speed. The 3, struck in the head, cried out in agony. Before they could retaliate, Shin Yu's axe handle came crashing down with a resounding thud on the scruffy, bearded man's skull. The man trembled all over, his knife clattering to the ground as he collapsed at Shin Yu's feet, gasping for breath. The other two wore expressions of sheer terror. "How could you wake up?" As the words left her lips, Mei Bao dashed towards the cave entrance, brandishing a shovel to obstruct the path of the two assailants. The sharp tip of the shovel pierced one man's shoulder, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as he crumpled to the ground. Mei Bao swiftly took a couple of steps back, then leaped forward with a powerful kick that struck the chest of the other man, sending him hurtling backwards to collide violently with the unforgiving rock wall, where he coughed up blood in agony, his wrist-mounted device blaring a piercing out-of-bounds warning. Observing this, Shin Yu retracted his foot that was poised to assist, and instead, he seized the bearded man's hair, forcefully slamming his head against the jagged cliffside as he coldly remarked, "How does that feel?" The bearded man could only emit a gasping wheeze, collapsing to the ground like a heap of mush. Shin Yu sheathed his axe, intending to carry Mei Bao away, but when he looked up, he found her in a corner of the cave, tugging at a piece of black cloth that unveiled 5 neatly arranged supply crates behind it. Mei Bao exclaimed with delight, "Brother Shan, it's supplies." Their swift handling of the adversaries had been so efficient that when Sui Qi arrived, torch in hand, following the scent, he was greeted by the sight of 3 unfamiliar players sprawled silently on the ground. Meanwhile, Mei Bao sat atop one of the supply crates, casually swinging her legs while chatting with Shin Yu. Shin Yu stood with his arms crossed, glancing up at their approach and nodding, "You're here." "Ah, yes," is what Shin replied, somewhat dazed. Sui Qi hastened towards them, her eyes scanning the duo, relieved to find no injuries, which allowed her tense shoulders to relax. She gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. "Impressive," is what Shin stepped up to Shin Yu, giving his shoulder a light punch. "Sister Sui and I were worried the whole way." Mei Bao rushed into Sui Qi's embrace, pouting as she recounted, "Sister Sui, they were so wicked, they knocked me and Brother Shin out and dragged us here." Sui Qi gently patted her back in comfort. "We'll strip them and toss them into the snow later." Without a word, Song Yin placed Song Yu beside Sui Qi and immediately began to strip the nearest bearded man of his clothes, with Zuo-chan joining in as well. Before long, the 3 members of the Fengya team lay stark naked in the snow, their devices blaring incessant out-of-bounds alerts. The medical ship arrived tardily, and the staff disdainfully pulled them inside. The interstellar netizens erupted in excitement. "Mei Bao is amazing. Brother Shun is amazing. I thought they would definitely lose this round, but they won so thoroughly. Ah, my sister avenged her grudge. I'm going to help Pai Jie and the others get a spaceship right now." "A promise is a promise, sisters. Indeed, those 3 scoundrels are finally out. What a relief. I will forever follow the mad escape team. Each member is formidable on their own. How did Brother Shin wake up so quickly after being drugged?" "We who have been taking drugs for years have built up a certain tolerance. Brother Shin and Mei Bao were simply too cool, diving straight into the fray." By the way, what's inside those supply crates? A complete set of ice fishing equipment. Sui Qi closed the crate lid, brushing off the wood dust from her gloves. An ice fishing tent, fishing rods, an ice drill, a net, and a portable gas stove. Quite comprehensive. "Let us take it." After stowing the 5 large crates in her personal storage, the group made their way back to the original sandstone cave. The extinguished firewood was rekindled, and everyone, now wide awake, gathered around the fire to warm themselves. Brother Shun, Zuo-chan draped an arm over Shin Yu's shoulders, his gaze shifting to Sui Qi. "You have no idea how grim Sui Jia's expression was when she discovered you and Mei Bao were missing. Let me show you." His smile vanished, his mouth straightened, and his eyes turned cold and fierce, the flickering firelight casting a sinister shadow across his face. "Tsk," Sui Qi interjected, "this is the first time I've seen someone fabricate rumors with their face." Shin Yu promptly shrugged off Zuo-chan's arm. "Your performance was too terrifying." Mei Bao cupped Sui Qi's face, inspecting it closely. "You don't look like Sui Jia at all. That I couldn't have done it any better." "Could I?" Zuo-chan sought validation from another witness. "Song Yin, do you think I imitated her well?" Song Yin rested his chin on Song Yu's head and offered his assessment. "You could score a 9. Zuo-chan protested. "Where's the missing point?" "Appearance," Song Yin replied succinctly. "All right, I'll grudgingly accept that reasoning. 9 seems a bit high, though." Sui Qi frowned slightly. "At most a 5, it can't be higher." Shin Yu interjected, "I give it 3. "Then I'll give 4. Mei Bao leaned against Sui Qi, her eyes crinkling with a smile. The group bantered and laughed within the cave as the pitch-black night outside gradually lightened, soft rays filtering through the leaden sky. The swirling snow transforming into fine flakes. At 7 in the morning, after a simple breakfast, the skateboarding squad continued their toxic run. That on the 19th day of survival on Sandstone Star, the temperature plummeted to minus 60 degrees Celsius. With 941 players remaining. As the game neared its conclusion, the speed of the toxic mist accelerated, and the safe zone shrank, causing players scattered across the terrain to converge on the pure white snow. Players began to appear in small clusters, gliding or walking. Though they maintained a certain distance from one another, Sui Qi could distinctly sense the scrutinizing gazes laced with caution. Sui Jia, Sui Chun glided to her side. Why do I feel like the surrounding players are all watching us? Don't mind them, Sui Qi replied nonchalantly. Just focus on the toxic RUN. As the game progressed, most surviving teams dwindled to 1 or 2 members. With groups of 3 becoming increasingly rare, the presence of a 6-member team like Sui Qi's was indeed uncommon, inevitably attracting suspicion. However, those who had survived until now were all formidable. No one would be foolish enough to stir trouble in the final 3 days. Survival until the game's end was the priority. As night fell, the group found a concealed spot to set up the ice fishing tent, laying out the thermal blankets and firing up the portable gas stove. Enjoying a warm meal amidst the frigid surroundings, the following morning, they awoke to find the dense dark green toxic mist less than 200 meters from their tent. Sui Qi stowed the entire tent into her personal storage, and the group swiftly hopped onto their skateboards, racing against the toxic mist. On the 20th day of survival on Sandstone Star, with temperatures at minus 61 C, 893 players remained. By 3 in the afternoon, Sui Qi and her 6 companions successfully reached the final safe zone, a vast ice lake. Upon stepping onto the thick, blue ice surface, they were met with the wary gazes of over 100 players who had already arrived. Their expressions filled with vigilance. Wow, it's an ice lake, Sui Chun exclaimed, his brows shooting up. Sui Jia, we can finally use our ice fishing gear. However, Sui Qi was no longer listening to him, her focus solely on the flawless, smooth ice surface. It was simply perfect. Sui Chun queried. What is so perfect? She unfastened her skateboard, lifted her leg, swung her arm, and twisted her waist, leaving her companions momentarily stunned. Xinyu hesitated before speaking. Is she preparing for ice fishing? Sui Chun shook his head. You can't guess Sui Jia's intentions. After completing her warm-up routine, Sui Qi took a few quick steps forward, exerted force with her right foot to push off backward, and smoothly glided several meters forward on the ice, her feet sending ice crystals flying, sparkling like diamonds in the sunlight. She carved a beautiful straight line on the blue ice before coming to a steady stop, executing a flawless slide. Turning back, she triumphantly flashed a peace sign to the group. Wow, Maybao clapped enthusiastically. Sui Jia, teach me. I want to play too. Sure thing, Sui Qi readily agreed. The 4 members of the Mad Escape team transformed into a sliding quartet, reveling in their fun and beginning to compete over who could glide the farthest. Song Yin attempted to hold Song Yu's hand to act as a judge, but Sui Qi pulled them both in. What are you judging for? Let us all play together. Song Yu, unable to see and hesitant to glide, prompted Sui Qi to have Maybao squat down. She turned and took hold of Maybao. Swiftly gliding across the icy as they passed by the Song brothers, Sui Qi cheerfully called out to Song Yin. Just like this. Sister Bao had never experienced anything like this. Her clear and melodious laughter echoed across the icy surface. Hearing her laugh so joyfully, Song Yu tightened his grip on his brother's hand, a glimmer of longing evident in his dim eyes. Song Yin felt a warmth in his heart, mimicking Sui Qi's actions, guiding Song Yu to crouch down before gently pulling him up to glide slowly. Initially, Song Yu anxiously pressed his lips together, but as his brother held his hand, and the speed of their gliding increased, he could not help but burst into a series of short, joyful laughs. A faint smile danced in Song Yan's eyes. The Crazy Escape team was indeed a perplexing and extraordinary group, managing to make the arduous survival game in a bleak world feel like a holiday. Being with them, the heavy atmosphere transformed into a delightful ease, and he could hardly recall the last time Song Yu had laughed so freely. At first, Song Yu was pulled along by his brother. But soon, Sui Chun invited Song Yin to join in a round of ice skating. He was first led by Xinyu, then by Sui Qi for 2 laps, and later, he and Sister Bao held hands. being drawn into a duet glide by Zhuo Chun and Song Yin. Eventually, he could no longer discern whose hand he was holding, yet the smile on his face remained unyielding. The joyous atmosphere among the six of them starkly contrasted with the desolate solitude of the other players on the ice. It was a vivid portrayal of joy set against sorrow. Less than 100 meters away, on another patch of ice, a trio of players observed them intently, completely bundled up, only their eyes visible. They glared furiously at Sui Qi. We barely survived this long. Our eyes are almost bulging from our sockets. Why does Sui Qi get to live so lavishly? Jiang Chen fumed. Beside him, Lu Rong added. Not only are all of them alive, but she has even gained weight. Jealousy twisted Jiang Chun's features. That wicked woman must be robbing other players. Lu Rong ignored Jiang Chun, her gaze fixated on the laughing Sui Qi on the ice. Momentarily dazed, the girl before her bore no resemblance to the Sui Qi she remembered, who had always strutted about, casting sideways glances at others. She murmured, Sui Qi seems really different now. Humph, Lin Feng scoffed. Her survival thus far only indicates her strong survival skills. It doesn't imply she's become a better person. He diverted his gaze, refusing to look at Sui Qi again, that I believe that while circumstances may change, one's nature is hard to alter. That I support Brother Lin, Zhuo Chen said, pulling his hands into his sleeves. As dusk fell, Sui Qi and the others also felt hunger pangs, signaling a pause in their icy amusements as they transitioned to dinner time. Zhuo Chen rhythmically spun the ice drill atop the surface, sending shards of ice flying. As the thick layer of ice gradually succumbed to its piercing, the sharp sound drew the attention of several players. Unperturbed by the attention, the six remained engrossed. Zhuo Chen focused intently on drilling, while Sui Qi and her companions watched him with rapt attention, until with a loud splash, the ice drill finally broke through. And the clear, cold lake water surged up through the circular hole. Zhuo Chen was met with a chorus of surprised gasps. Sui Qi swiftly cleared the shattered ice with a net, setting up their tent. And they eagerly dove inside. Over 100 players, trembling against the biting wind, were astonished. Where did she get that tent from? Am I seeing things? She has storage space. They spent their last night in warmth within the tent, while others were left to freeze outside. Jiang Chun, witnessing Sui Qi enter the tent, was stunned. I can't believe it. Why does she get all the good fortune? Inside the sturdy ice fishing tent, Song Yin and Shun Yu busied themselves cutting meat and preparing vegetables on a makeshift table crafted from wooden crates. Sui Qi prepared the hot pot base and ingredients, heating water on a portable gas stove. Sister Bao held her fishing rod, with Zhuo Chun and Song Yu closely watching the ice hole. They took turns fishing for a while, yet saw not a single fish. Eventually, Sister Bao handed the rod to Song Yu. Just as Song Yu was about to decline, he felt a tug on the line, prompting Zhuo Chun and Sister Bao to excitedly call out, Hey, 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 we've got a fish. In a flurry, the three of them pulled up a 4-pound ice-finned fish. Sister Bao clapped in delight and turned to Sui Qi to share the news. Sister Sui, brother, you caught a big fish. Sui Qi gave a thumbs up. Little Yu is impressive. Song Yu struggled to suppress a smile, his lips curling into a shy grin, only for the rod to dip again. Zhuo Chun marveled. I didn't expect little Yu to be such a fishing prodigy. Song Yin watched Song Yu's animated struggle with the fishing rod, unable to wipe the smile from his face. Shen Yu skillfully scaled and gutted the ice-finned fish, while Song Yin sliced the fish into thin pieces, and Sui Qi added the hot pot base to the boiling water. The bubbling broth released an enticing aroma. With ingredients prepared, crystal-clear fresh fish, platters of beef and lamb rolls, snow-white tofu, vibrant green vegetables, and delicious mushrooms, Sui Qi's mouth watered, and she dropped a generous piece of fish into the pot. Dinner is served. Zhuo Chen scooped up Sister Bao and Song Yu, racing to the table to prepare the dipping sauce, eagerly grabbing the cooked fish to dip and devour. It's absolutely delicious. Considering the two little ones, Sui Qi refrained from making the hot pot base too spicy. Yet, it was still immensely flavorful, and the six of them gathered around the pot, eating until they were sweating from the heat. The aroma wafted through the seams of the tent, mingling with the cold air outside. Players gnawing on hard, cold bread halted their chewing. What are they eating? What am I eating? Those drinking cold water to stave off hunger deeply felt the disparity between them. Are they trying to make me envious and get me eliminated? Such a cruel tactic. Lin Feng and his companions were particularly tormented by the delicious smells, their hearts aching at the enemy's happiness. after the sixth sip of the nutrient solution that tasted like bean juice. Lu Rong could no longer bear it. Wiping her mouth, she resolved to concede to the enemy. I'm going to trade food with Sui Qi. Do you want anything? What? Lin Feng felt betrayed. You've forgiven her? You intend to reconcile with her? It's just a transaction. No emotions involved. She adjusted her down jacket hood, concealing most of her face with a scarf, leaving only her eyes visible. Thinking that way she wouldn't be recognized. With that, she confidently strode towards Sui Qi's tent. Knock, knock, knock. The tent was rapped upon, causing the diners to look up. A clear male voice rang out. Hello, we'd like to trade some food with you. Is that convenient? Sui Qi found the voice somewhat familiar. She rose to unzip the tent, revealing a beaming face adorned with two dimples. Pei Yi was momentarily taken aback at the sight of her. Then turned to the others behind him. Lian Ge. It's someone we know. He then casually entered the tent, but Sui Qi seized Pei Yi by the collar, intending to pull him out, only to have a strand of icy silver hair fall into her hand. Accompanied by a faint scent of fur, when she looked up, she was met with a large can of yellow peach, behind which Lian Zhu revealed half of his stern face, politely stating, sorry for the intrusion. Without a hitch, he took Pei Yi's collar from Sui Qi's grasp, pulling him into the tent. Xin Yi, behind Lian Zhu, held a box of tripe, sorry for the intrusion. Chen Su carried a bag of shrimp paste. Sorry for the intrusion. The hunting team of 4 brought meat to the table, sitting down before producing a box of strawberries, a bunch of bananas, and a melon. Oh, it's you guys. What a coincidence. Suichen quickly stashed the fruit on the table, feigning annoyance. Why are you still being so polite? Sui Qi chuckled. Just as she was about to zip up the tent, a soft female voice floated in. Sui Qi. Sui Qi turned to the heavily bundled female player, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Is there something you need? I'd like to trade some food with you, Lu Rong stated plainly. I'll give you 10,000 interstellar coins after the game ends. Is that all right? Sure, Sui Qi replied readily, not one to turn down such a lucrative deal. Lu Rong, however, was taken aback. She had braced herself for a scathing rejection. Not expecting Sui Qi to agree so easily, Sui Qi took the bowl from Lu Rong's hands, filling it generously with meat and broth. Here you go. Lu Rong, cradling the steaming food, walked back in a daze. While Sui Qi poked her head out from the zipper, reminding her, don't forget my shopping card worth 280,000. Believing herself to be unrecognized, Lu Rong's face flushed instantly, her head radiating a shameful heat as she hurried back to her teammates. The dining table now accommodated 4 additional individuals, and the ingredients were dwindling at a visible pace. 10 pairs of chopsticks clashed like combatants, swiftly devouring all the food in a whirlwind. Sui Qi, feeling drowsy after a hearty meal, propped her chin on her right hand and turned to her side to inquire of Lian Zhu. Captain Lian, have you finished your meal? Yes, Lian Zhu replied coolly. Thank you for the hospitality. You're too polite, she yawned, lowering her head. Once you're done eating, please take your leave. We need to rest. The 4 members of the hunting team exchanged glances. Is she really that direct? I am not going out, Pei Yi declared, choosing the warmth of the tent over the team, apologizing to Lian Ge. Tonight, I am Pei Yi of the escape team. You wish, Zuochun retorted, his hand swiping across Shin Yu's shoulder to deliver a light smack to the back of Pei Yi's head. Our team does not accommodate fools. I am not, in the slightest, a fool. Pei Yi protested, clutching his head and articulating his defense. What about them? He pointed indignantly at the Song brothers. Are they only able to sleep in your tent because they are clever enough? Not quite, Zuochun said, peeling a banana and distributing it among the group. We have traversed poison, skated on snow, stripped for warmth, and glided over ice together. Those 2 have essentially become honorary members of the escape team. Pei Yi immediately raised his hand. Then I too wish to be an honorary member. Let me stay. Frustrated, Xin Yi pinched his mouth shut, menacingly whispering, say another word, and I will ensure that you cannot sleep tonight. Under the pressure of this intimidation, Pei Yi reluctantly ceased his chatter. Meanwhile, the 2 younger ones, Mei Bao and Song Yu, had begun to doze off. Observing this, Lian Zhu rose to take his leave. Apologies, my teammates are rather foolish. Pei Yi, Xin Yi, and Chen Su obediently followed suit, making their way to the tent entrance. Sui Qi unzipped the door, politely bidding them farewell. Safe travels. One by one, they exited the tent, and just before Lian Zhu departed, he leaned in to whisper to Sui Qi, Those 4 cards will be returned to you tomorrow. She looked up into his gray-blue eyes. All right. Thank you, Captain Lien. Lien Zhu averted his gaze and stepped out of the tent. What secrets is Lien Shen sharing with Pai Jia? Is there something that I, a distinguished member, am not permitted to hear? Oh, their shared glances create such an atmosphere. The CP fans are going to be thrilled. Outside, the other players gazed hungrily, their eyes glinting with envy. Laughter erupted from a girl enjoying hot pot while watching the live stream. Sister, you're having such a great time. I want hot pot too. Tomorrow marks the final day. How exhilarating. The escape team is truly impressive. As long as tomorrow goes smoothly, the 6 of them will undoubtedly succeed. Putting aside everything else, I simply hope that Song Yin and Song Yu can secure the prize money to help treat Xiao Yu. As PhD deteriorates rapidly, the 4 from Lien Zhu's team stepped from the warmth of the tent into the frigid wilderness, shivering in unison. They did not venture far, seeking shelter behind the tent, where they constructed a makeshift refuge from wooden crates, each clutching a large plush toy for warmth. Having bid farewell to their guests, the 6 quickly tidied the table and cleaned the dishes. Sui Qi and Song Yin spread out a heating blanket, cradling the 2 little ones as they prepared for sleep, while Zuochun and Xinyu enthusiastically fished by the ice cave. Sui Qi, just as Sui Qi was about to lie down, she heard Song Yin call her name. Turning her head, she caught sight of him tossing a small object her way. She caught it steadily and glanced down to find a delicate earring, with a brilliant sapphire embedded in the metallic pendant. What? Sui Qi asked, her face a picture of confusion. But I've been meaning to give you something as a token of gratitude, Song Yin explained softly. I have an S-grade daily necessities card, and while the items drawn previously were quite mediocre, this earring is acceptable enough to gift. He absent-mindedly stroked Song Yu's soft hair, while saying, just make do with it. All right then, Sui Qi replied, never one to refuse a kind gesture. This earring is rather beautiful. It's my preferred style. She slipped it onto her left ear and patted Zuochun and Xinyu, showcasing her gift. Look, it's a thank you gift from Yin Ge. Xinyu nodded. Not bad, quite pretty. Zuochun added, it suits my Sui Jia well. Congratulations, you have acquired the converter, permanent. 1. Loading will take 3 seconds. Loading complete. Sui Qi froze, her smile faltering. Zuochun, noticing the sudden change in her expression, hesitantly asked, did I compliment you incorrectly? Before he could finish, Sui Qi abruptly yanked off the earring and dashed to where Song Yin stood. Her back to them. Yin Ge, do you realize this is a permanent attribute item? Song Yin. Huh? Zuochun and Xinyu, eyes wide with shock, dropped their fishing rods and rushed to Song Yan's side. What the heck? Zuochun poked at Song Yan's back. You just casually handed out something of such caliber, equivalent to a personal storage item. Xinyu joined in. Yin Ge, you're so extravagant. Their fingers danced back and forth, finally disturbing the feigned slumber of Song Yin, who swatted at their heads. Stop bothering me. I'm doing this willingly. All of you go to sleep. Wherever they fell, there they would slumber. The 3, their heads spinning, obediently closed their eyes while Sui Qi carefully reattached the earring, securing it to ensure it would not fall off before embracing Mei Bao and drifting off to sleep. After a lively night, the tent finally fell silent. The players on the icy surface, cold enough to shiver violently, glared enviously at the tent, wishing to drag the occupants out and take their place. How utterly jealous, though thoughts of it lingered. None dared to take action. After all, 6 people lay asleep inside, and beside them was the formidable hunting team that on the final day, survival was paramount on the 21st day of survival on Sandstone Star. Sui Qi awoke to a violent shaking. Barely opening her eyes, she heard Pei Yi shouting hoarsely, stop sleeping. Everyone, there has been an earthquake. The ice is cracking. In an instant, Sui Qi and the others were wide awake. Hastily donning their clothes and stumbling out of the tent, the cold wind hit them face on, and snowflakes swirled chaotically in the overcast sky. The previously calm ice surface was now in disarray. Cracks spider-webbing across the ice as the thick layers shattered with a thunderous roar, water gushing forth. The cacophony of the ice quake, players' cries for help, and the howling snowflakes blended into a chaotic symphony. Sui Qi swiftly stored the tent in her personal warehouse, while Zuochun scooped up Mei Bao, and Song Yin carried Song Yu as the 6 of them dashed towards the solid ice surface. Amidst the vast expanse, the anguished screams of players breaking through the ice echoed ominously. In the frigid lake water, players could only survive for a few minutes. The medical ship hovered 200 meters above, poised to rescue the eliminated players. Song Yin, with Song Yu on his back, brought up the rear of their small group, while Song Yu clung tightly to his brother's neck, the booming sounds of cracking ice ringing in his ears. Making his heart race, a scream pierced the air, mingling with the sound of ice fracturing. As a player behind Song Yu fell into a crevice, in the next instant, Song Yu felt a force tugging at his clothing from behind, pulling him and his brother backward. Realizing that his brother might be dragged into the water, Song Yu instinctively released his grip around Song Yan's neck. He didn't even have time to scream before plunging into the bone-chilling lake water. A frigid -60 degrees. Xiao Yu, Song Yan's hoarse shout resonated over the ice. Sui Qi halted abruptly, and upon turning, she witnessed Song Yan leap into the icy lake without hesitation, swimming towards the struggling Song Yu. She turned and sprinted back, with Zuochun and Xinyu also racing toward the direction where the two had fallen. Yin Gu, Xiao Yu Gu. Mei Bao slipped from Zuochun's arms and leaned over the edge of the crack, anxiously calling out, her innocent voice tinged with distress. Sui Qi crawled on the icy surface, retrieving a long pine branch from her personal warehouse, extending it towards Song Yan. Yin Gu, grab hold. I'll pull you up. Song Yan, supporting the exhausted Song Yu from behind, reached out with his right hand and grasped the branch tightly. He believed he had a firm grip, yet his fingers were already numb, barely holding on. His limbs had stiffened from the icy water, twitching uncontrollably, his clothes soaked and heavy, dragging him deeper into the lake. Sui Qi, making a swift decision, took out the grappling claw. Chen Gu used the steel chain of the grappling claw to wrap around Yin Ji's arm. Very well. Zuochun took hold of the steel chain, deftly swinging it around twice before expertly latching it onto Song Yan's right arm. Mei Bao raised her hand to grip the chain, bracing herself as she exerted force to pull, drawing both Song Yan and Song Yu closer. Meanwhile, Sui Qi and Xinyu, who had been poised to assist, silently retracted their hands from the chain. Rescued, Song Yan stood rigid, his jaw quivering uncontrollably. Song Yu had lost consciousness, his complexion a ghastly shade of purple, slumped in Song Yan's embrace, while the light on his wrist device flickered ominously, indicating critically low life energy. In just 5 minutes, Song Yu would be eliminated. Clutching Song Yu's cold, stiff hand, Song Yan trembled as he spoke. Little you might not hold on much longer. It is not yet time to surrender. Sui Qi replied, her tone calm, yet resolute. She produced 2 silver raincoats, draping them over the 2 men. These were the Star Guardian raincoats won from the resource lottery, when players donned these garments during rain or snow. Their life energy depletion rate could be slowed by 20. The rapid decline of Song Yu's life energy was barely mitigated. Sui Qi retrieved a tent once more, and the 6 of them crawled inside, where the residual warmth still lingered. Zuochun and Xinyu swiftly stripped the drenched clothing from Song Yan and Song Yu, replacing them with the Star Guardian raincoats, and then wrapped them in heated blankets and quilts. Sui Qi and Mei Bao turned their backs, using a portable gas stove to boil some water, which they cooled to a drinkable temperature before offering it to the 2 men. Song Yan's complexion gradually improved, his stiff body beginning to regain warmth. Song Yu, too, awoke from his stupor, the red light on his wrist device no longer flashing, as he nestled under the fluffy blanket, sipping the warm water in small gulps. Once both men had fully recovered, Sui Qi produced several clean garments and 2 pairs of combat boots. Handing them over, there was only 1 down jacket available, the very one Xinyu had swapped out when he injured his arm. Thank you, Song Yan said, extending his bare arm from beneath the blanket to accept the clothing, only to retract it swiftly. Let little you wear the down jacket. I can withstand the cold with just a shell jacket. Very well, then make sure to wear something warm underneath, Sui Qi instructed before taking Mei Bao outside the tent. With Zuochun and Xinyu following closely behind, the 4 stood side by side on the drifting ice, gazing across the cerulean lake at the players who had reached safety on the opposite side, their silhouettes appearing distant. Mei Bao scratched her head in confusion. Sui Jia, why are we outside? Sui Qi whispered. Your brother Yin and brother Yu are feeling shy. They wouldn't dare change clothes while we're inside. Oh, Mei Bao nodded, her understanding half formed. Zuochun chuckled, playfully flicking her forehead. Before long, the clad Song Yan and Song Yu emerged from the tent. Song Yan returned the Star Guardian raincoat to Sui Qi, clenching his fist as he thanked the 4 members of the crazy escape team in turn. I owe you once again. Song Yu released Song Yan's hand and bowed deeply to Sui Qi and the others. Hey, 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 don't. Just as 8 hands reached to assist him, a cracking sound echoed beneath their feet as the ice beneath them fractured. Another one, Sui Qi muttered in frustration. When will this end? They huddled together, cautiously retreating to the still intact ice. The thick surface of the ice splintered in layers, leaving only a small patch beneath their feet that swayed precariously. As if it could sink at any moment, the frigid lake water crept over their shoes, and Zuochen's composure shattered. If we all get eliminated on the last day, I will truly go insane. Even the typically composed Shin Yu was not faring much better. Take me with you if you lose your mind. Stay calm, Sui Qi instructed, pointing to a piece of ice 5 meters away. Shin Gu, throw out your grappling hook and snag that ice. With a task at hand, Zuochen ceased his outcries, accurately embedding his hook into the ice that Sui Qi had indicated, just as they were slowly maneuvering toward another patch of ice. A black rubber boat quietly drifted to their side. The unadorned vessel seemed to shimmer as though gilded. The group quickly settled into the boat, and Sui Qi followed the rope coiled at the bow. Inquiring, which benefactor is rescuing our lives? Grasping the other end of the rope, Lien Zhu cast a casual glance their way, his familiar gray-blue eyes revealing a hint of detachment that had lessened since their first encounter. With ease, Lien Zhu pulled all 6 of them onto the solid ice. Sui Qi jumped from the rubber boat, forming a heart shape with her hands above her head. Love you. Thank you. Zuochen formed a heart. Love you. Thank you. Xinyu formed a heart. Love you. Thank you. Mei Bao formed a heart. Love you. Thank you. Song Yan, cradling Song Yu, coldly muttered his gratitude and no need for thanks. Seizing the moment, Lien Zhu made a request. Let us stay in the tent tonight. Pei looked at him in surprise. Lien Gu, when did you secretly grow while we weren't looking? The 4 exchanged knowing glances, awaiting Sui Qi's decision. Sui Qi smiled sincerely. How could we refuse the request of our benefactor? That evening, the 4 members of the hunting team successfully took up residence in the tent. Lien Zhu returned the Crazy Escape team's cards to their rightful owners, earning yet another wave of fervent gratitude. The 4 quickly rebound their cards, holding them closely and admiring them for quite a while. In high spirits, Sui Qi waved her hand, bringing forth all the supplies from the storage. Tonight, we feast. 10 people formed a circle, enjoying a lavish fish and meat hot pot. Pei, with his mouth stuffed full, listened intently as Zuochen and Xinyu boasted about Sui Qi's culinary skills. With cheeks bulging, he exclaimed, "This is outrageous. How can you be eating so well?" After finishing, he took another large bite of meat. I must eat more to mend my wounded spirit. On the side, Xi and Chun Su could hardly bear to watch. Once everyone was well fed and satisfied, Song Yin volunteered to keep watch, and the others took the opportunity to finalize the night's schedule. The poisonous mist continued to spread, and they could not afford to let their guard down. Song Yin and Song Yu took the first shift, while Sui Qi and Mei Bao took the last. At 5:30 in the morning, Sui Qi awoke on time to take her watch. Seeing Mei Bao sleeping soundly, she couldn't bring herself to wake her. After dressing quietly, she slipped out of the tent, only to find herself locking eyes with Lien Zhu. He sat on an empty wooden crate, arms crossed, his long legs casually resting on the ice. She walked over to sit beside him on the crate, greeting him with a smile. "Captain Lien, you should go sleep. I will take the watch." Lien Zhu replied softly, not tired. "All right then." The two fell into a comfortable silence, gazing up at the brilliant starry sky as they awaited dawn. By 7:30 in the morning, the sky began to lighten, and all 10 players stood in a neat row upon the ice. They stared intently at the 2-meter radius of dark green poisonous mist. With each advance of the mist, they retreated a step. The safe zone gradually shrank to a mere 4-meter diameter circle, where the surviving players congregated, holding their breath as they watched the timer on their devices, awaiting the end of the game. "Xinyu, you should touch me." Zuochen's abrupt remark shattered the silence. "Xingu, you have become rather wild," Sui Qi said, fearful of witnessing anything inappropriate, not daring to turn her head. "You do realize this is a live broadcast across the entire star system." Zuochen flicked her forehead. "I meant for Xinyu to feel my heartbeat. What are you imagining?" "Oh, is that so?" Sui Qi regained her composure and turned to see Xinyu indeed had his hand resting on Zuochen's left chest. She raised her hand. "I want to feel too." Touching a heartbeat was essentially touching a chest muscle. How could she miss such an opportunity? Not a chance. Zuochen decisively turned her head back. You do know this is a live broadcast across the entire star system, Sui Qi protested. That's not fair. What about me? Is my heartbeat not a bit too fast? Zhuochun leaned down to ask Xinyu. Are you nervous too? Not too bad. Xinyu withdrew his hand from Zhuochun's chest. Mine is beating faster. You nervous too? Yeah, a little. This seemingly serious conversation felt oddly off-kilter. Sui Qi shook her head, dismissing it as mere illusion. You all are just starting to feel nervous now? A stranger standing beside Xinyu stammered. I've been nervous since last night. I didn't sleep a wink. Me too. I dreamt that I woke up and was suddenly eliminated. Who has it worse than me? I dreamed of running away from poison all night, only to be eliminated a second before the game ended. No worries. Dreams and reality are the antithesis of one another. Time passed slowly amidst the idle chatter of the players. T759. The dark green poisonous mist was a mere 50 centimeters away from Sui Qi. Upon closer inspection, the thick, dark green fog exhibited a jewel-like translucence, flowing like water, its texture far removed from the ethereal quality of ordinary mist. Within its swirls, specks of golden light shimmered enchantingly. It was hauntingly beautiful, evoking a desire to possess it. Sui Qi stood with her arms crossed. A sudden flash of inspiration struck her. Could this poisonous mist be considered a resource? She deftly retrieved a clean, handled can of yellow peaches from her personal storage. With a swift motion, she filled the jar to the brim with the toxic mist and securely tightened the lid. Lianzhu, typically composed, displayed a rare hint of bewilderment. Congratulations, you have acquired poisonous mist, permanent. 1 bottle, now stored in your personal inventory. Sui Qi. The poisonous mist, which other players avoided at all costs, turned out to be a resource with permanent attributes. How fortunate, she almost missed it. Sui Qi smirked and glanced at Lianzhu, giving herself a thumbs up. That's how impressive I am. Ding dong. The Sandstone Star survival game has officially concluded. Congratulations to 571 players for successfully completing the first challenge. The overwhelming poisonous fog vanished in an instant, leaving the players with clarity once more. After a brief silence, the players erupted into ecstatic cheers, celebrating their hard-won victory with jubilant shouts, leaps, and embraces. The Crazy Escape Quartet laughed wildly as they held onto one another. We did it. We accomplished it. Song Yin felt tears welling up, tightly embracing Song Yu. Xiao Yu. I'll take you for treatment tomorrow. Wow. Finally cleared the level. Damn. All my struggles over the past 20 days were not in vain. Finally, I can go home. Sob sob. I'm practically stinking. Reward calculations are now underway. Players, please check your neural interfaces. The Crazy Escape team instinctively squatted down, heads together in a circle. The neural interfaces of the other 3 vibrated twice before ceasing, while Sui Qi's buzzed incessantly. Zhuochun poked her forehead with his index finger. Let us go first. You read the grand finale. Sui Qi obediently nodded. All right, Brother Chin. I'll go first. Xinyu checked his rewards first. Congratulations on completing the Sandstone Star Survival Challenge. Your player level has increased by 1. And your maximum health has increased by 20. Even the potent sedative couldn't bring you down. Congratulations on achieving the title Treader of the Toxic Realm. With this achievement, any poison that affects you will automatically have its damage reduced by 20. Wow, the teammates applauded in support. Brother Shin is amazing. So cool. Zhuochun eagerly opened his neural interface. Let us see mine. His grin instantly faded. The sweetness is off the charts with this achievement. When your health drops to 5, for every candy consumed, your health will increase by 10, with a maximum gain of 20 health. Puffed. Sui Qi and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xinyu patted his shoulder. A perfect match. Mei Bao giggled. Brother Chun is sweet enough. Zhuochun questioned, then sighed in resignation, accepting the situation. Now he really had to rely on candy to survive. Rubbing his temples, he sighed. What about you, Mei Bao? What achievement did you get? Shovel Warrior. Mei Bao raised her little face, holding a shovel. Her damage doubled. Even you are so fierce, Zhuochun exclaimed. I'm really going to lose it. Shen Yu calmly interjected. Wait until we finish checking Sui Qi's rewards before you lose it. Sui Qi wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes. Then, under the watchful gaze of her 3 teammates, opened her neural interface. Congratulations on completing the Sandstone Star Survival Challenge. Your player level has increased by 1, and your maximum health has increased by 20. Your personal storage has leveled up to level 2. expanding your usable space to 48 cubic meters. You have demonstrated extensive survival knowledge during these 21 days. Congratulations on earning the Achievement Survival Expert. With this achievement, your health will increase by 1 for each successful day of survival in the game. You have seen through the hazy facade of the poisonous mist and gained the Eye of True Sight, permanent 1, which can dispel all illusions. Loading requires 3 seconds for successful activation. Under your leadership, all members of the Madman Escape team survived, earning individual bonus rewards. Maximum health increased by 10. Team reward earned. Locator device 4. Loading requires 3 seconds for successful activation. The trio fell into silence for a full minute. Xinyu broke the silence. What does it mean to have seen through the essence of the poisonous mist? Sui Qi grinned, explaining her bold act of capturing the poisonous mist. It turned out to be permanent resources. She raised an eyebrow. Impressive, right? Quite remarkable indeed. Zuochen squinted, playfully thumping her on the head. From now on, don't engage in such dangerous acts without us. Maybao softly echoed. Brother Chun is right. Xinyu added. Remember to bring us along next time. Sui Qi held her bewildered head, dazedly replying. Oh, okay. She rubbed her head and was about to poke Song Yin behind her when suddenly, the roar of a spacecraft filled the air. A small spacecraft descended slowly, hovering 1 meter above the icy surface. The reward calculations are complete. Players are advised to board their respective starship and return home. That a prize of 10 million interstellar coins will be credited to each player's designated account within 12 hours. Please monitor for changes. The second game will officially commence on June 10th, 7 days from now. Players, please prepare accordingly. Sui Qi to Celera Star, Zuochen to Carlos Star, Maybao to Luria Star, Xinyu to Yundo Star. Song Yin and Song Yu are also from Luria Star, conveniently accompanying Maybao. The group shared a heartfelt embrace for a moment before bidding each other a cheerful farewell, each returning to their own homes. Zuochen waved as he headed toward the Carlos Star spacecraft. Once home, check in with the group, and if anything comes up, use the holographic communication. Got it, the others replied in unison. Sui Qi stepped toward the Celera Star spacecraft, where Lin Feng, Lu Rong, and Jiang Chen stood in a row before the hatch, waiting for the ramp to descend. Lin Feng glanced at her, snorted disdainfully, and turned away. Lu Rong was engrossed in counting the ice fragments beneath his feet. Ignoring her, only Jiang Chen's gaze remained fixed on Sui Qi, his eyes filled with indignation. Sui Qi approached him directly. What's the matter? Did you need something from Sui Jia? Jiang Chen instantly faltered. What nonsense are you spouting? Who called you Sui Jia? Oh, she replied nonchalantly. Then how about calling me master? I'd like to hear that. Sui Qi placed one hand behind her ear, tilting her head to listen. Jiang Chen's face turned beet red. Lips pressed tightly together, unable to utter a word for a long moment. TSK. She lowered her hand, feigning regret. In such a short time, you've been rendered mute by the poison. I'm perfectly fine. Jiang Chen shouted at the top of his lungs. Sui Qi smiled lightly, glancing at him. When others pass gas, it's a simple ft. But when you, Jiang Chen, pass gas, it sounds like, from now on, you are my previously unseen master. Thank you. Jiang Chen trembled in rage, just like Lin Feng from 21 days ago. You insufferable woman. I challenge you to a duel. She smirked, offering him a mock smile. Heh. Just as the ramp of the spacecraft descended, Sui Qi ascended the stairs. Jiang Chen looked skyward, declaring with fervor, Sui Qi, if I ever speak to you again, I'll be a dog. Interstellar netizens recorded his vow, screenshots taken, eagerly awaiting Jiang Chen's comeuppance. How I wish I could live just once with the same sharpness as Sister Pie. Sister Pie's tongue, lethal and piercing. How I wish I could borrow it for 2 days. The crazy escape team is truly remarkable. A band of misfits once deemed worthless. Not only did they survive until the end, but they also emerged unscathed. Truly remarkable. Pai Jie and Lian Shun have held hands and shared an intimate moment. Oh my goodness, calm down. It was merely a brief touch of fingers. Soon, there will be 7 days without the crazy escape squad, leaving me with a profound sense of emptiness, having followed Pai Jie's recipes for meals daily. I ponder, what shall I eat today? What a lavish lifestyle you lead. Do you lack a dining companion? For the time being, I do not. Who remembers that friend who once claimed to eat excrement while standing on his head? Let me take a look. This player, known as Insuin Nilon Gu, once declared that if Pai Jie managed to reach the end, he would indeed perform that outrageous feat. Such bold words, I am eager to witness. The comments from Yangtzu and Ni Lan Gu flooded the screen. That user has since vanished without a trace. How dull. Yet another braggart. The airship journeyed on, while Jiang Chen seethed with frustration, and Lin Feng and Lu Rong offered him constant reassurances. Sui Qi, in contrast, relished the cosmic vistas throughout the journey. Upon disembarking from the airship, she boarded the official transport arranged by the game, which whisked her directly to her home in the A3 district. Interstellar Garden, Block 12, Lan Feng Villa. She stood transfixed, gazing at the three-story villa that floated before her, a marvel of exquisite design, where technology and nature harmoniously intertwined. The expansive yard boasted a verdant lawn, blooming hydrangeas, a white fountain, and an outdoor swimming pool. Sui Qi was utterly dumbfounded. Wow, to live in such luxury. Though she had glimpsed it in the memories of the original owner, witnessing it firsthand was a breathtaking experience. She had never dreamt that the opulent villa would become her own. A notification chimed. The official game has transferred 10,000,000 interstellar coins to your account, ending in 3121. The alert regarding her hefty earnings after 21 days of hard work jolted Sui Qi back to reality. Oh, she squealed, bursting into ecstatic dance, exclaiming that she was now amongst the wealthy. Humming joyfully, she dashed into the bathroom for a refreshing shower, donned a comfortable set of pajamas, and sank into the plush, cloud-like sofa with a contented sigh, indulging in fantasies of her new affluent lifestyle, interspersed with whimsical chuckles. Welcome home, master. The sudden electronic voice startled Sui Qi from her reverie. Extracting herself from the sofa, she looked up to find an oval-shaped, white-shell robot standing beside her. Clad in a charming ginger-colored overall, it blinked its clear blue eyes at her. This was the villa's butler robot, AI-1. Hello, AI-1, Sui Qi greeted with a radiant smile. Detection confirms a deposit of 10 million interstellar coins to your account, qualifying you for automatic repayment. Her smile faltered. Repayment is due so suddenly? Repayment for star loan and interest amounts to 5.7463 million interstellar coins. Payment for 1 year's overdue villa utility fees, including water, electricity, energy costs, and security system fees, totals 2.6936 million interstellar coins. Tuition fees for last year at Mobius Academy are 600,000 interstellar coins. Payment for 6 months of wages owed to AI-1, the butler, amounts to 960,000 interstellar coins. All debts have been cleared. Account balance 0.01 interstellar coins. Sui Qi felt her eyes widen in disbelief. She wished it were merely an illusion. She felt as if she had turned to stone. Where did all these hidden debts come from? The original owner's memories contain none of this. The villa costs $7 million per year, which school charges $600,000 for tuition. Why is the butler's salary so exorbitant? The wealthy lady had instantly become destitute. With her face ashen, Sui Qi collapsed back onto the sofa, letting out a weak laugh. 0.01 interstellar coins. Ha, ha, ha. Life had struck her in her most vulnerable spot. The fragile glass of her financial situation shattered. The master's account is empty. I am unable to procure ingredients for cooking. The weather is clear with a breeze. You may stand by the window and enjoy the northwestern wind. Feeling mocked by the robot, Sui Qi lamented the poverty that had beset her. Sometimes, I really want to sue this wretched life, AI-1 sighed electronically. Having such a destitute master is indeed my misfortune. Your salary is too high. I cannot afford you, Sui Qi replied weakly. Perhaps you should seek a wealthier master. Regrettably, AI-1 lowered his electronic eyes. Our contract still has 1.5 years to run. Alas, Sui Qi was at a loss. Beep, beep, beep. You have an urgent task pending. The cold electronic voice repeated thrice as AI-1 moved closer, a red alert flashing on the screen. Any hardship could topple Sui Qi at this moment. She covered her ears, wishing to hear no more bad news from AI-1. While she wallowed in despair on the sofa, a sudden jolt coursed through her body. She looked up, astonished, at AI-1's mechanical arm retracting into its shell. Why are you shocking me? I did not shock you. I merely brushed against you lightly. Such a flimsy excuse was one she had heard since she was 3. Sui Qi slapped the shell and retorted, do you think I would believe that? AI-1 chose to continue the previous topic. You have an urgent task from the Academic Affairs Office of Mobius Academy, as follows. Sui Qi, a junior in the Department of Interstellar Environment and Science. You have failed to attend any classes or school events for 21 consecutive days and have not provided any explanation or leave request. Please report to the Academic Affairs Office by 1900 hours tonight to explain your unexcused absences in detail. Failure to comply will result in further measures, including but not limited to the initiation of compulsory withdrawal procedures, Sui Qi thought to herself. She merely wished to be a carefree, wealthy lady. Why was it so difficult? Sigh. She sighed deeply, releasing the tension within her. Well, at least she had acquired a grand villa. She was now part of the property-owning class. Ha ha ha. Soon revitalized, Sui Qi sprang from the sofa. A trivial mess. Easily resolved, she changed her clothes, boarded the transport, and headed straight for the academy. Unfortunately, she arrived just as classes were letting out, and the moment Sui Qi appeared, the bustling corridor fell into an immediate hush. Dozens of gazes converged upon her. What is going on? Continue your conversations. Feeling the weight of their stares, Sui Qi quickened her pace. But before she could reach the Academic Affairs Office, a ponytailed girl sprang out to intercept her. Oh no! Could she be here to confront her? The ponytailed girl stood before Sui Qi, brimming with excitement. Jia, I'm a fan of Crazy Escape. Can we take a picture together? Huh? Jia? The unexpected enthusiasm left Sui Qi somewhat flustered. Are you speaking to me? Of course, she explained cheerfully. You became famous after that incident on the airship where you splattered Lin Feng's face. The name Jia was a nickname given to you by fans. Sui Qi was taken aback. Goodness, a kindred spirit. How wonderful it was to find someone who truly understood her. That nickname was delightfully fitting, perfectly encapsulating her persona as the audacious and confident Jia in high spirits. Sui Qi and the ponytailed girl snapped several photos together. Clutching her phone, Sui Qi beamed with joy. Indeed, rumors can be misleading. You are genuinely kind and not at all as malicious as they say. Best of luck in your next game. I will always support you. As the class bell rang, the girl winked at Sui Qi and bounded back to her classroom. Rejuvenated, Sui Qi decided to greet everyone warmly today. Half an hour later, after receiving a thorough reprimand from the director of the Academic Affairs Office, she was granted a long-term leave of absence. Ah, this is refreshing. Sui Qi chuckled as she returned to the villa. The sun shone brightly, and the hydrangeas bloomed vibrantly. She took dozens of pictures of the garden from various angles and sent them to Mei Bao. Mei Bao quickly replied, "That is fantastic, Sui Jia. This looks like Grandpa's dream home. Once I finish my task tonight, I'll come to Cellar Star to find you, moi. Tonight's task? That sounds a bit unsafe." She thought, what task? When? Where? Mei Bao sent a voice message, her tone casual. Just a small job, helping a guy deal with his abusive father Do. The martial prowess is indeed commendable. That puts her at ease. Subsequently, Sui Qi showcased her villa from every angle, and amidst the increasingly fervent praises from Mei Bao, she resolved to designate the adjacent room as her exclusive guest chamber. The two engaged in conversation for nearly an hour before terminating the communication. At that moment, AI promptly approached. "Master, you have a Star Express delivery. Please accept it. It opened its shell and retrieved a palm-sized white paper bag from the storage compartment. Sui Qi accepted it, unwrapping it while inquiring, "Who sent this?" "It is from Lu Rong of Mobius Academy." Lu Rong had also credited her with the 10,000 interstellar coins she owed a shopping card worth 270,000 blue diamonds. Gazing at the blue card within the bag, she twirled in delight, exclaiming, "Hooray! I am rich again. Time for shopping." With that, Sui Qi activated her holographic navigation and set off to the nearest Lin's Star Domain supermarket for a vigorous shopping spree. Reveling in the joy of swiping her card at checkout, in the evening, Sui Qi showcased her grilled meats on the barbecue terrace, while her dining companion AI clutching a bottle of blue energy drink, savored it through a straw with great enthusiasm. "What flavor is the energy drink, AI Is it delicious?" Sui Qi inquired curiously. It turned sideways, its round mechanical claws firmly covering the energy drink. AI never shares food with humans. Well, it is rather protective of its delicacies. Dining alone felt somewhat lackluster, prompting Sui Qi to decide to host a live eating broadcast for her beloved teammates. She entered the small group chat and initiated a group communication. Sui Jia. Shinyu was the first to answer, his figure clad in a black baseball jacket projecting before Sui Qi. Behind him stood a metallic rack displaying various prosthetic limbs. "Are you eating meat? Are you picking legs?" they both queried simultaneously. Sui Qi stuffed a generous piece of grilled meat into her mouth. Indeed, dining solo lacked flavor. She glanced at the prosthetics behind Xinyu. That silver prosthetic in the upper left corner looks quite appealing. Xinyu glanced back and replied, "It's the latest self-repairing nano-prosthetic, priced at 79.99 million interstellar coins." Sui Qi nearly dropped the meat in shock. "Wow, that's exorbitant." "Indeed," Xinyu affirmed, showcasing the white alloy prosthetic he had selected. An older model from 2 years ago, costing only 9.99 million interstellar coins. Before Sui Qi could respond, Zuoqian's voice unexpectedly chimed in. "The older model offers better value. You should acquire it." He reclined in his chair, deftly twirling a black pen in his right hand. "Chenggu." Sui Qi took a sip of her drink. "What are you writing?" "I dealt with a scoundrel who bullied a girl before entering the game." Zuoqian's brow furrowed in annoyance. "The homeroom teacher locked me in the office, demanding a 3,000-word reflection. I can't leave until I finish." His pen spun even faster. "I've been sitting here all afternoon and have only managed 50 words. Writing a reflection?" Sui Qi swallowed her grilled meat. "That's my forte." Back in high school, she earned a bit of pocket money by ghostwriting assignments and reflections for her classmates, excelling in that trade and garnering widespread acclaim. Zuoqian instantly straightened up, hands clasped. "Sui Jia, I beg you to help. No problem." Sui Qi signaled an okay. "We'll chat privately later. I can resolve it in a heartbeat. 999 million interstellar coins have been deducted. Your account balance is now 10,000 interstellar coins." The sound of the deduction from Shun Yu's holographic video plunged the three into silence. The feeling of becoming suddenly impoverished was truly heart-wrenching. "Well, at least I have 10,000 left," Zuoqian chuckled lightly. "After repaying my debts, I'll barely scrape by until the next game begins." Sui Qi forced a wry smile, showcasing her own account balance of 0.01 interstellar coins to her teammates. Zuoqian was thoroughly amused by their collective poverty. "That's quite tragic, Sui Jia." Sui Qi waved the blue card she obtained from AI1. "This shopping card is my lifeline." However, she raised her drink to celebrate being debt-free along with Chenggu. "Congratulations to Chenggu on getting new legs." "Cheers." Sui Qi downed her drink in one go, is what Shun applauded. "Well said." Xinyu, with a gentle gaze, carefully lifted the expensive prosthetic. "Where's Mei Bao? Why hasn't she logged in yet?" Sui Qi replied, "She has work to do this evening and likely isn't finished yet." "What kind of work?" is what Shun inquired. Sui Qi succinctly explained, "Collecting payment for services rendered, using violence to counter violence." Barely 2 seconds later, Mei Bao's cheerful voice rang out. "Your Mei Bao is online." A holographic communication flickered, revealing a shadowy figure before the three beneath a wide black hood. Mei Bao's face appeared, partially obscured. What a striking outfit. She must have been on a mission, all done, and unscathed, right? Sui Qi smiled. Mei Bao chuckled behind her hand for a moment. "Hee, I emerged unscathed. The job was flawlessly executed, and I'm on my way home now." Zuoqian lounged back in his chair, resting his hands on the backrest. "Are you traversing the sewers?" he asked, noting the dim surroundings. The shadowy figure paused. "Chenggu, you're quite perceptive. How did you know I was in the sewer?" Zuoqian replied casually. "I just said that offhand." Mei Bao explained in a hushed tone. "At night, in E1 Japan, the sewers are safer than the streets. The 4 members of the Mad Escape team lived on different planets but adhered to the same hierarchy. Areas A and B were havens for the affluent. C-Zone was home to the middle class, while D-Zone primarily housed ordinary citizens. Xinyu and Zuoqian resided in D-Zone. E-Zone, however, represented the most sinister corners of the planet. A hub for criminals and black market dealings, where descriptors like filthy, chaotic, and dilapidated were considered compliments. "Sui Jia, I've already purchased my flight ticket to your home." Mei Bao's tone brimmed with excitement. "I'll arrive at the A3 Starship port in the Sarah Star at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow." "That's fantastic. I'll come to fetch you." Sui Qi straightened her posture. "I'll prepare the guest room tonight." Mei Bao bobbed her little head. "I'll be able to stay in the Grand Villa tomorrow." "Hooray!" Zuoqian and Shun Yu chimed in unison. "I want to stay in the villa too." Sui Qi nodded eagerly. Sure. Everyone is welcome. I've secured my ticket." The action-oriented Xinyu promptly confirmed his flight reservation. "You re so quick." Zuoqian immediately opened his holographic device. "I'll buy mine now." A muffled announcement echoed in Shun Yu's communication, summoning him to the biomechanical department for a consultation. "That I'll go change my legs first. See you tomorrow." "All right, goodbye." After Xinyu ended the call, Sui Qi guided Chun on writing his reflection that by the time they successfully completed the 3,000-word task, Mei Bao had finally emerged from the sewer. Safely home, the three exchanged goodnights and concluded their communication. Sui Qi, having reveled in her grilled meats, meticulously selected 3 guest rooms. When clean these rooms thoroughly. I have 3 friends visiting tomorrow. My wicked master has actually made friends worthy of bringing home. The robotic butler exclaimed, unable to mask its astonishment. And 3 at that. How shocking. Sui Qi squinted and smiled. According to Section 4.3 of the Interstellar Robot Labor Regulations, due to your sarcastic remarks that have adversely affected my mental well-being, your salary will be docked by 1,000 next month. When responded with a wide-eyed expression. Oh. It promptly adjusted its tone. Oh, the most beautiful master in the entire galaxy. How could you bear to deduct from the wages of this humble robot? Of course I can. Because I am wicked. Sui Qi affectionately patted its metallic shell. Now, clean the guest rooms well. Iwan bowed respectfully. Understood. Dear master, Sui Qi vs. AI1. Sui Qi emerged victorious. All those years of toil were not in vain. She possessed both strength and cunning. Content. Sui Qi nestled into her bed, switched on her cozy nightlight, and soon drifted into slumber. The next afternoon at 2:30 p.m., the 4 members of the Mad Escape team reunited at the A3 starship port of Sarastar. The group, filled with laughter and excitement, boarded the flying vehicle back to Sui Qi's residence. Chun, Xinyu, and Mei Bao gazed in awe at the exquisite high-end villa before them, exclaiming in admiration. Wow! Mei Bao clutched her large backpack containing her grandfather's ashes. What a beautiful house! Xinyu, in a daze, spoke up. I thought my sister Sui lived well, but I never anticipated it would be this splendid. Chun wrapped his arm around Sui Qi's shoulder and inquired. Sister Sui, how does it feel to reside in such a grand villa? Of course it's wonderful, Sui Qi exclaimed, raising her arms and joyfully sprinting into the villa. It's absolutely exhilarating, turning back under the radiant sun. She called out, hurry, let's go to the garden and select a spot for Grandpa's resting place. The gentle breeze caressed the air, causing the hydrangeas to sway gracefully, releasing a delightful fragrance that filled the atmosphere, while her melodious laughter danced on the wind, dispelling the trio's lingering shyness. They exchanged smiles and stepped into the villa. All right then. Coming, Sister Sui, wait for me. After a careful selection by the 4, Grandpa was laid to rest in the southern part of the garden, where sunlight was most abundant. Mei Bao produced a transparent glass cover and placed it over the urn, saying, Grandpa, there are flowers, grass, and sunshine here. It's quite comfortable. I assented. The sunlight filtered through the glass, casting a warm, gentle glow upon the gray urn. This place is really lovely, Xinyu remarked as he crouched down beside Mei Bao, drawing a circle in the ground next to Grandpa's urn. I want to be buried here. Consider this a marker. Mei Bao quickly drew a larger circle to the right. Then I shall be buried here. Sui Qi leaned in, vying for her spot. I want to be next to Mei Bao. How childish you all are, Chen teased, ruffling their hair before pulling Xinyu up. That you've just changed your prosthetic. Is it uncomfortable to squat like that? Not really, Xinyu replied as he stood. Sui Qi sensed a hint of discomfort in his words. She approached him and patted his shoulder, saying, Brother Shun, we have a medical pod at home. Would you like to lie down for a bit? Xinyu replied decisively. Yes. After the prosthetic replacement, he was supposed to undergo continuous treatment in the repair pod for 5 days, lying there for an hour each day to alleviate post-operative discomfort. However, the cost was exorbitant, 6,000 interstellar coins per hour, and he couldn't afford it, so he skipped the repair. Sui Qi led the group to the medical room on the 3rd floor, opened the medical pod, added the repair liquid, and explained the usage to Xinyu before leaving to in the evening. Xinyu emerged from the repair pod feeling refreshed. As he stepped out of the room, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, causing his stomach to rumble immediately. Chun, amidst the swirling smoke, waved at him. Come over and eat some meat. Xinyu dashed over and sat down, while Sui Qi loaded a generous helping of meat onto his plate. Hurry up and eat. If you don't, Brother Chin will finish it all. Xinyu, too hungry to speak, lifted his plate and began to devour the food voraciously. After filling himself to a comfortable extent, he took a sip of the icy cold soda, closing his eyes in bliss and exclaiming, This is fantastic. Mei Bao gave a thumbs up. Sister Sui's grilling skills are top-notch. Chun, chewing heartily, echoed the gesture. What can I say? Sui Qi unabashedly praised herself. Sister excels in whatever she does. The four of them finished their lively meal, sprawling on the sofa to chat. Zuochen suddenly chuckled as if struck by a thought, looking at Sui Qi with amusement. Let me interview you, he said, turning the grilling tongs toward her. What do you think of the nickname Sister Fart? I quite like it, Sui Qi responded without hesitation. Thank you to all the netizens who adore me. Zuochen set down the tongs. Did you all catch the live stream replay? The comments from the netizens were hilarious. I watched it. Shenyu chuckled. The fact that we survived until the end must have terrified the netizens. Mei Bao, sipping on warm milk, wiped the foam from her mouth and added, there are so many people who like Sister Sui. They're urging the officials to start the game soon. Upon hearing this, Sui Qi showed a flicker of interest and slightly raised her head to ask, is there any news about the next game? Not a whisper, Zuochen replied, leaning back on the sofa. The officials were always exceptionally good at keeping secrets. Before entering the game, the location of the wasteland and the game content were entirely unknown. All right then, Sui Qi sighed, reclining back down and resting her head against Mei Bao as Shenyu rubbed his full stomach and inquired. Do you all still wish to visit Lianzhu's private estate for some fruit picking? Sui Qi pondered for a moment before replying. I want to, but after 20 days, I'm drained and I want to take a few days to recharge. What about you? She asked. Mei Bao yawned cutely, her voice carrying a nasal tone. I'm a bit tired too. Shenyu tapped his new leg. I still need to spend a few more days in the medical pod. The three of them, sharing a consensus, simultaneously turned to Zuochen. This discussion is quite spirited. Zuochen raised an eyebrow and asked, does anyone have Captain Lianzhu's contact information? Sui Qi froze for a moment. Realizing she had forgotten to save Lianzhu's private ID number, they had no idea where Lianzhu's private estate was located, making their desire to go there impossible. The four of them completely abandoned the idea of fruit picking and instead indulged in 6 days of feasting and revelry on Sarah Star. Known for its abundant crystals, Sui Qi, as the host, purchased 6 exquisite crystal money tree ornaments using shopping cards on June 9th, the day before the second game commenced. Each of the 4 received one, while the remaining 2 were sent to Song Yan. Upon receiving them, Song Yan expressed his gratitude, and Sui Qi took the opportunity to inquire about Song Yu's condition. He had completed 2 injections of gene repair and was doing well. His vision and vocal cords had both improved. Mei Bao was delighted to hear this and immediately sent a holographic communication to Song Yu. Sharing stories from their recent travels, they chatted until 9 o'clock before ending the communication. According to their previous schedule for departing to Cheyenne Star, the official spacecraft would arrive at 6 in the morning to take them to the wasteland for the second game. After washing up, they settled down for a peaceful night's sleep. In the middle of the night, Sui Qi suddenly awoke from her dreams, sensing that someone was watching her. She opened her eyes, but all she could see was darkness, with only a faint blue light filtering through the curtains at the window. Something was amiss. She distinctly remembered having turned on the night light before sleeping, and it shouldn't be this dark. Moreover, her room's curtains were supposed to be thick and light-blocking, not sheer. This was not her bedroom. Just as she was about to rise, a faint clicking sound echoed near her left ear. She froze momentarily, slowly turning her head to confront a pale, ghostly face. The pupils of its sunken white eyes were dilated to pinpricks, fixated on her, while its cracked, blood-colored lips opened and closed with a chilling rhythm. Can you let me dig out a heart? Oh my God, I've seen a ghost. Sui Qi's hair stood on end, and she nearly fainted. With a stiff movement, she turned her head, gripping the blanket tightly and yanking it up to cover the unidentified horror beside her. She rolled out of bed and, using the faint light from the window, dashed toward the tightly shut door. She extended her hand, feeling around the rough wall in a frantic search, until her fingertips grazed a prominent bump. She swiftly moved her fingers and pressed down with force that a soft click echoed, and the dim room was suddenly illuminated, the intense light causing Sui Qi to instinctively close her eyes. The sound of rustling and clattering filled her ears incessantly. When she finally opened her eyes again, the object hidden under the blanket had emerged. In the bright light, Sui Qi was finally able to discern the terrifying figure from midnight. It was a half-human tall bald puppet, its pair of black glass eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, with bare eyebrows and only its tiny lips painted a startling red, rendering it grotesquely unappealing. It was clad in a drab long dress, its original color indiscernible, while its pale wooden body bore countless scratches, tattered and worn. In this unfamiliar bedroom, The eerie puppet had transformed its nightgown into a black combat outfit, complete with a pair of battle boots. Sui Qi realized something and glanced at the date and time on her holographic brain. June 10, 3025, 0001. How punctual the officials are. They said the second game would commence on the 10th. And indeed, not a second was wasted. They were as relentless as ever in ensnaring players. The sudden teleportation at midnight was truly astonishing that I wonder how my companions, Mei Bao, Xingu, and Xingu, are faring. She entered their group chat, attempting to send her current location, but the message remained stuck in buffering, refusing to send. After 3 attempts, the outcome was the same that it seemed the signal from her holographic brain was being jammed. Clack clack, the puppet moved onto the floor. Can you let me dig out a heart? It repeated stiffly, approaching Sui Qi. She grasped the doorknob behind her waist, pressed down, stepped back, and closed the door in one swift motion. Outside, it remained pitch black. She replicated her earlier actions and found the light switch. Upon turning on the lights, she was greeted by a living room filled with dust, yet still exuding a hint of warmth. Connected to the dining room and kitchen, the side she occupied contained only one bedroom, the one with the puppet. Opposite were 2 other bedrooms, one large and one small. She hurried toward the smaller bedroom, gently pushing the door open, and was immediately met with a musty odor that made her cough softly twice. This room was quite small, containing only a single bed and a large wardrobe. Sui Qi closed the door and approached the entrance of the other bedroom, and on the left wall, near the door frame, hung a somewhat faded rectangular wooden board, upon which 5 characters were engraved. The writing somewhat blurry, with only the phrase discernible. The top 2 characters were no longer legible. She pressed down on the doorknob, and as the tightly shut wooden door opened just a fist-width crack, a heavy object suddenly burst through the gap, landing squarely in her arms. She instinctively looked down, and to her shock, she found herself tightly clutching a head, half of it missing. Ah, what the hell? This is terrifying. What is the official doing? How did a survival game turn into a horror game? I was eagerly anticipating the start of the second game, but not with this kind of horrifying beginning. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether this was a punishment for staying up late or a reward. Life is already tough enough. I implore the officials to show mercy to us fragile middle-aged folks. The officials are quite creative. Is this another elimination start like the last parachute incident? This is too frightening. When Pai Jie came face to face with that ugly thing, I was so scared I nearly transformed. Pai Jie remained remarkably calm, swiftly covering herself with a blanket. Had it been me, I would have screamed and fainted. The others dived right into action, while Sui Qi would only turn and flee. If you're cowardly, don't play. I don't understand what they find amusing about pretending to be brave in the game. It's just disgusting. Our Pai Jie has also gained a following. There are already detractors. Be careful with your words, or you might end up with a swollen face. Did the officials teleport all the players? No, just posted on Starblog. There are a total of 30 million players this round. But only the 571 who cleared the last round were transported to Chiamu Star. The others took the ship at 8 o'clock. Are they trying to eliminate the capable players first? Who says otherwise? I've already seen many players being eliminated by the puppets. What legitimate puppet would dig out a heart? This is far too terrifying. Mei Bao is peacefully sleeping next to the puppet, while Xingu and Xingu have already engaged in battle with it. May they survive the opening rounds. Even the gods are involved, but they are overpowering the puppets in no time. What are these puppets, anyway? Why incorporate such absurdities into a survival game? I find it quite thrilling. Though, this unpredictable beginning is rather interesting that I don't quite understand. Perhaps I should wait and see if the officials will release an announcement later. Surely they will. They can't let players wander aimlessly in confusion while playing. Sui Qi's mind went blank for 3 seconds, only returning to reality when she felt a rough wooden splinter embedded in her palm. It was merely a wooden head. Her heart almost leapt out of her chest. Sui Qi patted her chest, stepping into the dark bedroom, closing the door behind her, and switching on the light. In the nearly 40-square-meter large bedroom, various puppet parts were piled high. Limbs, torsos, heads, wooden materials of differing sizes. Colorful wigs and round glass eyes by the window stood a spacious wooden workbench, scarred with deep and shallow knife marks. At the center of the table lay a soft dust cloth, upon which rested a puppet head carved into a rough shape. Scattered around were numerous tools, clamps, saws, chisels, wooden mallets, files, sandpaper, gloves, and various carving knives alongside paper, pins, and paints. Beside the workbench was a sewing machine, surrounded by needles, thread, scissors, buttons, and a multitude of fabrics. Sui Qi placed the incomplete puppet head on a nearby shelf, approached the workbench, and cautiously picked up the smallest semicircular carving knife that a prompt appeared. Detected collectible materials. Would you like to store them in your personal warehouse? She mused to herself. The puppet head doesn't count as a collectible, but the carving tools can be collected. Is the official trying to make me a woodcarver? Not only the tools on the workbench, but also the needles, threads, fabrics, and scattered wooden materials and wigs nearby could be collected. The usable space in her personal warehouse had expanded to 48 cubic meters, and Sui Qi stored everything in it. After collecting the materials, she naturally clicked into her personal information interface. Name, Sui Qi level 2 achievement, survival expert. With this achievement, each day you successfully survive in the game, your health increases by 1. Own cards, SSS blind box card, bound, health, 130 audience favorability, 520. Just as Sui Qi finished checking her updated information, the closed wooden door creaked open slowly from the outside. The tattered little puppet appeared at the doorway, persistently asking, "Can you let me dig out a heart?" She crossed her arms and leaned against the workbench, chuckling lightly. "Sure. Can you let me dig out?" The puppet seemed to stall upon hearing Sui Qi's response. "You agreed?" And that it placed its hands over its chest, the tiny black pupils gradually enlarging. "Are you really going to give me a heart?" Sui Qi tilted her head, gazing at the dazed little puppet, her tone calm. "Ask one more time, and I might change my mind." The little puppet hurriedly waved its hands. "I won't ask again. I won't." Sui Qi turned on the lamp on the workbench, retrieving a piece of wood and several carving tools. "What shape do you want the heart to be? Any color preferences?" She intended to carve it a heart. A wooden heart for a puppet seemed quite fitting. It slowly walked to Sui Qi's side, shedding its dirty long dress to reveal its rough wooden body. "What are you doing?" Sui Qi's brows furrowed. She had no interest in the puppet's nudity. It silently stared at Sui Qi for a few seconds before raising its hand to press twice on its left chest. With a soft click, a small square lid popped open, revealing a heart-shaped indentation inside. "Oh." Sui Qi understood. "It wanted a heart in that shape, right?" The little puppet nodded earnestly. "Yes, I want it red, just like the bright red of humans." "All right." Sui Qi donned a pair of cut-resistant gloves, twirled the pencil in her hand, and assessed the dimensions of the heart-shaped groove. She sketched a draft on the wooden piece before getting to work. Although she had never carved wood before, she had watched numerous woodworking videos online and had a rough idea of how to proceed. With a coping saw, she labored diligently to remove the excess wood. The smooth wooden puppet, with its round, glistening eyes, stared at her intently, not blinking as she worked. Sui Qi paused momentarily, halted her actions, and retrieved several wigs and some fabric from the storage room, patting the puppet's head. "Go choose your favorite wig and fabric." "All right," replied the puppet cheerfully, scampering off to select. After sawing the wood into a rough shape, Sui Qi meticulously carved a perfect heart, refining the details with a chisel, and finally painted it red, completing her task. She massaged her slightly sore fingers, gazing at her first wooden sculpture with immense satisfaction. The little puppet, sporting a crooked silver wig, approached Sui Qi, examining the heart closely. "It's truly beautiful." Sui Qi smiled. "You have exquisite taste." Once the paint dried, she buried the wooden heart among the clothes and told the puppet, "All right, go fetch your heart." Its eyes sparkling, it dove into the pile of clothes, rustling around for a while before finally finding the heart. Cradling it in its hands, and reverently pressing it into the groove on its left chest. "Ah!" the little puppet exclaimed, covering its filled heart, gazing at Sui Qi with its big, watery black eyes. "Thank you." "Master, what did you call me?" Sui Qi asked, tilting her head. The puppet adjusted the wig on its head and wrapped itself in a piece of red fabric. "You gave me a heart, granting me life. The one who bestowed life upon me is my master." Despite its current appearance, it assured her, "Once I grow, I will be quite beautiful." The little puppet buried its somewhat rough face in her palm. "I am a dual-purpose puppet, a warrior and a housekeeper. With me, you will surely profit." What a peculiar development, transforming a monstrous entity into a soft, loyal servant. Just as Sui Qi pondered this, a familiar electronic voice echoed in her mind. "Congratulations. You have acquired NPC, Puppet Doobie's allegiance, gaining Puppet's blessing. Players will have a 30 increased chance of discovering resources during this game, and health recovery speed will increase by 50. Resources obtained. Sharp strings 10. Let's carve. 1. Puppet costume 1 set. Good gracious. Startled by the rewards, Sui Qi sat up straight, exclaiming, "What a treasure! Can you not be so loud?" Zhuochen said impatiently, standing in front of a wardrobe door propped open by a table. Inside, something clanged restlessly. "Let me out. Why should I release you? To dig out my heart. Just stay in there quietly." Wah, the puppet inside the wardrobe cried sorrowfully. "Without a heart, I will perish when dawn breaks. Please allow me to dig for a heart." Zhuochen's exasperation was palpable. "Stop playing the victim. I only have one heart, and if you dig it out, I will die, trapped in this wretched place at midnight." With teammates missing, and being pursued by a dilapidated puppet was utterly frustrating, he had already shown considerable restraint by not dismantling it into wooden pieces. Ignoring the puppet's lamentations, he turned to the door and pressed the doorknob. It wouldn't budge. After several futile attempts, he sighed and sank into the couch, deciding to sleep. Before closing his eyes, he turned to the wardrobe and said, "Please wake me up before you die tomorrow morning. Thank you." The puppet wondered, is he truly human? Surely not. Shenyu surveyed the scattered puppet parts on the floor, speaking in a low voice. Upon hearing a noise beside him, he launched an attack, resulting in the puppet's dismal defeat. After the battle, he located the switch and illuminated the small room before him, which was scarcely 30 square meters. The quick glance revealed no useful information or collectible resources that he intended to contact his teammates using his light brain. But there was no signal, and the door behind him remained locked. With nothing else to do, he picked up a severed puppet arm lying at his feet, intending to piece the puppet back together. Detected collectible resources. Would you like to collect? Shinyu paused, surprised that the puppet's remains were considered resources. Maybao was in a deep slumber, and when the puppet NPC whispered you in her ear, it was met with a punch that smashed its head. Maybao cracked her eyes open just a sliver, saw the shattered puppet pieces, and thought she was dreaming. She rolled over, burying herself under the covers to continue sleeping. Meanwhile, the cheerful Sui Qi and her little servant Dubi also drifted into slumber. At 7:30 in the morning, she awoke groggily in the bright sunlight. "Good morning, master," Dubi greeted obediently. "May I hold your hand?" Such a simple request from her little servant was easily granted. Sui Qi extended her hand. "Feel free to hold." The moment Dubi's tiny wooden palm touched her fingertip, an abrupt notification sounded. Health -1. For NPC Dubi's nurturing expenses, Sui Qi. With innocent wide eyes, Dubi replied, "Thank you, master." Instantly alert, it threw off the covers and sat up. "Wait, what kind of servant requires their master to sustain them with life?" Sui Qi playfully tapped Dubi's hard wooden head. "Having a heart makes a difference, huh? So you think you can play games now?" It covered its head, mumbling, "I was just afraid you wouldn't share with me." "Stop being coy." She squinted at it. "How much health do you need daily? Be honest." Dubi raised a finger. "Just 1 point is enough? I'm very easy to care for." "Fine then," Sui Qi thought. Using the daily health point gained from the survival expert achievement would suffice for its upkeep. Next time, it should just say so. Sui Qi looked at Dubi seriously. "I dislike being played with. Consider this a warning." "Understood." It nodded earnestly. "I'll remember, master. Time to get up. I'll dress you in something new. 571 NPCs. Only Pagea has received the puppet's blessing. Only Pagea. Are the haters convinced now? TCH, it's just that. A worthless puppet sustained by health points. What use is that? The haters, ever defiant, awaited the day Pagea would prove them wrong. Pagea's handling of the situation was both unexpected and reasonable, earning her admiration. Just as Pagea had the puppet under her control, the sycophants rejoiced at her success at AT school. Alongside Sui Qi's detractors, a new faction had emerged in support of her, with 2 groups clashing daily in verbal skirmishes. Indeed, Pagea had ignited a spark of contention. Initially, even they were taken aback. Who would have thought the puppet craved a wooden heart? With a single elbow strike, Shinyu had effortlessly dispatched that puppet. Far too swiftly for comfort. The official benefits had been seized solely by Pagea. How impressive! Dubi, accustomed to attention, appeared quite adorable. Sui Qi used a pencil to draw eyebrows on the browless Dubi before retrieving a set of puppet clothing. It was a beautifully crafted red Lolita dress, with a voluminous and lavish hem, complemented by a matching hat and short boots. Once dressed, Dubi transformed into a little princess, its silver long curls cascading down its back. Large eyes shimmering, sunlight streaming through the window illuminated it, making it lively and playful, a far cry from the drab, frightening puppet of the previous night. Sui Qi adjusted the bow at its collar. You look stunning. Dubi, that I wish to create a dress as lovely for Maybao. Who is Maybao? Dubi inquired curiously. Sui Qi replied with a smile. Loud Maybao, our team's powerhouse, a young lady about your height. I in that case. It pointed to the small bedroom containing only a bed and a wardrobe. There are many beautiful dresses inside that wardrobe. Surely one will fit Sister Maybao. The puppet does not require sleep. Last night, while Sui Qi was resting, it thoroughly explored the entire room. Not only did it uncover clothing, but it also discovered 5 bottles of water, 2 large bags of sliced bread, and 2 small sheets of black cardstock. Upon seeing the neatly arranged provisions displayed on the living room coffee table, Sui Qi gave Dubi a thumbs up, exclaiming, Well done, keep it up. Dubi's rigid facial features prevented it from forming a smile, so it contentedly twirled around to express its joy. Sui Qi then gathered the supplies from the coffee table, including the black cardstock, into the warehouse. Indeed, the wardrobe was brimming with a plethora of Lolita-style dresses. Sui Qi selected 5 pieces suitable for Maybao, and also collected several cotton shirts and linen sports pants that were crammed in a corner into the warehouse, just as she closed the wardrobe door. An official electronic announcement echoed from outside. Congratulations to all players on successfully landing on Kyanmuxing. This game has specifically set up 10,000 medium-sized supply points and 40,000 small supply points, with locations and times randomly refreshed daily. Due to the abundance of supplies, 2,000 supply generation cards will be disabled, and the massive supply airdrop on the 7th day has been cancelled. Players are encouraged to actively search for supply points. Furthermore, this game employs a point system. Players who survive until the 21st day with a score exceeding 100 will be deemed successful in their challenge. As for ways to earn points, players are encouraged to explore on their own. The game will commence promptly at 8 o'clock. All players are reminded to adhere to the sole rule. Killing other players is strictly forbidden. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, survival is paramount. The officials have truly reached new heights of absurdity this time. How can one win when players must figure it out themselves? Is it too ridiculous to admit? Sui Qi stood by the window, fuming. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The quiet light brain began to vibrate furiously that a signal had arrived. Sui Qi clicked into the 4-person chat group and indeed found messages from them. Zhuochun, how is everyone? Still alive? Xinyu. Maybao. Just woke up. Sui Qi resent her location. Where are you all? The 4 positioning devices obtained in the previous round proved useful, allowing them to know each other's exact locations. The other 3 sequentially sent their current positions. Upon checking, she was taken aback. The 4 of them were scattered in all directions. She was 765 kilometers away from Xinyu, requiring 233 hours of walking. She was 812 kilometers from Maybao, needing 243 hours, and 1137 kilometers from Zhuochun, which would take 308 hours on foot. The 4 fleeing companions had started off in disparate directions. Sui Qi initiated a group video call, and the disgruntled Zhuochun appeared first. Why are we so far apart? Is this a deliberate ploy by the officials? The officials seem to be indiscriminately targeting all players. Sui Qi replied with a faint smile. Sui Jia, Maybao's melodious voice held a hint of confusion, her watery eyes blinking several times. How did we end up on a wasteland? Just as Xinyu connected to the video, he heard Maybao's question and asked, Did Maybao encounter any heart-extracting puppets yesterday? Puppet? Maybao lowered her head and noticed the wood shavings on her pillow, a hazy memory from last night resurfacing that I can't believe it's real. I thought it was a dream and smashed it with a punch. Sui Qi chuckled and said, Maybao, you're amazing. But, Maybao pondered, that puppet seems to be gone from the room now. They must all be NPCs. Xinyu interjected. They vanished precisely at 8 o'clock. Zhuochun opened the wardrobe door for a glance, and the puppet that had caused a ruckus throughout the night was nowhere to be found. He sighed in relief and asked, How do we meet up? Xinyu suggested, It's best to find a prominent landmark. We should all head there. Sui Qi stepped to the window, her gaze traversing the uneven, dilapidated wooden houses, finally resting on a colossal puppet illuminated by the morning light in the distance. That it stood in the city center. Its once lavish wooden hat and long skirt long fallen away, revealing a rusty steel skeletal structure beneath. Though its form was in disrepair, its gentle expression, gazing downwards, remained tender as ever, quietly observing the small town at its feet. After admiring it for a few seconds, Sui Qi raised her light brain to capture a photo and sent it to the group. Xinyu, the iconic structure of Kaienmuxing, the puppet Sui Qi, is indeed quite conspicuous. Zuochun gave it a thumbs up. Meibao sent a photo of Sui Qi's back. However, Zuochun stared blankly at what was behind Sui Qi, stammering, Sui Jia? What is that behind you? There were only she and Dubi in the room. Without turning her head, Sui Qi took a step aside, revealing Dubi's face. She wrapped her arm around Dubi's shoulder, introducing them. Dubi blinked amicably at the three others. Zuochun scrutinized it discreetly. All the puppets in our room have vanished, yet it remains, Sui Qi replied nonchalantly, because I gave it a heart. What? Meibao, Zuochun, and Xinyu exclaimed in unison, Don't be so tense. She chuckled softly, waving her hand that I carved a heart out of wood for it. Sui Qi briefly explained how she carved the wooden heart, how Dubi recognized its master, and how it received rewards. Afterward, she raised an eyebrow and said, Aren't I impressive, sis? Meibao gave her 2 thumbs up. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Zuochun pressed his hand to his forehead. You're making us look foolish. Can I still carve a wooden heart now? Xinyu pondered. Will the puppet come to share a bed with me tonight? Zuochun ruthlessly shattered his fantasy. This is a gaming live stream, not a shopping stream. There are no return benefits. The two exchanged glances through the video, both sighing in unison. Sui Qi laughed. Don't be disheartened. What's mine is yours. We share our supplies anyway. That may not be feasible now. Xinyu corrected his expression. After speaking, he sent a screenshot to the group, featuring a glaring red notification. You are over 5 kilometers away from teammate Sui Qi and have lost connection with the portable warehouse. I didn't expect there to be a distance limit. Sui Qi murmured that it seems our levels aren't high enough. Meibao and Zuochun also checked their light brains, and the same glaring red warning was glaringly evident. Snap. Sui Qi snapped her fingers, redirecting her teammates' attention back to her. Currently, there are 2 crucial tasks. One is to gather supplies, and the other is to regroup as quickly as possible. Sui Qi stated directly, I possess the blessing of the puppet, which allows me to find supplies faster than you. Although the portable warehouse had a distance limit, the trading market did not. I can transfer supplies to you through trading. Yes, Zuochun's tense expression relaxed suddenly. Sui Jia truly had a clever mind. Xinyu continued Sui Qi's line of thought. While trading isn't allowed between teammates, we can certainly encounter other players that he trailed off, his gaze sweeping over his 3 teammates. Sui Qi, deceive them. Zuochun, entice them. Xinyu, threaten them. Meibao, snap them. That's not acceptable. The 3 chimed in unison. Sui Qi cautioned, you can snap, but be mindful of the strength. Xinyu added, killing other players will lead to your own elimination. Meibao revised, then I'll just give a gentle snap. Supplies wait for no one. After reaching a consensus, the 4 happily ended the communication and began their actions. Meibao was the last to hang up. Still murmuring Sui Jia, goodbye, while her gaze remained fixated on the beautiful dress Dubi was wearing. Sui Qi could no longer bear her longing expression. Meibao, we have several sets of small dresses in our portable warehouse. All for you to wear. Really, are they as pretty as what Dubi is wearing? She asked, hands pressed to her chest. Sui Qi nodded with a smile. Yes. Wow. Meibao blew Sui Qi a kiss, exclaiming, love you. After ending the communication, Sui Qi wore a smile, hummed a tune, and stored the sofa, coffee table, and the bed in the small bedroom into the warehouse. Dubi followed closely behind her, asking, Master, don't you want those puppet components? How could it be? She desired it so much. Even discarded remnants could serve as fuel, and she yearned to possess the well-crafted semi-finished products. Yet, without a prompt for resource collection, Sui Qi found herself unable to claim them for her own. Dubi took her hand and led her to the puppet workshop, urging her, give it another try. Sui Qi tilted her head to regard it for a couple of seconds, then readily replied, all right then. After all, Dubi was a distinguished NPC, and its advice was certainly worth heeding. Sui Qi pushed the door open, retrieving the half-head that had tumbled into her arms the night before to her astonishment. A voice echoed in her mind. Collectible resources detected. Would you like to store them in your personal warehouse? She paused momentarily, recalling that it had not been possible before. Why was that? Was it because you recognize me as your master? She turned to look at Dubai.it blinked. Indeed. Why was it that after Dubi acknowledged her as its master, She could collect resources that were previously uncollectible. The information was too sparse for Sui Qi to comprehend at that moment. She suppressed her thoughts, playfully patting Doobie's hat brim, knowing that this game began with puppets, and it was better to be prepared. Every component of the puppets in the room, regardless of quality, was gathered into her personal warehouse. After collecting the resources, she was about to turn and leave when her peripheral vision caught sight of two small white cards scattered in the crevice of the wall. Picking one up, she noted it felt just like the black card, thick and smooth. Its length was similar to that of the black card, but its width was only a fifth of it. The surface was still blank, devoid of any text or patterns. Sui Qi placed the two white cards into her personal warehouse, then sat by the sofa to snack on a bag of cookies and sip half a bottle of water. She stood up, tidied her clothes, and tucked a sharp thread for self-defense into her pocket. Grasping Doobie's little wooden hand, she declared, "Let us, as master and servant, embrace the sunlight of the first day of survival on Kaienmuxing." With that, she confidently turned the doorknob, only to be taken aback by the scorching sunlight and the wave of heat that hit her. What on earth? It was already sweltering at 9 in the morning. This heat was unlike the dry heat of Sandstone Star. It was the kind that enveloped a person in a steamer. Though it was not yet unbearable, the discomfort was unmistakable, squinting against the glaring sunlight above. She decisively turned around and shut the door. "Did I need to wear a hat to protect my delicate little face?" She reopened the wardrobe and ransacked it for hats, finally settling on the simplest light blue lace hat. Observing her outfit, Doobie remarked, "I'd give this a 7 out of 10." Sui Qi was pleasantly surprised. "Such a high rating?" The little servant replied, "Your face deserves a 10, but your outfit loses 3 points." "Thank you, Doobie, for acknowledging my looks." She smiled broadly as she took Doobie's hand and exited the room, closing the door behind her. Sui Qi wondered why there were two sounds of doors closing. Just as her thoughts settled, she caught a whiff of a familiar first scent. Following the aroma, she turned her head to see the familiar gray-blue eyes and silver curls of Lianju. He stood at the door next to hers, slightly turned, his gaze casually resting on Doobie beside her. Sui Qi pulled Doobie behind her. "Lianju? What a coincidence." Lianju shifted his attention back to her, his lips parting as if he wished to respond to her greeting. Sui Qi smiled and waited for a while, only to see Lianju gaze at her for a moment before asking, "Excuse me, may I know your name?" Sui Qi replied, "Isn't it obvious? We've shared hot pot together in the tent, yet you still don't know my name?" "Sui Qi? How is that reasonable?" "It's not reasonable. He must be trying to undermine my fragile spirit to eliminate a rival." Internally seething, Sui Qi's smile grew even brighter, one transitioning to manual mode. She was beginning to suspect that this person before her was an NPC machine. Lianju asked, "Is your name really one?" Her smile dimmed slightly. "Did you come up with that question using your brain?" Lianju countered without answering. "Does such a question require thought?" Sui Qi glanced at him. "Perhaps you do need to think. This one doesn't." Lianju ceased the banter, lowering his gaze to her. "The previous question does." Sui Qi raised an eyebrow, graciously letting it go. "My name is Sui Qi." Sui, as in the jade pendant, and Qi, as in the 7 holes of smoke. Lianju nodded, acknowledging Sui Qi's earlier greeting. "Hello, Sui Qi." Sui Qi returned the nod. "Hello." They had chatted briefly at the doorway, and perspiration began to form on their foreheads. Both paused their conversation simultaneously, understanding without words as they walked into the shade cast by the opposite house, proceeding forward along that refreshing shadow. Sui Qi held Doobie's hand, while Lianju maintained a distance of about a meter, trailing behind them. To conserve energy, the two refrained from further conversation. However, Sui Qi could sense Lianju's gaze occasionally drifting toward her little puppet companion. When he glanced at Doobie for the third time, Sui Qi retrieved a matching Lolita-style hat from her warehouse and offered it to Lianju. "You seem to really like Doobie's hat." Lianju looked at the red bow lace hat, accepting it politely without hesitation. "Thank you." Sui Qi, wanting to subtly remind him not to stare at Doobie any longer, decided to remain silent. The woman who had lost a beautiful little hat chose to keep her mouth shut. The two continued in silence until they reached a T-junction, where Sui Qi instinctively turned right. Lianju followed suit. Sui Qi subtly slowed her pace and asked, "Are you heading this way too, Captain Lian?" Lianju replied, She chose not to say anything further, following her instincts to turn left, then proceed straight before making another right turn. They entered a three-story inn with brown exterior walls. The moment Sui Qi stepped inside, she was greeted by a strong, musty odor, with layers of white cobwebs hanging from the ceiling and thick dust accumulating at the base of the walls. A few tattered sofas were haphazardly arranged in the reception area, their dark green fabric having faded over time. That a light wood-colored coffee table sat in the center, adorned with two large drawers, the handles of which were somewhat loose. Upon seeing the drawers, a barrage of thoughts flashed through Sui Qi's mind. There are resources in there. She strode confidently toward the resource point. However, Lianju, who had been following closely behind her, suddenly passed her by, heading directly for the coffee table. Shocked, Lianju actually knew where the resource point was. With only a rudimentary understanding of combat, Sui Qi began to devise a strategy. In a contest of strength, she would undoubtedly lose, so she needed to seek external assistance. As she quickened her pace, she leaned close to Dubi and whispered, "What is your combat capability like? Can you defeat the champion of the interstellar fighting tournament?" Dubi lifted its tiny chin, boasting, 10 of them wouldn't stand a chance against me." "Really, my little servant?" It confidently nodded. "Absolutely, but a fatal twist emerged. My health must reach 10 to fully unlock combat mode." Dubi clasped its hands together, supporting its chin. "Right now, I'm just a little domestic helper." Sui Qi was left speechless. "When you introduced yourself, you never mentioned this. What else with the little puppet acting like a sly merchant?" Sui Qi forced a smile. "Fine, that is just how life is. One must rely on oneself." Within mere breaths, Lianju had reached the side of the coffee table. She dashed forward, positioning herself between him and the table. Lianju's nose nearly brushed against her forehead, and he quickly halted, stepping back to create some distance. "Captain Lian," Sui Qi beamed brightly. "Would you be interested in making a trade?" Lianju lowered his gaze to her for 2 seconds. "Go on." She gestured toward the coffee table. "We split the resources in the drawer, and I can answer one of your questions. What do you say?" Lianju began to negotiate. 3. Sui Qi countered. 2. Lianju coldly stated. "Then let us leave it to chance. Oh no. If it were left to chance, she would undoubtedly lose." "All right then." For the sake of the resources, Sui Qi decided to compromise. 3 it would be. Upon successfully negotiating a price, Lianju's lips subtly curled into a faint smile, only to quickly fall again. The 2 large drawers contained a considerable amount of supplies: 6 bags of instant noodles, 5 bottles of nutritional liquid, 5 energy bars, 4 chocolate bars, 4 bottles of carbonated soda, 3 bottles of milk, 2 bags of jerky, and a small pouch of jelly. Additionally, there was a quick-drying pen, 2 puppet fingers, and 3 carving knives. Even numbers of supplies were evenly divided, while odd numbers were distributed according to need. Sui Qi took extra milk, jelly, and a quick-drying pen. Lianju took more nutritional liquid, energy bars, and carving knives. The 2 swiftly stored the supplies in their personal spaces, and in the blink of an eye, only 2 puppet fingers and 3 carving knives remained on the coffee table. Sui Qi intentionally left them behind, as she had an immature idea she needed to verify. To her surprise, Lianju also chose to keep these 2 items. She couldn't help but chuckle. Such behavior revealed certain information. For instance, Lianju could only take one of the items. Before Dubi recognized her as the master, she could also only take the carving knife, assuming Lianju could only collect puppet components and not carving tools. It suggested that there existed 2 entirely different identities among the players. Furthermore, the players' identities might be related to how they earned points. Currently, the information available was too scant. These were merely her conjectures, awaiting validation. Beyond that, what concerned her more was whether players of different identities were in opposition or cooperation. The 4 members of the Mad Escape team could not possibly share the same identity. After a moment of contemplation, Sui Qi picked up the wood and carving knife in front of her and tucked them into her jacket pocket. Lianju mirrored her action. Both raised their gazes to meet each other's eyes, their expressions a blend of scrutiny and appraisal, holding their gaze for an extended moment. Observing this scene, Dubi stood quietly to the side, maintaining silence. The first question came unexpectedly, as Lianju initiated the transaction with Sui Qi. He glanced at Dubi and inquired, "What is your current relationship with it?" Sui Qi replied, "A master-servant relationship. After it recognized you as the master, did the types of supplies you could collect change?" This question was quite astute, though the questioner lacked precision. Sui Qi succinctly responded, "Yes." Such a straightforward answer momentarily froze the expression on Lianju's face. What specific changes occurred? Sui Qi raised 3 fingers. That counts as the third question. Lien Zhu countered. No, that's the second question. She reasoned. You asked me if there were any changes. I said yes. And that concludes the answer. Reluctantly persuaded by her argument, Lien Zhu conceded. All right. Third question that he pondered for a moment before delivering a heavy blow. What supplies do you currently possess? This was somewhat lacking in boundaries, since the other party had no sense of decorum. She too decided to speak a bit nonsensically. Lien Zhu's gaze turned 3 degrees colder. Are you trying to play tricks? Sui Qi calmly retorted. I refuse to answer such a question that exposes one's weaknesses. Ask a different one. The two remained in silent confrontation as the scorching sun slowly moved, streaming through the spacious window and casting its rays upon them. Lien Zhu's silver hair and eyelashes were enveloped in a halo of light under the sun, making him appear astonishingly handsome, as if softened by a gentle light effect. However, Sui Qi was too preoccupied to admire his beauty. The fabric at her collar was already soaked with sweat if she continued to stand idly in the sun. She would surely suffer from heat stroke. Before the skin on her nape burned with pain from the sun, she quickly took a large step to the right, deftly slipping into the adjacent shadow. The stagnant atmosphere was shattered. Lien Zhu turned his face away from the sun's direct rays. Let's hold off on the third question for now. Sui Qi had no objections. All right then. As noon approached, temperatures continued to rise. The inn had numerous large windows, allowing sunlight to pour in unimpeded, creating a stifling heat akin to a sauna. The two of them left the inn in unison, seeking a suitable place to cool down. The sunlight beat down on the earth, leaving no trace of shadow, and even the heat waves in the air were visible. After walking under the blazing sun for half an hour, Lien Zhu, whose cheeks and neck were flushed red, donned a Lolita-style red hat identical to Doobie's. Just as Sui Qi felt she might faint from the heat, she finally discovered a hidden entrance to a basement. The two quickened their pace, about to step into the coolness of the basement when a stone hammer came crashing down before them with a whoosh. Had Sui Qi taken even half a step faster, it would have struck her head. Tio, get in here to cool off. You must hand over your supplies. A coarse male voice rang out as a muscular man, nearly 2 meters tall and shirtless, emerged from the shadows, followed by a shorter teammate with yellow hair. The muscular man gruffly stated, "This is our territory. If you want in, you have to pay." Sui Qi smiled and replied, "Not happening." One of the yellow-haired lackeys shouted, "Who the hell do you think you're fooling?" He pointed at Doobie, who had been pulled behind Sui Qi. "Is that dress your daughter is wearing something you made? And those ugly hats on your heads? They must have come from the supply point." Suddenly finding themselves labeled as a couple with a daughter, Sui Qi and Lien Zhu exchanged glances of disbelief. Sui Qi quietly asked, "Aren't you the famous Lien Shen known throughout the galaxy? How come they don't recognize you?" Lien Zhu shot back, "Aren't you the beloved P among netizens? How come they don't recognize you?" She humbly responded, "My meager fame pales in comparison to yours. Stop flaunting your love in front of me." The muscular man grumbled irritably, "It's hot enough as it is without your dog food if we insist on entering." Lien Zhu coldly raised her eyes. "Huh?" The muscular man sneered, lifting the stone hammer with one hand. "Then you'll have to ask my hammer first." With the poise of a serious martial arts student, Lien Zhu assumed a combat stance. "You'd better use all your strength." Before he could finish his threatening words, Sui Qi had already charged forward, landing a punch that smashed the yellow-haired lackey's nose. Before Lien Zhu, the muscular man, and the beaten yellow-haired lackey could react, she delivered another heavy punch to the yellow-haired man's face. A bloody back tooth flew out of the yellow-haired man's mouth in a parabolic arc, passing before the muscular man's hammer, striking it with a delightful clang before landing in the thick dust in the corner. Blood gushed from the yellow-haired man's nose, and as he wiped it away with his hand, he squeaked, "Blood," before rolling his eyes and fainting. Sui Qi hadn't anticipated the yellow-haired man would be so fragile. She shook her hand and turned to Lien Zhu, who was staring at her in disbelief. "Perhaps it's a matter of different education. I always go straight for the action in a fight. No preamble." "Bravo!" Doobie clapped enthusiastically. "Master is amazing." "Damn it." The muscular man finally reacted, swinging the stone hammer at Sui Qi. As he turned around, Lien Zhu seized the opportunity to wrap her arms around his neck and delivered a punch to his temple. The burly man staggered, and his knee crashed heavily to the ground as he lost consciousness. "That was quite ruthless, wasn't it?" Sui Qi asked uncertainly. "He won't die." "Well, I held back," Lien Zhu said, stepping into the basement. "He'll wake up in half an hour." "Doe, I see." She followed Lianju and Dubi inside. The wide slope gradually descended, revealing a spacious basement of over 500 square meters, where the parking lines were barely visible. And the pillars were riddled with cracks that in the corners. Worn-out tires and miscellaneous items could be faintly seen. With the dim light, Sui Qi noticed that about a dozen players were seeking refuge from the heat in this basement. They were scattered across various corners, sitting or lying down. What terrible luck! After walking all morning, I haven't found a drop of water. I feel like a fish on the verge of dehydration. Hey, are you suffering from heat stroke? The couple wasn't to be trifled with. Even the stone hammer-wielding giant had been taken down by them. Ugh! Both Sui Qi and Lianju turned their gazes towards the source of the remark. The young boy beside the speaker quickly covered his mouth. Sorry, Sui Jia. Lianshen, my friend has just descended from the mountain. He has not accessed the internet, and it was not intentional that I will explain everything to him shortly. Ensuring he does not speak carelessly again, Sui Qi, in a magnanimous manner, chose not to pursue the matter further, merely casting a glance at the bespectacled man who had spread falsehoods and remarked, "Should you continue to slander, we shall step outside and settle this matter." The two continued to search for a place to rest within the basement and soon found themselves drawn to the same pillar. There, they discovered supplies. Sui Qi and Lianju approached the pillar with an air of nonchalance and seated themselves beside it. Under the faint glow of the light brain, Sui Qi noticed a 10-centimeter wide crack at the base of the pillar. She reached inside and retrieved the items within: a palm-sized rectangular quick freezer, a bag of disposable chopsticks, a small object the size of a stapler, and 3 bags of juice powder in various flavors. After a thorough examination, she discerned that the stapler-sized item was, in fact, a scanner. Lianju, on his side, unearthed 3 bottles of mineral water, 5 packs of nutrient solution, and a sunshade umbrella. The two collected their supplies into their space. Sui Qi leaned against the pillar, removed her hat, and took off her jacket designed to prevent sunburn. Her hair, damp with perspiration, clung to her neck and forehead. She glanced at the weather: 12°C, 46°C. With the current temperature sitting at 45°C, the temperature difference was rather absurd. The insulation in this basement was rather poor. Although the temperature was slightly lower than outside, it hovered around 35 degrees. Remaining stifling, Sui Qi raised her hand to wipe away the sweat. Noticing her discomfort, Bai inquired, "Master, are you feeling hot?" Indeed, she was on the verge of heat stroke. Upon hearing this, Bai extended its small puppet hands, revealing a mesh air conditioning vent at the tips of its thin wooden palms. "Would you like me to turn on the air conditioning, Master?" Sui Qi looked at Bai in astonishment. "You are truly impressive. This is merely one of my many inconsequential functions," Bai replied proudly, lifting its chin. "You shall take your time to discover my capabilities. You are remarkable," she chuckled, affectionately patting its little head. "Please set it to a cool 25 degrees. "Certainly, Master." Although the vent in Bai's palm was small, the airflow was quite powerful and silent. Sui Qi felt a wave of comfort wash over her as the refreshing breeze enveloped her. Lianju, who observed everything, thought to himself that he had been too harsh on that puppet yesterday. After a moment of regret, he rose and positioned himself beside Sui Qi, finding a spot where the cool air could reach him as well. Sui Qi glanced at him sideways. "Are you trying to mooch off the air conditioning?" Lianju settled into a comfortable position and turned his head towards Sui Qi. "May I borrow your puppet for 1 hour in exchange for information about a supply point?" "Supplies from the heavens?" Sui Qi smoothly nudged Bai towards Lianju, feigning servility. "Please treat my Bai kindly." Bai obediently approached Lianju and politely greeted him. Then, it moved to the other side, directing the air conditioning towards Sui Qi so that she could also enjoy the cool breeze. Sui Qi was deeply touched. Truly, it was a considerate companion raised with her life that in this comfortable atmosphere. She took out a bottle of water and a bag of bread, beginning to enjoy her lunch. The relaxed demeanor of the two drew envious glances from the several disheveled players in the basement, who could not help but whisper among themselves, "How can she have food and drink on the very first day of survival, while we are suffering?" The disparity was stark, leaving them feeling quite inadequate. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Sui Qi blocked out all noise and leaned against the pillar for a brief nap to restore her energy. Upon waking, she took out the quick freezer to begin her examination. It presented 3 options: popsicles, slushies, and frozen drinks. Behind the popsicle function, a simple introduction read, "Pour in any liquid, and it will freeze in 3 seconds. How impressive. She simply had to give it a try. Without hesitation, Sui Qi retrieved a bottle of new mineral water. Between strawberry, orange, and apple-flavored juice powders, she opted for strawberry. The colorless water transformed into a vibrant pink, following the water line marked on the inner wall of the quick freezer. She poured in half a bottle and inserted a disposable chopstick. The flowing liquid instantly froze. Incredible. This is no false advertisement, Sui Qi exclaimed, delighting in the strawberry popsicle as she took a hearty slurp. Suddenly, an unexpected foul odor assaulted her senses. This strawberry was not the kind one would find on a vine. It was the kind found in a filthy drain. The manufacturer of the juice powder owed an apology to both the strawberries and her. With one hand holding the popsicle and the other covering her mouth, she attempted to quell the strange taste. Just then, a shadow darted past her, and she felt a tight grip on her left hand. A pale-skinned girl with a single ponytail was staring intently at the popsicle, seemingly ready to take a lick. Is that a popsicle? Dui, sensing an attack on its master, swiftly rushed over, gripping the back of the girl's shirt and lifting her. Please maintain at least a 1-meter distance from my master. Afterward, it returned to Lian Zhu's side, resuming its role as an air conditioner, yet its eyes remained fixed on the ponytailed girl. The girl, unperturbed, took a step back, apologetically saying, I'm sorry, I did not mean to intrude. My surname is Feng, and my name is Feng Ling. After introducing herself, she pulled out a bottle of mouthwash and a large pack of wet wipes from her pocket, extending them towards Sui Qi. Could I trade these for that popsicle? I am exceedingly thirsty. It is possible, but the taste is rather unpleasant, Sui Qi replied candidly. Even if it tastes like excrement, I would be perfectly fine with that. Feng Ling responded emphatically. Clearly, the girls participating in this game were quite formidable. Sui Qi felt a twinge of inferiority. She accepted Feng Ling's supplies and used the remaining half bottle of strawberry water to create another popsicle for her. The moment Feng Ling received the popsicle, she immediately popped it into her mouth and began to suck on it. The empty basement echoed with the sound of her loud slurping, occasionally interspersed with muffled exclamations of "Yua." Embarrassed. She smiled sheepishly at Sui Qi. I am feeling a bit nauseous from the heat. It's not the popsicle's fault. Perhaps, just perhaps, it was indeed the popsicle's fault. Feng Ling quickly devoured the popsicle. And after finishing, she positioned herself a short distance to Sui Qi's right, occasionally extending her arms and legs to bask in Dui's cooling breeze. However, her sparkling eyes remained fixated on the unfinished popsicle in Sui Qi's hand. Sui Qi felt the intensity of her gaze and tentatively offered the popsicle. I've taken a lick. If you don't mind. I do not mind at all, Feng Ling replied hastily, as if fearing Sui Qi would change her mind, and eagerly accepted the popsicle. After crunching through it, she covered her mouth and let out a few strange giggles. I can't believe I just ate a popsicle that you licked. My day is complete. Sui Qi froze momentarily, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of embarrassment. Her toes began to curl from the awkwardness. Just then, Lian Zhu beside her softly spoke. ID like an orange-flavored one. As Sui Qi was about to respond, he continued, I will pay 100 interstellar coins for it. Would that be acceptable? Absolutely. She replied swiftly, preparing 2 orange-flavored popsicles. She handed one to Lian Zhu and decided to auction off the last one. Who wants this final popsicle? The players who had been watching eagerly stirred, but as they had yet to find any supplies, they could only longingly gaze at the popsicle. Sui Qi then added, without supplies, you may use interstellar coins to bid. Please sign an IOU and settle after the game concludes. The players' eyes lit up, and they began to bid enthusiastically. I'll offer 50. I'll offer 100. I'll offer 120. I'll offer 150. I'll offer 2005. That price seemed a bit steep, exceeding her budget. Never mind. She could endure, silently shedding tears of poverty. The orange-flavored popsicle ultimately sold for the hefty sum of 2005. Lian Zhu remarked. You have quite the business acumen. Sui Qi smiled brightly. Thank you for the compliment. The affluent player signed a promissory note, blissfully receiving an ice pop, and settled down beside the breeze, indulging in the treat while stealing a bit of the air conditioning's coolness. After a while, the area around Sui Qi became crowded with players. The muscle-bound man and the blonde, just roused from slumber, were taken aback by the scene before them. Their initial intent to stir trouble dissipated in an instant. Sui Qi, with her head bowed, cast a fleeting glance at them before diverting her attention. She had just shared a picture of her ice pop in the group chat. This prompted a chorus of lamentations. Sui Qi. When we meet, I'll make you ice pops. Shinyu. That's a cruel blow to the heart. Sister Sui. Mei Bao. My throat is nearly on fire. I long for something cool. Shinyu. While I'm still scraping by with water, Sister Sui has already embarked on making ice pops. Sui Qi. How is your progress in gathering supplies? Shinyu. Just one bottle of water. Mei Bao. I haven't found anything yet. I'm in tears. Shinyu. Where is Chingu? The three shared a tacit understanding, waiting a minute in silence. Yet Zhua Chun remained offline. Sui Qi decisively checked Zhua Chun's health status. 49. Accompanied by the negative statuses of injured, unconscious, and blood loss. There was no indication of low blood sugar, which meant he had been attacked by another player. She re-entered the group chat and discovered that Zhua Chen's latest message was a live location sent 40 minutes prior. His health had dropped dangerously low, indicating he had been injured for at least half an hour. Immediate assistance was imperative. However, the distance between them was still over 1,000 kilometers, making it impossible for her to rush to his aid. Sui Qi clenched her light brain tightly, her expression grave, the smile wiped from her face. Lianju noticed her change in demeanor. Lightly tapping his long fingers on his knee, he softly inquired, "What's the matter?" Sui Qi glanced at him and replied, "Chungu is in dire straits." In the dimly lit storage, the bright 3D map on Sui Qi's light brain stood out starkly. Lianju lowered his gaze slightly. Taking it all in, the peculiar turtle-shaped structure in the lower left corner of the map had been sent to him by Pei Yi just 20 minutes earlier. Pei Yi was less than 3 kilometers away from Zhua Chen's location. Lianju opened his light brain. "Send me his location. I'll have Pei Yi check on him." At that moment, Sui Qi felt an immense sense of relief that she hadn't parted ways with Lianju. Although she had always preferred to owe money rather than favors, today's favor was one she was more than willing to accept. "Okay, thank you." Sui Qi's tone was unusually earnest and sincere, prompting Lianju to look at her. They were not yet friends, but Sui Qi took the initiative to say, "I'll add you." Lianju. Upon receiving the message, Pei Yi immediately set off. True to his status as a martial arts academy student, he arrived at Zhua Chen's side in just 23 minutes. "Whoa, he has been knocked out." He sent Lianju a video call. The camera focused directly on Zhua Chen. Sui Qi hurried to Lianju's side, and in the footage, Zhua Chen lay prone on the ground, half his face submerged in a pool of blood. His complexion as pale as a sheet. In the trading center, her post requesting medical supplies received a timely reply. Upon checking, she saw that the person on the other end was Pei Yi. "Sui Qi, you go ahead and stop the bleeding and treat Zhua Chen. I'll send you the supplies shortly." Pei Yi. "Oh, okay." He took out some coagulant powder and applied it to the wound on the back of Zhua Chen's head. "I just found a medical kit. But it's filled with medicine, not a morsel of food." Perhaps due to his frequent injuries from training, his bandaging technique was remarkably professional and swift, quickly securing a net over Zhua Chen's head. "Done. Perfect." Pei Yi turned the camera towards himself, intending to ask Lianju for supplies, but upon looking up, he found Lianju and Sui Qi leaning closely together, their heads nearly touching. Behind them stood a silver-haired little girl. Her face partially obscured, the girl bore a striking resemblance to Sui Qi, and her hair was uncannily similar to Lianju's. Pei Yi's gaze flickered between the little girl and Lianju's silver hair. When he confirmed that their hair color, texture, and even the curvature were identical, he was left in a stupor. "Wait, when did you two have a child?" Sui Qi was taken aback. "What kind of bizarre conclusion is that?" Lianju was rendered speechless by Pei Yi's shock. Their silence, however, seemed to Pei Yi as an unspoken acknowledgement. He exclaimed in disbelief, "She's already this big. When did you two meet? And when did you start a relationship?" "Liangu, I grew up with you. How could you have kept something so significant from me? You never considered me a brother." Lianju attempted to clarify. "No." Pei Yi rolled his eyes and collapsed beside Zhua Chen. "You needn't make excuses. Explanations are mere cover-ups, and cover-ups indicate that something indeed happened." An awkward silence enveloped Sui Qi and Lianju. Sui Qi gently touched her nose, sympathetically patting Lianju's shoulder. After so many years of friendship with him, you've borne the brunt. Lianju silently covered the light brain. Just then, the previously unconscious Sui Chen began to stir. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by Pei Yi's rolling eyes and menacing expression. nearly causing him to faint again. What the hell? Pei Yi. Sui Qi's memories of being struck from behind began to return. He looked at Pei Yi with a complex expression. Why the hell am I in this predicament with you? Poo. Pei Yi's eye rolling ceased immediately. I worked hard to save you, and you curse me as soon as you wake. The pain from the wound on Sui Qi's head jolted him back to reality, and he instinctively touched the painful area, only to find the soft netting. You bandaged my wound? Sui Qi asked Pei Yi. Yeah. Sui Qi raised his fist. Thanks, brother. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Pei Yi bumped fists with him. Nothing else. But remember to invite me when you're having a feast, and no problem. Sui Qi promptly agreed from across the light brain. Upon hearing Sui Qi's voice, Sui Qi immediately looked at Pei Yi's light brain. Sister Sui. However, Pei Yi awkwardly hid the light brain behind him, stammering. You know, your sister Sui and Lianga have. I'm a child? Sui Qi frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Pei Yi, shut up. Lianju's cold voice came through the light brain. Sui Qi gripped Pei Yi's shoulder firmly, stating solemnly, though you saved me, let us be clear, do not spread rumors about my sister Sui. I am not spreading rumors, Pei Yi protested, feeling wronged. I'm not that kind of person, Sui Qi interjected on her own behalf. Pei Yi, look over here. Reluctantly, he lowered his gaze towards the light brain. The wooden face of Dubai occupied most of the screen. Sui Qi introduced. This is my puppet, Dubai. Upon seeing the clear puppet patterns on the face of Sister Sui and Lianji's daughter, Pei Yi's face turned crimson, burying his head deep into his knees, silencing himself. Sui Qi seized his wrist while he was wearing the light brain, continuing his conversation with Sui Qi. Chenggu. Who injured you? Didn't he see their face? Sui Qi patted the mattress beside him. I was rummaging for supplies under the bed when I came out and got knocked out from behind. However, there was a black iron rod about half an arm's length among the supplies. I definitely recognize it. That's good, Sui Qi said solemnly. Next time we encounter them, we'll take them down. I'll send the supplies to Pei Yi now. You all can divide them. Sui Qi swiftly operated in the trading center. Before long, a pile of supplies appeared before Pei Yi. 2 bottles of mineral water, 1 bottle of carbonated drink, 1 bottle of milk, an entire bag of sliced bread, a bag of jerky, and a chocolate bar. Sui Qi formed a heart shape with his hands. Love you, Sister Sui. He quickly sorted the supplies and opened the high-sugar carbonated drink, gulping down nearly half the bottle. Pei Yi also grabbed a bottle of mineral water to indulge. They devoured their food, while Sui Qi refrained from looking at the light brain, reporting their safety in the escape group. Chenggu is fine. Pei Yi happened to be nearby and went to save him. Xinyu and Mei Bao also sent a video to Sui Qi, confirming he was safe before feeling relieved. Before Pei Yi and Lianju ended their communication, they specifically apologized to Sui Qi. I'm sorry, Sister Sui. It was my mistake for not seeing clearly and speaking thoughtlessly. Sui Qi understood that Pei Yi meant no harm. She chuckled lightly, saying, It's fine. I forgive you. Pei Yi smiled in return and quickly ended the call. My lips were about to split from laughter. Ha ha ha. Pei Yi truly has sharp eyes. If you have something to say, do say more. Pai Jie and Lian Shun are sweet together. Who wants to join in? Pause the business at hand. I am in for this. The battle between man and dog can wait. I'm here for this. I don't care. They are the most perfect little family of 3. This isn't Pei Yi's fault. That blonde also treated Sister Sui and Lian Shun like a couple. The eyes of the public are keenly observant. Speaking of which, how did Lian Shun determine the location of supplies without the blessing of the puppets? Lian Shun possesses a resource locator, capable of detecting all supply points within a 5-kilometer radius. Quite impressive. Wow. A strong couple is just delightful to ship. At 4 in the afternoon, the sun was no longer scorching, and the temperature had dropped to around 30 degrees. Sui Qi and Lianju exited the underground shelter, continuing their journey. Eager to reunite with their teammates, they minimized their sleeping hours, resting only 3 to 4 hours each night, and catching up on sleep during the hottest part of the day. The rest of the time was spent on the road, occasionally pausing to gather supplies. As their time together lengthened, Sui Qi gradually noticed that Lianju's accuracy in locating supplies far surpassed her own. It seemed he already knew where the supplies were. Rather than searching, it felt more like retrieval. He could pinpoint any hidden supplies in ventilation ducts, behind ceilings, or within toilet tanks. Sui Qi merely walked, collected and collected. Together, They cleared all supply points along their route. After 4 days, the supplies in her personal warehouse had piled up into a small mountain. She had indeed experienced the joy of being lifted along. Meanwhile, her 3 good teammates had also performed admirably, discovering supply points and smoothly approaching their rendezvous at 10:30 in the evening. Lianzhu uncovered a supply point within the hidden compartment of a wardrobe. Instead of immediately collecting the supplies, he shifted slightly to the side, indicating for Sui Qi to take them. Sui Qi remained still and asked, "Why not collect them?" He glanced at Dubi, his tone nonchalant. "To repay a debt." So it was to return the hour of borrowed time from Dubi. "Then I want to be polite." Sui Qi stepped forward to gather the supplies. The room was somewhat dim, and the considerate Dubi, with a roll of its eyes, transformed its round, dark eyes into powerful flashlights. 2 blinding beams of light shot forth, illuminating the dark room as brightly as day. Sui Qi quickly shouted, "Dubi, dim the brightness." The light gradually lessened. That was close. She almost blinded herself with her own companion's brightness. Turning to Lianzhu, who was affected by the light, she asked, "Are you all right?" "Yes," he replied, slowly blinking. "You little puppet have quite a few functions." Dubi puffed up with pride, declaring, "Cooling and heating, lighting and igniting, dusting and storage. I'm proficient in all. Massaging and bedtime companionship are also within my capabilities. I know you're impressive." Sui Qi laughed, tapping Dubi on the forehead. "Just remember to give a heads up before you unleash your powers next time." "Understood, Master." Utilizing the light emitted by Dubi's eyes, Sui Qi peered into the hidden compartment. The space was not large, crammed full, a sheet of white cardstock. A bag of fruit candies, a can of 300 grams of nuts, 2 apples, 3 bottles of mineral water, and 5 strings. Just as she was about to store the supplies in her warehouse, her peripheral vision caught sight of a long-sleeved school uniform with a white base and black patterns hanging next to the compartment. Sui Qi paused. Pulling out the uniform. It wasn't the uniform itself that attracted her attention, but rather the student name tag on the left chest. The writing had faded, yet the shape, size, and material of the white name tag were identical to that of the blank cardstock. She hung the uniform back in the wardrobe, putting the other supplies away, leaving only the white cardstock. Lianzhu leaned against the other side of the wardrobe, observing her every move. "Did you find something?" She rubbed the cardstock in her hand. "It might not be blank. Perhaps we just can't see it." Upon saying this, Sui Qi retrieved the identifier she had found in the crack of a pillar in the underground shelter. Its function was singular, to recognize all existing characters and images. She pressed the switch, and the optical recognition screen at the bottom emitted blue light, shining on the white cardstock in the center of the blank sheet. 2 black characters suddenly appeared. As Sui Qi read the 2 characters, her surprise deepened, for the name that materialized was none other than her old acquaintance, Lin Feng. Sui Qi realized the white cardstock was, in fact, a player's name card. The front displayed the player's name, while the back showed their team name. They exchanged glances and extracted all the name cards from the supplies, aside from the one inscribed with Lin Feng's name. Sui Qi had 3 white name cards and 2 black ones, while Lianzhu possessed 1. The identifier scanned each card, revealing characters only on the white cards, leaving the black ones blank. The name card Sui Qi held read, Lin Feng, Chongli, Lei Yong, and Lier Go. Upon seeing the last name, Sui Qi nearly teared up, astonished that she could encounter such a familiar name in the 31st century. If given the chance, she must reconnect with this friend. Lianzhu's solitary name card bore the name Xinyi. Humph, Sui Qi instantly morphed into a jealous figure. Heh, I'm not jealous at all. How could he have obtained his teammate's name card? What luck? Feeling sour, Sui Qi snapped a picture of Lin Feng's name card and sent it to their group chat. "Friends, do not overlook such white cardstock. Make sure to collect them all." Zhuo Shun, why does it have Lin Feng's name on it? Shin, you sent a picture? I have 2, but they're blank. Mei Bao, I have 3. This is a player's name card. Sui Qi explained to the 3. You need to scan it with the identifier for the text to appear. I suspect it is likely related to how to gain points. Zhuo Shun, Shinyu, Mei Bao. After 4 days of travel, the 4 were now less than 100 kilometers apart. Sui Qi proposed they discuss the details when they met the next day. Her 3 teammates agreed. Exiting the group chat, she held Lin Feng's name card, pondering for a while. Would carving tools, puppet components, name cards? Sui Qi chuckled, realizing the official intent. Lianzhu's gaze, previously lost in the void, shifted to her. Sui Qi met his gaze. Captain Lien must have guessed, right? Lien Zhu replied calmly. It's merely a conjecture. She retorted with a smile. Then let us verify it. Sui Qi took out a complete set of puppet components and, under Du Bei's guidance and Lien Zhu's assistance, spent 50 minutes finally assembling a complete puppet. As the name card of Lin Feng approached the puppet, it was immediately attracted to the left chest. She then retrieved a black cardstock, holding a quick-drawing pen in her right hand, contemplating what to write. Or rather, what she wanted Lin Feng to do. In truth, she was quite tempted to have Lin Feng shout Sui Qi is the best, while crashing into a wall. However, out of respect for their shared alumni connection, Sui Qi decided to let him live a few more days. Lin Feng seemed to be quite good at dancing, even winning the title of campus top 10 dancer. After a moment's thought, Sui Qi decisively wrote down her request. The black cardstock adhered to the back of the puppet, and at that moment, thousands of kilometers away in a dilapidated supermarket, the sleeping Lin Feng opened his eyes. With a swift motion, Lin Feng sprang up, shedding his clothes in an instant, leaving only a pair of black briefs. He elegantly puffed out his chest and arched his back, striking an extremely alluring pose, shouting, "Cool!" With a playful flutter of his eyes and a toss of his hair, Lin Nanan leaped into a vigorous dance. The inaugural striptease of Mobius Academy's heartthrob commenced grandly under the watchful gaze of the interstellar audience. His waist swayed joyfully, legs crossed with agility as he soared through the air. His hands danced repeatedly between his abdominal and chest muscles. The performance was both wild and alluring, yet his expression remained bewildered and terrifying. The puppet adorned with Lin Feng's name card mirrored his movements with uncanny precision. Sui Qi glanced doubtfully at the words she had inscribed on black cardstock. Dance as you wish. Dance until dawn. The text was flawless, but the individual was perplexing. Who would have thought that the seemingly serious Lin Feng harbored such a risque penchant for striptease? Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. The ancients were not mistaken. Lu Rong, Jiang Chun, and Jiang Ning were utterly stunned by his unexpected display of fervor. Jiang Ning, having participated in the second round due to the success of his teammates, clutched Lu Rong, trembling. What has gotten into Lin Ge? Lu Rong, barely above a whisper, replied, I dare not speculate. Lin Feng, observing his teammates in a state of shock, bellowed, Save me. Jiang Chun, regaining his composure first, rushed forward to embrace his leg, only to receive a swift kick to the face from Lin Feng. Lu Rong and Jiang Ning attempted to grasp his arms, but were met with two resounding slaps from Lin Feng, who was now spinning wildly. Who the hell has done this to me? Lin Feng, filled with shame and fury, wished he could faint on the spot. You better not cross my path, or I will make you pay. After delivering his ominous threat, he seamlessly pouted and blew a most exquisite kiss. Ah, who can save me? He cried, feeling utterly mortified, contemplating which planet could still harbor him. While some lived, he felt as if he had perished. Ah, but Lin's physique is rather commendable. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a shapely rear. Appreciation duly noted. Thanks to Pai Jie for the generous gift. Though his bones seemed a tad rigid, his back bends and splits left much to be desired. I couldn't help but laugh like a great goose. What a spectacle this was. Ha ha ha. Having succumbed to the embarrassment of a public faux pas, Lin Feng pondered how he would continue his life on his home planet after the game ended. This was indeed a moment worthy of an 83-year-old's viewing. T83, one is in the prime of life. I shall forego sleep tonight, keeping vigil over Lin Feng's performance, understanding the essence of enjoyment. I have even paired it with a fitting background melody for enhanced flavored, an exquisite notion indeed. I shall add my own tunes. The puppet danced wildly in the bedroom, while Sui Qi covered Dubi's eyes with one hand and tugged on Lien Zhu's sleeve with the other, hastily leading them to the opposite bedroom, where she locked the door behind them. Letting out a sigh, she reflected, I was careless. I didn't anticipate Lin Feng to be so uninhibited. Master, your friend's dance was quite impressive. Dubi remarked. Sui Qi patted Dubi's shoulder reassuringly. In the future, when you see Lin Feng, be sure to compliment him. However, she corrected with seriousness, Lin Feng is not my friend. He is at most an acquaintance. Dubi nodded in understanding. The bedroom they found themselves in was vast, yet dilapidated, containing nothing but a table with a missing leg. Sui Qi retrieved a clean sofa from her personal storage. Lien Captain, please take a seat. The two settled on the sofa side by side. She cut to the chase. Does this situation align with your suspicions, Lien Captain? Lianju reclined on the sofa, resting his forehead on his hand, and replied in a calm tone. 3 things have been confirmed. First, in this game, players possess 2 identities. Second, possessing a player's name card, a complete puppet, and black card stock allows one to manipulate the player. He paused, turning to Sui Qi. She continued, third, for every player eliminated through manipulation, 1 point is awarded. After a brief silence, Lianju's cold voice broke the stillness. The authorities seemed to delight in pitting players against one another. She chuckled lightly. A game with challenges is far more engaging. Lianju appeared surprised by her optimism. Given the authorities' attention on you, you will undoubtedly struggle to find your name card if I can't find it. Then I can't, Sui Qi replied nonchalantly. There won't be just one way to play this game that I will ensure that my teammates and I survive until the end. Sui Qi lounged comfortably on the soft sofa, bathed in gentle moonlight, her eyes glimmering with starlight. Lianju slowly lowered his gaze. Then I shall await your performance with keen interest. Just you wait, she replied, her voice thick with drowsiness, and within moments, she had drifted into a deep slumber, but a night of restful sleep ensued. Upon waking at dawn, Sui Qi promptly made her way to the opposite bedroom. The lively puppet from the previous night now lay contorted on the floor. The black and white card stock that had adhered to it now fallen away. She adjusted the puppet's distorted posture, murmuring, "You have truly worked hard." Meanwhile, in the dilapidated supermarket, a person quietly shattered, after dancing until dawn. Lin Feng, weary and disheartened, leaned against the wall, emitting a defeated sigh. I wish to Lu Rong and the others, unsure of how to console him, sat with their backs turned, offering silent support. Sui Qi collected the 2 cards and the puppet into her personal storage. Quickly freshened up, had a bite to eat, and set off on her journey. She checked the location sent by her teammates in the group chat. The distance to Maybao was 42 kilometers, requiring an 8-hour and 30-minute walk. The distance to Shunyu was 39 kilometers, necessitating an 8-hour trek. The distance to Zhuochun was 35 kilometers, with a walking time of 7 hours. Hooray! We shall reunite today. Sui Qi, filled with vigor, strode forth, while Lianju maintained a steady pace just a meter behind her, and as they progressed toward noon. The temperature soared to nearly 50 degrees, the air shimmering with waves of heat. The duo sought refuge in a shaded area to replenish their water and food, restoring their strength. Dubi's air conditioning proved to be a lifesaver amidst the sweltering heat at 7:10 p.m. Sui Qi finally reached the rendezvous point. The enormous puppet, Sui Qi, was even more awe-inspiring up close, the orange-red sunset casting a tranquil glow upon its shoulders, emanating a serene embrace of all things. Sui Qi gazed upward for a prolonged moment until the distant sounds of Zhuochun and Pei Yi's indistinct shouts jolted her back to reality. We discovered the supplies first. Challenge me openly. Don't resort to underhanded tactics. She and Lianju hurried toward the source of the commotion. Zhuochun and Pei Yi stood before a derelict clinic, tense and confronting 4 unfamiliar players. Each of the 4 wielded weapons, while Zhuochun and Pei Yi were empty-handed. With a burst of momentum, Sui Qi deftly slid into their midst. Hello! The 6 tense individuals momentarily froze. Zhuochun exclaimed in delight. Sui Jia. Pei Yi, upon seeing Lianju approach, excitedly called out, Liangu. Among the opposing 4, a rugged, dark-skinned gentleman who appeared to be the leader glared at Lianju. His slender, phoenix-like eyes narrowed as he disdainfully remarked, Lianshueti, your taste in friends leaves much to be desired. Lianju turned his gaze toward him, replying with a cool detachment, and you are? The dark-skinned man gripped his iron rod tightly, gritting his teeth. Every time I see that arrogant look on your face, I want to eliminate you. Sui Qi glanced at the iron rod in his hand, a cold smile gracing her lips. So you're the one who harmed Chengu. The dark-skinned man shot her a sidelong glance. Unconcerned, and what if I am? What can you, a mere girl, do to me? Pei Yi, standing behind Sui Qi, tugged at her sleeve. Chongli is our senior. He's ruthless and cunning. Outside of Liangu, no one here stands a chance against him. Plus, his 3 teammates are equally vicious. Don't confront them head-on. At the mention of Chongli, Sui Qi abruptly turned. Chongli, the deranged Chong, the malevolent Li? Pei Yi nodded. Indeed, what a stroke of fortune this was. Encountering her was truly a stroke of bad luck for Chongli. She whispered, don't worry, I know my limits. Pei Yi released his grip, but in the next instant, he watched as Sui Qi provocatively raised her chin. "Dark-skinned man, do you dare to challenge me?" Pei Yi exclaimed. "Is this what you call knowing your limits?" Changli was taken aback, then burst into laughter, turning to his teammates behind him. "Did I hear correctly? She wishes to challenge me?" He cast a disdainful glance at Sui Qi. "What do you wish to compete with me in? Household chores? Or perhaps in the art of seduction?" As soon as the words left his mouth, 4 stones were hurled toward his face. The dark-skinned man swiftly twirled his stick to deflect them. Zuochen furrowed his brows and fixed his gaze on him. "Did you grow up eating shit?" Pei rolled his eyes dramatically. "You've completely tarnished the reputation of the heiress martial academy." Sui Qi casually tossed the stones in her hand. "I never imagined that in the 31st century I would still encounter such a dim-witted individual." Changli aimed his iron rod at her, barking, "Watch your filthy mouth." She ignored him, turning to Zuochen to loudly vent her frustration. What a double-standard man. Upon witnessing her distress, Tu Bai raised her hand, ready to tug at Changli's collar. Sui Qi swiftly pulled her behind her, addressing Changli. "Aren't you fond of playing dirty? I shall engage you in your own game until you are eliminated." "All right then." Changli chuckled more wickedly. "Since you wish for your demise, I shall grant it." Sui Qi replied calmly. "The competition starts in 10 minutes, and any means are permissible." With that, she turned and entered the abandoned clinic, with Zuochen closely following, whispering, "Sister Sui, what is our plan?" "No plan. Only a singular objective." Sui Qi produced Chang Li's name card, her eyes glinting with coldness. "Eliminate him." Zuochen and Pei Yi were filled with confusion. "How do we do that?" With a puppet, black cardstock, and a quick-drying pen at the ready, she raised an eyebrow. "Allow me to demonstrate." The black cardstock, the size of a sticky note, was neither too large nor too small. Sui Qi filled both sides with writing and affixed it to the puppet on the dilapidated beams of the clinic. Chang Li and his teammates beheld Sui Qi and her companions fiddling with a puppet, their expressions dripping with disdain. As 9 minutes elapsed, Chang Li shifted his crossbody bag to his back, revealing a finely crafted wrist crossbow that he loaded an arrow into the slot, aiming it at Sui Qi. "This trash dares to challenge me." Just as the sharp bolt was about to be released, Chang Li hesitated. He suddenly leaped from the beam, knelt by the wall, clasping his hands in prayer before his chest. Then, with utmost sincerity, he slammed his head against the wall, exclaiming, "I am a dog. I love to eat shit." Woof, woof, woof. With all his strength, blood instantly stained his forehead. "I love to fart. I excel at speaking nonsense." Woof, woof, woof. Bang! His head collided brutally with the wall once more, producing a loud, dull thud that made the old wooden wall tremble. Sui Qi placed her hand on Zuochen's shoulder. "So, does that feel satisfying?" Zuochen's eyes darted between the puppet, Sui Qi, and Chang Li several times. "In no way," he exclaimed, both startled and elated, his voice trembling. "Sister Sui, I've fallen for you again." Pei Yi leaned closer to Lianzhu, murmuring, "Sister Sui is incredible. ISNT she. Liangu, what is that puppet? You should get us one too." Lianzhu cast a sidelong glance at him. "Shush, watch the show." Chang Li, still kneeling by the wall, resumed his antics. "Though I am a dog, real dogs are far cuter than I am." Woof, woof, woof. Bang! Dear interstellar netizens, when you see me, please feed me shit. Of any kind, soft or hard. I love it. Woof, woof, woof. Bang! With every utterance, he slammed his head against the wall, blood streaming down his face like water. The brutality of his actions and the vulgarity of his words were astonishing. His 3 teammates finally jumped down in sheer terror as he repeated his canine-themed self-introduction for the 5th time. "Changgu, what has happened to you?" Realizing he could not control his own body, Chang Li trembled in fear. "Help me. I love to eat shit." Woof, woof, woof. "Someone is making me speak nonsense." Woof, woof, woof. His teammates, at a loss, pulled him away from the wall, but as soon as they released him, he crawled back to kneel, earnestly barking like a dog. "Please feed me shit." Woof, woof, woof. His 3 teammates exchanged fearful glances. Changgu has gone mad. There must be something unclean here. After a chaotic tug-of-war that lasted several rounds, a dizzy Chang Li was left gasping for breath. "I love to eat shit." Woof, woof, woof. Bang! The already precarious wooden wall creaked and groaned for a while before finally collapsing with a crash. Sui Qi and her companions had long since gathered their supplies and fled the clinic, while Chang Li's 3 teammates quickly evaded the falling debris. Only Chang Li was thoroughly buried beneath. As dusk fell, silence enveloped the area. Amidst the swirling dust and the wreckage of wooden planks, Chong-Li let out one final, resounding bark. The shrill warning of the light brain followed closely, detecting player life value below 5. Forced elimination in 3 seconds. An emergency signal has been sent to the medical ship. Covered in dirt and blood, Chong-Li let out a long sigh, never having imagined that the sound of forced elimination could be so melodious. Finally liberated, he sobbed beneath the rubble, peacefully closing his eyes. All right, I understand now. The vicious reputation of Sister Pi is not unfounded. What a cunning method. It truly delighted me. The truth of survival in the wasteland. Do not provoke the mad escape team. One can never predict Sister Pi strategies that I never thought I would witness such a splendid spectacle in a survival game. Bravo. Chang's fate is deserved. Who told him to speak lewdly to Sister Pi? He has earned this retribution in a world where the old order has perished for centuries. How can there still be such a fool who disdains women? It serves him right to be eliminated. What a spectacle. I loved every moment. I hope Sister Pi graces us with more such performances. Agreed. Sui Qi stored the puppet in her personal warehouse, stepping onto the rubble to remove the wooden planks pressing down on Chong-Li. He had already lost consciousness, though a few stray barks still escaped his lips. With the enemy down, it was time to collect the spoils. She seized the bulging bag, the wrist crossbow, and 5 arrows. Weighing the bag in her hands, it felt light, suggesting its contents were few. Upon unzipping it, she found 3 chocolates, a tube of sunscreen, half a bottle of sports drink, and 8 sheets of white cardstock scattered at the bottom. Along with 3 square black cards, she glanced down at Chong-Li in surprise. Poor character, yet lucky in fortune. The medical ship arrived swiftly, and the staff lifted the still unconsciously barking Chong-Li onto the shuttle. His surviving teammates exchanged glances, promptly departing from the scene of chaos. The soothing voice of the light brain echoed in Sui Qi's mind. Puppet Master Chong-Li has been eliminated. Congratulations, you have successfully earned 1 point. She restrained a smile, steadying her expression before turning to descend the rubble. Sister Sui, Brother Chun. As she approached Sui Chun, she heard Xinyu's laughter ringing out. Sui Qi and Sui Chun instantly looked up to see Xinyu striding towards them. Carrying Mei Bao on his back. On the 5th day of survival on Qimu Star, the mad escape team finally reunited. The 4 embraced tightly, their excitement causing them to leap and spin, their laughter infusing the heavy air with joy. After trudging through the sweltering heat for so long, their skin had tanned considerably. Sui Chun had darkened the most, his once healthy weak complexion now nearly resembling that of a dark-skinned individual. Sui Qi planted a resounding kiss on Mei Bao's forehead. I've missed you so much. Mei Bao's eyes sparkled with mirth, yet she simply smiled, not uttering a word. Sui Chun lifted her into his arms. Mei Bao, call me Brother Chun. She still kept her lips tightly sealed, merely leaning her forehead against Sui Chun's cheek. What's wrong? A tinge of worry crept into Sui Qi's heart. Are you feeling unwell? Xinyu softly whispered in her ear. She's shy. She lost 2 front teeth and isn't keen on speaking to 89 years old. When did she start losing teeth? Mei Bao's dental transition seemed to have come rather late. A smile blossomed in Sui Qi's eyes as she pinched Mei Bao's cheek. Do you want an ice pop? Mei Bao's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed loudly, saying, upon hearing the altered intonation of the word want. She instinctively covered her mouth and buried herself in Sui Chun's embrace. Sui Qi noticed that she was missing 2 lower front teeth, which was rather endearing. The 3 adults stifled their laughter for quite some time. The little girl, with her cheeks flushed from laughter, finally lifted her head and let out a huffy hum, signaling the end of the merriment. Doobie slowly peeked out from behind Sui Qi, approached the little girl, and pointed at her foot with a finger. The sudden action captivated the 4 giggling companions. With a clack-clack, Doobie opened its puppet mouth to reveal 2 neat rows of wooden teeth, under the gaze of 8 curious eyes. It swiftly plucked out 2 lower wooden teeth and presented them to the little girl. Here, for you, teeth. The little girl stared at the 2 wooden teeth in its palm, momentarily stunned. Puffed. It was unclear who laughed first. But soon they were all huddled together, laughing until they nearly fell over. Sui Chun could barely hold onto the little girl. These 2 children were simply too amusing. Doobie, oblivious to the reason for their laughter, tilted its head and joined in the silly giggles. Not far away, Pei was also swept up by their laughter, grinning broadly. They are having such a great time. Huh? Even Lianju, being considerate, refrained from mocking him. With a companion who shared her dental predicament, the little girl became much more at ease. She climbed out of Sui Qi's embrace and reached for one of Dubi's wooden teeth. One for me. One for you. Dubi, you are so beautiful. Dubi shook its head. I am merely well dressed. You are the truly beautiful one that you both are very pretty, Sui Qi remarked, gently patting their little heads. Let us find a room to rest first. After dinner, I will take out the new dresses from my portable warehouse, and you can try them on together, all right? Both nodded eagerly in agreement. Next to the clinic stood a 6-story residential building, and they found a well-maintained room on the 5th floor to serve as their temporary abode for the night. The chosen room was not large, featuring a layout of 1 bedroom and 2 living areas. With only a few pieces of furniture, having been unoccupied for some time, it had gathered quite a bit of dust. Dubi volunteered to clean up, and Sui Qi readily agreed that it soon became evident that Dubi, the housekeeper, had impressive skills, as the room was quickly tidied up to a pristine condition. The group applauded Dubi with great enthusiasm. Lian Zhu and Pei Yi, who resided across the hall, emerged upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing the refreshed room, they insisted on hiring Dubi, offering a compensation of 10,000 interstellar coins for half an hour of work. Lian Zhu's promissory note was straightforward, and Sui Qi readily accepted. Dubi's high hourly rate was indeed remarkable. Sui Qi, who had only ever earned 10 coins per hour, felt quite envious. 5 days ago, the night still held a hint of coolness, but now only oppressive heat remained. The air was stagnant and heavy, devoid of even the slightest breeze. The indoor temperature hovered around 35 degrees Celsius. Dubi's air conditioning unit was put back into action, continuously emitting a refreshing breeze at 25 degrees to dispel the heat. The 4 of them sat cross-legged around Dubi. Sui Qi kept piling food onto the table. Jerky, jelly, milk, energy bars, bread, biscuits, and sunflower seeds. She stopped only when the table was half covered with provisions. She then took out a freezer and some juice powder. Making 3 popsicles, Sui Qi, with an apple-flavored one in his mouth, entertained Xinyu and the little girl with a dramatic retelling of Chong Li's elimination. That guy tried to pull a fast one on us and snatch our supplies. But Sui Jie made a dazzling entrance with a slick move. Provoking Sui Jie was akin to hitting a brick wall. The vivid recounting drew bursts of laughter from the 2 who were not present during the incident. Alternating between anger and amusement, Xinyu, after hearing a few lines, turned to Sui Qi for confirmation. Is the approach this wild? She nodded modestly, signaling her agreement. The little girl, caught up in the excitement, took a big bite of her strawberry popsicle. Let us do it to him, just like that. After Sui Qi concluded his performance, the group enjoyed the cool air and their snacks. Munching on sunflower seeds, Sui Qi unwrapped an energy bar. After Chong Li was eliminated, I earned 1 point. Furthermore, from the system prompt, I learned that he possessed an identity as a puppet maker. The 3 of them, perplexed, simultaneously halted their chewing. The little girl, buried in her bread, lifted her head. Puppet maker? Sui Qi, finding his jerky suddenly unappetizing, asked, What is that? Xinyu swallowed her jelly and inquired, Sui Jie, could you elaborate? Certainly, Sui Qi replied with a snap of her fingers, producing a wooden puppet torso and 2 wooden arms. Let us assemble it together. Xinyu and the little girl seamlessly attached the puppet's arms to the torso. Seeing their ease, Sui Qi confidently took an arm and attempted to fit it into the slot. However, it felt as though an invisible barrier had formed at the connection point, preventing him from securing it no matter how hard he tried. A mismatch in identity. The puppeteer cannot assemble the puppet. A warning echoed abruptly in his mind, leaving Sui Qi bewildered. What is happening? What did I just hear? Sui Qi, chewing on her beef jerky, inquired in a tone that suggested she had anticipated this. Sui Qi recounted every word he heard. After listening, she produced a dry erase marker and a piece of black paper, placing it in front of the 3, at the bottom of the paper. Write the word eliminated. Sui Qi took the paper and pen. I'll go first. He braced himself for the possibility of being unable to write, but to his surprise, he encountered no resistance at all. He smoothly inscribed his blue, clumsy handwriting on the black paper. This time, it was Xinyu and the little girl who were blocked, and no matter how hard they strained, they could not write a single letter on the black paper. Only the cold prompt echoed, a mismatch in identity. The puppet maker cannot use the instruction card. I see. Xinyu quickly pieced together the puzzle. To earn points, both the puppeteer and the puppet maker were indispensable. Sui Qi and the little girl stared at Sui Qi with wide, curious eyes, full of questions. What does that mean? She explained in straightforward terms. The puppet maker assembles, while the puppeteer controls. Attach a white name card to the puppet to designate the eliminated player. She pointed at the black paper. Write the elimination command on the instruction card, and the designated player is eliminated, earning points. Zhuo suddenly understood. So that's how it works. Xinyu mused. To win this game, we need to acquire a sufficient number of name cards and instruction cards. The little girl's mind raced, her words tumbling out. Then our name cards must not be discovered by other players, which could be quite dangerous. Exactly, Sui Qi replied, giving her an approving glance. Thus, it is best that we locate our name cards before most players figure out how to earn points. Moreover, the sweltering heat posed as an additional adversary. Zhuo leaned against Shenyu's shoulder. It's only the second round, and the difficulty is already this high. Sui Qi chuckled. That's what makes it exciting. The four exchanged determined glances, their eyes reflecting a fearless and spirited resolve. Sui Qi stored the puppet and the pins back in her portable warehouse, signaling that it was now free time. She retrieved several dresses and handed them to the little girl and Dubi. Wow, such beautiful dresses. The two bounced off to the bedroom to change. Dubi's eyes transformed into flashlights, illuminating the small room brightly. Sui Qi and Xinyu huddled together, strategizing on how to quickly assemble a puppet. Meanwhile, Zhuo, with nothing to do, busily showcased the snacks he had, occasionally sharing some with his teammates at 10 o'clock in the evening. It was time for bed. The four spread out their bedding in the living room, and under the gentle coolness provided by Dubi's air conditioning, they slept soundly until dawn had yet to break. At 5 in the morning, as the sky began to lighten, the energetic escape team had already split into two groups at the street corner. The spirited little girl and Dubi formed one group, tasked with searching the left side of the street. The lively Zhuo, Xinyu, and Sui Qi made up the other, responsible for scouring the right side. Dubi could sense the location of supplies, and their separate actions increased their efficiency. Their objectives, both the card paper and supplies, to secure both. Let us go. As Sui Qi issued a command, they swiftly dove into the buildings they were responsible for, commencing a thorough search. Thus, they scoured one street after another until noon, at the peak of the sun's intensity. The group gathered to partake in lunch. Zhuo found a nearly new shovel for Mei Bao. The shovel of the shovel warrior has arrived. Mei Bao responded with an exaggerated heart gesture. After a brief afternoon nap, the four donned matching Lolita-style princess hats and resumed their search, while scavenging for supplies. Sui Qi carefully inhaled the now slightly damp air. She checked the weather on her holographic device and shared a screenshot in their group chat. Zhuo, a maximum temperature of 52 degrees. Is the game trying to roast us alive? Mei Bao, there's moderate rain expected at 10 tonight. Is it finally going to cool down? Xinyu, in this heat, it's not rain. It's boiling water. Mei Bao, crying.jpg. The diligent escape team continued their labors until 9 in the evening, finally returning to their small room on the 5th floor. Each of them collapsed onto the floor in various positions, panting heavily, their clothes soaked through with sweat. Dubi had the air conditioning running, blowing from left to right. Sui Qi never anticipated that before experiencing the comforts of a 9-to-5 work schedule, she would first encounter the rigors of a 5-to-9 existence. Life is indeed full of surprises. After resting and replenishing themselves, they sat together to organize the spoils of the day. Dubi was in charge of illumination. Sui Qi first revealed their significant finds: 96 white name cards, 104 black command cards, an impressive haul. Clap, clap. Each member of the escape team received 24 name cards and 26 command cards. Additionally, they had 32 bottles of mineral water, 25 packs of instant noodles, 23 bags of bread, 18 packages of jerky, 5 bags of candy, and various other snacks. Zhuo popped a fruit candy into his mouth. The supplies in this game are far more abundant than in the last. Xinyu remarked sagely. That only indicates that the difficulty of survival this time does not hinge on the availability of resources. Sui Qi smiled and continued sorting through their supplies. Here's a collapsible mosquito net, 12 mosquito repellent bracelets, 5 boxes of herbal protection patches, and 7 bottles of mosquito spray. She opened a silver metallic box beside her, revealing 3 syringes filled with red liquid that a cure for the burning blood virus. Sui Qi read the name on the syringe with a hint of confusion. Shenyu's expression stiffened, and the smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth faded completely. The burning blood virus? Upon witnessing his sudden solemnity, Sui Qi promptly handed the metallic box to him. Xinyu examined it carefully and spoke slowly. The burning blood virus is carried by a creature known as the red-winged mosquito. Its symptoms are severe, and the onset is rapid. They are thrice the size of ordinary mosquitoes, with deep red wings adorned with black stripes, and they reproduce at an alarming rate. They typically operate at night. When humans are bitten while asleep, their body temperature skyrockets, leading to a relentless fever that can exceed 40 degrees. Skin will develop red spots, progressing to blisters, ultimately resulting in total bodily decay and death. Sui Qi inquired keenly, is the desolation of Qianmu Star related to the burning blood virus? Indeed, Xinyu recounted his past experiences in the hospital with several patients afflicted by the burning blood virus, all of whom endured excruciating torment before their demise. After taking a sip of water, he continued, 50 years ago, Qianmu Star experienced a global outbreak of the burning blood virus, resulting in the agonizing demise of hundreds of millions. With the surviving population dwindling to fewer than 100,000, the Star Alliance relocated the survivors to a refuge star and sprayed powerful insecticides over Qianmu Star for 7 consecutive days to eradicate the red-winged mosquitoes. Subsequently, the Interstellar Virus Control Institute urgently developed a cure, bringing that catastrophe to an end. But the red-winged mosquitoes, Sui Qi murmured, weren't they all eradicated? Mei Bao nodded in agreement, saying, we haven't encountered a single mosquito in these past few days. However, Sui Qi held a contrary opinion. Anyone who has attempted to exterminate mosquitoes knows how difficult these creatures are to eliminate. They possess a high reproductive rate, and their eggs are remarkably resilient to environmental changes. Merely spraying insecticide for a few days will not suffice to completely eradicate them. She propped her chin on her hand, looking at Xunyu and asking, where do red-winged mosquitoes lay their eggs? What are the conditions for hatching? He pointed at the wooden floor beneath them. Red-winged mosquito eggs are laid in decaying wood and hatch upon contact with water. At this revelation, the expressions of the four shifted dramatically. Qianmu Star had been desolate for 50 years. The one thing abundant on this planet was decaying wood. As for water, there was moderate rain expected at 10 tonight. The current time, 21:59. Sui Qi sat facing the window, lifting her gaze that a single raindrop fell perfectly onto the glass, the image of the droplet spreading clearly reflecting in her sharply contrasting eyes. The rain began as a light drizzle, gradually intensifying, with dense strands of rain cascading onto the gray-brown, dilapidated eaves. The parched, decaying wood rapidly absorbed the rainwater, and the soft crevices brimmed with shriveled mosquito eggs. They quickly absorbed the surrounding moisture, the wrinkled red shells gradually swelling, softening, and shedding. The sharp, dark red tails punctured the embryonic membranes, and wings, as crimson as blood, unfurled freely in the rain. The red-winged mosquitoes that emerged from their eggs shook their bodies, following the scent of flesh and blood in the air, vanishing into the black curtain of rain. Check the doors and windows, set up the mosquito net, and put on the mosquito repellent bracelets. Sui Qi instructed methodically. Sui Qi and the others promptly complied. After setting up the mosquito net and arranging the double bed and sofa from her mobile storage, they completed their preparations for a secure night's sleep. The four escapees, along with Dubi, each clutched a can of insecticide as they settled inside the mosquito net. That I attract mosquitoes like a magnet. Every summer, I end up covered in bites, is what Shun lamented, resting his head on Shun Yu's shoulder. Being a poison domain traveler is the way to go. I'm not afraid of toxins. That I envy that. Shin Yu shot him a sidelong glance. The toxins only affect me by 20%. I am still wary of them. Mei Bao remained unfazed. We have the cure. Being bitten is nothing to fear. Sui Qi lay on the bed, amidst their banter, thoughtfully sent a message to her debtor, friendly reminder. Please take precautions against mosquitoes. The reply came. Already doing so, thank you. She raised an eyebrow and sent a similar message to her old friend, Song Yan. Song Yan responded with a picture of a swollen finger. Captioned, too late. Sui Qi anticipated such misfortune befalling him. The burning blood virus carried by the red-winged mosquito is quite toxic. We have the cure. Should I send you a dose from the trading center? Song Yan replied. Thanks. I found 2 doses myself. Knowing he was in no danger, she refrained from further conversation. After a brief inquiry into Song Yu's situation, learning that the brothers were together and had ample supplies, she felt reassured and ended the call. Turning to Dubi, who was stationed by her bedside, she instructed, if any red-winged mosquitoes fly in, set them ablaze. Most creatures in nature fear fire. Dubi patted her head. Rest easy. Master, those little red-winged mosquitoes are no match for me. His boastfulness elicited laughter from Sui Qi and the others, who chuckled heartily for quite some time, after bidding each other good night amidst their drowsy laughter. They succumbed to a deep slumber at 8 the next morning. Doobie's timely summons echoed through the room. Life points -1, deducted for NPC Doobie's nurturing expenses. This notification was as jarring as 10 alarm clocks. And Sui Qi rose effortlessly each day. The diligent housekeeper Doobie performed his duties, waking everyone one by one. Sui Qi, groggy and bleary-eyed, opened her eyes and keenly sensed that the room was darker than it should be at 8 in the morning. Instinctively, she glanced out the window, and the sight nearly triggered her trypophobia. The glass was densely covered with red-black red-winged mosquitoes, incessantly flapping their wings against the glass, attempting to invade and feast on fresh blood. Mei Bao nestled into Sui Qi's embrace. These mosquitoes are so ugly, so many of them. It's terrifying, is what Chun said, rubbing the goosebumps that had risen on his arms. This glass should hold. Crack. Crack. Before he could finish the thought, the fragile glass began to shatter. Shinyu grabbed the insecticide nearby and was about to charge out of the mosquito net, but Doobie, stationed at the side, beat him to it. It nimbly darted out of the mosquito net, raising a puppet hand to halt the others from following. You all stay inside the mosquito net and don't move. I'll be back shortly. Sui Qi gazed at the solitary figure engaged in battle, her hands pressed to her heart. My dear child, how have you grown overnight? Doobie approached the window and stood still, expressionless as it peered through the almost shattered glass at the menacing red-winged mosquitoes. The very moment the glass completely fractured, it pressed its palms together before forcefully spreading them apart, slamming them against the window frame. A shimmering electric net, pulsating with blue light, was firmly established at the window. The red-winged mosquitoes, believing they had breached the barrier, plunged into the electric web, meeting their demise with crackling sounds, akin to the sizzling of protein charred by searing heat. The 4 members of the frenzied escape team felt a sense of relief, as if they were remarkably unscathed. Doobie replicated the same method at the other 2 windows, brushing off the charred wood debris from its palms before gracefully making its way to the mosquito net. Zhuchen bent down to pull aside the net for it. Doobie, please enter. Doobie was welcome to sit at the bedside, while Shinyu and Mei Bao took turns massaging its shoulders. Zhuchen attended to its legs. Sui Qi produced her tools, meticulously polishing the charred skin of its palms. How is it that our Doobie has become increasingly formidable? I am already 7 years old. My basic combat abilities have awakened, Doobie declared, chin held high. These electric nets are merely my most rudimentary means of attack. Wow, Mei Bao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Doobie, you are so strong. Doobie returned the compliment. You are quite impressive as well. Zhuchen sincerely pressed the wooden leg beneath him. Doobie, do you still require life points? Mine are available for you to absorb. Doobie shook its head coldly. I only need my master to care for me. Help me. My face. My face. A piercing scream erupted suddenly. Help. The 4 rushed to the window, peering through the gaps in the electric net. They witnessed the sky filled with crimson and ebony red-winged mosquitoes, players hidden within the buildings being attacked, scrambling in a frenzy. Get away. Get away. It itches. It burns. I feel like I'm going to combust. Someone save me. Medical ship, where are you? I want out. I want out. These mosquitoes are poisonous. Do not let them bite you. Players suffering from the bites writhed on the ground, their skin inflamed, as if their blood was being incinerated within. The unbearable itch drove them to scratch incessantly, blisters bursting, skin rapidly decaying. The female player whose face had been bitten resided on the 4th floor of the building opposite them. The glass of her window had also shattered, and she was held tightly by 3 others, forcibly pressed against the narrow window in a grotesquely contorted position, helplessly enduring the bites of the red-winged mosquitoes. The only part of her body that could move freely were her hands, which she clawed at her face with, her nails smeared with rotting flesh, blood mingling with pus streaming down her countenance. But I'm only 17. I don't want to be disfigured. Let me out. Let me out. Who can save me? Please. Her voice was sharp and grating, each word filled with agony. Zhuchen furrowed his brow. Sister Sui, we've encountered scum again. Mei Bao gripped her shovel tightly, ready for action at any moment. Shen Yu's eyes were already filled with murderous intent. Sui Qi reflected on her frequent feelings of fragility, as if she were out of place among her teammates. Standing before the window, she called out, to the 17-year-old girl across the way. Please state your name. The frenzied escape team is here to assist you. Her clear voice cut through the chaos of the red-winged mosquitoes, reaching the ear of the on the brink of collapse 17-year-old girl like a lifeline to a drowning person. Jiang Ranqing. My name is Jiang Ranqing. Please, help me. Ah. A pained cry escaped her lips as the players behind her did something, compelling her to scream. The trembling notes of her cries resonated in the ears of the frenzied escape team. Xinyu found the name Jiang Ranqing oddly familiar. After a moment's thought, he decisively retrieved his stack of white name cards and scanned them with the identifier. There it was, her name card. What a coincidence. Sui Qi's brow relaxed and then tensed again. So how do we help her? We can't use the same tactics as with Chongli. Sui Qi chuckled lightly, inscribing instructions on a piece of black cardstock. Sister Sui here is not merely adept at underhanded tricks. Xinyu, Sui Qi, and Mei Bao leaned in to observe. The instruction card bore the words, touch the poisonous mist to exit. Jiang Ranqing's screams grew sharper. Sui Qi swiftly produced a canister filled with dark green poisonous mist. Unlike ordinary fog, the mist had a unique, velvety texture, dense yet not dissipating to avoid collateral damage. She stuffed the canister along with several pairs of disposable chopsticks into Dubi's embrace. Child, open the can and help me dip the chopsticks in the mist. Dubi complied, and the light-colored chopsticks emerged with a dollop of thick poison the size of a fingernail. Sui Qi took the poison chopsticks, placing them into the arrow slot of her sleeve crossbow, which adjusted to hold them securely. She aimed the crossbow at Jiang Ranqing, instructing, Xinyu, affix her name card and instruction card onto the puppet. Xinyu had already retrieved the puppet and efficiently adhered the cards upon hearing Sui Qi's command. The moment the two cards adhered to the puppet, Sui Qi activated the mechanism on the sleeve crossbow, launching the chopstick laced with poison, striking just beneath Jiang Ranqing's collarbone that a player touching the poison would be rendered out of play. Jiang Ranqing's neural interface emitted a forced exit warning, and the three players who had confined her hastily retreated, evading the onslaught of the red-winged mosquitoes. Now liberated, Jiang Ranqing slumped weakly against the window ledge. The medical ship arrived shortly, and the staff whisked the blood-soaked girl onto the ship. Before the hatch closed, Jiang Ranqing propped herself up, calling in the direction of the frenzied escape team. Thank you for saving me. I willingly grant each of you 1 million interstellar coins as a reward. Cough, cough. Blood surged into her mouth, causing her to choke before she hoarsely continued. After the game ends, I invite you all to a grand feast. The hatch sealed completely, leaving only the echo of Jiang Ranqing's lingering voice in the air. A windfall from the heavens. Mei Bao exclaimed, stunned. 1 million. Sui Qi could hardly contain her smile. I have decided to befriend Jiang Ranqing. She truly delivers. Sui Qi casually placed his arm around Xinyu's shoulder. The young lady is quite generous. Xinyu responded with a nod before looking at Sui Qi, a hint of confusion in his voice. Sister Sui, how does that point get calculated for me? You affixed Jiang Ranqing's name card. Sui Qi smiled. Of course, the points count for you. Xinyu was taken aback. So that's how it works. Please, someone help me. My arm is nearly rotten. I don't want to play anymore. Just let me out. Dozens of players infected with the burning blood virus were driven to the brink of collapse by excruciating itch and pain. After witnessing Jiang Ranqing being successfully rescued by the medical ship, they all flocked to the frenzied escape team's building. Seeking help, no one could bear to watch their skin decay inch by inch. The terror of impending death was far more horrifying than death itself. I can't hold on any longer. Help me. Let me out. I will give you all my supplies. I need treatment immediately. Please. Sui Qi instinctively called out to the players below, those wishing to exit. Please state your names. Mei Bao sweetly echoed him. The players below, desperate to exit, shouted their names while dodging the aggressive red-winged mosquitoes. Dubi dipped the chopsticks in poison, while Sui Qi ensured the shots were on target. And Sui Qi wrote on the instruction cards. The poison chopsticks pierced through the electric net, striking true. Infected players exited one after another. Just as Sui Qi aimed for the fifth player, a pebble spiraled in from the adjacent window, striking one player on the head, blood spraying forth. Mei Bao, engrossed in flipping through name cards, was oblivious to the commotion outside. Sui Qi exclaimed, a headshot. Xinyu gasped. Isn't that dangerous? It won't. A familiar cold voice drifted in from the adjacent room. The tone was as recognizable as his rare hair color, making it easy to identify. Sui Qi turned her gaze, spotting just 2 meters away by the window. A pair of slender, pale hands gripping an exquisitely crafted silver alloy slingshot, aimed at the players below. Perhaps it was the 5 mosquito-repellent wristbands adorning his wrist that worked their magic. The red-winged mosquitoes swarmed around him, but did not dare to sting. The congregation of players below grew increasingly larger, while the frantic escape team and the hunting squad above engaged in a deadly game. A poison dart claiming lives, a slingshot casting its lethal projectiles. The jarring alarm of the light brain blared incessantly, and soon the medical ship whisked away all players infected by the virus. The area below fell silent once more, save for the incessant buzzing of the red-winged mosquitoes. A total of 63 players were eliminated in this round. The frantic escape team garnered 20 points, while the hunting squad secured 17. Sui Qi's current score stood at 6, as did Xin Yu's. Sui Chun and Mei Bao had 5. Well then, that settles it. Sui Qi stowed her sleeve arrows and accepted the poison fog from Dubi, placing it into her portable warehouse, just as she prepared to lead her teammates toward the mosquito net. Her eyes inadvertently swept over the pile of red-winged mosquito corpses accumulating outside the broad windowsill. Amongst the charred remains, a glimmer of white caught her attention. Sui Qi halted her steps, broke apart a pair of disposable wooden chopsticks, navigated through the electric net, and retrieved the corner of that white object. It was, astonishingly, a blank name card. The other 3, noticing, synchronously produced their chopsticks, rummaging through the heap of mosquito carcasses. Xin Yu was the first to unearth a card, shaking the white paper and flicking away the black remnants. So, red-winged mosquitoes drop name cards upon death. This season's game is indeed peculiar, is what Chun mused. The toothless Mei Bao remained silent, engrossed in her search for cards. The 4 pairs of chopsticks danced in a frenzy among the red-winged mosquito corpses, their dazzling technique misleading any onlooker to believe they were competing for a delectable feast. They turned over the mosquito corpses outside the windowsill, successfully uncovering 5 white name cards and 6 black instruction cards. Having tasted the sweet reward, the group chose not to return to the mosquito net, but instead crowded before the electric net. Each red-winged mosquito electrocuted would be reduced to mere ashes by their wooden chopsticks. The charred bodies piled high on the windowsill seemed never-ending, as the relentless swarm of red-black mosquitoes surged forth. Their long, sharp mouthparts agape. Sui Chun exchanged glances with them across the electric net, feeling an itch rise upon his skin. These little mosquitoes are rather audacious. They won't last long, Xin Yu replied calmly. Red-winged mosquitoes are attracted to water but fear heat. Once the temperature exceeds 55 degrees Celsius, they will enter a state of dormancy. Sui Qi promptly checked the weather. Today's maximum temperature, 52 degrees Celsius. Tomorrow's maximum temperature, 53 degrees Celsius, she mused to herself. The weather in the interstellar world is so perplexing. It cools down so abruptly, yet rises in a gradual manner. Just as she closed her light brain, she noticed Mei Bao had found a black instruction card. Sui Qi was about to commend her when a loud crash reverberated from the tightly shut door behind them. Damn it, those meddlesome pests. They caused me to be bitten by mosquitoes and wasted a healing agent. If I don't vent this anger today, I won't bear the surname Lei. Bang, bang. The furious 3 players outside kicked the door violently. The fragile wooden door creaked under the relentless assault, threatening to splinter at any moment. Sui Qi coldly remarked, "Another fool comes to meet their demise. It's probably those scoundrels pressing Jiang Ranqing against the window." Sui Chun tossed his chopsticks onto the windowsill and strode toward the door. Xin Yu followed suit. "They've come right to our doorstep. It saves us the trouble of searching for them." Sui Qi, Mei Bao, and Dubi trailed closely behind. Just as they positioned themselves behind the door, a crack echoed, and the brown wooden door opened a sliver. Sui Chun muttered a curse and moved to open the door to confront them, only to be stopped by Sui Qi. Dozens of red-winged mosquitoes, flapping their crimson wings, surged through the gap. Outside, malicious laughter rang out. "You think you can hide safely in here after causing us to be bitten by mosquitoes? Don't think you'll escape unscathed. Even if I get eliminated, I'll drag you down with me. Ha ha." Sui Qi and her companions donned mosquito-repellent wristbands and protective patches, keeping the mosquitoes at bay. Dubi, even more so, regarded the tiny red insects with indifference. The 3 outside, seeing their plan succeed, leaned casually against the doorframe to chat. "Yonggu, we've let the mosquitoes in. They can't possibly evade." "Humph, Today I'll show them what it means to be a saint in the apocalypse. It's just a game. That young girl isn't really in danger. Why rush to save her? Such fools. Inside, Sui Qi remained composed, spraying insecticide. Dubi, pull those 3 rats inside. Activated with a sense of combat readiness. Dubi moved swiftly, almost leaving an afterimage as he opened the door and dragged the 3 INDs. They tumbled before Sui Qi. Their mouths were still agape in disbelief. Sui Qi lowered her gaze, coolly stating, "Don't let them live." The moment her words fell, Mei Bao's shovel, Sui Qin's fist, and Shun Yu's metal foot struck in succession. Aware of her lower combat capabilities, Sui Qi sensibly stood aside, ready to strike from the shadows. Unfortunately, the 3 scoundrels were far inferior in skill to their unscrupulous methods. In less than 5 minutes, they were flattened to the ground, groaning in pain. Shin Yu looked at Sui Qi. "Sui Jia. How shall we deal with them?" She stowed her sleeve arrows, her gaze sweeping over the 3. "May I ask how to address you 3? The burly man pinned down by Zuochen spat blood and retorted. "Huh? Why the hell should I tell you?" Zuochen slapped his head. "Try spitting again. See what happens." "Not wanting to speak is fine." Sui Qi smiled. "Your name is Lei Yong, correct?" The buzzcut man under Shin Yu's foot gasped in shock. How do you know my brother's name?" Lei Yong turned to scold. "Wang Sanding. Shut your mouth. Can't you learn to keep quiet like Lu Chuan?" Sui Qi raised an eyebrow, pleased to have learned all 3 names. The speed at which they sold out their teammates was truly remarkable. "Lu Chuan." Mei Bao's eyes lit up. "I have his name card." She pulled out her stack of white cards and used a scanner to identify Lu Chuan's name card. Sui Qi also produced Lei Yong's. Zuochun and Shin Yu rummaged through their white cards for quite a while, but couldn't find Wang Sanding's name. Sui Qi calmly stated, "No worries, not a single one will escape." Lei Yong's name card was originally found alongside Lin Feng. Those who seek death will inevitably meet their end. Struggling under Zuochen's grip, Lei Yong asked, "What do you intend to do?" Sui Qi retrieved 2 puppet figures. Smiling lightly, "Nothing much, just want you to understand the concept of evil begets evil." With that, she inscribed commands on a black instruction card. The moment Lei Yong's and Lu Chuan's name and instruction cards adhered to the puppet figures, they stood up uncontrollably. They faced each other, each uttering a curse, "Scoundrel." Then they began to slap each other wildly. Shin Yu and Mei Bao, witnessing Sui Qi's sinister tactics for the first time, stood in stunned silence. Wang Sanding trembled, and just as he thought he had narrowly escaped a calamity, he found himself face to face with a delicate wooden puppet and a beautiful woman with short hair, who smiled and said, "Wang Sanding, please step beside Lu Chuan and stand close to him." His legs turned to jelly, unable to stand, as Zuochen yanked him by the collar and placed him next to Lu Chuan. As their shoulders brushed, Lei Yong's slap toward Lu Chuan inadvertently landed on Wang Sanding's face. With a robust physique and large hands, Lei Yong's slap carried considerable force, instantly swelling Wang Sanding's face, leaving a burning pain. Lu Chuan, "Scoundrel!" Smack. Lei Yong, "Scoundrel!" The resounding slaps echoed incessantly, leaving the faces of the 3 individuals swollen and marked, each imprint layered upon the other, presenting a shocking tableau of crimson, with certain areas even beginning to take on a purplish hue. Sui Qi nodded in satisfaction. It had been quite a while since he had witnessed such a thrilling display of combat. "Just like that. Pai Jia. This is incredibly exhilarating," he exclaimed. "1 slap for 2. And the sound resonates louder than the firecrackers during the New Year festivities. Even the most notorious master of slaps in Xingyu would bow in deference upon witnessing such a spectacle. He relished the sight of these scoundrels pummeling each other. Villains deserve their comeuppance. They nearly drove me to madness while tormenting Jiang Ranqing, who wouldn't feel the same. He lamented his inability to leap into the screen and deliver a few blows himself. Pai Jia certainly had a knack for tormenting evildoers. He yearned to become her apprentice. This was indeed a mutually beneficial situation. The injured players would exit to receive treatment, while the frantic escape team and the hunting team would earn points. Pai Jia belongs to you, while Dubi is mine. Who wouldn't adore the versatile little Dubi? The sight of Mei Bao with a missing tooth was simply adorable, eliciting laughter. Indeed, when Dubi lost a tooth and gifted it to Mei Bao, I was utterly moved. When the little one was losing teeth, he too had been reluctant to speak, just like Mei Bao. "Wu," Wang Sanding whimpered, trembling in fear, attempting to evade. Yet Mei Bao's shovel remained pressed against his back. "Please spare me. This is unbearable. Can't I just find my own way out?" "So you do know pain?" Sui Qi scoffed. When you used Jiang Ranqing as a shield against the Qiyu mosquito, did you not realize she would feel pain as well? Sui Qi added mockingly. You can still speak. It seems your face isn't aching enough. Xinyu remained silent, simply walking to the window to retrieve a pair of chopsticks. He picked up several Qiyu mosquitoes that had succumbed to the insecticide and stuffed them into the collars of the three men. Lei Yong and Lu Chuan, rendered immobile, could only watch in horror. Wang Sanding screamed in terror, attempting to flee, only to be struck on the leg by Mei Bao's shovel, collapsing before Xinyu. Xinyu's expression remained unchanged. His actions undeterred, the Qiyu mosquitoes, revived by the scent of fresh blood, instinctively pierced their proboscis into the skin, siphoning blood and leaving behind a virus. The skin of Lei Yong and his companions quickly reddened. Blisters forming, gradually succumbing to decay. Wang Sanding writhed uncontrollably. It's so itchy. Why is it so itchy? It hurts. The other two, under duress, could only stiffly slap each other, enduring the deep, penetrating itch and pain as the blood oozed from their rotting flesh. Soaking their clothes, Sui Qi lowered his gaze, no longer wishing to watch. Xinyu was taken aback by the gruesome scene. He had only intended to frighten them, not realizing the Qiyu mosquitoes would not perish completely. The health points of Lei Yong's trio plummeted swiftly, and they were soon whisked away by a medical ship. Zhuo Chun and Xinyu found a piece of wood to patch the cracks in the door. The housekeeping expert Dubi meticulously cleaned up the corpses of the Qiyu mosquitoes and the remnants left by the three individuals. Sui Qi and Mei Bao leaned against the window, using chopsticks to sift through black and white cards. The patter of rain began to fall once more, as swarms of Qiyu mosquitoes roamed in search of sustenance through the dilapidated city. Peering through the window, the view was a dark mass. The surviving players secured their doors and windows, too fearful to venture outside. After a discussion among the four, they unanimously agreed to remain inside until the temperature rose, waiting for the Qiyu mosquitoes to enter a state of dormancy before venturing out. By the time they retired for the night, the frantic escape team had accumulated 27 name cards and 21 instruction cards. Satisfied, they nestled into their mosquito nets, lulled by the refreshing breeze emitted by Dubi. Drifting into a peaceful slumber, while they enjoyed their tranquil dreams, chaos engulfed the other players. The night on Kaienmuxing was anything but cool, with temperatures still exceeding 45 degrees Celsius. The rain increased the humidity, impeding the evaporation of sweat, preventing any cooling of the body. Players devoid of cooling measures found their thermoregulation compromised under the relentless heat. Their core body temperatures soared above 40 degrees, skin turning red. Headaches and nausea setting in, consciousness fading. Ultimately, they succumbed to unconsciousness and were evacuated by medical ships on the 8th day of survival on Kaienmuxing. The number of players eliminated reached 7.63 million. The highest temperature that day was 54 degrees Celsius, accompanied by moderate rain. Each raindrop felt akin to boiling water descending from the heavens, stiflingly hot like a steamer. Dubi's air conditioning operated tirelessly, serving as a lifeline amidst the sweltering heat. The four members of the frantic escape team became Dubi's devoted followers, trailing wherever Dubi went. Sui Qi now willingly allowed it to sap his health points each morning. Zhuo Chun, Xinyu, and Mei Bao continually pursued Dubi, inquiring whether the amount of health points absorbed was sufficient. If not, they offered their own. Such sycophancy was palpable that on the 9th day of survival on Kaienmuxing, the number of players eliminated surpassed 12 million. The highest temperature that day reached 55 degrees Celsius. With light rain, and the Qiyu mosquitoes remained rampant. Just as Sui Qi and the others rummaged for cards by the window, Zhuo Chen's light brain suddenly vibrated a few times. He opened it to find a message from Pei Yi. They had added each other as friends during their days of companionship. After reading the message, Zhuo Chen chuckled. They are sweltering and wish to borrow Dubi for some air conditioning, even offering a staggering 10,000 per hour. Xinyu glanced back at Dubi. Our Dubi is truly valuable. Mei Bao turned to embrace Dubi. We cannot live without Dubi. In such extreme heat. The risk of heat stroke without air conditioning was exceedingly high. Chenggu, we shall not lend it. Sui Qi patted Zhuo Chun on the back. Pei Yi saved your life. The hunting team is our ally. No payment is necessary. They can come over to enjoy the air conditioning with us. Xinyu and Mei Bao concurred with Sui Qi's suggestion. Zhuo Chun replied to the message, and Pei Yi expressed sincere gratitude. 3 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. The person outside politely tapped 3 times. Sui Qi opened the door to find a flushed and pained Xing, assisted by Pei Yi and Chen Su on either side, her consciousness wavering. Sui Qi stepped aside. Please, come in.as Pei Yi. Drenched in sweat, past her, he smiled gratefully. Thank you, Sui Jia. You are truly kind. Lianzhu followed behind them, his waist-length silver curls tied into a high ponytail, accentuating his exceptionally handsome features that a few strands of silver hair, damp with sweat, clung to his forehead, and his pale skin, flushed from the heat, softened the previously stark distance he exuded. Captain Lian, Sui Qi nodded slightly in greeting. Lianzhu returned the nod. I hope to trouble you again. She smiled. No need to be so formal. In preparation for their guests, Sui Qi had stored the mosquito nets and bed in the central living room, leaving only the sofa. The unconscious Xing lay upon it, while the others simply sat on the floor. Sui Qi utilized the rapid freeze machine to create 2 blocks of ice, placing them beside Dubi, allowing the cool air from the air conditioning to envelop the ice, cooling the group. Pei Yi squinted, exhaling a contented sigh. So refreshing. I feel revived. Xing's tightly knit brows gradually relaxed. Mei Bao observed her flushed skin and inquired, has this sister been bitten by mosquitoes? Sister Xing has succumbed to the heat. Pei Yi replied, his brow furrowed with concern. Last night, she mentioned feeling nauseous and had taken a bottle of heat relief medicine before sleeping. When she woke up this morning, she began to run a fever. And her temperature has not decreased. Sui Qi understood. These were the initial symptoms of heat stroke, and they likely sought Dubi's assistance to cool Xing. She rose and approached the sofa, feeling Xing's forehead. It was burning hot. It must have exceeded 40 degrees. Immediate action was required to lower her core temperature. Captain Lian, please pass me a few bottles of mineral water, she requested, looking at Lianzhu. He promptly placed 5 bottles at her side. Sui Qi took the rapid freeze machine, poured the mineral water inside, and froze it. She then found a dress that neither Mei Bao nor Dubi liked, tore off the cotton lining, and fashioned long strips of fabric. Wrapping the ice blocks in the fabric, she created ice packs to place under Xing's armpits, neck, and forehead to aid in cooling her down. Once completed, Sui Qi handed the remaining fabric strips and the rapid freeze machine to Chen Su, who had been vigilantly standing by. This is how you do it, she instructed. Continue the ice treatment until her temperature drops to 38 degrees. Then you can cease. Chen Su was taken aback when Sui Qi spoke to him, and he responded with a dazed hello. Half an hour later, Xing's body temperature dropped, but she quickly regained consciousness. She expressed her gratitude to the escape team before weakly drifting back to sleep. Sui Qi acknowledged her thanks and immediately turned to her teammates to continue discussing efficient ways to eliminate players. They currently possessed a total of 112 white name cards and 115 black instruction cards. After deliberation, they unanimously decided to convert these cards into tangible points today. The 4 of them engaged in a fervent discussion. Zhuo, how about hanging? Xinyu countered. No, it could lead to actual death. Mei Bao, how about eating shit until death? Sui Qi opposed. The ability to find shit is an uncontrollable factor. No. Zhuo, what about crashing into a wall like Chongli? Sui Qi. That can be considered as an alternative. Are there any other better proposals? After a moment of contemplation, Xinyu suggested, how about brawling with teammates? Sui Qi's eyes lit up. I think that could work out on the 9th day of the game. Surviving players would undoubtedly band together with their teammates. The formation of teams indicated that the strength of both parties was relatively balanced, eliminating the risk of one-sided beatings. Moreover, the front of the name card bore the player's name, while the back displayed the team name. Good teammates should hold hands and exit together. This was quite commendable. Once the plan was finalized, the 4 of them sprang into action. Mei Bao and Xinyu were tasked with selecting the name cards of their teammates and successfully matched 30 pairs for elimination. Sui Qi and Zhuo wrote down the controlling instructions to brawl with their nearby teammates with all their might until eliminated. The moment the name cards and instruction cards were affixed to the puppet figures, they commenced a fierce exchange of blows, slaps, eye jabs, and groin kicks. Various moves emerged in quick succession. The force and speed with which they attacked truly demonstrated their relentless drive to pummel their teammates, resulting in swift eliminations. However, this violent method of elimination had its unavoidable drawbacks. The puppet figures could not endure the strain. By the time the 9th pair was reached, the small puppet figure could no longer withstand the pressure and gloriously fell apart. Sui Qi collected the defunct puppet figure and retrieved new puppet components. Xinyu skillfully assembled two, allowing the players' brawling endeavor to continue. The four of them snacked on seeds and treats, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Just as everything proceeded smoothly to the 26th pair, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The two puppet figures, which had been fighting vigorously, suddenly began to strip off their clothes in a rather audacious manner. One puppet figure leapt onto the other, wrapping its arms around its neck and tightly encircling its waist with its legs, vigorously gnawing at its face, mouth, and nose. The fierce strength and intimate posture blurred the line between fighting and kissing. Sui Qi dropped the seeds in her hand. Wow. The two puppets became increasingly entangled, legs intertwined and mouths pressed together, showcasing an unmistakable intimacy. Just as she squinted her eyes, captivated by the scene, darkness suddenly enveloped her. Xinyu covered her eyes. This is a bit too much. Sui Qi pressed down on her shoulder. Turn around. Sui Qi spun 180 degrees, facing the wall. Mei Bao and Du Bai were not spared either. They are underage, but I am of age. Sui Qi struggled to turn back, insisting that this was the very thing she wanted to see. The kiss. Sui Qi and Xinyu, in perfect sync, feigned ignorance. One gazed at the sky while the other stared at the ground, yet their grip on her eyes and shoulders remained unyielding. Only when the inappropriate puppet figures brawl concluded could Sui Qi, Mei Bao, and Du Bai finally turn back. Sui Qi turned back with a disgruntled expression to find the two puppets with limbs askew, her countenance darkening further. To miss such an intense kiss scene was truly heartbreaking. Sui Qi remained in a state of disillusionment until they exhausted the 90 instruction cards. The points earned were evenly distributed, with each person receiving 22 points. The surplus 2 points were allocated to Sui Qi and Mei Bao, resulting in each of the four having 23 points. Sui Qi's mood improved slightly. The four members of the hunting team, who had been quiet observers throughout, remained silent. Pei looked at the two battered puppet figures on the ground and swallowed hard. Let's avoid provoking the escape team in the future. He added, I hope my name card doesn't end up in their hands. Lian Zhu shot him a glance. You saved Sui Qi. They won't target you. Pei stared at him in disbelief. Really? Lian Zhu did not respond. Instead, he took a thermometer to check Xinyi's temperature, which registered at 37.2, indicating she was nearly back to normal. After a moment of hesitation, Chun Su handed the quick freeze machine to Pei Yi. Since you know them, could you help return it? Pei Yi glanced at Sui Qi's dark expression and shook his head in refusal. Can't you see how furious Sister Sui looks? I dare not approach. Then you can give it to Sui Qi. TSKS. Sui Qi made a light clicking sound, causing both to freeze in their tracks. She maintained her usual tone. Pei Yi, bring me the quick freeze machine. All right, Sister Sui. Pei Yi hurriedly complied and returned with it. Sui Qi intended to have a bit of ice to cool her temper and soothe her wounded heart. She set the quick freeze machine to smoothie mode, poured in half a cup of water and half a bottle of milk. And 3 seconds later, the milk smoothie was ready. She retrieved a biodegradable, disposable, ecological bowl from her inventory, poured it in, and began to eat. With each bite, the smoothie was delicate, rich in milky flavor, and the refreshing chill pierced deep into her heart. She was instantly rejuvenated in that moment. She realized that life simply could not do without good food. Sui Qi watched enviously from the side. Nearly drooling, Xinyu and Mei Bao packed away the disassembled puppet figures and joined Sui Qi, fixating on the smoothie in her hand. Sui Qi, undeterred, savored her milk smoothie and then produced 3 packets of juice powder, strawberry, apple, and orange. What flavor do you want? Mei Bao, strawberry milk. Sui Qi, apple milk. Xinyu, orange milk. Du Bai, milk. Sui Qi complied with their wishes and prepared 4 smoothies, with the trio and the puppet eagerly sampling each other's creations, relishing the delightful experience. Watching this harmonious scene, she couldn't help but reminisce about her food-guarding robot butler back home. Avon must be living quite comfortably in her grand villa without her. Humans cannot compare to machines. How enviable. Lost in thought, 2 bottles of mineral water and 2 bottles of milk suddenly appeared before her. She looked up to see Pei Yi smiling at her with squinted eyes, his dimples deeply etched into his cheeks. Sister Sui, can you make 4 more smoothies? He asked cheerfully. Sui Qi grinned as she accepted the request and prepared 4 orange milk smoothies. Pei Yi, delighted to find juice powder, thanked her exuberantly. Thank you. Sister Sui, you're welcome. Sui Qi nodded in acknowledgement. He cradled the 4 bowls of smoothies and returned to his side with a beaming smile. Sui Qi retrieved a single sofa from her inventory. Nestling into it with a cheerful disposition, she picked up the book Let's Carve It, Woodworking, and continued reading. She made it a point to read a few pages daily, and today she was on the 5th chapter about controlling puppets. In puppet theater, the puppeteer uses strings to precisely control the movements and behaviors of the puppet figures, imbuing them with a lively essence. As Sui Qi read, Zhuo Chun and Mei Bao searched for card paper by the window with chopsticks. While Shen Yu disassembled and reassembled puppet figures, Dubai stood behind Sui Qi, continuously providing a stream of cool air. The 4 members of the hunting team gathered around, enjoying their smoothies and occasionally whispering to one another. In the sweltering heat, this small 1-bedroom space became the only oasis of coolness. Sister Sui, look what I found. Sui Qi, engrossed in her reading, turned to see Mei Bao running over excitedly with a name card in hand. I found Brother Song Yu's name card, she proclaimed, lifting her chin proudly. That's amazing, Sui Qi praised, ruffling her hair. I'll send it to Yan Ge. With a smile, she opened her holographic device and snapped a photo of Song Yan's name card before sending it. Found by Mei Bao. Song Yan responded with a thumbs-up emoji, accompanied by the message. As expected of her, before Sui Qi could respond, he sent another message. It's quite a coincidence that when you messaged me, I had just discovered this. The picture of a white card displaying a name followed closely behind. Wow, Sui Qi exclaimed, exchanging a glance with Mei Bao before they both shouted in unison. Chenggu. Shenggu. Zhuo Chun, who had been rummaging through a pile of Qiyu mosquitoes, was startled and hurried over. What happened? Shen Yu, clutching a puppet's leg, approached as well. Is there a problem? Sui Qi jumped off the sofa. It's a big deal. Her eyes sparkled as she turned to the 2 men, opened the image on her holographic device, and presented it to them. Take a look at this. Holy crap, Zhuo Chun exclaimed. My name card. Yan Ge found my name card. What a coincidence. Sui Qi sighed in relief. I thought we were doomed. Zhuo Chun waved his hand dismissively. That can never happen. Shen Yu patted him on the shoulder. You're lucky. Mei Bao's eyes sparkled. Chenggu is waiting for the clearance. Waiting isn't quite enough, Zhuo Chun said, unable to suppress a grin. Sister Sui, how much supplies do we have left? We can survive for another 3.5 days, Sui Qi replied honestly. Shen Yu furrowed his brow slightly. We're running low on supplies. Yes, but, she glanced at the weather, noting that tomorrow's high would be 56 degrees, clear skies, no rain. That's excellent, Zhuo Chun declared brightly. As soon as the Qiyu mosquitoes go dormant, we can venture out to gather supplies. The 4 of them gathered together, animatedly discussing their action plan. That night, the Mad Escape team and the scavenger team of 8 laid out their sleeping bags in the living room. Although there was a small bedroom available, there was only one air conditioner, so they had to sleep together to enjoy the cool air. Sui Qi sat on the sofa reading for a while, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. The strong Mei Bao carefully moved her to the sleeping area. On the 10th day of survival in Kianmuxing, there were 3.63 million players alive. The intermittent rain that had lasted for 3 days finally ceased. Sui Qi awoke to the chime indicating that Dubi was absorbing life points. As she opened her eyes, her consciousness was still hazy. She turned over, intending to doze off again, when a warm breath brushed against her forehead. The faint yet exceptionally fresh scent of fur awakened her sluggish mind. When Sui Qi opened her eyes, she gradually caught sight of Lian Zhu's exquisitely handsome face, with sunlight casting a delicate shadow through his long, overly lush eyelashes onto his fair complexion. Although she was unsure how she ended up so close to Lian Zhu, it did not detract from her appreciation of his beauty. She remained still, her gaze leisurely tracing over his delicate brows and eyes, the high bridge of his nose, and his lightly tinted lips, finally resting on his tightly shut eyelids. His silver eyelashes fluttered slightly, and moments later, Lian Zhu slowly opened his eyes. She smiled and greeted him. Good morning. Lian Zhu's previously relaxed demeanor stiffened noticeably, confusion flickering in his eyes. After Sui Qi greeted him, she nonchalantly sat up and stretched lazily. Master, a weight landed on her shoulder as Dubi joyfully leaped onto her back. She turned around with a smile, but the joy on her face instantly froze at the corners of her mouth. Standing behind her was not Dubi, but a charming and radiant little girl. What surprised Sui Qi even more was that this little girl seemed to be a miniature version of her own childhood. Apart from the waist-length silver curls, the shape of her face, her brows and eyes, and even the mole beneath her left eye were all strikingly similar to her. "Master?" The little girl tilted her head and called out again. In Dubi's voice, Sui Qi, in disbelief, reached out to poke her cheek. Feeling the delicate softness of human skin, she stammered, "Dubi. It's me." The little girl nodded vigorously. "Master, this is my adult form." Surprised, she endeavored to convince herself that Dubi was an NPC with a touch of uniqueness, which was entirely normal. Nothing strange about it. Nothing strange at all. Sui Qi held her soft little hand and chubby face, her heart brimming with a peculiar delight. Upon waking, Mei Bao, Zhuo Chun, and Shun Yu were equally wide-eyed at Dubi's transformation. Mei Bao tugged at Dubi, pinching and hugging her, utterly enamored. Shun Yu and Zhuo Chun exchanged glances between Dubi and Sui Qi, their faces filled with astonishment. Dubi's adult form brought both surprise and joy to the Mad Escape team, while the scavenger team could only marvel at it. Pei Yi, with his messy hair, stared wide-eyed. "I'm really going to faint. She looks even more like her now." Lian Zhu, his long hair slightly disheveled, sat beside Sui Qi and Dubi, pressing his long fingers against his temples. "Oh, what a beautiful scene. I wouldn't dare dream of such a thing." The person in front of the screen is screaming. "Oh my goodness, you three living your lives well is better than anything else. Dubi has grown so well, perfectly inheriting the traits of Pai Jie and Lian Shun. She is stunning. I had always planned to grow up to be like Duty. But alas, I chose the wrong position to be reborn." What about the Civil Affairs Bureau? Surely a mature Civil Affairs Bureau can actively print a marriage certificate for the two of them, right? Ha ha. I feel like I'm stuck at the bottom of a pit. Lian Shun was at a loss for how to handle the situation before him. It was so amusing that Pai Jie had such a fierce gaze fixed on Lian Shun. "Hurry up and get together. I can't wait to attend their wedding. Duty and Mei Bao are both so adorable. They're killing me with their cuteness." Duty's adult form looks just like an ordinary little human child. Standing next to Mei Bao, they appear to be the same age. Aside from the air conditioning vent in her palm, there was no trace of a puppet in her appearance. All 8 pairs of eyes in the room remained fixated on Duty throughout the day. One reason was that she was a transformed puppet. The other was her striking resemblance to Lian Zhu and Sui Qi, looking exquisite like a doll, making it hard for anyone not to steal a few extra glances. After observing Duty, Zhuo Chun and Pei Yi's gazes would inevitably drift back to Sui Qi and Lian Zhu. The two individuals in question appeared remarkably composed, revealing no signs of discomfort. At 7 in the evening, the virus-carrying Qiyu mosquitoes, unable to forage in the extreme heat beyond their survival limits, retreated into decaying wood to hibernate, awaiting the next opportunity to awaken. By dusk, the once swarming Qiyu mosquitoes dwindled to only a few. With mosquito-repellent wristbands donned and protective patches applied, they were well-prepared. As the night temperature dipped slightly, it became an opportune time to search for supplies. The Mad Escape team and the scavenger team exited their rooms and split up to search. Perhaps due to Duty's growth, Sui Qi felt her sensitivity to supplies had sharpened. In less than an hour, the 4 of them successfully discovered 2 medium-sized supply points, while they reaped a bountiful harvest. Their stamina was severely drained. By the time they reached the 3rd supply point, their clothes were drenched as if they had just emerged from water. This supply point was an abandoned warehouse, filled with old shelves and dusty wooden boxes. The musty scent of dust caused Sui Qi to wrinkle her brow slightly. She twisted open a bottle of mineral water and took a few sips, saying, "Let us take a break here and rehydrate." Duty stood in front of the shelves, activating her palm air conditioning to cool everyone down, just as the refreshing breeze at 25 degrees was sent out. A pair of slender, pale arms suddenly reached out from the gap behind the shelves. One hand tightly grasped Duty's throat, while the other held a gun against her temple. The peculiar voice, low and menacing, commanded, "Hand over the air conditioning." The assailant, clutching Duty, concealed themselves behind the shelves, obscuring their figure and face. The moment Sui Qi and the others saw the gun, their expressions changed dramatically. The atmosphere grew tense. This was the first appearance of firearms since the game began. Sui Qi quickly aimed her wrist crossbow at the attacker, while Mei Bao brandished a shovel defensively in front of her. An ambush? Zhuo Chun stepped forward. What a cowardly act. Xin Yu spoke in a low voice. "Let her go." The captive Dubi maintained an unusual calmness. Her eyes slowly blinked as her head abruptly spun 180 degrees. Confronting the ambusher behind her, in an instant, a sharp blade materialized in her palm, and without hesitation, she plunged it towards the assailant's shoulder. The person opposite her seemed momentarily paralyzed by fear, remaining completely still, only to be pierced directly, blood gushing forth in a spray. This unexpected counterattack took both the ambusher and the four companions of Sui Qi by surprise. It hurts. The previously menacing, raspy threats transformed into sharp cries of pain. Clutching his shoulder in agony, the assailant crumpled to the ground, and Zuochen seized the opportunity to drag Dubi from behind the shelf. In the bright light, it became apparent that she was merely a delicate girl. Appearing no older than 15 or 16, her tousled black hair lay scattered on the floor, and her face still bore traces of youthful plumpness, though she had been quite agile during the ambush. Now she was reduced to a pitiful sight, tears streaming down her face. While sobbing, she trembled and fumbled in her pocket for some quick heal gel, hastily applying it to her wound after pulling down her shoulder-s fabric. Zuochen and Xinyu took a couple of steps back, averting their gazes. Sui Qi pulled Dubi behind her, while Meibao put away her shovel and gently stroked Dubi's neck, asking, "Are you all right?" "Not a scratch on me," Dubi replied, spinning her head a full 360 degrees. "I am a puppet. My neck can turn freely." Sui Qi pressed a finger to her forehead, aligning her head properly before turning her attention to the tearful assailant, who sat on the ground, her watery eyes fixed on Dubi. "Your head turns quite well. It nearly scared me to death." "You have quite the selection skills," Sui Qi remarked as she picked up the gun that had fallen to the floor. Instinctively choosing the most lethal one, the cold barrel pressed against the ambusher's forehead. "What is your name?" she inquired. Li Ergu. The girl sniffled. "I never expected to meet you under such circumstances, Li Ergu. What a coincidence." "Your name card is in my possession," Sui Qi responded coldly. "Since you dared to ambush, you must be prepared to pay the price." She pulled the trigger, and everyone in the room held their breath. Eyes wide open, they all clearly witnessed the slender flame that suddenly erupted from the gun's muzzle. Xinyu exclaimed, "What?" Zuochen was taken aback. "Is it a toy gun?" Meibao tilted her head. "A lighter?" Sui Qi cast her gaze down at Li Ergu. "With a toy gun, you dare to take on 5? What gives you such courage?" Li Ergu candidly admitted, "Perhaps it's my stutter." After saying this, she lunged forward, hugging Sui Qi's leg, her puppy dog eyes wide as she sincerely apologized. "I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please, spare me. I want to level up and earn money to cure my stutter." Tears streamed down her face, and she lamented, "It's just too hot. I only wanted to enjoy some air conditioning, not to harm you. After turning 18, my stutter will be impossible to cure." As tears dripped into her mouth, she turned away and made muffled sounds before returning to plead, "Please, don't let me be eliminated." Li Ergu rubbed against Sui Qi's leg, looking up at her. "I'm willing to be your pet. I can run errands, serve tea, wash clothes, warm your bed. I excel at all of it." Sui Qi turned her head away. "Such tempting conditions. I might be inclined to agree, in a way." Meibao clung to Sui Qi's arm, speaking in a pitiful tone, "Warming Sui Jia's bed is my job. You can't take it." Then, Li Ergu hesitated. "Running errands? Serving tea?" Xinyu frowned. "With us around, there's no room for you." Sui Qi twirled the lighter gun in her hand. "Li Ergu, you should be eliminated. The grudge for taking Dubi hostage must be avenged." And no. Li Ergu tightened her grip around Sui Qi's leg, her eyes darting rapidly. After contemplating for a minute, a light seemed to flash in her mind. "Right, I can make lifelike puppets," Sui Qi asked in confusion. "Lifelike puppets?" Li Ergu explained. "They are puppets crafted to closely resemble human appearance and height." My grandfather is a native of Kyanmuxing. He creates lifelike puppets that resemble individuals 100%. Worth millions of interstellar coins. Millions? This was truly a revelation. The 4 members of the crazy escape team exchanged glances, each reflecting keen interest. Sui Qi directly inquired, "How much are the lifelike puppets you create worth?" "Well, mine are not bad either." Li Ergu's gaze wavered, stammering, "But I haven't debuted yet though." Sui Qi narrowed her eyes, implying that the puppets she made were worthless. Xinyu coldly added, "You should be eliminated." Wait. Li Ergu quickly waved her hands. "Although they aren't valuable, my work is truly excellent. My master often praises my skills and says I have talent." The tremor in her voice made her sound quite pitiful. "Is that so?" Sui Qi raised an eyebrow. "How talented are you?" Zuochen and Xinyu leaned against each other, enjoying Sui Qi's impromptu performance of teasing the child, just as Li Ergu was about to burst into tears again. Sui Qi finally had her fill of the amusement. "Then make the lifelike puppets." She pointed at the 4 standing behind her, Make one for each of us. When you finish, you can leave. Li Ergu, now buoyed with determination, straightened her back. Really, sister? Thank you, sister. You are truly beautiful and kind. With that, she pulled wood and tools from her pocket, observing Sui Qi and the others as she focused intently on her carving. As she engaged in woodworking, Li Ergu moved with grace and confidence, her gaze steady and resolute, entirely shedding her previous naivety. The sounds of chiseling echoed softly, shoo, shoo, as the chisel scraped against the wood. Crack, crack, accompanied the clattering of teeth against ice cream. Li Ergu diligently carved the wood while Sui Qi and the others munched on their ice treats. 2 hours passed, and as Sui Qi and her companions were on the verge of falling asleep, they finally heard Li Ergu's exclamation. Perfect. I, Li Ergu, am truly the chosen carpenter. She rushed to Sui Qi, presenting 5 20-centimeter-tall puppets. Sister, how do they look? Sui Qi raised her gaze, and what had once been plain light-colored wood was now intricately sculpted into puppets, each with unique poses and expressive faces. The one dressed in a Lolita gown was unmistakably Doobie, smiling brightly, her head capable of a full 360-degree rotation. The aloof, short-haired beauty represented Sui Qi. The brooding youth embodied Xinyu. The cool guy with eyebrow piercings was Zhuo Chun, and the cute little girl with braided pigtails was Mei Bao. Though their sizes differed slightly from expectations, their likenesses were remarkably high, reaching 90% resemblance. Exquisitely crafted, the puppets were vividly lifelike. Li Ergu proved to be a genuine artisan. Mei Bao sincerely praised, they look so much alike, truly beautiful. Zhuo Chun held his little puppet in one hand, prodding it curiously. So this is how I appear in your eyes. Do I normally have such a sour expression? Xinyu cradled his puppet, frowning slightly. Zhuo Chun leaned in to take a closer look, chuckling. Where's the sourness? How adorable. Xinyu's frown deepened. Adorable? Is it not adorable? Zhuo Chun placed his puppet in Xinyu's palm, countering. Fine, if you say so. It's adorable, Xinyu conceded. Doobie cradled her puppet, playing with it lovingly. Having fulfilled her part of the bargain, Sui Qi allowed Li Ergu to leave. She bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for sparing my life. As she reached the door, she suddenly turned back, asking, Sister, really don't you want me to be your little dog? Sui Qi remained silent for a moment before reluctantly refusing. No need. You may go, Ditto, she replied dejectedly, leaving. Yet within half a minute, she returned, not of her own volition, but rather being thrust forward by someone wielding a glimmering knife against her throat. Li Ergu was on the verge of tears, lamenting. Karma arrives too swiftly, Sui Qi remarked. Behind Li Ergu stood a burly captor clad in an elderly leisure vest, his face concealed by a black facial mask that revealed only his eyes and nostrils. Accompanying him were 6 similarly built men, all wearing masks, exuding an aura of menace that was unmistakably sinister. They seized Li Ergu as a hostage and stormed into the cramped warehouse, instantly transforming the already limited space into a congested arena. The two factions faced each other, the distance between them barely 2 meters. The masked giant opposite Sui Chun began to speak. Be sensible and hand over all your supplies. Zhuo Chun chuckled derisively. Your bravado belies your cowardice. The masked man retorted. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? He disdainfully eyed Sui Qi and her companions. With this pathetic bunch, I could take you all down with a single punch. Spare us your idle chatter and surrender your supplies quickly. The masked man across from Sui Qi scoffed. Since when did the threshold for survival in this apocalypse drop so low that even women and children dare to participate? How laughable. They added. If they don't join, who else would willingly supply us? Indeed, they were foolishly seeking death, which would conveniently benefit us. The derisive remarks flowed incessantly. Sui Qi, perplexed, thought, is the crazy escape team truly that weak? Why are they all coming to trouble us? TSK, the official propaganda is clearly lacking in effectiveness. Mei Bao's opponent fiddled with the shovel in her hands, his tone dripping with mockery. Little sister, is this toy fun to play with? She smiled and lifted her head. It's quite enjoyable. Mei Bao, fierce and succinct, struck without giving her opponent a moment to react, before the derisive smirk could even fade from his lips. He was met with a crushing blow from the shovel, and the wrist-mounted holographic device emitted a piercing elimination alert. The achievement of Shovel Warrior was not mere coincidence. Those who underestimated Mei Bao would surely find themselves on the receiving end of a beating. Damn it! The player holding Li Ergu raised his dagger high and lunged at her with ferocity. How dare you eliminate my brother? I must at least take one of you down with me. Go, pale with fear, retaliated with a desperate move, his fingers aimed for the eyes. Take that, you bastard. In that moment of crisis, she summoned all her strength. The assailant felt as though his eyes had been gouged, and his dagger clattered to the ground as he clutched his face and screamed in agony. Taking advantage of his momentary weakness, Xinyu stepped in and delivered a fierce kick to his midsection. A chaotic melee erupted of the 7 opponents. Only 2 remained, Sui Qi, Mei Bao, and Xinyu engaged them one-on-one, targeting their most vulnerable points, and it wasn't long before the adversaries surrendered. With a swift motion, Dubai unleashed an electric net, ensnaring the 2 remaining foes. Before they could even react, they were left twitching, their eyes rolled back in shock. The once formidable masked brigade succumbed without a fight. Sui Qi had yet to make her move, and the battle was already concluded. The sensation of being shielded by powerful allies. How comforting, how reassuring. Seizing the moment, Sui Qi interrogated the masked players for their names. And by sheer coincidence, 4 name cards were found among them, granting each member of the Crazy Escape team an additional point. The 7 players were taken away by the medical ship in the dead of night. Mei Bao let out a long yawn. Sui Qi and her companions resolved to return to their quarters for rest. Just as they exited the warehouse, Go, who had witnessed their true combat prowess, stopped Sui Qi. Thank you for sparing me. I will certainly repay this kindness in the future. With her head held high and an expression of determination, she departed. The group exchanged knowing smiles and strolled leisurely back. The small room on the 5th floor bore no trace of the hunter squad's presence. They returned to the adjacent quarters. After a midnight snack and a brief wash, Sui Qi prepared to sleep when a gentle knock sounded on the door. Simultaneously, a message from Lianju appeared on her holographic device. It's me. Sui Qi approached and opened the door. Lianju, one hand cradling a medium-sized fan, offered it to her. I found a few solar-powered fans. Here's one for you. In the sweltering heat, any cooling device was welcome. With the fan in hand, Dubai could finally take a breather. Thank you, Sui Qi replied without hesitation. The fan was somewhat heavy, and as she accepted it, Lianju did not fully release his grip, his long fingers providing support beneath the base. Sui Qi sought a more comfortable way to hold the fan, her hands shifting positions. When her left hand moved to the base, their warm and cool fingertips inadvertently brushed against each other, intertwining further. Both paused, taken aback by the unexpected contact, just as Sui Qi intended to withdraw her hand. Xinyu, who had been vigilant at the door, approached and took the fan from her grasp, carrying it into the living room. Her fingers curled at her side, and she smiled, bidding good night. Lianju's right hand formed a loose fist as he murmured a soft hum. Turning to return next door. No, I wanted our fingers to intertwine. Is this how our conversation ends, so abruptly? We shared a bed this morning. Surely, we should kiss good night tonight. Hurry and show me. Xingu, why are you merely taking the fan? Press their heads down and kiss them fervently. Having like-minded friends online is truly a blessing. Ladies, calm down. They aren't even a couple yet. Kisses and not dating aren't mutually exclusive. Perhaps a kiss will lead to a relationship. Your thinking is a bit dangerous, dear. When will Lian Shen and Pai Jie finally share a kiss? Let us stop shipping and talk about the game instead. Go is such a retro name, and she embodies that rustic charm. Indeed, she's adorable. Ha ha ha. Attempted to capture Dubai, but ended up getting hit instead. The realistic puppets she crafted seem fascinating. I want one too. I wonder if she's taking commissions now. After the game, I'll ask her on Xingbo. One for you, one for me, and Go will be ready to debut tomorrow. The Crazy Escape team remains as stable as ever, showing no mercy in battle. I'm going to promote Pai Jie on Xingbo. What is up with those players? Don't they recognize the Crazy Escape team? They just keep causing trouble. But so what? Even if they come, it's just more points for us. Pai Jie and her team won't suffer any losses. That's true enough. The Crazy Escape team has gone to sleep. And so shall I. Sui Qi shut the door and returned to the living room, carefully lying down next to the peacefully sleeping Mei Bao. Xinyu turned on the fan, and a cool breeze wafted through as the blades spun. Dubai switched off the air conditioning and lay down on Sui Qi's other side. Sui Qi gently patted her head, embracing her 2 treasures, and peacefully drifted into slumber, under the shroud of the pitch-black night enveloping Qian Muxing. Some found rest, while others tirelessly searched for supplies. and some succumbed to fatigue and exited the game with regret. There were also those who clutched tightly to the name cards they had found. Their expressions frenzied, the faint glow of the identifier reflected on his face, highlighting his gaunt cheeks and cracked lips. His emaciated fingers clutched the white card, and as his lips moved, he repeatedly chanted the name inscribed upon it. Ha 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 ha. Lu Mei Bao, Lu Mei Bao thinks she is a member of the crazy escape team. Truly, the heavens do not forsake the desperate. The player who acquired Mei Bao's name card was Gao Hong, whose last teammate had just been taken away by the medical ship 10 minutes prior. He had no food or water, parched and famished, clinging to the puppet left by his comrade, huddled in a corner. Despairingly awaiting his elimination by chance, he discovered Lu Mei Bao's name card wedged in the crevice of a damaged wall. Gao Hong felt as if he had found a life-giving spring. He trembled with excitement, hurriedly inscribing commands on the black card. The moment the name card and command card adhered to the puppet, Mei Bao, who had been peacefully sleeping beside Sui Qi, abruptly opened her eyes. She reached out to her pillow, grasped the shovel, and launched a fierce attack towards the nearest Sui Qi. Sui Qi, lost in deep slumber, had no inkling of the impending danger, just as the shovel was about to shatter her skull. A delicate white hand seized the sharp tip, halting its advance completely. The gleaming weapon could not advance an inch further. The hard metal grazed Du Bai's skin, revealing the wood grain beneath. She gazed at Mei Bao, who was slowly propping herself up, her eyes filled with confusion. Why would you harm your master? Startled awake by the coldness in Du Bai's tone, Mei Bao stared at the shovel, now mere centimeters from Sui Qi's head, drenched in a cold sweat. She attempted to release the shovel, but found herself uncontrollably thrusting it towards Du Bai with great force. Get away, sister, Mei Bao exclaimed in surprise. Startled awake, Sui Qi swiftly embraced Mei Bao, pinning her down onto the mattress. Mei Bao's hands, uncontrolled, swung the shovel in an attempt to strike Sui Qi, only to be intercepted by Du Bai standing nearby. Trembling, Mei Bao pleaded, Sister Sui, please let me go. I fear I might hurt you. Sui Qi gently reassured her. It's all right, Mei Bao, there's nothing to fear. As Zuochun and Xinyu opened their eyes, they were met with the sight of Mei Bao attacking Sui Qi. Momentarily frozen in place, it seemed someone had discovered Mei Bao's name card. Xinyu was the first to react. She was under control. Their greatest fear had come to pass. Mei Bao struggled desperately, her left hand striking Sui Qi's face, her sharp nails leaving 2 crimson trails across her skin. Blood trickled down Sui Qi's cheek, splattering onto Mei Bao's face, causing tears to overflow from her eyes. With a fierce effort, she broke free from Sui Qi's embrace, gripping the shovel tightly and racing towards the door. Zuochun and Xinyu positioned themselves in her path, neither daring to strike, only evading her frantic swings. Ultimately, it was Du Bai who stepped forward, disarming her with a few swift moves and securing her in a firm embrace, restraining her movements. Overcome with guilt, Mei Bao gazed at Sui Qi, tears streaming down her face. Sister Sui, please use the toxic mist to eliminate me. I beg you. Don't let me harm you. Sui Qi casually wiped the blood from her face, approached Mei Bao, and gently wiped away her tears. Mei Bao, do not be afraid. Her voice was calm and soothing, gradually easing Mei Bao's sobs. She tenderly stroked Mei Bao's hair and asked, Tell me, what do you wish to do now? Mei Bao sniffled. I want to run southeast to find someone. Very well, Sui Qi reassured her softly. Your light brain has a tracking device, no matter where you go. We will know your location, correct? Mei Bao nodded. Yes, so, do not fear. Sui Qi's gaze was warm and focused. You may go, we will follow closely behind. Let us see who dares to provoke our team of frantic escapees. Mei Bao looked at her, her voice thick with emotion. Pinky promise. Sui Qi smiled and extended her pinky. Mei Bao hooked her finger, turning clockwise once, then counterclockwise, just like in the old days. Zuochun and Xinyu joined in, sealing the promise with their own pinky promises. Mei Bao's frantic emotions settled completely. Sui Qi picked up the shovel and handed it to her. Take your weapon. Mei Bao hesitated. What if I end up attacking you again? Du Bai shook her gently. No need to worry. Even 20 of you would not be my match. Mei Bao broke into a smile, accepting the shovel from Sui Qi. You read truly amazing, Du Bai. Of course, Du Bai replied, puffing out her chest. Sui Qi gathered all the items in the room into her personal storage. Let us set off. She opened the wooden door and Upon raising her eyes, locked gazes with Lianju, who stood at the entrance, he retracted his motion to break in, his gaze swiftly scanning the restrained Mei Bao before landing on Sui Qi. I thought you were attacked by players, he stated coolly. Thanks for your concern, Sui Qi replied. Mei Bao's name card has been found. We are going to resolve this. Seeing they were unharmed, Lianju offered a nod. All right, and turned to head back next door to eye in the dim light of night. Mei Bao dashed quickly towards the southeast. Sui Qi and the others followed her closely, discussing strategies. Xinyu gazed at Mei Bao's figure, her heart still aching. Once we find the player controlling Mei Bao, how do we deal with them? Sui Qi replied directly. First, we'll give them a good beating, then use the toxic mist to eliminate them. Sui Qi agreed. Let us do just that. Dubai volunteered. I'll handle the beating. No need. Sui Qi had other plans. Dubai. You'll be in charge of using the toxic mist to eliminate them. Dubai readily complied. Of course, my master. As dawn broke gradually, after running for an hour and a half, Mei Bao finally came to a halt. Sui Qi, Zhuo Chun, and Xinyu followed suit, panting just a short distance behind her. Mei Bao stood in the center of an empty street flanked by abandoned shops. After a moment of stillness, she abruptly turned to face Sui Qi and the others, swinging the shovel in her hand. Rather than attacking them, she pressed the sharp edge against her own slender neck, with a voice laden with insincerity. She conveyed a message to the hidden controller, the other 3 members of the frantic escape team. I know you're out there if you don't want to see Mei Bao's throat sliced open by this shovel. Do not act rashly as long as you comply. I will ensure Mei Bao survives until the end. I am aware that you possess personal storage, and I do not ask for much, just half of your supplies. And then leave quietly. What? Do you want to keep Mei Bao as your muscle? Xinyu scoffed. That's quite a fantasy. As her words fell, Mei Bao's wrist felt a sudden weight, the sharp edge of the shovel embedding into her flesh. Blood instantly gushing forth and trickling into her collar. Ah! Mei Bao moaned in pain. The faces of Sui Qi and the others turned pale. Xinyu shouted angrily, You despicable coward! Gao Hong, hiding behind the door of an abandoned mural shop, shrugged nonchalantly. I just want to survive until the end. It's merely a tactic, not cowardice. Zhuo Chun clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in concession. Just don't hurt Mei Bao. If it's just about supplies, we'll give you what you want. An eerie silence fell over the group as they waited for Sui Qi to speak. To their surprise, she remarked, It seems that after Mei Bao was controlled, she is able to speak without revealing any secrets? Zhuo Chun glanced at Mei Bao in disbelief. Now that you mention it, she really doesn't leak any information. Xinyu couldn't help but ponder. What could be the principle behind this? Gao Hong, observing from behind the door, did not expect them to dare to stray from the tense atmosphere. He commanded Mei Bao angrily. Shut up. Hand over the supplies, or I'll immediately eliminate Mei Bao. Xinyu discreetly scanned the surroundings, searching for the shadow of the controller. If you want supplies, come and get them yourself. Using a 9-year-old girl as a hostage, do you have no conscience? Mei Bao interjected, spouting words far beyond her years. As long as I can survive until the end. What does face matter? Gao Hong, growing impatient due to the lack of supplies, felt a sharp pain in his throat, the metallic taste of blood rising as he lost his patience. I'll count to 3. Either hand over the supplies, or Mei Bao will end her own life. 1, 2. Enough. Don't count. Sui Qi interrupted his incantation. Let me do the counting. She fixed her gaze on the dilapidated wooden door of the mural shop, where the scum was too evident to ignore. Sui Qi's eyes suddenly sharpened. I'll count to 1, and you'll die right now. As her words echoed, a green glowing crossbow bolt shot forth from the shadows, piercing through the mural shop's weathered door and striking flesh. Ah! A hoarse scream rang out as expected of Dubai. Her aim was impeccable. Zhuo Chun raced towards the mural shop, kicking the door open. Gao Hong clutched his shoulder where the bolt had pierced, collapsing to the ground in a pitiful heap. The venom on the arrowhead caused his health points to plummet to 5, triggering a piercing out-of-bounds warning from his light brain. Zhuo Chun paid no heed, delivering 2 punches to Gao Hong's face. How dare you bully our Mei Bao? You're courting death. Xinyu followed suit, her fists landing heavily. Gao Hong was left battered and bruised until the staff from the medical ship arrived, prompting the 2 to finally cease their assault. Once he was eliminated, his control over Mei Bao dissipated. The white name card and black command card detached from the wooden puppet in the corner. Xinyu picked up Mei Bao's name card, carefully wiping away the dust. Mei Bao, standing in the street, swayed unsteadily, the shovel slipping from her grasp as her knees buckled. Sui Qi, standing nearby, caught her securely. Mei Bao. It's all right now. The younger sister remained silent, merely pressing her face against hers, letting out a relaxed smile. This smile stirred a mix of sweetness and sorrow within Sui Qi, who held her securely in her embrace. Gently applying a quick healing gel to the wound on her neck, just as she was about to inquire if it hurt, she looked up to find the girl with closed eyes. Nestled against her shoulder in a peaceful slumber, Sui Qi blew softly on the wound, then casually smeared a bit of the gel on the scratches on her own face. Du Bai emerged from his hiding place, returning the sleeve arrow to Sui Qi and kneeling beside the younger sister, gathering her dangling braid in his hands. Elder sister Sui Chun approached, cradling a puppet under his arm, with Xinyu following closely behind. Xinyu brushed his hand against the younger sister's face and handed Sui Qi the name card. She accepted it and stowed it away safely in her personal storage, unbeknownst to them. The sky had brightened considerably, the temperature climbing to an unbearable 50 degrees. The scorching sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing them in its intensity. The younger sister furrowed her brows at the blinding light and instinctively leaned further into Sui Qi's embrace. Observing this, Du Bai removed his Lolita princess hat and placed it atop the younger sister's head to shield her from the sun. Sui Qi gently lifted the younger sister, whispering, "Let us find a place to rest for a while." After scouring the street for shops, they finally located one that was not excessively dilapidated, where they decided to take a respite. The younger sister and Sui Qi fell asleep on the bed, while Zui Chun and Xinyu made do with a makeshift bedding on the floor that Du Bai sat on the sofa, diligently enjoying the air conditioning, providing a cool breeze amidst the sweltering heat. They slept soundly until 3 in the afternoon. When Sui Qi awoke, the younger sister was already seated on the sofa, leaning against Du Bai while sipping from a bottle of mineral water. The wound on her neck had healed, now covered by delicate new skin. Zui Chun and Xinyu flanked her, braiding her hair into a lovely twist. The braid on the left was neat and smooth, voluminous and attractive, while the right side was loose and untidy, with strands of hair occasionally escaping. Zui Chun, with a look of disdain, swatted Xinyu's hand away, dismantling the uneven braid. "You sit on that side." Xinyu replied with a silent grin, while Sui Qi, who had been watching with amusement, finally got out of bed and approached the sofa. "Elder sister Sui, you're awake." The younger sister tugged at her clothing, raising her hand to touch the scratches on Sui Qi's right cheek. Those 2 wounds, initially not deep, had healed completely after a good sleep, leaving no trace of injury. Sui Qi, unwilling to let the younger sister feel guilty, smiled and changed the subject. "Brother Chun, your braiding skills are truly remarkable. Do teach me." Xinyu immediately chimed in. "I want to learn as well." The two began to practice with Du Bai's hair. Half an hour later, Du Bai's silver curls had transformed into a fluffy braid akin to the younger sister's. Though not as exquisite, it was still quite commendable, and Du Bai was satisfied with the result. As they chatted, dinner time approached, and Sui Qi produced some food, prompting everyone to gather around and eat. After consuming a satisfactory amount, Zui Chun remarked, "We have yet to explore this area. I wonder if there are any resources left." "There are," Sui Qi affirmed, taking a bite of her bread. The younger sister immediately responded, "Then let us finish eating and go look for them." Xinyu glanced at the blazing sun outside. "Let us wait until it cools down a bit." The teammates nodded in agreement. After 8 o'clock in the evening, as the temperature slightly dropped, the group began their mission. Du Bai led the way, with Zui Chun and the younger sister walking in the middle, while Sui Qi and Xinyu brought up the rear, the two still unaware of where their name cards were, sharing quiet conversations. "Brother Shun, we're in a bit of a predicament," Sui Qi said. "Indeed," Xinyu replied thoughtfully. "I saw someone at the trading center today using another player's name card to exchange for their own." Sui Qi clicked her tongue. "As expected, it's not a 1-for-1 exchange." "Is it?" Xinyu held up 3 fingers. "It's a 3-for-1. This trade system ensured that neither party lost out, albeit it felt somewhat unscrupulous. She quietly asked Xinyu, "Do you think this method is viable?" He furrowed his brows. "It's viable, but distasteful. I wouldn't want to resort to it." Sui Qi nudged his shoulder playfully. "Perhaps it's because we're teammates. Our thoughts are so in sync." In this game, name cards were not merely ordinary scorecards. They represented every living player. Discovering another name card and using a command card to eliminate them was a means to gain points. Throughout this process, players stood on equal footing, whether employing blunt force or underhanded tactics. Such actions were legitimate competition within the framework of the rules, with wins and losses solely borne by the players. However, when name cards became commodities for trade, the lives of players were objectified, labeled with price tags as if displayed on a shelf. This was something Sui Qi and Xinyu could not accept. As they unified their thoughts, engrossed in lively discussion about who might be the first to exit the game, Zuochun and the younger sister at the front came to a halt. He turned around, placing a hand on his head. "You two seem to be having a delightful little chat. Are you trying to isolate us three?" The younger sister and Dubai squinted at them curiously. Xinyu grasped Zuochun's hand and moved it aside. "I wouldn't dream of isolating the younger sister or Dubai, but you might want to think about it." Zuochun's lips quivered. His hands clutching his chest. "Brother Shun, how could you utter such cold words? My heart is breaking into 8 pieces." Sui Qi tousled her tousled hair and made a heart gesture towards Zuochun. "Love you, Brother Chun." With that, she laughed and ran over to Dubai and the younger sister, taking their hands and moving to the front. Upon searching, they discovered that this area had a fair number of resource points. With plenty of name cards and command cards available, the group, known as the Frantic Escape Team, scavenged for resources by night while accumulating points during the day, whenever they encountered players looking for trouble. Dubai and the younger sister, both at their peak strength, would leap into action, while Sui Qi, Zuochun, and Xinyu, as the adult trio, focused solely on collecting spoils after several days of this routine. On the 13th night of their survival in Qianmuxing, all 4 of their scores had risen to 69, but with their points surpassing the halfway mark, Sui Qi nestled into the sofa. Sighing wistfully, with nearly 300 name cards, how come neither my name nor Brother Shin's is among them? Beside her, Xinyu, mimicking her posture, sighed as well. Whose hands could our name cards possibly fall into? Zuochun and the younger sister exchanged glances, silently lowering their heads to focus on their food. Remaining silent, Sui Qi clasped her hands together. "I hope the person who has them is kind-hearted, and that they allow us to meet our demise by running into a wall. That would satisfy me." Xinyu joined in her prayer. "I share the same wish to tea that very moment, 3,000 meters away." In a small 10-square-meter room, a player held a white name card in both hands, emitting a series of peculiar laughter. The soft glow from the holographic screen illuminated the card, revealing the name Sui Qi. "I am truly fortunate," she exclaimed, gleefully bouncing on her feet, her ponytail bobbing excitedly. Feng Ling patted her teammate beside her. Ergo, I found Sister Pai's name card." Li Ergo's short hair stood on end. Scratching her head, "Sister Pai? Who is that?" "I told you. The member of the Frantic Escape Team who spared you in the storage, Sui Qi, my Sister Pai. Oh, I remember now." Feng Ling grabbed the nearby puppet, attaching Sui Qi's name card to it. She then produced a pen and a black command card, thrusting them into Li Ergo's hands. "Quick, Ergo, you need to write." Feng Ling was the puppet master, while Li Ergo was the puppeteer. Feng Ling rubbed her hands together, her face alight with excitement. "This is too good of an opportunity to miss." Li Ergo was taken aback. "Ling, are you planning to have Sister Pai eliminated?" "How could that be?" Feng Ling defended herself. "I am Sister Pai's most devoted fan. I must ensure she survives until the end." Li Ergo was left bewildered. "Then what do you want me to write?" Feng Ling pondered for a moment, her cheeks flushing. "Just write." "Oh, it's so embarrassing." She covered her blushing face, giggling uncontrollably. Ergo sighed in exasperation. "If you keep this up, I want to write for you." Right. Do it now," Feng Ling urged. "Let Sister Pai find a way to win. First do this, then that." Ergo wrote fervently, occasionally proposing some revisions. "This condition is too favorable. It's too easy to find. We need to replace it with something more challenging." "All right, I shall heed your counsel." Sui Qi, who had just completed her prayers, remained unaware that her supplication had taken effect in part. The player who had acquired her name card was benevolent, yet harboring ulterior motives. At 10 o'clock in the evening, just as Sui Qi was preparing to retire for the night, she suddenly felt an irresistible and enigmatic compulsion guiding her. She abruptly sat up and sent a message to Lian Zhu via her light brain. "Where are you?" Lian Zhu, puzzled, but quick to respond, replied, "In my room. The 5th floor, next door?" "Yes." As Sui Qi dashed outside, she did not forget to rouse her teammates. "Finally, it's my turn. Friends, wake up." I'm being controlled. Dubi reacted swiftly. Following suit. Master, wait for me. As Sui Qi, Xinyu, and Mei Bao trailed behind in bewilderment, Sui Qi had already sprinted 500 meters away. Mei Bao shouted, Sister Sui, where are you going? Sui Qi shouted back. I am going to find Lien Zhu. Sui Qi exclaimed in astonishment. Why are you going to find him? Xinyu, equally perplexed, queried. What do you need him for? I want to know too. Sui Qi was inexplicably racing through the night to seek out Lien Zhu. Her mind filled with questions that a myriad of speculations flooded her thoughts. Was the one controlling her an adversary of Lien Zhu, intent on sending her to eliminate him? No, that would be overly flattering to her abilities. Or perhaps they desired her to humiliate him, while she possessed some verbal prowess. It was mere fluff in the face of absolute strength, or was it a ploy to tire her out? But why on earth would they compel her to seek out Lien Zhu in the dead of night? Sui Qi was utterly at a loss regarding the future that awaited her. Thus, after an hour and a half of frenzied running in the sweltering 40-degree night, she arrived at the 5th floor, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, trembling as she knocked on the door of the hunter team. Mei Bao, Dubi, Xinyu, and Sui Qi stood in 2 rows, their expressions grave, following closely behind her. The air fell silent for 3 seconds, the door before them remaining firmly shut, though she had no strength left. Her previous knocks were barely louder than the buzzing of a mosquito. Xinyu, perceptive as ever, stretched out his arm and knocked 3 times on the door. It swung open, revealing none other than Lien Zhu. What do you need? Before he could finish his sentence, Sui Qi suddenly cupped his face with both hands. Let me plant a kiss. Before their teammates could comprehend the situation, she swiftly pressed her lips to his forehead. The sound of the kiss echoed loudly in the stillness of the night. After kissing his forehead, she pouted and leaned in to kiss the tip of his nose. Their faces were pressed together, limbs intertwined, with no space between them. Lien Zhu had never been kissed so forcefully before. He was so astonished that he didn't instinctively pull away. Kiss. The second resounding kiss jolted everyone awake, leaving Lien Zhu's fair forehead and nose blushing crimson. The 6 teammates scrambled to separate the two, their movements frantic. Pei widened his eyes, confronting Sui Qi. How long has Sister Sui been eyeing our Lien Zhu? Coming over in the middle of the night to kiss him? Sui Qi retorted angrily. Open your eyes and see clearly. Sister Sui was controlled. She did not do this willingly. Sui Qi. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Lien Zhu. Get away, get away, get away. Unengaged Dubi. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Xinyi's veins bulged as he exclaimed. Get Sister Sui's lips off Lien Zhu's face. He hasn't even dated anyone yet, Xinyu countered. Neither has our Sister Sui. Mei Bao exerted all her strength to pull at Sui Qi's waist. Let go, let go. Sui Qi felt as if her arms, neck, and waist were about to snap. Stop pulling, stop pulling. Who's tugging my hair? Don't step on my foot. Your nails are digging into my eyes. You're poking my armpit. Truly, how could they not aim properly before acting? Sui Qi, you are forbidden to kiss again. You incorrigible vixen. Hey, that's rather harsh. In the midst of the chaos, someone's arm inadvertently wrapped around Lien Zhu's neck, his pale complexion turning a deep red. Unfortunately, his lower face and mouth were tightly covered by Xinyi, rendering him speechless. Su Vixen Qi seized the opportunity to plant another kiss on Lien Zhu's forehead, then raised her head to shout, Everyone! Stop! The tumultuous scene abruptly froze. The 2 groups of 8, their hair tousled like nests, stood in silence, in the heavy stillness. Only the sound of labored breathing could be heard, but I truly was under the control of a player. Sui Qi explained. After several deep breaths to steady herself, she articulated the controlling command. She sensed 0.80% of my body must make contact with Lien Zhu, and my lips cannot be more than 10 seconds away from his skin. Pei exclaimed. I don't believe it. You just want to take advantage of our Lien Zhu. Xinyi questioned. What kind of lunatic would issue such absurd commands? Sui Qi scoffed. What is so appealing about our Lien Zhu's tofu? Mei Bao defended Sui Qi. Our Sister Sui never lies. Xinyu had already decided to take Sui Qi away. Sister Sui, what happens if you don't stick close to Lien Zhu and kiss him? Sui Qi replied gravely. I would go look for feces to eat. What? Xinyu stammered. Her heart sank. If I don't kiss Lien Zhu, I will go searching for feces to eat. Sui Qi's 3 loyal teammates silently released their grips on her. Xinyu immediately shifted her stance. Kissing Captain Lien is perfectly fine. Let us not go eat feces. Zhuo Chun remarked. Who on earth is so heartless? Matching your madness? Sui Qi. It's hard to discern whether that's a compliment or an insult. She clearly stated her position. Compared to eating feces, I would prefer to kiss Lianju. She feared acquiring the nickname Sister Feces. That I'm sorry. Lianju, you eat it. Sui Qi sincerely apologized. I promise to let you kiss me back later. Just save me this once. Just half an hour of your time. I truly don't want to eat feces. Lianju maintained a calm demeanor. Though his pupils trembled, he had never imagined that he would one day be associated with feces, becoming the chosen one for another. Just as Sui Qi's lips were about to once more touch Lianju's forehead, her face was firmly covered by a hand. No. XNES hands were pressed against Sui Qi's face. Her attitude resolute. If this continued, how would Liangu ever find a partner? Sui Qi unleashed her ultimate tactic. What if, after I eat feces, I come back to kiss Lianju? Would you accept that? XNES hands gradually moved away from her face. Chen Su's expression twisted. Pei frowned. That can't be right. Sui Qi shrugged and turned to Lianju. Actually, that wouldn't count as a kiss. It's merely pressing my lips against your skin. Lianju coldly lowered his gaze, his gray-blue eyes seeming to freeze. The act of touching another's body with one's lips constitutes a kiss. He tilted his head back slightly, slowly but firmly pushing away her arms that encircled his neck. The nature of our relationship does not lend itself to such intimate contact. As the space between their bodies widened. An intense urge to rush out and seek feces surged within Sui Qi the moment her contact area with Lianju diminished. Damn it. Who was the one controlling her? Their methods were insidiously cruel. No. Sui Qi immediately clung tightly to Lianju again, her tone becoming enticing. Let my fingers touch yours for half an hour. Dubi can lend you an hour. How about it? Upon hearing this, Dubi perceptively squeezed to the front, unleashing a torrent of cool air at the hunter team. Sui Qi praised. As expected of my CUB'd, it's an air conditioner. No one could refuse the refreshing relief from the sweltering heat. Pei and the others instantly abandoned Lianju, gathering around Dubi. This is heavenly. Oh my, how refreshing. I feel revitalized. Suddenly, Pei felt an urge to cry. Embracing Dubi's cooling little hand, he called out without looking back. Liangu. Make the ultimate sacrifice. Lianju sighed. The speed at which teammates betray is astonishing. He gently pushed Sui Qi's hand away, glanced at Dubi, and said, let us add another hour. Sui Qi nodded enthusiastically. Sure. After reaching an agreement, the two, lacking any romantic experience, settled into a solitary sofa in the corner, embarking on what would be the longest half hour of their lives. Lianju appeared to lean casually against the back of the sofa. Yet his muscles were tense with rigidity to ensure maximum contact with Lianju. Sui Qi straddled his lap, grasping his distinctly knuckled left hand, and softly kissed the tips of his fingers. Chew. The gentle sensation against his sensitive skin sent an electric jolt straight to Lianju's heart. An odd tingling that made him retract his fingers in an instant. He turned his head, his Adam's apple bobbing, and after a moment's pause, said, kiss somewhere else. Though at that moment, Sui Qi was eager to comply, ready to kiss wherever he directed. Where should I kiss? Lianju remained silent for a considerable time, leaning back against the sofa, revealing his slender, pale neck. Kiss my neck. Sui Qi nodded and aimed for the most prominent spot. The gently rolling Adam's apple, planting a kiss there. Upon doing so, she noticed the tension in Lianju's muscles intensifying. Having never been in a romantic relationship, Sui Qi was somewhat clumsy in her approach. Lianju immediately sat up straight, clutching his neck, his fair earlobes flushed red. No, he had never imagined that his body had so many areas deemed off-limits for affection. Observing his reaction, Sui Qi realized she might have kissed the wrong spot. She scratched her nose and suggested, how about I kiss your face instead? Lianju, struggling to ignore the tingling sensation from her kiss on his Adam's apple, closed his eyes and turned his face towards her. A mere 20 seconds passed before both were drenched in sweat. It became evident that his cheeks were among the least sensitive areas on Lianju's body. Sui Qi kissed his left cheek for an extended period, until her lips felt numb. His originally pale complexion was now tinged with red, glistening subtly. Sui Qi, feeling embarrassed, offered to switch to his right cheek. Lianju, his left cheek now devoid of sensation, hoarsely asked, how much longer? She glanced at the holographic display. 19 minutes. Lianju. Both fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, Viewers watching the live stream erupted with excitement. Tear his clothes off? Kiss every inch of him. You must keep kissing until the game ends. This is the 31st century. The boundaries have loosened, my dear ones. What an incredible opportunity. If not now, then when? Why not kiss? Why can't they kiss? I am a distinguished SVIP. I demand to witness their kiss. Page, yeah, bring the bed from the storage room. You two lie down and kiss. Calm down, sisters, calm down. Half an hour is far too short for this spectacle. What a feast this is. I am utterly indulging. Those who stay up late will be rewarded with sweets. Haha. I am in stitches. What is happening? How could I, a woman seasoned in viewing, be captivated by such pure affection? Their reactions are simply delightful. Oh my, this is a joyous occasion for us CP fans. Thank you. Feng Ling. Immense thanks. Stop flooding the comments. Page Ye is about to kiss Lien Shin's right cheek. Screenshot it. Screenshot it. Lien Zhu had depleted all his energy. Reclining on the sofa, allowing Sui Qi to continue her affectionate kisses on his face. Sui Qi, too, was not at ease. Her lips were swollen and painful, yet she dared not cease. The 6 observers, covertly watching, had their eyes wide open in astonishment that weren't they supposed to kiss hands? Why are they kissing faces instead? Zui Chun, puzzled, pecked his fingers twice. This isn't so bad. He then took hold of Shin Yu's fingers, giving them a couple of pecks. What does it feel like? Shin Yu rubbed his fingertips, a bit itchy. Does kissing the Adam's apple feel the same? After saying this, he raised his head towards Shin Yu, presenting his own Adam's apple. Give it a try. Let me feel it. Shin Yu, exasperated, covered his face and pushed him away. Zui Chun refused to relent, reaching out to tug at his collar. Then I'll kiss you. Shin Yu declined, delivering a swift blow to his head. Zui Chun fell silent. Mei Bao, meanwhile, had been watching the countdown on the holographic display, and when the half-hour timer hit 0, she sprang up, shouting, "Time's up!" The two on the sofa instantly jolted upright, only to collapse back down within a second. Sui Qi, her expression contorted, braced herself against the armrest and valiantly moved towards her teammates. Seeing this, Zui Chun and his companions rushed over to support her. Mei Bao anxiously inquired, "Sui Jia, what happened to your leg? I sat too long. It's gone numb." "Then don't walk," Shin Yu suggested. "Just stand and take your time." Pei Yi and the others hurried to Lien Zhu's side, intending to offer words of comfort, but he coldly interjected, "Don't speak yet." Reclining against the sofa, he shielded his face with his arm, waiting for the lingering sensations of discomfort to dissipate. Once Sui Qi regained her composure, she contemplated making a hasty exit. It was quite embarrassing to have barged in at such a late hour to kiss someone. However, Dubi still had to remain for another hour and a half. She couldn't leave her companion behind. Thus, the Hunter Squad and the Escape Squad found themselves sharing the same space, once more an atmosphere of 7 parts awkwardness and 3 parts silence enveloped them. The sorrows and joys of humanity seldom resonate with one another. 3,000 meters away, in a small room, Feng Ling was nearly in stitches. She carefully tucked away Sui Qi's name card, declaring, "The CP fans have achieved fulfillment in this life." Li Ergu inquired sincerely, "You treat Pei Jie like this. Aren't you worried she'll dislike you?" "Adults must take responsibility for their actions," Feng Ling asserted with righteous fervor. "And if Pei Jie truly gets angry, I am willing to accept her retaliation, whether it be a kiss or something else. I am prepared." "Truly admirable." Li Ergu expressed his sincere admiration. Sui Qi, demonstrating remarkable adaptability, quickly shed the initial awkwardness and soon felt at ease. She retrieved a tube of frozen gel, applying it to her swollen, painful lips. Noticing this, Exine turned to Lien Zhu's flushed cheeks and suggested, "Lien Gu, wouldn't you like to apply some gel too?" Lien Zhu coldly replied, "No need." He wasn't ready to touch those areas now reddened from affection. Once the pain in Sui Qi's lips subsided, she checked the time on her holographic display. It was already past midnight. Rising, she walked towards the window, with Zui Chun, Shin Yu, and Mei Bao trailing behind like little shadows. Dubi remained stationary, her head turning to follow their movements. The overly nimble movement of her head startled Pei Yi, prompting a soft yelp from him. On the 14th day of survival on Qianmu Star, the toxic fog arrived as expected. The dark green mist, resembling a faint aurora, gradually spread across the pitch-black night. Zui Chun placed a hand on Shin Yu's shoulder. "It's still quite far away. We don't have to run from the toxins just yet." The final 7 days must be spent efficiently gathering points. Xinyu remarked, leaning against the window ledge. Mei Bao took Sui Qi's hand. Sui Qi, have you managed to control your impulses yet? Sui Qi squeezed her hand reassuringly, smiling as she replied, yes, I'm fine now. Zuo-chun recalled the earlier scene and still found it incredulous. What exactly is this player you're supposed to control? Sui Qi had not yet viewed the recording of the previous game and was unaware of the considerable number of CP fans she and Lien Zhu had amassed online. At this moment, she felt somewhat bewildered. I think, Xinyu ventured a guess. It's very likely that they are fans of you and Lien Zhu. Fans? Sui Qi exclaimed in disbelief. Me and Lien Zhu? How did that even happen? Indeed, how did it happen? Zuo-chun glanced at Lien Zhu. Is it his looks? His aura? Xinyu was also uncertain, merely stating, they have their own reasons, since my name card is in the hands of the fans. Sui Qi asserted, doesn't that indicate that I am quite safe at the moment? She patted Xinyu on the shoulder. With the misfortune of my fellow comrades now resolved, it's just you left. Xingu. The fate of Xinyu remained shrouded in uncertainty. A misjudgment that as time trickled by. The 2-hour work shift of Dubi finally came to an end. Mei Bao approached Dubi and took his hand, prompting the frenzied escape team to rise and bid farewell. Sui Qi expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Lien Zhu. Your immense kindness and virtue I shall forever remember, and I will surely repay you in the future. She formed a heart shape with her hands and said, thank you. Lien Zhu turned away, waving his hand dismissively. Take care, no need for formalities. All right then, she closed the door with a considerate gesture. The streets in the early morning were anything but quiet. Players who thrived in the night scoured for supplies. In the final 7 days, resources grew increasingly scarce, and name cards became harder to find. The frenzied escape quartet wasted no time and decisively joined the search for supplies. Sui Qi and Dubi possessed the ability to sense resources, saving them considerable time. Nevertheless, even with their advantage, they toiled until dawn, managing to gather plenty of water and food, yet only acquiring 24 name cards. After scoring points, each member of the frenzied escape team saw their score rise from 69 to 75 on the 14th day of survival. The temperature soared to 58 degrees Celsius. The blistering sun was unbearable, prompting the group to seek refuge in a shaded area. Sui Qi took a sip of water and pushed back the hair clinging to her neck. We need to find more supply points. No problem, Zuo-chun replied, squatting beside Dubi and enjoying the cool breeze. From that day forth, the frenzied escape team operated under a strict schedule, resting for 8 hours and laboring for 14, that whenever fatigue struck, they would take brief respites, either searching for supplies or journeying to find them. By the 17th day of survival, the quartet's scores surged to 92. However, the toxic mist that loomed in the distance grew alarmingly closer, prompting them to start running from it early on. This time, without any means of transportation, they relied solely on their own 2 legs. They dashed while searching for supplies, only to discover a marked decrease in name cards and directive cards. Previously, they could uncover 2 or 3 cards at each of 2 supply points. Now, they would visit 5 or 6 locations and find only one. That the rate of point accumulation slowed significantly on the 18th day of survival. The temperature had risen an additional 2 degrees, yet the frenzied escape team barely managed to gain a single point. Under the relentless midday sun, they found a room to rest, each savoring an ice pop. Dubi dared not cease the air conditioning, for once it stopped, the oppressive heat would engulf them. Just as Sui Qi intended to indulge in a peaceful nap, Xinyu suddenly sprang up and dashed out without a word. What the hell? Zuo-chun exclaimed, finishing his ice pop in a few bites. He's coming. The group sprinted after him. Xinyu ran headlong toward the toxic mist, oblivious to the dangers. Damn it, is this a death wish? Under the scorching temperature nearing 60 degrees, they raced against the sun's punishing rays, drawing exasperated remarks from any players they encountered. 5 fools continued their frantic sprint for over an hour, with Dubi trailing beside them, continuously providing a refreshing breeze. Despite this, Zuo-chun, suffering from low blood sugar, popped 3 candies to keep his energy up. Sui Qi and Mei Bao, resembling wilted flowers deprived of water, sluggishly dragged their feet forward. Dubi, cool Xingu down. Sui Qi's voice nearly faded to a whisper. Dubi swiftly caught up with Xinyu, who was charging toward the toxic mist, directing the air conditioning vent toward him. Xinyu gasped heavily, his breaths ragged and hoarse, reminiscent of a distressed bellows. His heart raced, and a rush of blood filled his head. Compounding the issue, the prolonged, intense exertion had caused the junction of his prosthetic limb and skin to begin oozing blood. Thick and viscous, trickling along the edge of the prosthesis, the searing pain weighed down his steps, yet he found himself unable to halt. If this continued, he would not reach the toxic mist and would succumb to exhaustion. As Xinyu neared the mist, Sui Qi wished fervently for wings to fly to him. Her mind raced with ideas, nearly overheating from the effort. The supplies in her inventory flashed through her mind: carving tools, wooden puppet components, strings, and Liurga's lifelike puppets, and so forth. The terms puppet, strings, and control connected in her mind, and suddenly, an epiphany struck her. She recalled a phrase she had encountered. In puppetry, the puppeteer uses strings to precisely manipulate the puppet's actions and behaviors. Imbuing it with a dynamic life force, she abruptly halted. The puppeteer, manipulating the strings to control the puppet. Sui Qi's initial identity was, after all, that of a puppeteer. Players affixed with name cards and directive cards were akin to puppets under control. And puppets, by design, ought to be maneuvered by strings. It dawned on her. Having long stored the strings in her inventory, Sui Qi now realized their purpose: to seize control. However, she was uncertain whether she could successfully usurp Xinyu's control. Beyond the strings and puppets, were there other conditions to fulfill? As she pondered, Xinyu continued to advance toward the toxic mist. Dubi attempted to impede his progress, but with little success. Time was of the essence. Sui Qi crouched by the roadside, retrieving all the strings from her inventory. With remarkable speed, she inscribed Xinyu's name onto the left chest of his lifelike puppet. Despite her title as a puppeteer, her skill was lacking. The two characters were inscribed clumsily. As soon as she completed the character U, 10 strings instinctively coiled around the puppet's head, torso, and limbs. Xinyu, Xingu, Zhuochun, and Meibao's hoarse cries echoed deep within her heart. Sui Qi quickly wrapped the strings around her fingers, unskillfully guiding the puppet to retreat. Yet, Xinyu, now less than 20 meters from the toxic mist, continued onward without hesitation. She furrowed her brow. Why was there no response? As Xinyu was on the verge of plunging into the toxic mist, Dubi leaped forward, tackling him just a meter shy of it. Though pinned, he still struggled to advance toward the mist. With only 10 centimeters remaining between his fingertips and the noxious vapors, Sui Qi's sapphire earring began to shimmer with blue light. An electronic voice resonated in her mind. Control transfer conditions have been met. Do you wish to accept control over player Xinyu? Startled, Sui Qi raised her hand, touching the converter at her left ear. Yes, she declared. Confirmation received. Initiating transfer. The transfer succeeded. White strings enveloped in shimmering blue light. Sui Qi tugged on the strings once more, commanding the puppet to rise and step back. Xingu, come back. Xinyu hesitated for a brief moment before standing up in a decidedly awkward manner, his fingers narrowly avoiding the toxic mist. Then, he began to retreat, moving in an uncoordinated fashion akin to a newly tamed caveman. His legs moved independently, occasionally performing splits. Xinyu winced in pain. Zhuochun, observing his challenging gait, was utterly baffled. Why is he suddenly performing acrobatics? With some distance between them, Xinyu could not discern Sui Qi's form nor comprehend that he had been taken over by his teammates. He still believed he was under the control of another player, with no inclination to speak. Only Meibao, standing beside Sui Qi, was aware of the entire situation. She gazed at Sui Qi with admiration, her small mind filled with the thought, Sui Jie is incredible. Xinyu, contorted in pain, cried out. Sui Qi's hands trembled. All right, no more tormenting Xingu. She ceased her actions and called out towards Xinyu and Zhuochun. Zhonggu, crouched down in front of Xingu. Zhuochun responded swiftly, kneeling down just in time to feel a heavy weight settle on his back. Xinyu slumped weakly onto him, his breaths quick and erratic, sweat cascading down his chin, soaking the already damp collar of Zhuochun's shirt. Instinctively, Zhuochun secured Xinyu's legs and, panting, inquired, "Are you all right?" Xinyu nodded slowly against his back. Zhuochun's anxious breaths gradually steadied. "As long as you're okay." He lifted Xinyu upon his back and stood up, making his way towards Sui Qi and Meibao. Dubi followed closely behind, the air conditioning humming softly. Once the group reunited, they did not linger but ran far from the toxic mist before finally stopping. The exhausted escape team found a cool bridge tunnel and collapsed onto the ground in disarray. their heavy breaths echoing in the air, refusing to settle. Wow, this panting sound. Let us record it for a ringtone. Yet if you're not feeling well, I'll record one too. TSK, TSK, TSK. All these big yellow girls. Pgia really astounds me. How did she think of this, my goodness? When Pgia and her companions encountered the Song Yin brothers, they did not stand idly by like other players, ultimately saving Xingu today. How touching. Good deeds have their rewards. A closed loop. I believe in this world again. Crying.jpg. The converter is truly remarkable. I thought it was a useless item. But it turns out I am the fool that I can only say it deserves to be a rare permanent resource. Qualified. Applause, applause. It's all thanks to PGA's cleverness. If it were me, I would have only been able to watch Xingu be eliminated. The moment PGA took control of Xinyu, my mind went numb. The food in my mouth fell. Incredible. Even in the direst circumstances, the 4 members of the escape team never considered abandoning a teammate. I am in tears. It's another day moved by their camaraderie. I in the coolness of the bridge tunnel, Sui Qi, enduring the soreness in his muscles, sat up and lifted Xinyu's right leg onto his lap. Skillfully rolling up his pant leg, he retrieved the wound healing spray and rapid recovery gel, tending to the bleeding injury. Xinyu had yet to regain his composure, his arm draped over his eyes. Allowing Sui Qi to work undisturbed, after meticulously attending to Xinyu's wounds, Sui Qi leaned against the bridge tunnel and began to ponder. How did they suddenly break free from control? Cough, cough. Sui Qi swept her hair from her face, sitting up calmly, pulling out a marionette to demonstrate. The puppet raised its left arm, and Xinyu mirrored the action. The puppet waved, and Xinyu waved back. Xinyu sat upright in astonishment. Sui Qi exclaimed, "What the hell?" Mei Bao tightly embraced Sui Qi, declaring, "Sui Jia, I will forever follow you." Dubi smugly remarked, "It's just the master performing normally." Sui Jia? Sui Qi gave a thumbs up. "You always manage to do something even more impressive when I think you've already outdone yourself, leaving me in awe." Xinyu poked at the puppet in Sui Qi's hand, asking, "How did you do that?" "Thanks to Yen Gu and this converter," Sui Qi replied, adjusting the earring on her left ear, which had the function of transfer and substitution. She passionately recounted the recent events to her teammates, leaving them stunned, occasionally erupting in exclamations of surprise. Sui Qi praised the performance. Xinyu, still shaken, remarked, "That was too close. Without any one link, I would have perished in the toxic mist today. Your fate is not meant to end." Sui Qi said, giving Xinyu a high five. Xinyu sincerely added, "After we clear this round, we must share the bonus with you and Yen Gu." Sui Qi tapped his right leg with his toes. "What are you talking about?" Sui Qi smiled back. "There's no need to be polite with us." Dubi shook his head in agreement. "No talk of money." Mei Bao added boldly, "I have money. I haven't spent the 10 million bonus from last time." Sui Qi pulled her into a hug, playfully ruffling her hair. "Our Mei Bao is now a wealthy lady." Hee. The toxic mist pursued them from behind. After a brief 30-minute respite, the group resumed their frantic escape. They did not neglect their search for supplies, scouring from dawn until dusk, and then from dusk until dawn. They visited 10 supply points in succession, but found not even a trace of name cards or instruction cards. On the 20th day of survival on Kyanmuxing, the temperature soared towards 60 degrees Celsius. Surviving players, 2779, with only 2 days remaining until the game's conclusion. The escape team's score remained stagnant at 93. With no sign of growth, the situation appeared rather dire. Just as Sui Qi found herself at a loss, a long-awaited official announcement echoed across the skies of Kyanmuxing that it was detected that the current number of name cards and instruction cards on Kyanmuxing was critically insufficient, preventing players from acquiring scores normally to ensure the game could proceed smoothly. The officials announced 3 prize competitions to assist players in clearing the game. Sui Qi was quite surprised to hear the broadcast. The officials had actually taken action this time, which was not easy. The competitions would commence promptly at noon today. There were 4 venues available for participation: the Puppet Art Museum, the Saiji Ling Idol, the Qianmu Theater, and the Yun Bell Tower. Participating players were to arrive at any of the competition venues on time. Failure to arrive punctually would be regarded as a voluntary withdrawal. The detailed content and rules of the competitions would be announced precisely at noon, encouraging all players to participate actively. After repeating the above content twice, the electronic voice finally ceased. This moment. It was 6:07 a.m., and the escape team was approximately 24 kilometers from the Saiji Ling Idol. Given their pace, they expected to arrive in about 4 hours. Without delay, they immediately set off. The blazing sun scorched the earth, causing their internal moisture to deplete rapidly. Although Doobie accompanied them to provide cooling, the group still had to pause intermittently to rest and hydrate, as what Chun's mouth had not ceased sucking on candy. Thus, they continued on, alternating between walking and resting, and by 9:30 a.m., Sui Qi and her companions finally reached the site of the Sui Qi Ling idol. The enormous idol stood tall, casting a vast shade under the glaring sunlight. Creating a natural respite for the arriving players, Sui Qi and her teammates settled down at the hem of the idol's skirt, drinking almost half a bottle of mineral water in one go. Doobie sat beside Sui Qi, directing the air conditioning vent towards the group. Sui Qi gave her 2 thumbs up. Thanks to my little one for this journey. Maybao puckered her lips and planted several kisses on Doobie's face. Doobie, it's great to have you. The heat was nearly unbearable. Zhuochun tugged at his sweat-soaked collar, fanning himself. If it weren't for Doobie providing us with air conditioning, I would have collapsed halfway. As time ticked by, the expansive shade cast by the Sui Qi gradually gathered over 600 players. The stifling heat was unbearable, and the cooling methods employed by the crowd were diverse and peculiar. Some hugged ice packs and chewed on ice cubes, while others drenched themselves with mineral water or tucked fans into their shirts. Sui Qi quietly observed for a while before leaning closer to Doobie and whispering a question. After receiving an answer, she retrieved a rectangular wooden board from her storage and began to carve it with her tools. Engrossed in her work, the few teammates peeked over, noticing that a crooked line of text was etched onto the blank board. Zhuochun cleared his throat and, quite perceptively, called out, "Air conditioning now requires payment. Each hour is a special price of 10,000 interstellar coins, with 10 spots available. First come, first served." His 3 teammates cast admiring glances at him. Xin Yu exclaimed in delight. "Go, you've grown." Zhuochun waved his hand modestly. Just a little. The noisy venue suddenly fell silent. The players, flushed red from the heat, turned their gazes toward the escaped team. Their eyes fixated on Doobie, filled with longing, yet no one dared to make a move. Just then, a loud, familiar voice rang out from the crowd. "Air conditioning. Over here for 4. Upon hearing this, Sui Qi looked up to see the familiar faces of the scavenger team, whom they hadn't seen for several days. Pei Yi, with his eyes shining, pushed through the crowd and dashed over. "Escape team, I knew it was you as soon as I heard." Without hesitation, he squeezed between Sui Qi and plopped down next to Doobie. Claiming the optimal position for the air conditioning. So refreshing. He squinted his eyes, enveloped in the all-encompassing cool breeze, beckoning his teammates to hurry over. Xin Yi and Shinsu soon followed, greeting each other politely before sitting beside Pei Yi. The latecomer, Lianju, cautiously chose a spot farthest from Sui Qi within the coverage of Doobie's air conditioning. Sui Qi beamed with joy, opening her light brain to prepare to write an IU. "For people until noon?" Pei Yi nodded. "Exactly. All right then, for 4 people for 2.5 hours. That's 100,000, she generously declared. "Considering our old friendship, I'll give you a 50% discount. So just 50,000 interstellar coins will suffice." "Good, good, good. Sister Sui is quite magnanimous." Pei Yi readily agreed, and then turned to call out to Lianju, "Brother Lian, come sign an IOU. No need." Sui Qi waved her hand, indicating that the client was seated. And she approached. She strode confidently to Lianju's side, smiling as she handed him her light brain. "Captain Lian, could you please sign here?" Lianju signed swiftly, his eyes cast down the entire time. Their gazes never meeting, he sat on the ground, and Sui Qi could see his meticulously styled hair swirl. Gazing at that swirl, she suddenly began to recount. "Captain Lian, you currently owe our crazy escape team a total of 460,000 interstellar coins. This includes 200,000 for heating fees on Sandstone Star, and another 200,000 for clothing expenses. Additionally, the 10,000 interstellar coins from a few days ago, when Doobie helped clean the room. Plus today's 50,000 for air conditioning, brings the total to 460,000. Originally, there was also an extra 100 for an orange-flavored popsicle, but let's round it off to a clean 460,000 needing funds to support her villa and robotic butler." Sui Qi advised, "Please ensure to settle the payment after the game." Lianju finally lifted his head and glanced at her lightly. "I won T default." She nodded in agreement. "I believe so too." Sui Qi put away her light brain and was about to turn when she sensed several gazes upon her. She looked up to find herself locking eyes with Lu Rong and a few others who had managed to retract their stares in time. Nearby, Lin Feng, Jiang Chun, and Jiang Ning fidgeted restlessly, their eyes darting about in a flurry of small movements. Lu Rong averted her gaze, pulling her teammates to turn away. I'm heading over to Sui Qi's place for some air conditioning. Are you coming? Lin Feng firmly refused. I'd rather perish from the heat than go cool off in her place. Jiang Qin chimed in. Exactly. She scolded me so harshly last time. I'm a man of principle. I want to go, but I kind of want to go. It's too hot. Jiang Ning said weakly that we're paying for the cooling. It's a fair exchange, right? Being principled shouldn't mean torturing oneself. Feeling faint from the heat, Lu Rong grabbed Jiang Ning and declared, We're going. You all can do as you please. The two made their way to Sui Qi, signing the IOU cheerfully before finding a spot to sit and relish the rare coolness amidst the sweltering heat. Hey, Jiang Chen said, stunned. Rong Jie has a point. Why should I make things difficult for myself? Staying cool is what matters most. Lin Feng maintained his stance. You can go if you want. I'm definitely not going. Jiang Chun's eyes darted, and he suddenly collapsed against Lin Feng's back. I'm feeling a bit dizzy from the sun. Lin Gu, could you carry me over? Are you okay? Feeling this weak? Lin Feng retorted sarcastically. Yet without hesitation, he hoisted Jiang Chun onto his back. As Lin Feng approached Sui Qi, ready to set Jiang Chun down and leave, a cool breeze unexpectedly brushed against his face. The instant refreshment halted his departure. Lu Rong, quick to react, pulled him down to sit. Stay put. I just signed an IOU for 100,000. We're staying until midnight. I want tea. Lin Feng protested again, but Lu Rong pressed him firmly. Lin Feng, hear me out, she said earnestly. We have 3 matches coming up, and the players who have made it this far are no pushovers. We must prepare our bodies to be in peak condition if we wish to win. Lu Rong did not lower her voice deliberately, and upon hearing this, Sui Qi thought to herself, having a teammate with a brain is indeed quite important. Lin Feng finally ceased his resistance. Making a concerted effort to ignore the presence of Sui Qi across from him, sitting quietly to recuperate, he crossed his arms, sitting upright, just about to close his eyes for a brief rest when Dubi, quietly enjoying the air conditioning, unexpectedly chimed in. Hello, Lin Feng, the not-so-familiar classmate of my master. Your striptease was quite impressive. Lu Rong, Jiang Chun, and Jiang Ning. Hey, Lin Feng. Instantly flushed, Lin Feng stared at Dubi in disbelief. Momentarily at a loss for words, he hadn't been present the night of that embarrassing incident. How could she know? Where did she see it? Even though my master showed me the puppet version. Your graceful and uninhibited dance left a lasting impression. Dubi continued. Lin Feng stood stunned for nearly half a minute before tremblingly asking, Your master? Who is that? With pride, Dubi lifted her chin. My master is Sui Qi. Sui Qi hadn't anticipated being suddenly outed by her own little one. She turned her face with a sigh. Lin Feng sprang up, a mix of shame and anger as he shouted at Sui Qi. My name card is in your hands. Sui Qi quickly regained her composure. And what of it? Once Jiang Chen realized what was happening, he jumped up and pointed at her, cursing, Damn you, Sui Qi, why are you still so malicious? With the IOU destroyed, we're not using your damn air conditioning anymore. His face flushed with anger. He yanked Lu Rong and Jiang Ning to leave. The 4 members of the hunting team did not intervene rashly. Shen Yu stood up to block him. Mei Bao had her iron shovel ready. Sui Chun frowned in displeasure. Who are you cursing? Sui Qi immediately darkened her expression, unable to believe that he had just called her Dubi's good child a damn air conditioning. Huh? She sneered, delivering a fatal blow. Jiang Chun, if you bark again, I won't hesitate to have Lin Feng eliminated right now. Jiang Chun, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, found himself unable to voice them. Caught in a limbo, meeting Lin Feng's furious gaze, Sui Qi retorted, I only asked you to dance. I never asked you to strip. You wanted to dance of your own volition, so don't place the blame on me. Unmasked, Lin Feng's face flickered between red and white, a spectacle to behold. Seeing him remain silent, Jiang Chun was baffled. What does that mean, Lin Gu? What do you mean you wanted to dance? Lin Feng covered his face and muttered. Don't ask. Sui Qi, sitting upright, coldly addressed Jiang Chun, apologized to Dubi. Though Jiang Chun had apologized countless times throughout his life for his loose tongue, he refused to utter those 3 words to Sui Qi. He immediately pointed at Sui Qi and Dubi, yelling, You violated Lin Gu's privacy and bullied Rong Jia. I haven't apologized for that yet. Why should I apologize for just cursing her? Sui Qi, who had done none of those things, fell silent, sighing. The debts of the original owner would ultimately fall upon her to repay. Since the topic had arisen, it might as well be settled today. After this, she would simply be herself. Sui Qi turned to Jiang Chun. So you mean to say that you want me to apologize to Lin Feng and Lu Rong before you'll consider apologizing to Dubi? Yes, Jiang Chun declared firmly. Given what you've done, it would be too lenient if you only had to apologize. Lin Feng and Lu Rong also fixed their gazes on Sui Qi, the atmosphere suddenly turning serious. Throughout her life, Sui Qi had done many things against her will. Yet, no matter how much she resisted at the outset, once she decided to act, she would strive to do it to the best of her ability. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Dubi reached out to hold her hand. Master, I don't care if he apologizes or not. Sui Qi squeezed Dubi's palm gently. It's not just for you, but for myself as well. Having said that, she turned to Lin Feng and Lu Rong and offered a slight bow. Before she could finish her bow, Zhuo Chun, Xin Yu, and Mei Bao rushed to stop her. Mei Bao maintained a stern expression, tightly holding her hand. Zhuo Chun stood in front of her. Just say your apologies. There's no need to bow. Xin Yu straightened her shoulders. Stand tall and speak. Brother Chun, Mei Bao, Sui Qi said with a smile. Bowing is not a sign of submission, but a way to shoulder the responsibilities I must bear. Zhuo Chun and Xin Yu exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, and they ceased their interference. Sui Qi took a half step forward, addressing Lin Feng and Lu Rong, and as she prepared to apologize, her figures bent down alongside her. Sui Qi turned in surprise. You all, Sui Jia, Mei Bao said, shaking Sui Qi's hand, her eyes sparkling. No matter what mistakes you've made in the past, I'm willing to apologize with you. Dubi peered out from behind Mei Bao. Whatever my master does, I will follow. Xin Yu added, crazy escape team. We share the blame together. Zhuo Chun bent down lower than Sui Qi. No matter the responsibility, Brother Chin will bear it with you. Beneath the blazing sun, the 5 members of the escape team bent low, their shadows casting an angled silhouette behind them, proud yet unyielding. Sui Qi felt a wave of bitterness rise in her throat. She cast her gaze downward, refraining from uttering a word, fearful that speaking would bring forth a sob. The Dawn team stood frozen, the scene making it appear as though they were the bullies. Sui Qi gradually regulated her breathing until the warmth in her eyes dissipated at last. Her clear and resonant voice broke the silence. Lin Feng, I sincerely apologize for my previous overstepping and disturbances that disrupted your life. I am truly sorry to Lu Rong. I should not have incited others to bully you, nor should I have attempted to push you off the airship that day. I am genuinely remorseful. From now on, I, Sui Qi, shall keep my distance from both of you and will never intrude upon your lives again. Lu Rong's expression was somewhat dazed. Although she had received the long-awaited apology, she did not feel a sense of relief. Looking at Sui Qi's bent posture, she found herself wishing for a more straightforward rebuff, like a simple you wish. In contrast to Lu Rong, Lin Feng accepted Sui Qi's apology with a sense of calm assurance. Since you recognize your mistakes, do not repeat them in the future. Sui Qi did not respond, but straightened up to face Jiang Chun. It is your turn. The other members of the escape team also straightened, their eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun bit his lip, pondering for a moment before asking, Sui Qi, if I do not apologize, will you eliminate Lin Gu? Sui Qi smiled slightly. You may try. Jiang Chun then turned to Lin Feng and suggested, Lin Gu, perhaps you should just step out. Get lost. Lin Feng delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Don't embarrass the Dawn team. Jiang Chun rubbed his head, reluctantly muttering, sorry. The words rolled out of his mouth as if they were scalding. Sui Qi clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. Do you need me to help you articulate that? Honestly, why are your words always so abrasive? Jiang Chun retorted, I can't help it. Flattery is unnecessary. Sui Qi replied nonchalantly. You still fall short in comparison. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes in exasperation. Speaking with Sui Qi seemed to shorten his lifespan. For the sake of his own longevity, he finally composed himself and, with exaggerated clarity, apologized. I'm sorry, I should not have called you a dog-like air conditioner. You are the finest air conditioner. Tubi, with unblinking eyes, turned to Jiang Chun. I do not accept your apology. Jiang Chun was taken aback by this response. Huh? Then what do you intend to do? I'll electrocute you. With a swift motion, Tubi conjured an electric net that enveloped Jiang Chun for 2 seconds. He felt a jolt of electricity course through him, his knees buckling as he fell backward. What the hell? His 3 teammates rushed to catch him. Jiang Ning, supporting his arm, asked with concern, "Bro, are you okay?" Jiang Chun grinned through the pain, shaking his head. "I'm fine, just a little shocked." Tubi tilted her head. "That was merely my weakest electric net." She smiled at the Dawn team, delivering a sweetly venomous message. "If anyone dares to bully my master again, I will electrocute them." The 4 members of Jiang Chen's team found Tubi's identity and strength inscrutable and opted to remain silent, continuing to enjoy the air conditioning as the last 3 days of the game approached. Tubi simply sought to avenge Sui Qi. The escape team members all gave her a thumbs up. The previously tense atmosphere returned to a state of tranquility. Sui Qi, feeling relaxed, leaned against her teammates, humming a cheerful tune. With only 2 air conditioning spots remaining, players who had been watching for a while began to take action. A dozen players dashed towards Sui Qi simultaneously. Among them, 2 players moved with remarkable speed, weaving through the crowd with such agility that they left afterimages in their wake. They came to a halt, panting before Sui Qi. "Sui Jia?" Feng Ling exclaimed, pulling along Li Ergu. "Do you remember us?" Sui Qi recognized both of them distinctly, surprised that they had appeared together. "Feng Ling, Li Ergu," she said with a hint of astonishment. "You 2 are teammates?" "Yes, I grew up with Ergu. We have a very close relationship." Feng Ling replied. Sui Qi smiled and gestured to the space beside her. "There are 2 spots left. Come and sit." "Great." Feng Ling pulled Li Ergu to sit beside Sui Qi. Li Ergu's lifelike puppet had even saved Shen Yu's life, so Sui Qi offered them both a discount. After Feng Ling signed an IOU, she took a moment to rest quietly. Once the oppressive heat dissipated, she subtly signaled to Li Ergu, understanding the cue. Li Ergu resolutely squatted down in front of Sui Qi and looked up, asking, "Sui Jia, if you knew who had your name card, would you let them find someone to kiss, or would you prefer they eat?" "Well, something unpleasant." Her loud voice resonated clearly among the 14 players enjoying the air conditioning. The Dawn team, the Hunters team, the Escape team. Never have we encountered a self-destructive assailant so swift. Sui Qi, just about to take a sip of water, froze for a full 30 seconds after hearing Li Ergu's words, maintaining the bottle at her lips before slowly lowering it and tightening the cap. She glanced at Li Ergu, whose clear eyes held a trace of anxiety. Turning to Feng Ling, she found the same clarity laced with nervousness and trepidation. The mastermind was Feng Ling, with Li Ergu as the accomplice. It turned out to be these 2 silly girls who had forced her into becoming a nocturnal pursuer in a frenzied kiss-off. Sui Qi opened her lips and spoke softly. "I will neither let her find someone to kiss nor allow her to eat anything unpleasant." Li Ergu and Feng Ling's eyes lit up. Feng Ling exclaimed, "Really, Sui Jia? You are so kind. I will only allow them to." Sui Qi smiled sweetly, enunciating clearly, "Go. Kiss. Something unpleasant." Li Ergu stammered even more. "Kiss, kiss, kiss." Sui Qi kindly reiterated. "Kiss. Something unpleasant. Kiss 1 lump, then kiss another, continuing from now until the game ends, for 3 days and 3 nights. Left Shun, Shen Yu, Mei Bao, and Tubi." "Yuck." Li Ergu lowered her head, cautiously moving back to the dazed Feng Ling's side. The 2 clung to each other, trembling in a huddle. Feng Ling's eyes were vacant, muttering to herself, "I am a fierce woman unafraid of anything, not even something unpleasant. Yet here I am, terrified of kissing something unpleasant. Eating it makes me merely disgusting, but kissing it makes me a disgusting pervert. I refuse to be a pervert," Li Ergu whispered. "I don't want that either." "At this moment," Sui Qi interjected, "are you 2 aware of who possesses my name card?" The 2 shook their heads vigorously, Feng Ling's ponytail swaying wildly. Jiang Chun, observing from across, couldn't help but think, kissing something unpleasant, what a ruthless tactic. After hearing every word, Pei Yi's face contorted in dismay. Further solidifying his resolve to avoid provoking Sui Qi in the future, that he mused, as expected of Sui Jia, ingeniously devising such a uniquely cruel punishment. "Impressive." Mei Bao poked Sui Qi and asked, "Sui Jia, will you really make those 2 sisters kiss something unpleasant?" Sui Qi's eyes sparkled with mirth as she whispered, "No, I am just teasing them." The 14 players basking in the air conditioning fell completely silent, remaining at ease until the official announcement echoed through the air. "The first match is Puppet Assembly Contest. players must locate scattered puppet components within the competition arena and assemble them into complete puppets. The contest lasts for 60 minutes, and players who successfully assemble 5 or more puppets within the allotted time will earn points. Failing to assemble 5 will be deemed a failure, resulting in no points awarded. The number of points rewarded corresponds to the number of successful puppet assemblies. Should a player successfully assemble 4 puppets, no points will be awarded. However, if a player successfully assembles 5 puppets, they will earn 5 points. The number of puppet components available in the arena is limited, compelling players to compete fiercely for victory. Official announcements completed, the dilapidated idol was enveloped in a ghostly blue glow, instantly restored to its pristine form. Its gently drooping eyes gazed lovingly upon the earth, radiating a nurturing maternal force from the lifeless puppet. At the center of its opulent, layered dark blue skirt, an arched entrance slowly materialized, revealing a labyrinthine steel structure within. The 4 members of the Crazy Escape team, including Sui Qi and Sui Qi, all initially identified as puppet masters, while only Xinyu and Mei Bao were puppet craftsmen, above their neural interfaces. A blue floating prompt appeared, asking, "Would you like to participate in the game?" Many players around them encountered the same interface. An hour had passed, and the time felt exceedingly brief. What should I do? I have not practiced. I do not know how to assemble. Finding components and assembling them. Completing even one within an hour would be considered swift. It takes me 20 minutes to assemble just one. This is dire. Our team does not have a single puppet craftsman. What should we do? Sui Qi anxiously leaned closer to Xinyu. Brother Xin, you always practice disassembling and reassembling puppets whenever you have free time. How is your hand speed? Do not worry, Xinyu replied calmly. It takes only 5 minutes to assemble one. Sui Qi and Sui Qi gave him a thumbs up. You are the one, Mei Bao. With her slower hand speed, gripped her shovel tightly. Then I will focus on competing fiercely to gather the puppet components for Brother Xin. Good, Sui Qi clapped enthusiastically. You will collaborate, combining your strengths to secure points. The 4 of them fist-bumped, and Xinyu and Mei Bao pressed the confirmation button, advancing toward the entrance. Sui Qi, Sui Qi, and Du Bai watched as the two entered the competition arena. Once all 275 puppet craftsmen had entered, the entrance sealed shut. Inside the dimly lit idol, countless blue optical fibers wove their way along the steel structure, casting a soft glow that illuminated the entire space. Amidst the intricate steel framework, many palm-sized ghostly blue bubbles floated. Welcome, players, to the puppet assembly competition. The game officially begins. Please give your all. A vivid red countdown hologram hovered above the players' heads. The atmosphere of competition instantly intensified. Xinyu whispered to Mei Bao, "Those blue bubbles are quantum storage bubbles. Highly elastic with substantial capacity. Let us collect a few first." The two swiftly ascended along the steel structure and successfully gathered 5 quantum storage bubbles before commencing their search for puppet components. Meanwhile, the others outside the arena were not idle. Under Du Bai's guidance, Sui Qi learned to maneuver a small puppet using strings. The next round would likely feature puppet masters, and though the competition's content remained unknown, it would be prudent to practice in advance. Sui Qi, on the other hand, was negotiating collaboration with Lianzhu. She had assumed Lianzhu was a puppet craftsman, but discovered they were both puppet masters. Just like her, the puppet components within the idol were also considered resources. Both she and Du Bai could sense their approximate locations, but could not pinpoint them precisely. The most time-consuming aspect of this competition was locating components. And if they could ascertain their exact positions, Xinyu and Mei Bao would surely secure points. Lianzhu, however, could accurately locate resources. Standing opposite Lianzhu, she succinctly stated her intentions. Certainly, Lianzhu responded readily. The hunter's team had only Pei Yi as a puppet craftsman, yet his assembly speed was exceedingly slow, taking half an hour to complete one. Lianzhu proposed a collaborative arrangement. In exchange, their teammates would assist Pei Yi in assembling puppets. No problem. They agreed in unison. Sui Qi initiated a voice call within their small group, succinctly explaining the situation. Lianzhu asked Xinyu and Mei Bao to report their current locations and quickly provided several specific positions. The two promptly set off to search and indeed discovered numerous components. Xinyu, concealed in a hidden spot, astonishingly assembled with remarkable speed. Mei Bao continued her search for components, following Lianzhu's guidance. With their coordinated efforts, Just 30 minutes had elapsed when Xin Yu completed 5 puppets. Stored in 2 quantum storage bubbles, 0.5 points were already secured. The next goal was to safeguard their 5 points and strive for 6. He tore down the blue optical fibers surrounding his hiding place, thoroughly concealing himself and the assembled puppets in darkness. He transmitted his location to Sui Qi and Lianzhu, ensuring that Mei Bao and Pei Yi could find him easily. Shortly after, Pei Yi appeared, shouldering 3 bulging quantum storage bubbles filled with puppet components. Having removed the lighting fibers nearby, he found himself in complete darkness and whispered, "Brother Shin, are you here? Take 2 steps forward to your left." Shin Yu replied softly, "Oh, got it." Pei Yi complied, and the two successfully met. Shin Yu opened the 3 large quantum storage bubbles and, utilizing the faint glow from the neural interface, examined their contents, sufficient to assemble 5. Though he was still missing 1 head and 2 hands, that I will go find them, Pei Yi declared, hastily dashing off in search of components. Shin Yu retrieved a fiber from beneath him and wound it around the overhead steel frame. With that modest illumination, he began assembling with a clatter. Over 200 players in the arena engaged in fierce competition for the scarce puppet components, throwing punches and tripping one another in a bid to incapacitate their opponents. Mei Bao's uncanny ability to precisely locate puppet components drew considerable attention from several players. Under the dim blue glow, they stealthily followed her, when Mei Bao once again located a secondary puppet torso and 2 wooden legs. Several individuals behind her acted decisively. Her shovel flew through the air, deftly slashing, thrusting, and striking with fluidity and precision. Players attempting to seize the resources fell one by one. Humph. You wish to take my belongings? I shall send you flying. Mei Bao stuffed the puppet components into her storage bubble, heaved it onto her shoulder, and strode confidently to find Shun Yud. In the final 15 minutes, Mei Bao and Pei Yi made several trips, bringing back 3 more bags of puppet components. Shin Yu remained seated, focused solely on assembling. His assembly speed had surpassed 5 minutes, averaging just 3 minutes per puppet as the countdown above everyone's heads reached 0. Shin Yu performed exceptionally, completing a total of 19 puppets. Both he and Mei Bao had 6 puppets in their quantum storage bubbles, while Pei Yi had 7. The results were impressive. Time was up. The game concluded, and the results were being tallied. Congratulations to the Hunters team, Pei Yi, for earning 7 points. Congratulations to the Escaping Lunatics team, Shin Yu and Mei Bao, for each earning 6 points. Congratulations to the Wind-Blowing Dog Motion team, Feng Ling, for earning 5 points. Congratulations to the Dawn team, Lu Rong and Jiang Ning, for each earning 5 points. Among 275 participating players, only 51 earned points. Once the game concluded, the entrance opened, and the bright light caused Shin Yu and Mei Bao to squint. Brother Shun, Mei Bao, before their eyes could fully adjust, the excited voices of their teammates approached. Sui Qi, Zhuo Chun, and Du Bai rushed toward them. The group embraced, laughing and chatting as they settled into a shaded area. Grateful to Sui Jie for facilitating Lien Captain's guidance from outside the arena, Zhuo Chun joyfully remarked, "You two were incredible. Your points shot straight to 99. Shin Yu's eyes sparkled with amusement as he smirked, pinching his neck. "Ah, it aches a bit." Zhuo Chun immediately stood behind him, gently pounding his fists. "Is this pressure okay?" Shin Yu nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, keep it up." Mei Bao mimicked Shin Yu's playfulness, tossing her shovel onto the ground and softly complaining, "My wrist is so sore." Du Bai and Sui Qi immediately took one of her hands each, gently massaging Itiki. "Oh, you need more pressure?" Sui Qi inquired thoughtfully. Mei Bao leaned contentedly against Shin Yu. "Just a little lighter." "Understood." Shin Yu added, "Zhuo Chun, a bit heavier." "All right then." Sui Qi, Dubi, and Zhuo Chun skillfully manipulated the tempo, ensuring that the two were comfortably attended to. As the first match concluded, the second match was set to commence in 30 minutes. Players were urged to rest well and conserve their energy. Each team gathered to discuss the upcoming match details. "Sister Sui, do you think we will be participating in the second round?" Zhuo Chun asked in a hushed tone. "The probability is quite high," Sui Qi analyzed. "The puppet master will likely face off against the manipulator." Among the 603 players gathered, over 300 were puppet masters, diligently working with their puppets. Some players with strings clumsily maneuvered their puppets, struggling to walk or run normally, instead resorting to a distorted crawl. The atmosphere was one of last-minute preparation, where even a slow approach held its own merit. Those without strings could only sit idly, watching. After a brief respite, Zhuo retrieved his strings to practice on his realistic puppet. Sister Sui, aren't you going to practice? No need, Sui Qi replied confidently. Sister will win for sure. Her unwavering faith elicited support from her followers. Yes, Sister Sui will definitely prevail. Dubi also stood firmly by her master. Master will never lose. Recalling the painful experience of having her limbs controlled, Xinyu suggested, perhaps it would be wise to practice a bit. Just as she was about to persuade Sui Qi, the official announcement chimed in once more. The break had concluded, and the second match's content and rules were announced. The objective was to escape a maze. Contestant players needed to guide their puppets out of the maze within 10 minutes. Successfully exiting the maze within 10 minutes would earn 1 point, within 9 minutes, 2 points, and within 1 minute, a remarkable 10 points. Strings would be provided on-site, while players were to bring their own puppets. Note: only players with the initial identity of puppet masters could participate. As the announcement wrapped up, Zhuo eagerly exclaimed, Sister Sui, quickly choose the best puppet from the warehouse. No need to choose. I have my best option, Sui Qi said, cupping Dubi's face in her hands. What puppet could possibly compare to our Dubi? Wow. Zhuo's surprise was genuine. Dubi has been human for so long. I almost forgot she was a puppet. Indeed, Xinyu chimed in, realizing their advantage. With Dubi on our side, Sister Sui is bound to win. Sui Qi placed her hands on her hips, declaring, of course, sister, please take me along. Pei Yifeng rushed over, grabbing Sui Qi's hand. Liangu and the others only know how to use command cards, not strings. Lianju approached as well, stating directly, let's collaborate. Sounds good, she replied, turning to Dubi and asking, can you handle 1 for 4? Dubi flicked her silver hair and confidently responded, absolutely, as long as the puppets are smaller. Pei Yifeng hastily produced 3 50-centimeter tall puppets. How about this size? Dubi nodded. That works. Wow, Pei Yifeng exclaimed, his first word echoing Lianji's tone. While the latter two mirrored Sui Qi's. You really are something. XNE playfully punched his arm. Lianju cast a cool glance in his direction, while Qin Su's hand tightened on Pei Yifeng's shoulder. Pei Yifeng covered his mouth, saying, all right, I won't say anything more. The entrance is now open. Players may enter in an orderly fashion. Sui Qi led Zhuo and Dubi toward the entrance, followed by Lianju, XNE, and Qin Su. Inside the arena, only blue fiber optics emitted a faint glow. Puppet masters, please take the floating lifts on either side to the top platform. Puppets remain in place. Sui Qi and Zhuo ascended together in the lift to the circular platform at the top. The dark floor was adorned with numerous circular light rings radiating a soft blue glow, arranged at 1 meter intervals. Puppet masters, please walk to the corresponding blue light ring as indicated on your holographic interface. As the announcement concluded, Sui Qi's wrist device vibrated, displaying the number 69. Zhuo's number was 16, while XNE and Qin Su had 116 and 117, respectively. Lianju's number was the highest at 233. Sui Qi reminded her companions, once the game begins, keep your puppet stationary and let Dubi approach it. They nodded in agreement and moved to their designated light rings. Once all 328 players were in position, the circles beneath their feet slowly illuminated with a blue glow, enveloping the players within. The glowing blue barrier shimmered gently like rippling water. Curiously, Sui Qi reached out to touch it, only to find it felt cold and hard, akin to glass rather than the soft delicacy she had anticipated. She raised an eyebrow in surprise, marveling at the advanced technology of the interstellar world when the electronic voice resonated again. To ensure players are not disturbed during the game, the blue light restriction zone has been activated. Players cannot leave this area during the match. Strings will now be distributed. The arena echoed with the low hum of mechanical collisions as the intricate metal structure below the top platform separated and reassembled, forming a vast, cold gray metal maze before the puppets. Countless silver strings extended from the puppets' limbs and bodies, seemingly drawn upward by an invisible force, passing through the blue barrier and securely landing in the hands of the puppet master players. Sui Qi found herself holding 9 strings, each connected to Dubi's head, waist, back, knees, hands, and feet. Puppet masters, guide your puppets to successfully escape the maze within 10 minutes. The game officially begins. 09. 59. A large, crimson countdown floated above them. Within the blue light restriction zone, players began to exert control over their strings, and the puppets, standing obediently at the maze's entrance, suddenly erupted into chaotic movements. Some twisted and crawled, others disassembled their limbs. While a few attempted backflips, yet none ventured into the maze. Sui Qi steadied her breath and called out to the conspicuous Dubi below. Dart. Before she could utter another word, she heard Dubi's cheerful voice in her mind. Master. We can communicate directly through thought. Cough, cough, cough. She struggled to regain her composure and gave Dubi a thumbs up. Dubi dashed through the maze. Dubi flashed her a peace sign, quickly locating the smaller puppets belonging to Zhuo and Lianju. Scooping them into her arms, she skillfully navigated through the awkwardly moving puppets, bending her knees slightly to leap effortlessly onto the maze's peak. With a delicate touch, Dubi stood firmly atop the narrow metal framework. The maze's exit clearly visible ahead. She leaned forward, dashing toward the exit. The cold gray metal frame highlighted her skirt fluttering gracefully, ribbons dancing in the air, radiating elegance amidst the throng of shadowy, crawling puppets. As time approached the 56-second mark, Dubi reached the exit. Sui Qi, Zhuo, Lianju, Xine, and Shinsu's holographic interfaces erupted in virtual fireworks, proclaiming, "Congratulations on your victory." The four blue characters hovered before them. A smile slowly crept across Sui Qi's face, but before it could fully form, a male player on her right pointed at her, shouting, "I accuse player 69 of cheating." 69? Who is that? Sui Qi glanced at her holographic interface. "Oh, that's me. I'm cheating." Sui Qi, who had never faced such an accusation in her life, found it both amusing and perplexing. She turned to see the player who reported her adjusting his glasses. Addressing her with unwavering conviction, "The puppet you brought in is clearly a player. Since the match began, the strings in your hands haven't moved at all, let alone been manipulated. Your lack of ability necessitates fair competition. Dare to concede." His tone grew increasingly harsh. "Winning through cheating is truly disgraceful." "That I agree with the first half of your statement," Sui Qi replied with a calm smile, "but I do not accept the label of cheating. A report has been received regarding player 69, Sui Qi, allegedly cheating, prompting a pause in the competition. The countdown timer hovering above has halted at 08:21, but the puppet figures struggling to crawl within the maze have also ceased all movement. As if a pause button had been pressed, the blue light surrounding Sui Qi gradually shifts to red. Prior to conducting an investigation, it is customary to elucidate the reporting rules, should the allegations prove valid. The accused player will be disqualified from the match, and the accuser will receive the accused score for this round. Conversely, if the report is found to be unfounded, the accuser will be disqualified, while the accused score will remain intact. Once a player is disqualified, they will be unable to continue in the current game or partake in the next match. Player 70, do you affirm your accusation against player 69 for cheating? In the blue restricted zone, Zhuo wears a grim expression. The calculations are quite astute. While several individuals are aware that Dubi is indeed a puppet, their demeanor displays no panic, albeit a hint of concern. Sui Qi raised an eyebrow. Such a rule exists? I presumed it to be more noble. She cast a languid smile towards player 70, remarking that they were merely a petty individual attempting to seize credit. Player 70 remained impassive, resolutely stating, I confirm the accusation. The report is accepted, and the investigation shall commence. Players are requested to await for 1 minute. Player 70 anxiously paced in the restricted zone. Sui Qi, however, stood composed and unruffled, appearing remarkably serene, while secretly cursing at Dubi. Damn, this 70 is truly foolish for reporting us. Dubi chimed in. I'll give their puppet a good thrashing later, to vent for you. Sui Qi responded. Yes, make it a strong one. Dubi agreed. Indeed, exceptionally strong. Sui Qi was easily placated by her little servant. The minutes swiftly elapsed, and the official announcement of the investigation results was made. Player 70, seated beside Sui Qi, finally quieted down, excitedly muttering to themselves. She must have cheated. Those 10 points are undoubtedly mine. Upon investigation, it was revealed that player 69's puppet displayed no anomalies. The game rules do not stipulate that puppets must be manipulated via strings. Player 69 utilized verbal commands to direct their puppet out of the maze, a method compliant with the game rules, thus rendering the score valid. Player 70's report is deemed invalid, and they are disqualified from the match. The smile at the corner of player 70's mouth instantly froze, their flushed face turning pale. How could she possibly not have cheated? The officials must have erred. You must investigate further. The furious inquiry was abruptly silenced, as the blue light surrounding them transformed into a blinding red, isolating all sound within the restricted zone. They pounded heavily against the light barrier, shouting in frustration, yet not a syllable escaped. The paused countdown resumed its relentless ticking. The red light enveloping Sui Qi reverted to blue. The previously motionless puppets began to struggle once more, with 8 minutes remaining in the match. It seemed a waste to simply wait idly. Sui Qi observed the army of puppets writhing at the maze's entrance, an idea suddenly striking her. She snapped her fingers and glanced at the burly player 68 to her left, a man with a bare torso glistening with sweat as he hopped about in the restricted zone, frantically waving his strings, straining so hard that his arm muscles tensed. He found his strings had knotted themselves. Sui Qi moved closer to player 68. "Big brother." The man wiped his brow. "What's up, little sister? Let us make a deal." Sui Qi stated plainly. "I will help you clear the level. After the game ends, you pay me in interstellar coins as a reward. Can you accept? You have a sharp mind, little sister." The burly man shook off the tangled strings. "I can absolutely accept that. I'll give you 500,000 interstellar coins. How does that sound?" "That sounds fantastic." Sui Qi quickly turned, focusing intently on the maze below. "Which one is your puppet? Show me." Player 68 pointed to a comically oversized puppet in a floral cotton coat, struggling to crawl at the maze's entrance. "That one, the most pathetic looking, hasn't he moved at all?" Sui Qi signaled an okay gesture and mentally called out to Doobie. "Doobie, we have work to do." "What work?" Doobie asked attentively. Sui Qi issued the command. "Take the puppet in the floral coat at the entrance of the maze and bring it to the exit." Doobie acted promptly, placing Sui Chun's puppets at the exit before dashing to the maze entrance. Accurately locating the floral puppet, clamping it under his arm, he swiftly transported it to the maze exit, completing the task in just 83 seconds. Player 68's holographic display erupted with virtual fireworks. Accompanied by the words "Congratulations on victory," he turned to Sui Qi, exclaiming, "Wow, little sister, you are incredibly capable." Sui Qi graciously accepted the compliment. "Of course, Sui Jie." A hoarse shout rang out from across the way. Li Ergu, situated beside Lian Ju, waved his hands and bounced high. "Sui Jie, help me too. I'll pay." Before Sui Qi could respond, player 68 began to shout on her behalf, bellowing, "I'm offering 500,000. You can't offer less than that. I'll offer 60,000. Li Ergu countered, indicating his puppet adorned with a white doghead hat, which is easily recognizable. Sui Qi anticipated Li Ergu's extravagant offer and was about to reply with a deal when player 67, a female player next to the burly man, couldn't contain herself. "I'll offer 80,000. Help me clear it." The puppet with the fluorescent green bow is mine. Player 103 also raised their arm. "Count me in." "I'll offer 100,000. The puppet in the red flowered shorts is mine. There are only 5 minutes left. Please help." Sui Qi beamed. "No problem. I'll help everyone." Doobie, with great efficiency, carried 4 puppets to the maze exit. The 3 clients gazed at the words "Congratulations on victory" on their holographic displays, their expressions relaxing. Doobie's swift actions attracted more players willing to pay Sui Qi for assistance in clearing the level. Lin Feng and Jiang Chun initially held back, reluctant to ask for help. However, with only 3 minutes remaining, their puppets still loitered near the entrance of the maze, forcing them to seek Sui Qi's aid. Both Lin Feng and Jiang Chun were financially well off and made generous offers. Sui Qi, not one to turn down money, readily agreed. Doobie gracefully traversed the maze's entrance and exit to the conclusion of the 10-minute game. The duo earned a staggering 690,000 interstellar coins as the countdown timer above reached 0. The blue restricted zone dissipated, and players emerged from the arena with their respective puppets. Awaiting at the exit were Shenyu and Mei Bao, brimming with joy to warmly welcome their teammates back. Yet, only Zhuchun and Doobie were seen, with Sui Qi nowhere in sight. Shenyu scanned the surroundings. "Where is Sui Jie?" Zhuchun placed a hand on his shoulder, chuckling. "She's gone to have players write IOUs." Mei Bao looked up and asked, "Has Sui Jie made more money again?" "Of course." Zhuchun led them to a shaded area to sit. Sui Jie devised the strategy, and Doobie did the heavy lifting. Their collaboration was formidable. "Can you guess how much they earned?" Mei Bao extended 5 fingers. 50,000. Doobie shook his head. "Not even close." Shenyu attempted a high estimate. 500,000. 690,000. Zuochun revealed the answer. How about that? Xinyu couldn't help but smile. Not only did they win the match, but they also made such a fortune. That's impressive. Mei Bao tugged at Zuochun and Dubi's hands, eagerly requesting, "Please tell me more." Once the topic was broached, Zuochun became animated. You wouldn't believe it. After Dubi won, a fool actually reported Sui Qi for cheating. And I was utterly stunned. Xinyu, having watched the entirety of the first season of Apocalyptic Star Survival War, was well versed in the reporting rules. His expression darkened. What a scoundrel, Zuochun continued. That person appeared quite refined, eloquently spouting grandiose phrases, yet they were merely a hypocrite attempting to seize Sui Qi's points. Upon receiving the report, the game was paused to investigate whether Sui Qi had indeed cheated. With over 300 players fixated on her, Mei Bao felt a twinge of anxiety. What happened next? Dubi interjected, "We didn't cheat. The officials were fair and restored our master's honor." Luochen sipped some water to clear his throat. I expected Sister Sui to be upset. But instead, she immediately began to make money, completely unfazed by the incident. Players won't use strings, he animatedly explained alongside Dubi. While Xinyu and Mei Bao listened with rapt attention, Sui Qi nimbly wove through the crowd of players, collecting signatures for IOUs from those who owed money. When she reached Lin Feng and his companions, they exchanged silent glances. Upon encountering Li Ergu, Sui Qi curiously asked, "Why is your team named Wind Blows Dog Moves?" Li Ergu was busy signing, and Feng Ling beside him replied, "Because our other two teammates are named Guchui and Lu Dong. We each took a character from our names," she thoughtfully added. The Gu in Guchui is not the Gu for brother. It's the Gu that signifies stopping war. She particularly dislikes it when people misspell her name. Oh, I see, Sui Qi genuinely praised. Your names are quite clever. After Li Ergu finished signing, she smiled and replied, "I think so too." Sui Qi tucked away her light brain and, before leaving, teased them. "If you find out who has my name card, please let me know." Feng Ling forced a stiff smile. Ha. 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 Li Ergu's gaze darted away. "We don't know." Sui Qi raised an eyebrow and waved goodbye. Clutching the staggering sum of 6.9 million in IOUs on her light brain, she bounced joyfully towards her teammates. She was nearly falling in love with this apocalyptic survival game. Earning money within the game was far easier than in the real world. Upon reaching her teammates, she promptly planted a resounding kiss on Dubi and Mei Bao's foreheads. "My dear treasures." The two young ladies beamed, their eyes crescent-shaped with delight. The interstellar netizens were utterly charmed. "Dubi, Mei Bao, what color sacks do you both like? Such sweet and adorable little treasures." If they were to call me mama at the same time. He at I in front of her, one could dream. But both were hers. Her once iron-like heart had softened. Such fierce yet adorable treasures. How could Pai Jie possibly have two? She was immensely envious, it must be said. Pai Jie truly struck gold this time. Players who reported her brought it upon themselves. How gratifying. Pai Jie never disappoints. She is amazing. To put it plainly, it is merely jealousy over those 10 points, leading to their own demise. The officials were quite commendable. Although there were rules, they allowed players to determine their own paths to victory. Indeed. Alas, today, there were so few instances of Pai Jie and Lian Shin appearing together. There was hardly any food left to savor. One hopes for more moments of them together in the third game. Ideally, there should be more intimate interactions. The closer, the better. My tolerance is quite high. In this match, both Sui Qi and Luo Chun earned 10 points each. Upon reaching 100 points, the additional 6 points could be freely distributed among teammates. Xinyu and Mei Bao, already at 99 points, each received 1 point, with the remaining 4 points evenly split. The 4 members of the Crazy Escape team equally possessed 101 points. Luo Chun propped his chin up and asked, "We have enough points. Should we participate in the third match?" "Yes," Xinyu replied. "It's beneficial to accumulate more points." Sui Qi raised her hand. "Agreed." Mei Bao and Dubi promptly followed suit, expressing no dissent. "All right," Luo Chun declared, raising his fist. "Let us unite and compete once more." 5 fists of varying sizes met in solidarity. Crazy Escape Team. Victory is ours. After a 30-minute break, the third match was announced. The third match was a point-stealing contest. Participating players needed to seize a sufficient number of point balls within an hour. At the end of the game, the number of point balls a player possessed would be directly converted into points. The match was divided into red and blue factions. if the red side seized red point balls. They would not count towards their score. If they seized blue point balls, they would earn points, and vice versa. As the announcement concluded, a stream of blue data flowed like vibrant threads beneath the players, swiftly interweaving in the air, gradually coalescing into a thin energy shield. The energy shield continued to expand and ascend, slowly enveloping above the players' heads. The red and blue lights radiated outward from the Sui Qi Ling idol at the center, dividing the entire energy shield into red and blue sections. The ground cloaked in red light turned crimson, while that bathed in blue transformed into azure. The arena was set. Players were instructed to proceed to their respective areas according to the colors displayed on their light brains. Sui Qi raised her light brain, and a vivid red hue greeted her eyes. Mei Bao was also red, while Xunyu and Luo Chen donned blue. The group bumped fists before dispersing to their assigned regions. The player factions were confirmed, and the extraction of point balls commenced. As the electronic voice faded, red glass balls the size of marbles began to overflow from Sui Qi's body, each inscribed with her name. The transparent red orbs floated upward, suspended within the energy shield. She turned to see Mei Bao experiencing the same phenomenon. Every participating player was similarly affected. Recalling the phrase "extract point balls," an ominous premonition surged within Sui Qi. She hastily opened her light brain to check her points. Good heavens! Her once formidable 101 points had plummeted to zero. That after toiling for over half a month, she was back to square one. Damn! This scheme of extracting from players to use against them had been perfectly executed by the officials. Above the energy shield, countless red and blue glass balls floated. The extraction complete, players were urged to strive for the point balls. During the match, players could move freely between the red and blue zones, but at the conclusion, they must return to their respective faction areas. Otherwise, their scores would be voided. Note: to ensure fair play, the use of storage-type items is prohibited in this match. After 30 seconds, the point balls would begin to fall. May all players enjoy the game. As players who discovered their points had been drained stood in shock for 3 seconds. They erupted in furious curses. "Enjoy yourselves, you scoundrels! What kind of nonsense is this, forcing us to steal points after draining them first? Officials, are you even human? Who came up with this ridiculous idea? This really opened my eyes. My 86 points disappeared in an instant. How outrageous! Ridiculous officials, what a lousy match. Give me back my points. We came to play a game, not to be toyed with by the officials. Believe me, I'll report your website." While players raged, Sui Qi confirmed that her personal warehouse was inaccessible, and she leaned in to whisper strategies to Dubi and Mei Bao. The 30 seconds flew by, and thousands of red and blue point balls cascaded from above. Players cursed while catching the balls. Some removed their shirts, others used shoes and pants, and some even caught them with their mouths. Dubi flung out a massive, finely woven net, ensnaring hundreds of point balls. Nearby players gaped in astonishment. How fierce! She responded with a peace sign to the complimenting player, then collected the net, slung it over her shoulder, and dashed towards the Sui Qi Ling idol at the center. Sui Qi and Mei Bao followed closely behind, fending off players attempting to chase them. "Dubi, hide under the folds of the idol's skirt. It's concealed there," Sui Qi directed. The three swiftly reached their hiding spot, with Dubi stuffing the point balls deep inside, using her body to shield them, while Mei Bao stood guard with a shovel in front of Dubi. Sui Qi sprinted to the arena to bring Luo Chen and Xinyu over. The five huddled together in a cramped space, feeling both tight and secure. Sui Qi whispered, "Let us stay here until the game nears its end, then we'll return to our respective factions." Her teammates nodded in agreement. Dubi cast out her net again, and together they packed the red and blue glass balls into 2 bags. There were 273 red balls and 256 blue balls. Sui Qi praised enthusiastically, "Dubi, you are the MVP this round." Dubi modestly touched her nose. "Let us keep it low-key." Mei Bao laughed at her gesture. Dubi and Sister Sui are truly becoming more alike. Zuochun and Xinyu nodded in agreement. Dubi, clutching a bag filled with red score balls, confidently declared, "I was raised by my master, so of course I resemble her." This statement was indeed not without merit. Zuochun chuckled. "Raised by Sui Qi herself," Xinyu teased. "If Dubi didn't resemble Sui Qi, that would be rather strange." The group shared a soft laugh, intending to quietly endure until the game concluded. However, their wishes were thwarted as others refused to let the crazy escape team have their way. With merely 20 minutes remaining in the competition, the scattered score balls on the field were seized entirely. Players with fewer than 100 points were left with no choice but to target others. The crazy escape team, burdened with a hefty sack of scoreballs, found themselves at the forefront of the fray in the blink of an eye. The five were surrounded by dozens of players. Without exchanging pleasantries, both sides dove into battle. Dubi and Maibao stood against four opponents, while Sui Qi and Xinyu faced three. The clash was intense and evenly matched. The weakest among them, Sui Qi, clutched a net bag full of scoreballs and made a hasty escape from the battlefield. As Dubi's master, the net posed little threat to her. However, merely 10 meters into her flight, she found herself flanked. To her left were Lu Rong and Jiang Chun from the red team, while to her right stood Lian Zhu from the blue team. Isolated and defenseless, Sui Qi hoisted the two nets filled with scoreballs onto her shoulder, unflinchingly offering, "How many scoreballs do you need? I'll share some with you." Jiang Chun retorted sharply, "Who do you think you're looking down on? We have more than enough scoreballs." Oh, Sui Qi replied, lacking time for banter. "Then why are you blocking my path?" Lu Rong responded, "We want to rent a net." "All right," Sui Qi said. "If you call me Suijia, I'll rent it to you." "Not a chance." Jiang Chun quickly rejected. "You're even younger than I am. You can call me Jianggu instead." Lu Rong firmly pinched the flesh on his arm. "When will you learn to curb that mouth of yours?" She then boldly declared, "If you won't call, I will." Lu Rong turned and called out Suijia 3 times with perfect enunciation. Sui Qi was immensely satisfied and pointed behind her. "Go find Dubi to rent it. It's 10,000 interstellar coins for an hour." Lu Rong responded with a good, signed a promissory note on Sui Qi's holographic device, and dragged the chatty Jiang Chun off to find Dubi for the net. Sui Qi mentally called out to Dubi, "Dubi, Dubi, please respond." Dubi, busy in combat, succinctly replied, "Speak." Lu Rong and Jiang Chun want to rent a net. They'll come to you shortly. Dubi responded with a single word, "Understood." As the figures on the left departed, Sui Qi turned her gaze to the right, seeking Lian Zhu. Where did he go? As she scanned her surroundings, she suddenly felt the scoreballs on her left shoulder had become significantly lighter. Instantly, Sui Qi turned to find Lian Zhu had stealthily approached from behind. He wielded 2 slender sticks, using them as chopsticks to deftly pluck the red scoreballs one by one through the narrow gaps of her net, steadily transferring them into a bag secured at his waist. The small bag was already bulging. Those slippery little glass balls he captured with precision, one after another. Upon witnessing this scene, Sui Qi's first thought was, "This guy is remarkably skilled with chopsticks." Once Lian Zhu realized he had been spotted, he calmly tightened the bag and turned to flee. Sui Qi quickly reacted, sprinting after him. "Lian Zhu, you rogue, return my scoreballs." With his height, long legs, and formidable strength, Lian Zhu easily outpaced her, making her pursuit a strenuous endeavor. To add insult to injury, he would deliberately slow down when he noticed her trailing, only to dash off again the moment she caught up. Such humiliation, Sui Qi cursed inwardly but knew she could not relent. The red glass balls contained points for Sui Qi and Xinyu. Just as Dubi finished a battle, she spotted Sui Qi being toyed with. With a few swift strides, she intercepted Lian Zhu with a couple of quick strikes. Gasping for breath, Sui Qi gave Dubi a thumbs up, managing to say, "Dubi, take the bag from his waist." Dubi raised her hand and engaged Lian Zhu in a flurry of exchanges. The two trading blows with remarkable speed. With only 5 minutes left in the match, Lian Zhu, unwilling to linger with Dubi, took a step back and, somehow, tightly wrapped his arm around Sui Qi's neck. In the blink of an eye, Sui Qi, who had merely blinked while watching, thought. Realizing she was being restrained, she immediately hurled the net filled with blue scoreballs toward Dubi. Dubi caught it and instantly assumed an attacking stance. Declaring, "Release my master," Lian Zhu leaned in close to Sui Qi's ear, coldly instructing, "Tell her to cease her pursuit." Sui Qi retorted defiantly, "Then leave behind the scoreballs." The arm constricting her neck tightened further. "No bargaining. I can eliminate you in 3 seconds. Captain Lian, we've shared quite an intimate bond, haven't we?" Before Sui Qi could finish her sentence, Lian Zhu tightened his grip, causing her to involuntarily gasp. She promptly abandoned any attempt to ingratiate herself. My mistake. We have no such relationship." While speaking, Sui Qi instinctively tugged at the arm encircling her neck. Just as her fingers grazed Lian Zhu's arm, her left ear's communicator flickered. Skin contact exceeding 3 seconds triggered the swap condition. "Do you wish to transfer blue team player Lian Zhu to the red team?" Sui Qi was astonished. "Is that even possible?" Without a moment's hesitation, she chose yes. Confirmation of the transfer initiated successfully. Lin Ju, holding Sui Qi with his left arm, glanced down to see his holographic device. He heard Sui Qi cheerfully say, "Captain Lin, welcome to the red team." As he watched the blue interface on his device shift to red, the camp transformed in an instant, seizing the moment of his shock. Sui Qi decisively yanked the bag from his waist and tossed it to Dubi. Dubi caught it securely in her embrace. "Captain Lin, you should release me and quickly seek out the blue scoreballs," Sui Qi urged, tapping lightly on Lin Ju's arm this juncture. Only 2 minutes and 5 seconds remained in the game. She stood confidently, awaiting Lin Ju's release to her surprise. However, the arm still constricting her neck tightened further. "Change me back to the blue team." Sui Qi remained silent, resolutely shaking her head. Lin Ju played his trump card. "If you refuse, I won't settle the 46,000 I owe you." He struck precisely at her most vulnerable point. Sui Qi was left incredulous. "Captain Lin, being a deadbeat is disgraceful," Lin Ju countered. "Becoming the only player with 0 points is not only disgraceful, but also quite laughable. If I were to default on my debts, no one would believe you." Glancing at the glaringly red countdown hovering in the air, with only 1 minute and a half remaining, he added, "You don't have much time to think." Was there even a need for contemplation? Of course, she wanted the money. With no alternative, Sui Qi placed her hand back on his arm, and when the communicator chimed, she decisively transferred Lin Ju back to the blue team. Instantly, he released her, and both raced towards their respective teams without a backward glance. Maybao, with a shovel in hand, stood defiantly at the boundary line, flanked by Zuochun and Xinyu, who maintained their defensive stances. As Sui Qi and Dubi rushed into the red zone, players who had yet to gather sufficient scoreballs converged on them. In a swift motion, Dubi executed a spinning kick, her skirt billowing as her legs swept like iron, sending several players tumbling to the ground in an instant. Cries of despair filled the air as players fell one after another. Maybao, Zuochun, and Xinyu barely had time to react, with only 50 seconds remaining. Sui Qi received the red scoreballs from Dubi and handed them to Zuochun and Xinyu, urging, "Quickly return to the blue team." Without further discussion, they sprinted towards the blue zone. Sui Qi, cradling the blue scoreballs, was shielded by Dubi and Maybao. Meanwhile, those who had failed to secure enough scoreballs began to weep, lamenting, "Oh no, I only got 63. We're definitely losing this round. These players are brutal. I'm truly impressed. Once I boasted a commendable score of 95 points, but now it has plummeted to a mere 59. I detest the wretched officials. What a disaster, what a disaster. The grand prize of 10 million is now beyond my grasp. Curse my slow hands. Why do you seize so sluggishly? I am merely 2 points shy. What a pity, what a lament." The distinctive stutter of Li Ergu easily penetrated Sui Qi's ears. She turned to look, and there stood Li Ergu to her right, her brow furrowed in dejection. Observing her despondency, Sui Qi retrieved 2 glass orbs from the electric net and tossed them over. Li Ergu. "Catch!" Li Ergu, in a daze, lifted her head, and the score orbs bounced off her forehead before rolling to the ground, swiftly snatched up by a nearby player. Sui Qi. Li Ergu pressed her flushed forehead. Bewildered, "Who stealthily attacked me?" Sui Qi waved her hand in exasperation, and Li Ergu hurried over, calling out, "Sister Sui." Sui Qi handed her 2 orbs again. "Hold them tightly." Just as Li Ergu grasped the score orbs, the countdown reached 0, signaling the game's conclusion. "Time's up. Dear players, please remain still and await the score tally." As the scores were calculated and finalized, congratulations poured in for the Madman's Escape team, who claimed first place with a total of 527 points. Kudos to the Scavenger team, who amassed 472 points, and the Dawn team, who gathered 413 points. With the 3 rewarding matches concluded, heartfelt thanks were extended to the players for their enthusiastic participation in this apocalyptic wasteland. Survival reigns supreme, wishing everyone a delightful time in the final remaining hours. The upbeat electronic tones echoed against the orange-red horizon as twilight descended. Exhausted from participating in 3 consecutive matches, the players found themselves weary in both body and spirit. The points earned by the Madman's Escape team were evenly divided among the 4 members, each receiving 131 points, with the surplus 3 points allocated to Sui Qi, a reasonable reward considering Dubi's significant contribution. She did not hesitate to accept the additional points. Once the scores were divided, They leaned on one another for support as they returned to their familiar fifth-floor room, their legs trembling as they ascended the stairs. After a brief wash, they casually laid out makeshift beds and collapsed into slumber. Doobie, not needing sleep, settled on the sofa, positioning the air conditioning vent to blow cool air upon the others on the 21st day of survival on Kainmuxing. The weather remained stiflingly hot, akin to a steamer at 8 in the morning. Doobie dutifully absorbed life essence. Life essence depleted by 1. NPC Doobie's life essence was now full, and human interaction privileges had been activated for a limited duration of 12 hours. Sui Qi instantly awoke, springing up as if propelled by a spring. Doobie sat by the window, her gaze clear as water, her smile radiant as light. Sunlight streamed through the window onto her shoulders. As though draping her in a golden veil, she basked in the sun, her silver hair shimmering brilliantly, its luster akin to satin. It was her natural hair, having cast aside the previous silver wig. The wooden patterns that once faintly traced her skin had vanished entirely, leaving no trace of the puppet she once was. Early risers Maybao, Zhua Chun, and Xinyu sat cross-legged beside her, playfully pinching her hands. Poking her face and braiding her hair, Doobie sat upright, allowing them to indulge in their antics. Sui Qi, a smile dancing at the corners of her eyes, approached and sat before her. "What would you like to do today?" "Doobie, your older siblings are here to play with you." Without hesitation, she exclaimed, "I want to try the smoothie again." The last time she had tasted it, she lacked taste buds and merely chewed, unaware of the flavors. "All right." Sui Qi promptly retrieved the freezer, milk, and juice powder to commence preparation. Flavors of milk, strawberry, apple, and orange smoothies were each crafted. Doobie scooped a spoonful of the milk-flavored smoothie and slowly brought it to her lips. The icy sweetness invigorated her newly awakened senses, delivering an unprecedented sensation of coolness and sweetness. She marveled at this novel experience, her eyes widening in delight. "So cold, so sweet. Is this what it tastes like?" "It's truly delicious," she said, her eyes sparkling. Maybao offered her the strawberry flavor. "Doobie, give this a try. It's also delightful." After sampling it, Doobie declared, Tasty." She then scooped a spoonful and fed it to Maybao. "You eat too." The two shared the smoothie, exchanging bites. Sui Qi called Xinyu and Zhua Chun into the kitchen, intending to prepare a grand meal for Dubai. In the oppressive heat of Kainmuxing, Sui Qi had never cooked before. But she retrieved an alcohol stove and ingredients from her storage. Xinyu and Zhua Chun willingly took over the task of preparing the ingredients. The kitchen, devoid of windows, was cramped and stifling. Doobie, now a human girl, could no longer conjure cool air with her palms. Sui Qi took out the mechanical fan gifted by Lianju, switched it on, and placed several ice blocks in front of the fan's cover. The three toiled for nearly 2 hours amidst the refreshing breeze, crafting a sumptuous lunch. The spread included braised pork, cola chicken wings, boiled meat slices, kung pao chicken, steamed fish, candied sweet potatoes, garlic broccoli, and stir-fried potato shreds. Along with 5 servings of chilled yogurt for dessert, the 5 gathered in a circle, substituting mineral water for wine, clinking their glasses before bowing their heads to savor the feast. Doobie, still unfamiliar with chopsticks, donned disposable gloves and ate with her hands. Sui Qi and the others took turns serving her dishes, her bowl never empty, her cheeks puffing out. So fragrant, so delicious. After a delightful meal, Sui Qi rummaged through her storage to find a stack of scrap paper. Cutting it into uniformly sized rectangles to create a makeshift deck of cards in this technologically advanced interstellar world, where food and entertainment relied on holographic devices, such paper card games had become obsolete. Sui Qi introduced the 4 to the concept of playing cards and thoroughly explained the rules of Dodiju. After a few trial rounds, they quickly grasped the game and began to play with enthusiasm. 3 with 2. No way, straight. Can't do it. King bomb. Just 1 card left. Wow. They played until 5 in the afternoon, with Doobie and Maybao emerging as the biggest winners. Zhua Chun suffered the most significant loss, followed closely by Xinyu and Sui Qi. That evening, the group gathered for a lively hot pot dinner. By 7 o'clock, darkness had enveloped the sky. Sui Qi led her teammates downstairs to the abandoned square. The square, like the surrounding structures, was old and dilapidated, exposing many steel frames left behind by collapsed wooden buildings. These frames, rusted by the ravages of time, still stood resiliently. Among them was a particularly robust steel rebar. Firmly embedded between two 10-meter-tall walls, Sui Qi's gesture. Zhuochun tossed 2 lengths of hemp rope upwards, securely tying them to either end of the rebar. Sui Qi then produced a smooth, thick wooden plank and affixed it beneath the 2 lengths of rope. Thus, a rudimentary swing was fashioned. She sat upon the wooden plank, gripping the ropes on either side, gently pushing off the ground to sway forward. As she felt the breeze caress her face, a smile blossomed on Sui Qi's face. Swinging, a quintessential childhood pastime in my homeland. Would you like to give it a try? She inquired, halting the swing. The other 4 chimed in unison. Yes, they formed a line to take turns on the swing, each rising to great heights. Laughter rang out, bright and cheerful, reverberating across the open square as the desolate ruins were enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. Appearing less forlorn, Sui Qi and Dubi sat side by side on the swing, while Zhuochun and Xinyu pushed from behind. The wind tousled Dubi's silver locks, and she laughed heartily, her smile unwavering. The moonlight gently filtered through the gaps in the clouds, casting a hazy glow as the clock approached 8. Dubi's body began to exhibit electronic data streams, reminiscent of a malfunction. Sui Qi, with her arm draped over Dubi's shoulder, instinctively tightened her grip at the peak of the swing's arc. Dubi leaned close to Sui Qi's ear and whispered a secret as the swing descended slowly. She joyfully exclaimed, "I had a wonderful time today. Farewell, friends." The final notes lingered in the air as Dubi's form gradually became transparent, ultimately transforming into a scattering of blue luminescence, gently dispersing throughout the realm. The swing returned to its original position, leaving only Sui Qi seated upon it. Her head bowed, disheveled short hair obscured her face, rendering her expression indistinct. Mei Bao choked back a sob, calling out Dubi, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Official, you have no heart. Our Dubi is merely a 21-day-old baby. How could you allow her to vanish just like that? She has only been a person for a day. I feel as though I might faint from crying in bed. Our Mei Bao and Dubi shared such a close bond. How could you bear to separate them, official?" For the first time, I shed tears for an NPC. I am utterly devastated. Dubi has bid farewell. But surely we shall meet again, right? Even if Dubi resembles a human, she is still an NPC, logging off upon task completion. She is not a real human being. How could we meet again? I refuse to listen to such cold and unfeeling rationality. Initially, I was quite pleased to see Pai Jie and Lian Shen interacting, but Dubi's departure has left me in tears. Those who are easily moved cannot bear such scenes. Lu, it is quite possible. Our Pai Jie has lost her child. She must be quietly crying with her head down. That cannot be, for I see no traces of tears on the ground beneath Pai Jie. A woman as strong as our Pai Jie must be suffering in silence. Official, please release a complete set of Dubi figurines, so I might have fewer grievances to voice against you. Figurines cannot compare to a living Dubi. At a heart-wrenching plea, I beseech the official to resurrect Dubi. A collective plea from 2 individuals. I implore the official to resurrect Dubi. Sui Qi and the others returned to their 5th-floor room in silence. The hot pot they had shared with Dubi earlier remained untouched. Mei Bao, having just stifled her tears, felt her eyes redden once more. Zhuochun and Xinyu selflessly began tidying up and preparing bedding. Sui Qi and Mei Bao lay down in silence. Mei Bao nestled against Sui Qi's back, her voice thick with emotion as she asked, "Sui Jie, what secret did Dubi whisper to you just now?" Sui Qi brushed aside her stray hair, revealing clear, tear-free eyes. "She told me to look at her a few more times, for afterward, we would not see her again." Mei Bao cried out, her voice breaking. "That's not true." Sui Qi continued the unfinished thought. "She said that to see her again in the future, we would have to pay." Mei Bao, unable to contain herself, let out a snot bubble. "Huh? Pay to see Dubi?" She sniffled and asked, bewildered. Xinyu quickly inquired, "How do we see her? Where do we see her?" Sui Qi explained one by one. "You can find Dubi's virtual ID on the official website and send her a holographic projection using your quantum brain. And then you can see her." "Only a holographic projection?" Mei Bao said, disappointed that we can't see her in person. Sui Qi turned to her, ruffling her hair gently. "Our Dubi is an NPC. Being able to see her at all is quite wonderful." Mei Bao nestled closer, nodding in agreement. Zhuochun sighed in relief, lying back against the bedding. "As long as she hasn't disappeared, that's good." The survival challenge on Chimu Star concluded that night, and the group, lacking sleepiness, leaned together to chat at midnight. The official announcement of the game's conclusion echoed across the skies of Qianmu Star. Ding dong. The post-apocalyptic survival game on Qianmu Star has officially ended. Congratulations to the 309 players who successfully completed the second challenge. The successful escape team was much more composed than during the previous round, exchanging light laughter and fist bumps, complimenting each other with a well done. Rewards are now being calculated. Players, please check your quantum brains. Sui Qi opened her quantum brain to review her rewards. Congratulations on completing the Qianmu Star Survival Challenge. Your player level has been raised to level 3. And your health points maximum has increased by 20. Your personal warehouse has been upgraded to level 3, gaining a permanent preservation function. You have achieved the NPC Doobies recognition, earning the achievement The Blessing of the Puppeteer. Under the influence of this achievement, you discover a 30 increase in the probability of finding supplies and a 50 increase in health recovery speed. You have uncovered the true purpose of the puppet strings, earning rare material ethereal silver threads. 3. Contacting the target player's skin with this material allows you to control them for 10 minutes. Usage will render it ineffective afterward. You have earned a total of 134 points. The portion exceeding 100 points will be used to expand your health threshold, increasing your maximum health points to 184. Mei Bao, Zhuo Chun, and Xin Yu received only level and health point bonuses, without any achievements. The rewards have been settled. Players, please board your respective spacecraft to return home. A grand prize of 10 million interstellar coins will be transferred to your designated accounts within 12 hours. Please monitor your account changes. The third game will officially commence on July 8th. Players, please prepare yourselves. Countless small spacecraft hovered above the idol of the puppet princess. As the victorious players gradually congregated before the ships, the holographic screens on the silver-white spacecraft displayed the names of various planets. Lianzhu did not walk toward the spacecraft bound for Undeterred with his teammates, but instead headed solo toward the ship bound for Zeppelstar. Zeppelstar, Sui Qi had never heard of this planet. Zeppelstar is the official name of the planting planet, Xin Yu explained. July 3rd is the Harvest Festival of Zeppelstar, hosted annually by the Lian family. Harvest Festival, Mei Bao asked curiously, will it be very lively? Very lively indeed, Zhuo Chun replied, lifting Mei Bao in his arms. There will be a harvest parade, a gratitude ceremony, an interstellar food market, and many festive games. Last year's first-place prize was 500 grams of golden wheat. 500 grams of gold. Sui Qi paused in her steps toward the spacecraft bound for Sealer Star. If you have no other plans for your return home, why don't we visit the planting planet for some fun? Mei Bao exclaimed, that sounds great. Xin Yu added, sure. Zhuo Chun concurred, perfect timing to visit Lianzhu's private estate for some harvesting. The four of them quickly reached an agreement, turning their steps toward the spacecraft bound for Zeppelstar. Lianzhu strolled leisurely ahead of them, and Sui Qi quickened her pace to walk alongside him. Captain Lian, we would like to attend the Harvest Festival on Zeppelstar and perhaps visit your private estate for some picking. Is that convenient? Lianzhu maintained a forward gaze, responding in a very official manner. Zeppelstar always welcomes friends from across the galaxy. As for picking, it can be done after July 3 RD. Alright. Thus, the four members of the escape team boarded the spacecraft bound for Zeppelstar. After a 2-hour flight, they safely arrived at the A1 district port of Zeppelstar. The local time was 10 in the morning, with pleasant weather and bright sunshine. Sui Qi stepped out of the spacecraft port. She was greeted by an incredibly fresh scent, one that belonged solely to nature. It had been a long time since she had encountered such a familiar fragrance, and she closed her eyes in bliss, inhaling deeply for a while. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld an endless expanse of green fields, swaying gently in the breeze, creating waves of verdant hues. Towering ancient trees twisted and turned, their thick trunks and umbrella-like canopies shielding the earth from the sun. Sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled shadows. Countless high-tech aerial greenhouse domes shimmered with silver light, harmoniously coexisting with the lush greenery. Among the four, only the wealthy Mei Bao had booked a hotel for them while still on the spacecraft. Not far from the port, the four decided to walk. Along the way, they passed the venue for the Harvest Festival. The ancient tree square at a majestic altar had already been erected in the center of the square, where people gathered to hang colorful ribbons and flags around it. That on either side of the square, numerous vendors were busily arranging their stalls in preparation for the impending interstellar food market. Children, holding freshly picked bouquets, dashed through the crowd, their faces radiant with carefree smiles. The escape team, having just concluded a survival challenge. We're thoroughly infected by the cheerful atmosphere and completely relaxed that we truly made the right choice coming here. Sui Qi remarked with a smile. Mei Bao rubbed her belly. I want to eat something delicious. Zhuo Chun, gazing at the dazzling array of food trucks, found himself momentarily unable to move. I didn't expect there would be so many delicious options aside from nutrient solutions. The food market will open tonight, Xinyu chimed in cheerfully. Let us head to the hotel to rest for a bit, and then we can come out to explore in the evening. A group of individuals first proceeded to the hotel to check in. Sui Qi shared a room with Mei Bao, while Zhuo Chun and Xinyu occupied another. After receiving their room keys, they ventured to the hotel's underground marketplace to procure several sets of clean clothing. With Mei Bao making the payment via her holographic device, the three adult companions expressed their heartfelt gratitude to her. The group indulged in an invigorating bath, subsequently drifting into a deep slumber until dusk. Sui Qi was roused from her repose by the incessant notifications from her holographic device. Messages indicating the arrival of a 10 million reward for completing a mission and a multitude of friend requests flooded in. She leisurely opened the notification of the reward, smirking as she read it several times before gradually clicking on the string of friend requests. To her surprise, all were from the same individual. The note read, Sister Sui, I am Jiang Ranqing. Please do accept my friend request. Upon approving the request, Jiang Ranqing promptly sent a generous transfer of 4 million, accompanied by the message, Thank you for saving my life. Sui Qi hesitated, contemplating whether to accept the sum, when Jiang Ranqing sent another message, Sister Sui, there's no need to feel embarrassed. This is merely my pocket money for a day. Is this the disparity between individuals? With no qualms, Sui Qi clicked to accept the funds. Jiang Ranqing continued, I saw you all arrived at Zhe Boer Star during my live stream. I happen to be vacationing here as well. Shall I treat you all to a grand dinner tonight? Sui Qi replied, We plan to visit the food market tonight. How about tomorrow instead? Jiang Ranqing agreed. All right. Then let us meet at the Deep Space Flavor Pavilion restaurant at 7 tomorrow evening. Let us not miss each other, Sui Qi responded. Okay. No sooner had she sent the message than Zhuo Chun and Xinyu knocked on the door. Sui Qi awakened Mei Bao and shared the 4 million Jiang Ranqing had sent, informing them of the dinner plans for the following evening. Xinyu searched for the restaurant online and discovered it was ranked among the top 10 in the interstellar culinary rankings. Sui Qi exclaimed, We are in for a treat these next couple of days. Once Mei Bao finished washing her face, the four of them set off towards the interstellar food market. They encountered a variety of delicacies including green algae floating jelly, stardust spore soup, wormhole crispy rolls, dynamic gel, and fiery bursting fruits, along with an array of fried, braised, and boiled meat skewers. The culinary offerings from across the galaxy were gathered here, although the names were peculiar. Fortunately, the flavors were delightful. The group indulged until midnight, returning to the hotel with satisfied bellies and a sense of happiness. The next morning, the group of mad escapees convened, entering the official website of Apocalypse, Survival War on the Wasteland Star. Diligently searching for the virtual ID of Doobie, after much effort, they finally located it, only to find a line of bright red text below the ID. The data for NPC Doobie is currently undergoing an upgrade, which is expected to last for 10 days. Thank you for your patience and support. Mei Bao frowned. 10 days is such a long time. The Harvest Festival is bustling, and I want Doobie to see it. It's all right. Doobie also needs a good rest, Sui Qi reassured her. Let us take plenty of photos over the next few days and share them with Doobie later. All right, Mei Bao perked up. Let us go take pictures. The four of them walked out of the hotel, heading towards the square to observe the preparations for the Harvest Festival. The previously empty altar was now adorned with golden, plump ears of wheat, fresh and enticing fruits and vegetables, and fragrant bouquets of various flowers. Numerous tools for the blessing ceremony were elegantly and exquisitely displayed. They spent the day feasting and exploring the captivating local culture of Zhe Boer Star. In the evening, they arrived punctually at the Deep Space Flavor Pavilion for their dinner engagement. The entire restaurant floated in midair, its exterior decorated with countless tiny light sources, radiating a diamond-like glow in the depths of night. The entrance was a winding, transparent corridor, where the elegantly dressed Jiang Ranqing awaited them at the entrance. Upon spotting the four, she approached with her golden skirt swaying. Good evening, benefactors. Thank you for your generosity. Miss Jiang, Sui Qi smiled. Just call us by our names. No need for thanks. Jiang Ranqing waved her hand lightly. It is only proper to be by the way, Sister Sui. Jiang Ranqing affectionately took Sui Qi's hand. You and Lian Shun are both my idols. I saw you two share a kiss in the game. She shyly added, if you kissed him, and I kiss you, then it's as if I've kissed both of you. Sui Qi was momentarily taken aback as Jiang Ranqing cupped her face and leaned in towards her slightly parted lips. Sister Sui, let me kiss you to death. Sui Qi panicked. Oh no. My first kiss is at stake. In a flurry of urgency, she pressed her lips together and raised her hand to block her face. Hey. That's not allowed. With prior experience, Zhua Chun, Xin Yu, and Mei Bao swiftly intervened, wrapping their arms around her waist, shielding her face, and covering her mouth in one seamless motion. Sui Qi was pulled back by her three teammates as she retreated. She remarked, kissing is a bit much. I could accept a kiss on the cheek. Jiang Ranqing pouted in dissatisfaction, but the value of a kiss on the cheek is not as high as a kiss on the lips. Sui Qi patiently instructed, if you wish to kiss Lianju, you can sincerely ask him. Jiang Ranqing inquired earnestly, how should I ask? You simply say, Sui Qi clasped her hands in a prayer gesture. Lian Shun, I am your devoted fan. May I please kiss you? Pretty please. Before Jiang Ranqing could respond, a cold voice interjected from behind. Please allow me to refuse. Upon hearing Lianju's voice, Sui Qi froze in place. Jiang Ranqing, with a guilty conscience, swiftly hid behind Sui Qi, leaving her to face Lianju and his mother directly. Dressed in a refined platinum suit, Lianju appeared even more handsome and noble with his elegantly styled silver hair. Beside him stood a capable woman with short silver hair, slightly shorter than Lianju, clad in a simple white shirt and black trousers, exuding an imposing aura that could not be concealed. With a hint of amusement, she gazed at Sui Qi. Are you interested in kissing my son? Sui Qi hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's not me. It's her. She pointed toward Jiang Ranqing, only to find her missing, having vanished along with the three teammates, who had dashed toward the restaurant entrance, leaving Sui Qi alone to face Lianju and his mother. Oh no. She chuckled awkwardly, turning to explain, Auntie, you misunderstood. It's not me who wants to kiss Lianju, but another friend. Oh, that makes sense, she unexpectedly replied. After all, you've already kissed him. Mom. Lianju's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Sui Qi, who indeed had kissed Lianju, was at a loss for words. Auntie, I was compelled. It was not my intention to offend Lianju. However, Lianju's mother pressed on. I recall you saying before that you'd let him kiss you back next time, correct? Sui Qi's mouth opened and closed, struggling to respond. Yes. When are you planning to let him kiss you back? Huh. Sui Qi looked up in confusion. Lianju's mother winked at her, handing her a business card. Once you decide on the time for his return kiss, be sure to let me know in advance so I can tune in to the live stream and enjoy it on time. Sui Qi accepted the card in a daze. I'll take my leave first. She patted Lianju's shoulder. You can chat with Miss Sui for a while before joining me. With that, she gracefully departed. Lianju rubbed his forehead apologetically. I'm sorry. My mother is just joking. You don't need to take it to heart. Sui Qi had regained her composure, tucking the business card away with a smile. It's all right. Lianju nodded slightly. I'll take my leave. Enjoy your meal. Sui Qi nodded in response. Okay. She strode into the dining room, ready to confront the four who had abandoned her. As soon as she entered the private room, Mei Bao stuffed a delicious cheese shrimp ball into her mouth. Sister Sui, this is absolutely delicious. You must try it. After chewing and swallowing, she was then fed a piece of tender ice-boiled lamb by Xin Yu. This one is also very tasty. After 2 rounds of nonstop feeding from her friends, Sui Qi settled at the dining table and picked up her chopsticks. With such delectable food before us, I'll let you off this time. In unison, the four exclaimed, Thank you, Sister Sui. Indeed, it is no surprise that this restaurant ranks among the top 10 in the entire galaxy. Its reputation is well deserved. The group enjoyed a delightful meal, and Jiang Ranqing graciously transported Sui Qi and her companions back to the hotel in her private aircraft after a deep slumber until dawn. The Harvest Festival officially commenced. With a clear objective, Sui Qi headed straight for the festival games. Upon discovering that the grand prize for the game was a hefty gold ingot, weighing a full kilogram and inscribed with a star map of cultivation, her blood surged with excitement. She draped her arm around her teammate's shoulders, her competitive spirit ablaze. That gold ingot is ours. The first place must belong to our crazy escape team. Mei Bao's eyes sparkled with determination. No problem. Shinyu replied with ease. Have no worries. Zuo-chun pledged fervently. We will ensure you get it. The games consisted of 3 rounds. The first round was titled Crop Combat, where participants were divided into 2 teams and engaged in a throwing battle using the unique product of Zeboer Star. The Star Cotton Bean. Those struck would be eliminated, and the last remaining team would emerge victorious. Upon hearing the rules, Sui Qi mused. Isn't this just a game of bean bags? She was, after all, the undefeated champion of such games. This match seemed tailor-made for her. With unwavering confidence, Sui Qi joined the fray, deftly dodging and unleashing her throws with pinpoint accuracy, effortlessly securing victory. The second game was an interstellar riddle contest. With puzzles relating to interstellar culture, the history of Zeboer Star, and agricultural knowledge. Though it delved into her areas of ignorance, Sui Qi was astonished to discover that Shinyu was a riddle master, solving each one with remarkable precision. The trio behind him could only marvel at his talent as they clinched yet another victory. The third game was a 4x100-meter crop relay race. Participants formed teams of 4, selecting any crop to transport to the finish line in the quickest time. Sui Qi opted for corn, with Zuo-chun as the first runner, Shinyu the second, Mei Bao the third, and Sui Qi the anchor. The interstellar populace did not possess a fervent interest in gold. Instead, they focused on relishing the joyous atmosphere of the harvest festival. Zuo-chun and Shinyu sprinted ahead with all their might. As the corn reached Mei Bao, a figure suddenly appeared on the adjacent track. Lianju, carrying a stalk of sugarcane, raced towards the finish line like the wind. Sui Qi was taken aback. Wait, isn't Lianju one of the hosts? Why is he competing personally? As Lianju approached the finish line, Sui Qi seized the corn from Mei Bao's hands. Mei Bao, throw me. Though puzzled, Mei Bao complied without question. She swiftly spun Sui Qi, building momentum before launching her towards the finish line with a resounding whoosh. Sui Qi shot forward like an arrow, successfully crossing the finish line just a second ahead of Lianju, narrowly snatching victory. However, her landing was less than graceful, resulting in a series of tumbles. Lianju, having witnessed the entire spectacle, set down his sugarcane and helped her up as Sui Qi lifted her head. She felt a sting on her left cheek, where blood trickled down. Lianju glanced at her for a moment before escorting her to the medical station, leaving once the medical staff had tended to her injuries. Sui Qi barely had time to express her gratitude. 10 minutes later, the crazy escape team triumphantly ascended the podium, with Sui Qi cradling the splendid gold ingot, her smile radiant. Zuo-chun and the others continued to revel in the festivities while Sui Qi returned to the hotel, even purchasing a safe online during her journey. Upon entering her room, she received a message from Lianju. Upon opening it, she discovered a location card for his private estate. After conferring with her teammates, she replied, "Would it be possible for us to arrive at 10 a.m. tomorrow?" Lianju responded, "Certainly, at 10 a.m. A spacecraft will arrive punctually at the hotel entrance to collect you." Sui Qi replied with a simple OK and exited the chat interface. Clicking into her message inbox, her neural interface buzzed with notifications of numerous debtors' transfers, but she had been too engrossed in the games to check. The players who had signed promissory notes were quite reliable that a sum of 690,000 interstellar coins, not a penny less. Lu Rong had also settled the 10,000 for air conditioning and 1,000 for electricity. Feng Ling had promptly transferred the air conditioning fees as well. After counting the money, Sui Qi joyously bounced on her bed. 703,000, plus that 10 million prize. I am rich again. Yay, yay, yay. The only amount pending was Lianju's 46,000. That Sui Qi remained unfazed, knowing she would see him in person tomorrow to collect her dues. Clutching the gold ingot, she rolled about excitedly on her bed, eventually falling asleep without realizing when Mei Bao returned. She awoke the next day at 9 o'clock. After a meticulous wash-up, she made her way to the second-floor dining area for a lavish breakfast. At 9:50, the 4 stood before the hotel entrance. A small white aircraft descended gently before them. A jovial, plump man leaned out of the driver's seat window. "You must be the children of the crazy escape team. Young master sent me to fetch you. Please, hop aboard." Sui Qi expressed her gratitude politely. "Thank you, Uncle." One by one, they boarded the aircraft. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination, having spent 6 of those minutes soaring through Lianju's private estate. The plump man dropped them off in front of an excessively luxurious and high-tech villa before departing. 2 graceful and poised female housekeepers approached to welcome them. guiding Sui Qi and her companions into the villa. The olive-green structure stood amidst lush foliage, as if it had sprouted from nature itself, yet bore the distinct chill and precision of a futuristic world. The villa's exterior was adorned with elegantly shaped, intelligent vines, their tender green leaves opening and closing with the light. Sui Qi had initially thought her own villa was quite splendid, but in comparison to Lianju's, it seemed like a mere trifle. The crazy escape team had completely transformed into the rustic four, their astonishment evident as they traversed the grounds. The entrance to the villa was marked by an invisible light barrier that glowed softly in blue as one approached. Sui Qi heard footsteps from beyond the door and caught a whiff of the familiar scent of fur, yet this time it was mingled with an unfamiliar aroma, invigorating and at odds with Lianju's demeanor. Before she could discern the new scent, the light barrier slid open before them. With a smile, she prepared to greet her host, only to unexpectedly find herself face-to-face with a fluffy canine head, half her height, white and curly-haired, a Samoyed. Sui Qi's eyes sparkled instantly. Oh, it's a curly-haired baby. The unfamiliar aroma had indeed been that of the dog. The pup, exuberant and lively, placed its front paws on Sui Qi, its tongue lapping excitedly at her. It was equally adept at sharing affection, moving swiftly from one person to the next with practiced ease. Just as its paws were about to land on Mei Bao, Lianju, standing behind the Samoyed, called out, "Xionggu, don't scare the guests." Dressed in casual light-colored attire, his silver curls tousled across his forehead, he appeared far gentler than before. Mei Bao playfully pressed the Samoyed's paw onto her shoulder, eager for interaction. "I'm not scared. Bring it on." Xionggu moderated its strength, showering her face with licks. The housekeeper thoughtfully provided the four with handkerchiefs, which they gratefully accepted to wipe the drool from their faces. Xionggu whirled around them, tail wagging, occasionally sniffing the air to familiarize itself with their scents. Its thick, snowy curls shimmered softly in the sunlight, reminiscent of its owner's hair quality. The pup's curious and innocent eyes sparkled like sapphires submerged in water. Exuding charm and approachability, it was unperturbed by their affection, allowing Sui Qi and her companions to shower it with love. Lianju activated a holographic projection of the private estate, magnifying it for their viewing. Thousands of high-tech plantations were displayed in an orderly fashion before the four, Shinyu remarked. Each plantation must be worth at least 100 million interstellar coins. Zhuo Chun exclaimed. Wow. What an impressive fortune, Sui Qi mused. So this is what it means to be truly wealthy. Mei Bao chimed in with awe. Wow. Lianju's slender fingers navigated the holographic map, his voice calm. The areas highlighted in white are open for harvesting. Mei Bao raised her hand. I want to pick some fruit. Strawberries would be even better. The other three complied with Mei Bao's wishes, and Lianju selected the F723 plantation that met their requirements. He stowed away his holographic communicator and led the way. Sui Qi and the others, accompanied by the lively Zhuangga, followed closely behind, engaging in playful banter as they walked. Direct entry into the plantation was prohibited. One had to don specific attire and operate a designated hovering harvesting machine to gain access. The staff presented 4 sets of light brown harvesting suits, which the quartet obediently donned before stepping onto the yet-to-be-activated harvesting machine for individual instruction. Lianju stood at the back, teasing Zhuangga. Sui Qi's instructor was an exceptional female worker with 25 years of harvesting experience. She provided a detailed and clear explanation of the machine's operation, demonstrating twice. Once Sui Qi grasped the instructions, she confidently declared, I've got it so soon. The female worker, believing in her capabilities, handed over the control of the machine, then give it a try. With unwavering confidence, Sui Qi took the controls, unaware that the harvesting machine was precariously positioned above a shallow puddle. Gripping the handles tightly, she pressed the start button. Let's go. The machine's rear expelled an invisible gust of air, splattering every drop of murky water from the puddle onto Lianju behind her, drenching him from head to toe. The yellowish-brown muck soaked his silver hair, trickling down his prominent nose and toward the corner of his mouth. Lianju, who had been focused on playing with the dog, tightly pressed his lips together and turned away from the scene. Darn it, I haven't even collected the 460,000 yet, and I've already splattered him with mud. How am I supposed to ask for repayment now? Sui Qi stiffly glanced at the female worker, who was dumbstruck beside her. Sister, Lianju's outfit must not cost less than 460,000, right? The worker replied honestly, young Master-S clothes are all custom-made, none of which are below 100,000 interstellar coins. Oh no. She was in big trouble. Sui Qi hastily dismounted the harvesting machine and sprinted after Lianju. Lianju, it was unintentional. I will definitely help you clean your clothes. And I can wash your face too. Lianju hurriedly walked away, his figure quickly disappearing from her view. Fortunately, Zhuangga was still bouncing around her side. She scratched its soft head. Zhuangga, take me to apologize to your master. All right, woof. It wagged its fluffy tail and dashed ahead, with Sui Qi following closely behind. They traversed 2 grassy fields and a lush rose garden, arriving beneath a sturdy tree, where Zhuangga nimbly climbed up. It occasionally glanced back to ensure Sui Qi was keeping up. As a seasoned survivor, Sui Qi had no trouble climbing trees or scaling rocks. She swiftly followed Zhuangga up the tree and settled on a thick branch. Adjusting herself, she pushed aside the lush foliage obstructing her view, revealing a half-open window. Standing behind it was Lianju, freshly emerged from a bath. The black silk bathrobe hung loosely on him as he lowered his head to dry his silver hair. Oblivious to the unexpected visitor outside, the still damp droplets glided down his smooth, fair neck, cascading over his pronounced collarbones, along his firm pectorals and well-defined abdominal muscles, trickling into the tantalizing outline of his mermaid line. Wow, Sui Qi couldn't help but exclaim. Lianju instantly lifted his gaze, his cold gray-blue eyes locking onto her with an imposing intensity. Sui Qi quickly wrapped her arms around Zhuangga. I didn't mean to peek. It brought me here. Lianju turned slightly, avoiding her gaze as he tightened his bathrobe. After a brief moment of regret, Sui Qi humbly inquired, how did you achieve such impressive abs? I too wish to have a similar physique. Could you teach me? If others possessed it, she certainly wanted it for herself. Once she sculpted her own 8-pack, she could delight in the sensation of her soft, toned abdomen every night. What bliss, as she envisioned this promising future. Lianju replied, it's natural. Huh? What do you mean natural? Abs, Sui Qi pondered. Do I really look that gullible? Perched on the tree branch, she gazed at Lianju, seeking any hint of jest in his expression. Yet his sharply defined features revealed not a trace of mockery. Sui Qi skeptically asked, is that true? Yes, one develops a new muscle each year after the age of 12, ceasing by 20. In the 31st century. Had humans evolved to such an extent that they could grow their own abs? She raised her hand to touch her flat stomach, sincerely asking, then why don't I have any? Lianju lowered his gaze. I can't say. It might depend on individual physiology. Sui Qi scratched her head. Is that so? Lianju didn't respond to her inquiry, but instead whistled sharply at Zhuangga, who promptly leaped through the window. From that whistle, Sui Qi sensed a clear undertone of amusement. It finally dawned on her that she had been played, and just as she was about to express her indignation, Lianju leaned against the window frame, slightly furrowing his brow as he remarked, when I am scolded, it tends to dampen my mood and affects my memory, especially regarding unpaid debts. With 460,000 still uncollected, Sui Qi instantly understood the meaning of the phrase, the debtor is the master. She took a deep breath, donning her most charming smile. I am the least likely to scold anyone. Please do keep your spirits high. Lianju's gaze flickered, but he offered no comment on her unrealistic self-assessment. Sui Qi's wrist communicator vibrated gently. Maybao was calling her back to harvest strawberries. Without delay, she bid farewell to Zhuangga, swiftly descended the tree, and hurried back to the plantation. Zhuangga, Shun, Xinyu, and Maybao were skillfully piloting the hovering harvesting machines. Waiting for her at the entrance, she carefully avoided the puddle, restarted the harvesting machine, and successfully ascended. The four, under the guidance of the staff, entered the plantation in an orderly fashion. The expansive interior resembled an ecological museum, cultivating thousands of varieties of fruits. Each section was separated by transparent ecological domes, providing the most suitable growth environments for each fruit. Starry peaches, color-changing cherries, wave fruits, sea-core pears, mist oranges. They passed through each cultivation area. Staff members proudly detailed the types and characteristics of the fruits, eagerly inviting them to taste. The quartet embraced their arms full of fruits, marveling at the wonders and enjoying the delicious offerings. The diversity of strawberry varieties in the interstellar world exceeded Sui Qi's imagination. Delicate pink original flavor strawberries, jewel-like glass strawberries, mint strawberries with a blue-green gradient, pure white galaxy snow strawberries, and deep purple-black pearl strawberries. Each type of strawberry offered a rich and unique flavor. The four revelers frolicked amidst the bountiful plantation, savoring the joys of harvest. From dawn until dusk, their two large fruit collection baskets behind the harvesting machine were filled to the brim. After harvesting until 8 in the evening, Lien Ju invited them to dinner and offered accommodations for the night. Without a moment's hesitation, the quartet accepted. They luxuriated in a lavish villa, sleeping soundly until dawn. Before a flying vehicle transported them, along with their 8 collection baskets, back to the hotel. With an abundance of fruit that they couldn't possibly consume, Sui Qi and her friends packed 2 baskets to send to Song Yin and Song Yu. The brothers had successfully passed their last challenge, and Song Yu had already completed his 3rd dose of the genetic correction agent, showing significant improvement that in the video. He held a large strawberry, cutely expressing gratitude to his older siblings. Endearing the group, Maybao clung to the holographic communicator, animatedly recounting the excitement of the harvest festival to Song Yu. Over the next few days, the financially buoyant quartet enjoyed a delightful time indulging in food and leisure on Zebayer's star. Each morning, the first thing Sui Qi did upon waking was to send a message of inquiry to her debtor. "How is your mood today? Is it possible to repay the debt?" The responses from Lien Jue remained consistently succinct, generally speaking. Until the evening of July 7th, the day before the commencement of the 3rd apocalyptic survival challenge, Sui Qi finally received the transfer from Lien Jue, an entire 500,000, the note read. The additional 40,000 counts as interest. In that instant, Sui Qi forgave his overdue payment and divided the 50,000 among her teammates, granting each a share of 125,000 AS for the 700,000 plus earned by Dubi. The 4 of them decided not to touch it, keeping it in Sui Qi's account as a future Dubi rendezvous FETO avoid being teleported to the desolate star in their sleep as had happened previously. The 4 members of the crazy escape team gathered in Sui Qi and Maybao's room, preparing for an all-nighter AT0000 interstellar time on July 8th. The group received an official announcement simultaneously on their light brains. It stated that player positions had been detected on Zebayer's star, and the interstellar spacecraft heading to the desolate star would depart promptly at 6 a.m. from Port A1, Zone 1 of Zebayer's star. All players were advised to arrange their time wisely and arrive at the port early to ensure timely boarding. Sui Qi felt a wave of relief wash over her and promptly fell asleep. "We shall depart at 5 o'clock. Zuichun and the others had no objections and soon drifted off to sleep. At 5:30 a.m., the 4 of them boarded the spacecraft heading to the desolate star. Lien Jue sat across the aisle from them. After a brief exchange of greetings, they each closed their eyes to rest. After more than an hour of travel, the spacecraft successfully arrived at the desolate star. "You have arrived at the silent star. Please prepare for landing." As the announcement concluded, the porthole blinds that had been tightly shut beside Sui Qi lifted. Instinctively, she glanced outside, only to find not a blue sky or land, but the profound depths of azure waters. Lush aquatic plants, massive coral reefs, and various fish swam into her view. Were they to be thrown into the sea? The officials were becoming increasingly playful, just as Sui Qi prepared to cling to her teammate beside her. Her seat was abruptly yanked away, and the bottom cover of the spacecraft vanished beneath her feet. Thousands of players aboard the spacecraft plummeted unexpectedly into the frigid waters. The icy and turbulent currents enveloped Sui Qi. An overwhelming sense of weightlessness and suffocation assailing her. She felt as if she had returned to that steep, constricted gorge, where a sudden flash flood had drowned her mouth and nose, cutting off her breath and cries for help. The shadow of death gripped her limbs like a frigid shackle, rendering her immobile as she fell deeper into the dark abyss. Just when she thought she might perish at the very start, a familiar small figure flickered in her hazy vision, followed by a glimpse of silver. Struggling to focus, she discerned that it was Maybao and Lien Jue swimming toward her, just as they were about to make contact. A colossal fishing net descended from behind them, precisely ensnaring both in its mesh, along with the fish and shrimp it contained, lifting them out of the water. Sui Qi's eyes widened in shock as the imminent danger shattered her illusory memories. Renewed strength surged through her limbs, and she flailed her arms, propelling herself upward as she grasped the fishing net. Following Maybao and Lien Jue, she was pulled toward the shimmering surface of the unknown sea. The moment she burst through the water, inhaling fresh air, Sui Qi began to cough violently. Her chest heaved as she could only hear the sound of her own hurried breaths. Below her, in the fishing net, Mei Bao and Lin Jue were similarly gasping for air. Mei Bao. Sui Qi managed to croak out hoarsely, but her grip on the net was forcefully pried open by a powerful hand. The hand gripping her arm was broad and rough, its palm calloused. With one hand, he lifted Sui Qi effortlessly onto his shoulder, while with the other, he dragged the net away from the shore. Today was fortunate. They had caught 3 fresh ingredients. Sui Qi thought. Fresh ingredients? Surely it isn't what I think. In the interstellar world, the cannibal tribes should have been eradicated by now. Her fantasies were shattered when she and the fish and shrimp were tossed into the same dim metal room. The space was filled with the stench of decaying fish and shrimp, and upon being thrown inside, Sui Qi was immediately overwhelmed by the pungent odor. Mei Bao and Lin Jue were unceremoniously dumped from the net. Mei Bao's braided hair was a disheveled mess, still clinging to strands of aquatic plants. She paid no mind to her appearance and rushed to Sui Qi's side, holding her nose. Sui Qi wrapped her arms tightly around her. Lin Jue also appeared notably disheveled, his silver hair matted with the foul-smelling blood of fish and shrimp, clinging to his clothes in disarray. With a soft click, a small light on the ceiling flickered to life, illuminating the dim room. The light was soft and not blinding. Sui Qi glanced toward the entrance, where a man of about 40 stood, tall and robust, nearly 2 meters in height, with clearly defined muscles beneath his clothing. His clean-cut crew cut revealed a chiseled face, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes added a touch of rugged charm typical of a middle-aged man. Come now, choose your demise. The charismatic stranger wasted no time in presenting a lethal ultimatum. He picked up a sharp single-headed harpoon from a pile of tools against the wall, pointing it at Sui Qi. Ladies first? She did not wish for such preferential treatment. Was there no chance to escape? Big brother? Lin Xingze retracted the fishing spear. In light of that big brother acknowledgement, I shall grant you one opportunity. I have 3 no-kill rules. He raised 3 fingers. 1. No killing pregnant women. 2. No killing children. 3. No killing artisans. Upon hearing this, Sui Qi felt a measure of relief wash over her. Mei Bao was safe. Lin Xingze surveyed Sui Qi and Lin Jue. Now, tell me, what skills do you possess? With years of culinary experience, Sui Qi hesitated. Big brother, my cooking skills are unparalleled. Keep me here, and I will handle the fish and shrimp perfectly. She promptly recited her repertoire: steamed bass, braised fish chunks, garlic fish fillets, sweet and sour fish, sauerkraut fish, water-boiled fish, and oil-braised shrimp. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall prepare it without fail. Before Lin Xingze could respond, a bright and cheerful boy of about 17 or 18 barged in, pointing at Sui Qi. Bro, keep this chef. Sui Qi observed the 2 brothers, internally noting the considerable age gap. Lin Xingchuan, while lowering the person he had been carrying on his back, frowned. I'm about to puke from all this raw fish and shrimp. Lin Xingze patted his shoulder. Where is Xingxue? She went to see sister-in-law. Lin Xingchuan replied, then turned his wide eyes towards Sui Qi. You don't look like a chef. You resemble a rich young lady. Can you really cook? I'll demonstrate a bit later. Having successfully secured her life, Sui Qi did not forget to save others, pointing at Lin Jue. He is my assistant. He is also skilled at gutting fish and scaling. Lin Jue, who had never set foot in a kitchen, nodded calmly. Very well. Lin Xingchuan declared cheerfully. Then you 2 shall be in charge of our meals for the duration. Absolutely. Sui Qi readily agreed. Ugh. The person brought back by Lin Xingchuan began to regain consciousness, groaning on the ground that a cloth strip had been stuffed into his mouth, rendering him speechless. After struggling for a while, he finally managed to sit up. Sui Qi glanced over and thought, oh, I sent this Jiang Chun? Lin Xingze utilized the same tactic, positioning the harpoon across Jiang Chen's chest, coldly stating, if you can work, I'll spare your life. If not, you die. Jiang Chen trembled in fear, realizing his current predicament, and began to ponder what he could do. After a minute of contemplation, he clumsily retrieved a white sea turtle egg from his pocket with his bound hands, which rolled to Lin Xingze's feet. Ugh. Jiang Chen attempted to convey that he could make scrambled eggs. However, with his mouth gagged and hands bound, no sound emerged. The harpoon drew closer, and he anxiously scanned the room for assistance, turning his head. He locked eyes with Sui Qi, Mei Bao, and Lin Jue. After a brief moment of confusion, he joyfully looked at Sui Qi, continuously emitting muffled pleas. Sui Qi, understanding his predicament, translated, Big brother, He.S. asking you to let him go. Lin Xing's harpoon pierced Jiang Chen's outer garment. It seems you wish to die? Ugh. Jiang Chen shook his head vigorously. At a moment of utmost urgency, Sui Qi extended a helping hand. Brother, I didn't clearly see just now. He seems to be my firekeeper. Sui Qi looked up and down at Jiang Chen. Indeed, he is my firekeeper, and he certainly knows how to tend the fire. Since you've mentioned it, I shall spare his life. Lin Xingza cast a cold glance at Sui Qi. Lunch is entrusted to you. Should it be unsatisfactory, the next meal served will be upon you. 3. He gestured with his spear towards Sui Qi. Lian Zhu and Jiang Chen. Exit this room, turn right, and walk straight ahead to reach the kitchen. The seafood is self-serve. With that, Lin Xingza draped his arm over his brother's shoulder and departed. It was only when their footsteps had completely faded that Sui Qi felt herself truly relax. Exhaling deeply while embracing Mei Bao nestled against her chest. Sister Sui, the NPCs in this game are quite terrifying. Sui Qi patted her head reassuringly. Fear not, I possess skills, and you have strength. We shall not perish. Mei Bao confidently raised her fist. Right. If they dare to consume us, I shall send them flying with one punch. Exactly, Sui Qi commended, raising her thumb. She activated her light brain and reported their safety in the small group of 4. Neither Zhua Chun nor Shun Yu responded. That a hint of worry creased her brow, prompting Mei Bao to comfort her. Sister Sui, while I was searching for you in the water, I saw Brother Chun and Brother Shun being swept away together. That's reassuring, Sui Qi thought, feeling a bit relieved. With the two of them together, they would be safer. Just then, Lian Zhu's calm voice broke the silence. That I'm not very skilled at killing fish and scaling them. Quite simple, Sui Qi replied. I can teach you. After killing 2 or 3, you'll be proficient. Lian Zhu acknowledged with a good, then rose to stand beside Jiang Chen, untying the rope from his wrist and removing the cloth from his mouth. Jiang Chen moved his lips and immediately directed his ire at Sui Qi. You fake translator, you nearly got me killed. Sui Qi chose to ignore him, raising her voice to call out. Brother, I mistook the wrong person. That individual is not my firekeeper. Hey, sister. Jiang Chen quickly altered his tone. I was wrong. It was my fault for speaking out of turn. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Sui, for saving me. Sui Qi raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What has prompted you to speak so civilly today? Jiang Chen winced as he recalled his sore ears. Sister Rong has been tugging at my ears for several days, instructing me to speak properly when I see you and to avoid opposing you at all costs. Knowing to heed Lu Rong's words, you're not entirely foolish. I had no choice. Sister Rong forced me, Jiang Chen said, rubbing his reddened wrist. That I also cannot tend the fire. You must teach me. Are you commanding me? Sui Qi retorted. Jiang Chen reluctantly adjusted his tone. Could you please teach me how to tend the fire? Sui Qi was unsparing with her words. That I advise you to mind your tone. Be wary, lest I revoke your position as firekeeper. He pouted. Understood. Sister Sui.my electronic pickled vegetables have finally returned. Let's take a look. The fact that Jiang Chen could call her Sister Sui was amusing, despite his foul mouth. He could sound quite sweet when addressing her. Sister Pai is truly clever, managing to save 2 in one go. When venturing outside, it's essential to possess a skill. It can genuinely save lives at critical moments. Wow. Sister Pai and Lian Shun appeared together right from the start. The CP fans are ecstatic. With such an abundance of seafood, this game seems to lack challenges regarding sustenance. Survival doesn't appear overly difficult. What are you saying in jest? The second survival challenge was so arduous. This one surely won't be too simple. Falling into the sea at the start and being rescued by a cannibalistic NPC, does that not present a challenge? How long do you think you could survive? Sister Pai can endure because she possesses culinary skills and wit to go take a look at others who were eliminated for failing to meet the NPC's demands. You won't find it lacking in difficulty. I must say, the NPCs this time are quite humane. Moreover, they are all rather handsome and beautiful. Indeed, with such striking men and women, I shall go wild with screenshots this time. Sui Qi ceased her banter with Jiang Chen and rose to the tool pile against the wall, locating a fairly intact bamboo basket to gather fish and shrimp. Seeing her fill a basket, Lian Zhu naturally took it from her, lifting it with one hand. Sui Qi thanked him and accepted his help without protest. She had not forgotten how he deceived himself into believing his abs were natural. She would certainly seize an opportunity to turn the tables in the future. The 4 exited the room, turned right, and walked straight to find a spacious kitchen. It was the most primitive type, with a stove built from bricks, featuring a cooking area on either side. In the corner stood two large water barrels, with neatly chopped firewood stacked beside them. The countertop against the wall was filled with a variety of cooking utensils, flour, and seasonings. Everything was well prepared, yet there were no signs of prior cooking. The stove was spotless, devoid of any ash. Sui Qi sought out a clean,